Did something happen over there? The scene shifts to the main hall of the sect. Li Mu steps in, sees two people arguing, and speaks up. Great Minister Zhang, Prince Xiao, you two. Before Li Mu could finish, Zhang Chun cuts him off. Li Mu, you've come at just the right time. They used the Golden Decree of Immunity to release Kui Ming back home. Prince Xiao smugly holds up the Golden Decree and says, "This is the Golden Decree of Immunity bestowed by the late Immortal Emperor. Whoever holds this decree is exempt from all charges except for treason. This is the law." Zhang Chun furiously questions him. "You're using the late Immortal Emperor's decree to absolve a current court criminal. Where do you place His Majesty?" Li Mu, hearing the whole story, gets a dark look on his face. He thinks to himself, I didn't expect Yun Yang to actually find the Golden Decree of the Imperial Concubine to save Kui Ming. Kui Ming's luck is too damn good. No wonder. His Majesty rushed back to the palace today, not even having hot pot. Turns out the 9 factions pulled this out. Even though His Majesty doesn't share the Zhao surname, he still has to call the late Immortal Emperor Father Emperor in name, not acknowledging the late Emperor's Golden Decree as being unfilial. If he carries the stigma of being unfilial, it will be even harder for His Majesty later. Zhang Chun is still ranting. One damn broken token can exchange for the lives of 37 people from Chu. This damn Golden Decree of Immunity, Prince Xiao asks sternly. What did you say? You dare call the Immortal Emperor's Golden Decree a broken token? Zhang Chun puts on a blank face and asks Li Mu. What did I say, Li Mu? Did you see anything? Li Mu calmly says, Nope, I didn't hear anything. Prince Shu says smugly. This prince is in a good mood today, too lazy to argue with you. Kui Ming has already been released, don't think about causing trouble. Li Mu says sternly. Don't be happy too soon, Prince Xiao. Based on Great Minister Zhang's hatred for evil, we won't let that scoundrel Kui Ming off the hook. Right, Great Minister Zhang? Zhang Chun responds enthusiastically. That's for sure. Prince Xiao rubs his chin in disbelief and says, What else can you do? Even though a Golden Decree of Immunity can only be used once, you still have Kui Shilang's weakness in your hands, right? Can you prove that the Jiang Prefecture governor was framed? If you can't prove it, then don't talk nonsense with this prince here. What's wrong? Got nothing more to say? He's still provoking them, not remembering the previous lesson. He successfully provoked those two desperados, Li Mu Chia and Zhang Chun. Li Mu turns to ask Great Minister Zhang, a Golden Decree of Immunity can only be used once. Zhang Chun immediately says, Each person can only use it once. Zhang Chun says pensively, The matter of the Zhujiang prefect colluding with the demonic sect can only be solved if Madame Chu is still alive. We have to use this to find clues and crush Kui Ming's unrealistic hopes. Li Mu Gua, do you have a plan? Li Mu calmly says, Great Minister, I need to return to Northern Prefecture for a trip. In his heart he thinks, Sister Su has been in closed-door cultivation for nearly half a year. Even if her advancement is slow, she should have already come out. The scene shifts to Shangyang Palace, and the voice of the queen rings out, There's no need for you to go back to Northern Prefecture. Given Kui Ming's state of mind, it's highly likely that the Jiang Prefecture governor's incident back then was a setup. But unfortunately, too much time has passed, and it can't be investigated again. We can only use soul-searching on Kui Ming. Li Mu Ke stands up and says clearly, Your Majesty, this must not be done. Although I hope Kui Ming dies, we can't touch certain crucial points if we set a precedent for soul-searching because of this. Later, just based on speculation, people will look into others' hearts, the whole world's order will be messed up. The first woman killed by Kui Ming in Yangqi County has also transformed into a vengeful spirit. Moreover, she and I have a life and death connection. As long as we invite her here, we can once again sentence Kui Ming to death. At that time, no one can protect him anymore. The queen knows she can't stop him and says, You've offended a lot of people in Chengdu, I'll have Mei Wei go with you. Li Mu understands her intentions but still skillfully says, No need, even if I encounter an accident, I can protect myself now. Hearing this, the queen doesn't force him, and simply says, Then go, but return before the imperial examination. I hope you can participate in this examination. Bilid. Li Mu Tim bows his head and says, I will definitely return soon. Mei Shui leans close to the queen and asks, Your Majesty, should we send someone to protect Li Mu Tim Nai Kamas? Nan Wan, Bei Wan, the people in those houses. The queen suddenly interrupts her with a definite tone. He's not as bad as you think, the queen says with interest. Even Tian Xuan Shangren died at his hands. How could those people do anything to him? You've seen him bully others. When have you ever seen others bully him? Hearing these words, Mei Wei is vaguely enlightened and thinks, That's right, this kid speaks lightly, likes to smile, looking very handsome, doing everything straightforwardly. But when he does bad things, he's full of wickedness. Suddenly, Mei Wei is startled and stares at the queen smiling. In her heart she thinks, no way, since entering the crown prince's palace, I've rarely seen this smile on Her Majesty's face. The scene shifts to the princess's manor, and a subordinate standing guard outside calls out. Ma Kui-ming comes out of the room and asks, what's the matter? The follower hesitates and says, Sir, Li Mu just left Chengdu. His speed of departure was very fast, our people couldn't catch up. Judging from the direction he left the city, he's probably heading towards the northern prefecture, Kui-ming exclaims in surprise. He's going to northern prefecture? He thinks in confusion. It took me over 20 years to climb to the position of Zhongshu Xilang, only to have it completely destroyed in one night. My cultivation is damaged, and a heart demon is born. All of this comes from Li Mu. With His Majesty protecting him in Chengdu, I can't touch him, but he's leaving Chengdu on his own. He waves his hand and says to the follower, you may leave. After that person leaves, Kui-ming calculates again. This Li Mu is as cunning as a fox. Many people in Chengdu wish they could kill him, but he suddenly leaves Chengdu for northern prefecture. Could it be that he wants to find Su He? Kui-ming pales. Gnashing his teeth he thinks, one Madame Chu nearly made me lose everything, and now there's Su He. No one can save me. Either I leave Chengdu, or I can only leave Li Mu in northern prefecture forever. Half a month ago, Liu Lao was already dispatched by me to investigate the matter of Chu Yunye and Su He, and there's still no news to this day. There's no one else I can use by my side, so I can only use that method. Thinking this, he bites his finger, causing himself to bleed, and draws a few characters on the compass. Immediately after, a blue light emanates, and the compass glows brightly. The scene shifts to the White Cloud Peak of the northern prefecture. Li Mu and Xiao Bai walk side by side on the road up the mountain. Xiao Bai happily says, luckily, there's the high-level Swift Steps talisman from Sister Liu. Those who want to follow us, I'm afraid they won't even see our shadow. I miss Sister Liu so much. Can we meet her soon? Li Mu also looks forward to it and asks Xiao Bai, if Sister Liu asks you if I flirted with women in Chengdu, how will you answer? Xiao Bai smiles and replies, apart from me, there are no other little fox spirits by young master's side. Li Mu smiles and praises, very good. He points to the mountain in front of them and says, go, let's go up the mountain and give those two a surprise. At the top of White Cloud Peak, cranes fly in the sky. Liu Hanyan and Wanwan sit inside the courtyard in contemplation. Wanwan rests her chin on her hand and says, I don't know how the young master is doing in Chengdu, whether he's eating well, wearing well, or being bullied by others. Those bad guys in the capital like to bully people the most. Liu Hanyan lightly brushes her hair and says, with his personality he'll definitely suffer in Chengdu. Wanwan sighs and continues, I also don't know if the young master has met any beautiful young ladies there. It's fortunate that Xiao Bai is by the young master's side, Liu Hanyan says indifferently. The beautiful young ladies he's met are not few. It's been so long, and there's not even a bit of news. Maybe he's forgotten us already. These words are heard by Li Musha, who is concealed behind them. Speechless, he raises his hand and flicks her head, causing Liu Hanyan to cry out. She immediately turns around and angrily shouts, who hit my head? Li Mushe thinks to himself at this time, for these 2 months I have kept myself pure as jade for her sake, yet she badmouths me behind my back. Wanwan, on this side, can see Li Mushe's concealment and blurts out, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Hanyan shouted aggressively, get over here. In one smooth move, Li Mua grabbed her hand. He pulled Liu Hanyan towards him and playfully asked, so ruthless, are you trying to kill your own husband? After confirming it was Li Mu, Wanwan happily rushed over and hugged him tightly, exclaiming, young master, Wanwan missed you. Li Mu smiled, ruffled her hair, and said, good girl, Wanwan, I missed you guys a lot too. Liu Hanyan stood nearby, her eyes fixed on Li Mu without saying a word. She suddenly turned her face away, asking in an aggrieved tone, you said you missed us for so long, but you didn't even write a letter. Did you perhaps find another little fox in the divine capital? Li Mu immediately looked at Xiao Bai, saying, Xiao Bai, you can vouch for me. The girl immediately perked up and replied, I can swear on my name as a heavenly fox. Young master hasn't flirted with any women in the divine capital. Besides me, there's absolutely no other little fox. Liu Hanyan blushed, shyly saying, if you're being honest, come in here, I have something to tell you. With that, Liu Hanyan pulled Li Mu by the hand. She led him to her room. The moment they entered, she couldn't help but wrap her arms around Li Mu's neck. And then, Liu Hanyan gave him a long, passionate kiss, full of longing. Xiao Bai began taking out the gifts she'd prepared, explaining as she presented them. This is a hairpin for Sister Wan Wan. This is blush for Sister Han Yan. And these are flower seeds that Benefactor and I bought in the Divine Capital. The flowers are super pretty when they bloom. Wan Wan and Liu Hanyan curiously asked, "How long will it take for them to bloom?" Xiao Bai honestly replied, "I don't know either. Back in the Divine Capital, Sister Zhao just waved her sleeve and they all bloomed right away." Liu Hanyan immediately caught the key detail and blurted out, "Sister Zhao?" Liu Hanyan's face darkened and she sternly asked, "Xiao Bai, tell me, which Sister Zhao are you talking about?" Li Mu immediately replied, "It's Her Majesty, the Empress." Liu Hanyan asked in surprise, "Her Majesty? Why does Xiao Bai call Her Majesty sister?" He honestly explained, "Well, you know that when I was in Beijing, I did a few things that benefited Her Majesty, and after arriving in the Divine Capital, I helped Her Majesty with quite a few minor tasks. Her Majesty thinks highly of me. Not only did she help me break through my cultivation realm, but she also gave me a 5-courtyard residence in Beiyuan. One time, Her Majesty was on an incognito tour and happened to visit our home. Xiao Bai got to know her then. He thought to himself, I was trampled by the Empress in my dream, and she even saw my nightmare. Probably best not to mention that, huh?" Li Mu leaned close to Liu Hanyan's ear and whispered, "Are you perhaps suspecting that Her Majesty and I have an unclear relationship?" Liu Hanyan furrowed her brow, pinched Li Mu's waist, and said, "You're not allowed to insult Her Majesty." Li Mu calmly explained, "We're in Beijing, she can't hear you here." Liu Hanyan stamped her foot in protest. "That still doesn't matter. Her Majesty the Empress's dignity is inviolable." Li Mu placated her. Okay, I won't say another word, I'll listen to you." He thought to himself, "I know there are plenty of women in Great Zhou who adore the Empress, treating her like an idol. I just didn't expect Han Yan to be so protective of her too. If only she knew the Empress has another side." Xiao Bai then came over, chirping, "Sister Liu, why don't you and Wan Wan come back to the Divine Capital with us?" Sister Zhu gave Benefactor a huge 5-courtyard estate. "You can live there with young master and me." Liu Hanyan smiled gently in response. "Not yet. I need my cultivation to advance a bit more first." Liu Hanyan pondered. "Although I'm destined to inherit my master's jade-suppressing cauldron, and all the resources of the Talisman sect's ancestral hall are mine, in the Divine Capital, I can only protect myself. Helping Li Mu would still be a bit difficult." Li Mu walked over, ruffled Xiao Bai's head, and instructed, "Let Wan Wan take you to play, okay?" Wan Wan, understanding the hint, took Xiao Bai's hand and said, Right, Xiao Bai. Let's give young master and the young lady some private space to talk." After the two girls left, Li Mu held Liu Hanyan's hand and softly said, "I have another mission this time, so I can't stay in Beijing for long. Let's not waste any more time." Liu Hanyan understood his meaning and agreed. Both of them were flushed and covered in sweat, their faces glowing with an unmistakable happiness. Li Mu and Liu Hanyan were currently dual cultivating after many months apart. The next day, at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, Han Jie saw the two of them off at the gate. Liu Hanyan stood in front and said to him, "Old Han, this is far enough." Han Jie agreed and instructed, "All right, be careful on your journey." Han Jie sighed. "I thought Junior Sister Li Qing's cultivation speed was fast enough, but you're even more monstrous." Looking at Li Mu's pensive face, Liu Hanyan thought to herself, "He probably really wants to know about Miss Li Wan." Liu Hanyan finally spoke, "Is Miss Li not here?" Han Ji shook his head. "She hasn't returned to the sect for 2 months, but the triennial All Peaks competition is in 4 months, so Junior Sister Li will probably come back to the mountain to help Ziyun Peak." Li Mu looked at Liu Hanyan and asked, "I see. Will you participate in the All Peaks competition?" Liu Hanyan calmly said, "That's a competition for the younger generation. Why would I go? I told my master that this time I'd go back to Yangqiu County with you and return after you complete your mission." Master agreed. Li Mu excitedly exclaimed, "Really? That's great." Scene changed to Yangqiu County. The scenery below was truly lush and green. Li Mu flew through the air on his sword, thinking to himself, "I really want to marry Han Yan quickly." This time, returning to Yangqiu County, Han Yan probably wants to check on the situation at the Cloud Mist Pavilion. Zhang Shan is already helping her handle things there. Everything at Cloud Mist is good. Next time, I should give Zhang Shan some protective talismans. Flashback to earlier. At Li Mu's home, Liu Hanyan stood at the gate, instructing Li Mu's Mick, "Be careful when you go to Azure Water Bay." Li Mu's nodded, kissed Liu Hanyan, and said, "I'll be back soon." Scene changed to Azure Water Bay. Li Mu arrived to find the lake completely dried up, and he was astonished, thinking to himself, "Wait, why is the lake all dried up? Why did the illusionary snail shell disappear? And the female corpse at the bottom of the lake is gone too. What happened here?" There's nothing left but desolation and ruins, as if something just swept through. Li Mu landed by the edge of the dried-up lake, analyzing to himself. It's likely 2 cultivators above the 5th realm fought here, causing the walls to collapse and forcing the river to change its course. That's why the female corpse at the bottom of the lake, no longer suppressed by the water veins, broke free from the formation. He used his all-heaven eye to observe the surrounding aura, then thought, one of the cultivators above the 5th realm was Sister Su, so who was the other one? If they fought desperately against someone of comparable strength, both sides would be injured, and even drop in cultivation realms, unless his target was Su Heyi, and the only one with such deep-seated hatred for Sister Su is Kui Ming. At this thought, Li Mu's face darkened, his brows furrowed tightly together. Li Mu looked at the scene of felled trees before him, thinking to himself, there's something wrong with this desolate forest. That's the biggest problem. Neither using the heavenly eye ability nor the Buddhist eye discernment could detect anything unusual about this forest. Looks like I'll have to lure the snake out of its hole. So he started his act. Li Mu pretended to turn his back and said, looks like there's no problem here at all. Immediately, the tree-shaped demonic creature behind him fell for the trick and lunged to attack. Li Mu seized the opening and inwardly exclaimed, here it comes! He quickly used his hand to block the attack. With his other hand, he formed a hand seal and shouted a single word, shatter. Instantly, an extremely powerful attack shot out, carving a huge hole into the tree trunk. He jumped up to observe, thinking to himself, is this it? He lunged forward and used his white yi sword to chop the tree trunk into many pieces. Suddenly, countless tough roots burst from under the ground, wrapping around Li Mu's legs, immediately telling him something was off about this tree. His mind raced. Looking at the trees before him, Li Mu figured these were part of some kind of hidden formation. Li Mu instantly tossed a talisman into the air and activated it. A burst of purple light from the talisman quickly enveloped the surrounding space. As he did, he thought, if I let them complete the formation, it'll be a pain to break later. The mastermind's still hiding, can't waste time here breaking formations. The talisman successfully shattered the formation, revealing the monster's true form. Li Mu looked at the gnarled tree before him, musing, turns out this willow tree was the culprit. The tree demon, heavily injured, angrily thought, I originally wanted to use his blood and soul to heal my wounds, but this divine power realm cultivator is so bizarre and even has powerful thundering talismans. This is troublesome. Li Mu sternly asked, did Kui Ming, the 5th stage demon, send you here? Where's Su He, the tree demon? As if knowing beforehand, thought, Ma's prediction was right. Someone really is trying to exploit that female ghost. He's here for her. This incident in the northern prefecture was truly unexpected. The woman Ma told me to kill turned into a 5th stage ghost cultivator. Just as I was about to kill her, another female corpse identical to her flew out. Although I badly injured them, they still escaped. And now this troublemaker appears. I absolutely can't let him off today. As he thought this, the tree demon transformed into human form, slamming his staff hard against the ground. With that strike, countless roots, large and small, surged from beneath the ground. Seeing this, Li Mu just smiled, summoned myriad swords pointed straight at the tree demon, and said, mediocre skills. With a single strike, he successfully swept away the annoying roots. The tree demon was also heavily injured as a result. Spitting out a disgusting green liquid, Li Mu walked up to him, sternly threatening, where's Su He? The guy obviously wasn't going to talk. He immediately turned and ran. Seeing this, Li Mu just muttered, pretty fast for a tree. He chopped down the obstacles in front of him, and leisurely went to find the tree demon. Li Mu pondered as he walked. That tree demon's definitely still in the forest, secretly watching, waiting for an opening. Well, I'll give him one. Li Mu, playing along, leaned against a tree and said, time for a break, then I'll look again. The tree demon actually fell for it. He came charging out, trying to ambush Li Mu. But what awaited him wasn't Li Mu's demise, but a special iron chain. He unleashed the chain, successfully binding the tree demon in place. Helpless, he transformed into human form, kneeling on the ground. Seeing that attitude, Li Mu mused. Without the Imperial Court's demon-binding chains, sealing the cultivation of a 5th stage tree demon would take quite a bit of effort. Li Mu walked up to him again and said, don't even think about pulling any tricks. Just tell me honestly. Where is Su He? The stubborn tree demon replied. I won't tell you. Li Mu didn't resort to torture. He just pulled out a stack of talismans and said, all right then, guess how many lightning strikes you can withstand. Seeing this, the tree demon sweated profusely, trembling as he listened. Flashback to 3 days ago. Su He was tied to the ground, gnashing her teeth as she looked at her physical body beside her, thinking, That tree demon's power is profound. The female corpse is at the peak of the 4th stage, but I'm only at the early 4th stage. Our chances against the tree demon are slim. The tree demon then charged over, pointing his branches at Suhi and yelling, "Die," he thought to himself. Killing her will end Mao's worries. At the moment of near death, the only thought in Suhi's mind was that she really wanted to eat the stuff he made again. Memories of her and Li Mu flashed through her mind like a movie reel. Just then, the female corpse woke up, went around behind the tree demon, and struck his back with all her might, heavily injuring him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Peak of the 4th stage." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the female corpse grabbed Suhihegi and fled. Suhi shouted, "To the northern prefecture, I want to find him." After interrogating the tree demon, Li Mu strode through the forest again. He looked at the magic artifact in his hand, thinking, although I've locked the tree demon in the portable world and don't need Suhi to testify anymore, I'm still worried about Suhi's safety. I'll go to the county to ask for information first. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind. "Help me, Li Mu, Li Mu." Didn't rush, he hid behind a bush, observing the situation. The person calling for help was a frail girl, surrounded by a pack of wolves. She fearfully screamed, "Don't come closer! Don't come closer! Don't come closer!" she shouted and cried, her whole body trembling. One of the wolves couldn't resist any longer and lunged. Instantly, Li Mu burst from the bushes, counterattacking the wolves. He stood in front of her and asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing the wolf die in Li Mu's hands, the girl blankly stuttered. "This." She stood up, bowed her head anxiously and said, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." She suddenly tripped and fell into Li Mu's arms. He exclaimed in surprise, "Smells nice." The girl blushed and shyly said, "Young master, I think I sprained my ankle," Li Mu righteously offered. "I'm a cultivator. If you don't mind, I can heal you." Saying that, Li Mu used Buddhist light to heal the girl's sprained ankle. As he did, Li Mu said, "This mountain isn't safe. Where's your home? I'll take you there." She shyly replied, "Thank you, young master." The two walked together. And as they walked, the girl said, "I've heard that we have a very powerful talisman sect in the northern prefecture. Young master can easily kill those hungry wolves and heal injuries for me. Are you a disciple of the talisman sect?" Li Mu calmly replied, "I'm just a wild cultivator, and besides, they were just hungry wolves. If you wanted to, you could easily kill them too." This sentence made her stiff, and sweat unconsciously broke out. She still wanted to cover it up and said, "Young master is joking. I couldn't even truss a chicken. I'm not as good as you. How could I deal with those hungry wolves?" Li Mu bluntly exposed her. "What's so great about dealing with a few hungry wolves? It's not as good as your ability to deceive and confuse people." Her face hardened as she replied to Li Mu. "Young master, what are you saying? I don't understand." Li Mu frowned and asked back, "Fox demon, how long are you going to keep pretending?" Seeing that she'd been exposed, she didn't hide it anymore, but instead curiously asked, "With your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to see my true form. Then, how did you see through me?" Li Mu waved his hand and replied, "Need to see? I could smell your fox stench from far away. And seriously, if you want to play the role of a little girl picking mushrooms, at least be professional. Who goes into the mountains to pick poisonous mushrooms?" In his heart, he thought, "Every night I sleep with the scent of that fox spirit. How could I not recognize her perfume?" Seeing that her cover was blown, she didn't even bother to hide it, and dropped the act. She immediately transformed back into her true form, a plump fox spirit. Holding a basket of mushrooms, she said, "This is truly a barren forest, growing nothing but poisonous mushrooms." Li Mu drew his sword and asked, "You pretended to be a maiden to lead me here. What exactly is your intention?" The fox spirit dropped the mushroom basket to the ground and said leisurely, "Someone hired me to kill you, but seeing how handsome you are, I can't bring myself to do it. How about you join our charm sect? That way, I won't have to kill you and can still report back with a result." Li Mu thought to himself with interest. Charm sect. The people who have grudges with me are all in the divine capital. Who in the divine capital is colluding with the demonic path and can hire assassins from the charm sect. The charm sect is one of the 10 sects of the demonic path. The people of the charm sect are all beautiful men and women, skilled in charm techniques, and they are a key organization of the demonic path used for collecting intelligence. While he was thinking, the fox spirit suddenly closed in on Li Mu and used her charm techniques on him. Li Mu immediately noticed. He shook his head violently and said, "Charm techniques don't work on me. Who hired you to kill me?" The fox spirit took out 2 swords and said arrogantly, "You're quite capable. If you want to know who wants to kill you, why not come back to the charm sect with me? Then you'll find out." With that, she immediately jumped behind Li Mu to attack, but he quickly detected it and blocked her attack. However, her attacks were relentless, forcing Li Mu to retreat constantly to defend. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This fox demon's movements are too agile. If I didn't have the fight word incantation, I definitely wouldn't be her match." The fox spirit became more fierce as she fought, taunting confidently. "To be able to withstand so many of my moves, I really underestimated you just now, so how about joining the charm sect? As long as you follow me, I'll tell you who wants to kill you." Li Mu bluntly swung his sword and knocked her away. She smiled brightly and said, "It's useless. You're no match for me." Li Mu, on the other hand, was very calm. He released a golden rope and said, "Oh, why don't you try this then?" The rope quickly shot out and bound her tightly, leaving her completely bewildered. Seeing the fox spirit falling from the sky like a dropped mango, he said, "Stop struggling. This is the imprisoning immortal cord. You're just a five-tailed fox demon. You can't escape. The more you struggle, the tighter it will become." The fox spirit, red with anger, glared at Li Mu and shouted, "What kind of hero attacks sneakily and ties someone up in such a weird way?" "You're such a pervert," Li Mu sternly retorted. "I never said I was a hero. Hurry up and talk. You just need to say who told you to kill me, and I won't hit you anymore." As he spoke, Li Mu took out a long whip. The fox spirit panicked and screamed. "You wouldn't dare." Li Mu, of course, didn't just say it. He directly whipped towards her while growling out each word, "Are you going to talk or not?" As Li Mu whipped, he thought with increasing pleasure, "No wonder His Majesty likes to hit me like this. I can understand some of the joy His Majesty gets from hitting me now." The fox spirit wailed in pain. "I will definitely kill you." Li Mu frowned and said, "Looking at me like that won't work. You might as well listen to me a little and let me know who's colluding with the demonic sect behind the scenes. I'll take his dog life." The fox spirit retorted bitterly, "My name is Xuanji. Remember my name. I will definitely repay this 100-fold in the future." With that, she took out a spirit jade and crushed it. Immediately, the fox spirit disappeared, causing Li Mu to exclaim in surprise, "A spatial artifact." Li Mu held the imprisoning immortal cord in his hand. His eyes swept around and he thought, spatial artifacts possessing the power of teleportation can only be crafted by experts in the 7th realm. To be able to teleport people thousands of miles away, for a fox demon to actually have this artifact, it seems like it will be very difficult to find her. Scene changed to Zhujiang County, 10,000 mountains. In the distance, a tall tower can be seen. Xuanji had already escaped back. As she landed, a group of subordinates gathered around to greet her. "Greetings, great Xuanji!" At this time, she only covered her chest with her hand without saying anything, as if to gather energy. After a while, she roared angrily, "Damn it! It's one thing that you forced me to waste a teleportation talisman, but he actually dared to treat me like that. Next time I see him, I'll make him wish he were dead." After cursing for a while, Xuanji turned around and said to her subordinates, "Tell Kui Ming, the mission failed. Tell him to pray for his own blessings." Back to Li Mu. He went to pick up the fox spirit's dropped sword, thinking to himself, "I'll go to the county office first to ask if there's any news about the recent anomalies in Azure Water Bay. If not, I'll go to the county office." Speaking of grudges, Kui Ming and Zhu Ting are the most likely to send someone thousands of miles to kill me. But it's a pity that the fox demon escaped. But that artifact is really heaven-defying. When I get back, I'll ask His Majesty if he can make one for me. Scene changed to the inner city. Li Mu walked along while thinking, the people at the county office only know that there was a fight in Azure Water Bay, but they don't know where the Daoist went. At this moment, Xiaobai came from behind. Tiu Tit called out, "Benefactor!" She approached and asked, "Benefactor, is there any news about Sister Su yet?" Li Mu honestly replied, "The county office doesn't have any news. I'm preparing to go to the county office to try." Li Mu patted Xiaobai's head and instructed, "It's just as well, Xiaobai. You go back and tell Sister Liu that I might be home a little later." Xiaobai nodded and replied, "I understand." Suddenly she frowned, got closer to Li Mu and asked, "Benefactor, there's another little fox on Benefactor's body. Does Benefactor not like me anymore?" This question of hers made Li Mu sigh. Xiaobai's sense of smell is really, he gently explained. "How can there be another little fox? I just fought with a 5-tailed fox who wanted to kill me on the way back. I'm stained with her scent. Don't worry, there can only be one little fox by my side." Hearing this, Xiaobai couldn't hide her worry and asked, "Is Benefactor injured?" That fox spirit actually wanted to kill Benefactor. Li Mu smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm fine, but that fox demon must also belong to the Heavenly Fox clan. I don't know if she'll come back for revenge in the future." Xiaobai stood up firmly and promised, "Benefactor, don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate and become powerful soon. If she dares to come back to seek revenge on Benefactor, I will protect, benefactor. Li Mu smiled and said, I'll wait for the day you protect me. Stay home and don't think too much. He suddenly remembered something, and solemnly instructed. That's right. Don't tell your sister Liu about this. Don't let her worry. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly and said, I know. This is a secret between me and benefactor. After instructing her, she left chirpily, not forgetting to say before leaving, Benefactor, be busy. I'm going back to tell Sister Liu that you'll be home a little later. Scene changed to the county office prison. Head Constable Zhao folded his arms across his chest and said, The matter of Azure Water Bay in Yangqiu County was handled by me personally. Judging from the traces at the scene, it is very likely to be a ghost and a demon. Fortunately, the place where they fought was desolate and did not affect ordinary people, Li Mu asked anxiously. Does the county office know where that ghost cultivator went afterwards? Head Constable Zhao honestly replied, I don't know about that, but strange things have happened in Jade County these past 2 days. I don't know if it's related to this, Li Mu asked curiously. Strange things? Head Constable Zhao recounted. 2 days ago, a mountain in Jade County suddenly had fog on its slopes. When people entered the fog, they couldn't see their fingers. No matter how they walked, they would eventually escape the fog. At first, it was suspected that there were monsters causing trouble. But the monsters didn't harm anyone. The government also sent cultivators to investigate, but the cultivators couldn't enter the fog either. Jade County just reported it, and the county office didn't have time to deal with it yet. Li Mu stroked his chin and thought, it's possible that Sister Su ran to Jade County after being seriously injured and is healing on the mountain. He said to Head Constable Zhao, Which mountain is it in Jade County? I'll go take a look. Scene change to the unnamed desolate mountain in Jade County. A group of little devils surround a square formation of Su He and the female corpse. They seem excited and are discussing among themselves. We couldn't find out about the death of His Highness King Chujiang, but we discovered a heavily injured yin soul. We're in luck. Also, there's a flying zombie. We can capture her and sell her to the corpse sect. We can also exchange it for a lot of good stuff, and then we'll divide the share equally among everyone. The others were very enthusiastic about agreeing. Su, he weakly said to the zombie lady, My soul is about to dissipate, like, any second now. Before it's completely gone, eat me. That's your only chance to escape those creeps. Su He, panting, continued, My revenge, it's all up to you now. The zombie lady then started baring her fangs, her fingers also extending into sharp claws. Seeing the zombie lady's actions, Su He helplessly sighed. You're such an idiot. The ghosts finally broke through the zombie lady's barrier and swarmed forward like a pack of rabid dogs. One of them, eyes gleaming, brandished his weapon and charged, gleefully saying, You're done for. The zombie lady quickly jumped in to protect her, but every attack missed. Oops! The little devils, surprised by her frantic attacks, wondered, How does she still have so much strength? One of them shouted, 5 ghosts formation, capture this zombie lady first. The 5 ghosts quickly formed a formation and launched their attacks towards the zombie lady. After temporarily subduing her, one of the ghosts said, Kill that soul first. He's badly injured and can't resist. Take her soul power, then deal with this zombie corpse. Immediately one of the ghosts flew towards Su He, aiming to end her life. Su He, unable to run, could only helplessly think, It's over. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning with immense energy struck down, incinerating the little ghost into ashes. The ghosts nearby were stunned by the scene and blurted out, This is... Realizing they were at a disadvantage, they scrambled to escape. But the lightning wasn't about to let them off the hook, instantly blasting the rest of them into dust. Poof. The leader, luckily unharmed, desperately ran. He thought as he ran, Purple Heaven Divine Lightning is Daoism's unique move to create a strong cultivator, those powerful existences on par with the 10 kings of hell. How unlucky for me. Before he could run far, he was stabbed through the heart. Li Mu appeared fiercely behind him, coldly retracting his white eternity sword. The ghost's body immediately turned to ashes. Another one bites the dust. Seeing Li Mu, Su He smiled in relief, calling his name before collapsing. Li Mu rushed to catch Su He, anxiously exclaiming, Suji. Su He smiled weakly, saying, You're here. Li Mu was extremely nervous and hurried to use Buddhalite to heal her, saying, Sis, don't say anything, your soul is too weak. Su, he still smiled gently. I originally wanted to wait for you to come back and eat hot pot with you. Li Mu, sweating bullets, said loudly, There'll be plenty of chances for hot pot later. Saving you is the priority now. Li Mu frantically searched in his robes, thinking, Her soul and Xiao Bai are both critically injured beyond saving, unless there's a creation pill. The Empress once rewarded me with one. He weakly said,
I can't be saved, don't waste your strength. Don't be sad. I should have died 20 years ago anyway, living this long isn't a loss. Anyway, Li Mu painfully held the creation pill in his hand, saying, I won't let you die, Suji. Eat this. Just refine this pill. Before he could finish, Suji, he lost consciousness. Here. He panicked, thinking, this is bad. Like this, she can't even take the medicine.
Without thinking further, Li Mu put the creation pill in his mouth and chewed it to a pulp. Then, he used his mouth to transfer the pill's power into Suhi's body, thinking, this is the only way, Suji, forgive me, smooch smooch. Seeing that Suhi was more stable, Li Mu smiled with relief. He thought, thank goodness for the Empress. If not for the creation pill she gave me, I'd have to watch Suhi die in my arms today. I definitely have to treat the Empress even better in the future. At this moment, the zombie lady shuffled over from behind. Li Mu, looking at the zombie lady's face, could only say one word, you. The zombie lady's eyebrows furrowed, and she thought, I still remember him. Li Mu observed the zombie lady, thinking, this corpse is formed from spiritual energy. There's no dirty corpse energy on her body. But she and Suji are mortal enemies. I originally wanted to eliminate her. To eliminate the threat for Suji. But if not for the zombie lady's protection, Suji would have died here already. The zombie lady kept staring at Suhi for a long time. Her face seemed pensive. Before she left, Li Mu Chidmu picked up Suhei and said to the zombie lady, I'll let you go today. I hope you cultivate the righteous path in the future, and don't cause trouble in the mortal world, otherwise, I'll personally take action to eliminate you. Back in the city, Li Mu mingled with the bustling crowd. He thought as he walked, with the ice coffin, there's no need to worry about sis anymore, but Big Bro Bai is seriously rich. This ice coffin is a rare treasure, and he just let me take it and use it. Still, no matter how rich he is, he's not as rich as the Empress. Clinging to the Empress's thigh is what I'm aiming for? Li Mu seriously calculated. Next, I have to take Han Yan and Wan Wan back to White Cloud Mountain first, then quickly return to the Divine Capital to hand over the demon tree to the Empress, and let her deal with my reward. Scene changed to the Ziwei Palace. Li Muha walked inside, thinking, Han Yan said she needs to go into seclusion. I also need to prepare for the Imperial exam in the next 2 months. If I want to go back to Northern District and be with Han Yan and them again, it'll be at least 3 or 4 months later. In the middle of the main hall, Li Mujin knelt down respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Empress's voice came from behind the screen. Li Aiqing. How is the investigation of the Northern District? Li Mu solemnly reported. Reporting to Your Majesty, I was ordered by Your Majesty to investigate the murder case of the woman in Yangqi County by Princess Yunyang and the Imperial son-in-law 12 years ago. I encountered an ambush by a fifth realm demon. I used the treasure given by Your Majesty to bind this demon, and only then did I learn that this demon was sent by Kui Ming to find the soul of that woman and silence her. The officials in the hall began to discuss. Last time, Kui Ming lost his position because of this matter. Unexpectedly, Lord Lai still hasn't given up. He wants Kui Ming's life. Imperial son-in-law Kui Mi went so far as to send a demon to assassinate Li Mugan to protect himself. He probably didn't expect that the demon would be captured by Li Mugan, but this is just one-sided from Lord Li. Li Mu took out the magical bottle containing the demon tree and opened the lid. He said as he did, I have brought this demon here. Whether I am slandering Kui Ming or not, Your Majesty only needs to search his soul to know. As he spoke, the demon tree appeared right in the Ziwei Palace. The Minister of Ceremonies stepped forward, saying clearly, Your Majesty, I agree to conduct a soul search, the Empress said. Please trouble the Minister. Li Mu observed the Minister of Ceremonies for a moment, thinking, the Minister of Ceremonies is a new member of the Chu faction, and the Chu family and I have a life and death feud. Kui Ming has lost his role in the court. He won't stand on any side, so it's appropriate for him to conduct the soul search. The Minister of Ceremonies frowned as he searched the soul, commenting, This demon is indeed a subordinate of Kui Ming, acting under Kui Ming's orders to silence the woman in Yangqi County. After searching for a while longer, the Minister of Ceremonies abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, Kui Ming is too bold. He actually colluded with the demonic sect. The officials in the hall began to stir. What? Imperial son-in-law colluded with the demonic sect? How is that possible? Wasn't the one colluding with the demonic sect the prefect of Zhujiang County? Kui Ming was clearly the one who exposed him. Could it be that Kui Ming was the one colluding with the demonic sect? He first joined the demonic sect, and then used the crime of colluding with the demonic sect to frame the prefect of Zhujiang County? Li Mu, after hearing the results of the soul search, also thought, if Kui Ming was colluding with the demonic sect, Then Xuanji must have been sent by Kui Ming. Why would the demonic sect help Kui Ming? After thinking for a moment, he tentatively posed a question. Could it be that Kui Ming wasn't colluding with the demonic sect, but that he was originally a member of the demonic sect? The Minister of Ceremonies solemnly said, "Reporting to your Majesty, I know from the memory of this demon tree that Kui Ming is a member of the charm sect of the demonic sect, and also an internal spy that the charm sect arranged to infiltrate the court. The case of the prefect of Zhujiang County more than 10 years ago was also a frame-up by Kui Ming and the demonic sect." The Empress frowned upon hearing this. She immediately ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple to immediately take control of the staff working at Princess Yunyang's residence. Everyone who is closely related to Kui Ming must be thoroughly investigated. After a series of shocks, Her Majesty the Queen also dismissed the court. Li Mu was on his way back when he heard the Queen's voice transmission to the Yang Palace. Li Mu had just arrived at the Yang Palace when he said, "Your Majesty, this trip to the Northern District was quite smooth. It's just that Xuanji, the person who assassinated me, escaped. I fear she has secretly reported the news to Kui Ming. If Kui Ming escapes..." Before he could finish speaking, Shangguan Li entered to report, "Your Majesty, the Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple request an audience." Her Majesty the Queen replied, "Let them in." As soon as the Minister of Justice entered, he reported, "Reporting to your Majesty, Kui Ming and Princess Yunyang went to the Shenlong Garden to play a day ago. I and the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple went to the Shenlong Garden, but only found Princess Yunyang unconscious in the room. Kui Ming's whereabouts are unknown." Shangguan Li exclaimed in surprise. "Impossible! The Imperial Guards are always watching Kui Ming. He couldn't have left the Shenlong Garden." Lim Mudin, although he knew, still frowned and thought to himself, "With Kui Ming's cultivation, if he wanted to leave without making a sound, there are countless ways. Xuanji's speed of delivering information is quite fast." Li Mu then spoke up, "Your Majesty, Kui Ming's relationship with the demonic sect is very close. There may be some magic item or secret technique that allowed Kui Ming to receive the news so quickly." Her Majesty the Queen calculated for a moment and then said, "He's heading north. Order the commanders of the 36 districts to arrest Kui Ming, who colluded with Princess Yunyang and the demonic sect, framing court officials. Once discovered, kill him without mercy." Shangguan Li immediately obeyed the order. Li Mu then sidled up to Her Majesty the Queen and asked, "Your Majesty, is there any magic item that can instantly transmit sound thousands of miles away?" Back then, the devil god had such a magic item. Wouldn't let Kui Ming have a chance to escape then. Her Majesty the Queen pondered for a moment and mumbled, "Magic item, to instantly transmit sound." Quote. The Queen handed Li Mu a conch shell and instructed, "Take this. If there's an emergency, use your magic power to blow this conch and talk to it. I can hear your voice." Li Mu immediately took it and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, this thing is cool." Li Mu then asked, "Your Majesty, do you have anything that can instantly teleport a person to a place thousands of miles away? Could you give me one? That Xuanji, if not for this treasure, wouldn't have been able to escape my grasp." The Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple looked at Li Muchui's professional begging and couldn't help but think, he actually dares to directly ask Her Majesty for that kind of treasure. No wonder he is her favorite subject. Her Majesty the Queen frowned and said, "Teleportation requires a powerhouse beyond transcendence, and it takes a lot of time and effort to refine. I don't have one." Li Mu then shifted his focus to another item. He smiled and said, "Then forget it. By the way, Your Majesty, do you still have any creation pills left? The one you gave me last time? I've already used it up." Her Majesty the Queen couldn't bear it any longer, and was so angry that veins popped out on her forehead. She growled, "No." With that, Her Majesty the Queen waved her hand, blowing Li Mu out. While pushing him out, Her Majesty the Queen voice transmitted an order. "Go to the Ministry of Justice and investigate the case of the Zhujiang prefect 10 years ago. Overturn the verdict for them." Li Mu was pushed out of the Yang Palace. He pouted and said, "If you don't have it, you don't have it. Why be so violent in kicking someone out? And there are outsiders here too." Cut to the Ministry of Justice's punishment chamber. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice sat on a chair and said, "Lord Lai, these are all the materials from the Zhujiang prefect case 10 years ago." Li Mu took the documents and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Li Mu used his magic power to burn all the case materials and said, "Now there's the Zhujiang case overturned. Their entire clan is dead, and their souls have dissipated. They can't see it anymore." The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice also said, "After all these years, the Zhujiang prefect has finally regained his justice." Zhujiang shook his head and said, "Justice delayed is not justice at all. From the day he died, he would never see justice. The Vice Minister of Justice said awkwardly, "My lord, the county magistrate in Hanyang County, Tianhe County, died very mysteriously. The manner of death is very similar to the magistrate of Handan County and Yi County." After investigation, this subordinate discovered that these two had stayed in the ministry as officials more than 10 years ago. Zhu Zhong pondered and said, "Bring the case materials to this official's office. This official will send people to investigate. You don't need to manage it anymore." Li Musho, while burning the materials, said, "I don't know how many wrongful convictions there are in here after all." Zhu Zhong clasped his hands behind his back and replied,
"Each material represents several wronged souls. They may be innocent, but not everyone can be as lucky as the Zhujiang prefect."
Cut to Limu's room at night. He sat on the bed focusing on cultivation and thought, more than 100 lives. The imperial court only needs to say one sentence, that the wrongful convictions were created by demonic sex slander, and can easily let it go, as if nothing happened.
Limu glanced at the sound transmission item next to him. He pondered for a while, then picked it up and pressed it to his ear and said, "Your Majesty, are you asleep?"
At this moment, in the Changla Palace, Her Majesty the Queen was lonely, gazing at the moonlight outside, when Limu's voice rang out.
Her Majesty the Queen was delighted and thought it was Limu. She immediately picked up the conch shell and replied,
"What is it?" Limu smiled cheekily and replied, "Nothing." He thought to himself, if I could give Han Yan this conch shell, then we could chat on the phone every night. If not, then not. After all, this thing is very rare.
Moreover, if I'm being sweet with Han Yan, the queen might be eavesdropping on the side.
This is too stimulating for a single dog.
Li Mu thought mischievously. Should I give the queen's conch shell to Han Yan? With Her Majesty's heart, she wouldn't just give me a conch shell but also a whip.
Li Mu then calmly said into the conch shell.
This subordinate was being presumptuous. Your Majesty, rest early. Her Majesty the Queen, on the other side, opened her mouth and said, I heard about you and your fiancé.
Les Mushua felt guilty and thought to himself, the queen is actually gossiping like this? Is a single dog listening to our love story? Isn't this torturing myself too much? But since the queen wants to listen, it's fine for me to tell. Li Mu hesitated and replied, if your majesty wants to listen. He lay on the bed comfortably and began to tell the story. This is a story from almost a year ago. At that time, I was still a messenger in Yankee County. She had just moved to Yankee County and lived right next to my house. In another year, she will come to Chengdu, and we will get married there. If your majesty has time, you can come to my house to drink wedding wine at that time. My wife is extremely worshipful of your majesty and doesn't allow me to say anything bad about your majesty, even a little bit. The queen immediately grasped the key point and asked him, You speak ill of me, Li Muses immediately explained. I didn't mean to. I mean, she protects your majesty very much, just like I protect your majesty. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen suddenly asked in a deep voice, Why do you want to protect me? Li Mu replied with a smile. Because in my heart, your majesty is a wise ruler worthy of my protection. I'm not afraid of anything in Chengdu, because I know that your majesty is my strongest support. I am willing to be the sharp spear in your majesty's hand, overcoming all difficulties. Her Majesty the Queen, on the other side, was silent after hearing his answer, thinking, That's good too.
Her Majesty the Queen then asked, How are you learning divine powers and techniques? Li Muthi then replied, During this period, I've been busy with Kui Ming's matter. With your majesty's guidance, I've learned invisibility. Her Majesty the Queen sincerely reminded, Although you have talismans and magic treasures, these are external objects. You must quickly learn more divine powers and improve your own strength. Li Mu drowsily replied,
I know. Just as Li Muxia was about to say something more, he fell asleep, and suddenly he experienced a familiar sensation. Li Muxia blankly looked around, puzzled, and thought to himself, I've entered a dreamland. What is Her Majesty pulling me into the dreamland for?
Her Majesty the Queen called him and said, Starting today, I will teach you divine powers in the dream. You must study seriously, Li Mu exclaimed in delight. That's great, thank you, your majesty. He happily thought to himself, Flattery really works. With a powerhouse beyond transcendence personally instructing me, how could I not advance to the creation realm? The scene shifted to outside the Ziwei Palace. Li Mu walked and said, The demonic sect's hands have already reached into the internal affairs of the court, but we can't search the souls of the officials, Zhang Chun continued. If we want to investigate the demonic sect's spies, it's too difficult. Li Mu smiled to himself. I finally reached that position. Recalling the scene just now, Li Mu stood next to Her Majesty the Queen and loudly declared, "By order of Her Majesty, the Zhujiang prefect has suffered a wrongful conviction to this day. Announce it to the world and restore his innocence." Li Mu grinned mischievously, thinking, even if Shangguan just volunteered to go hunt down Kui Ming, it's still enough to prove my standing in Her Majesty's heart. Seeing his sneaky grin, Zhang Chun cautiously said, "What are you grinning like an idiot about? With the Imperial Guards investigating internal spies like this, everyone's freaking out, you know?"
Li Mu calmly replied, "The demonic sect's spies all share one trait. Whether they're male or female, they're incredibly good-looking. People like that can easily gain trust and gather intel." Zhang Chun sighed in relief. Then they probably won't suspect this official. His heart was a bit conflicted, as he secretly thought, not being handsome is safer. Should I be happy or sad about this? Zhang Chun went on, "How shallow! The women of Chengdu are shallow enough, but I never expected even the demonic sect to be this superficial." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him, cutting him off.
"The more beautiful a person is, the more they'll be suspected. So wouldn't this prince be in great danger? But I'm utterly devoted to Her Majesty, you know." Li Mu and Zhang Chun immediately turned to look behind them. It was none other than Prince Xiao. He continued, "If the Imperial Guards end up investigating this prince, you two have to vouch for me." Zhang Chun walked closer to him, then carefully observed Prince Xiao's bulging belly and remarked, "Your Highness, you're overthinking things. In the Imperial Court, no one is safer than you."
The scene shifts to the Imperial Garden of the Imperial Palace, where excited laughter and shouts echoed. Xiao Bai happily looked around, saying,
"Sister Chu, there are so many flowers here, I've never seen anything like it." Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress, gently replied, "You can take some home later, okay? Do you want some snacks? I'll have someone bring them." Xiao Bai turned, her face worried as she replied, "I'm not hungry. Actually, it's you, Sister Chu. You eat way too little. Benefactor even told me to tell you to eat more." Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress, smiled and replied, "He's quite considerate, isn't he?" The Empress then became a little curious and asked, "Xiao Bai, how did you meet Li Mu?"
Xiao Bai lowered her head and smiled nostalgically as she recounted, "Back then, I hadn't even fully transformed yet, and I accidentally fell into a hunter's trap. It was Benefactor who saved me and even bandaged my wounds.
From that moment on, I swore I'd definitely repay his kindness." Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress, asked blankly, "Repay him how?"
Xiao Bai blushed shyly and replied, "I want to marry Benefactor and stay by his side forever." Hearing that, Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress, furrowed her brow and asked, "Doesn't he already have a fiancée?"
Xiao Bai said, blushing, "Benefactor has Sister Liu and Wan Wan, and he can have me too. The three of us will all stay by Benefactor's side forever." Hearing that, Her Imperial Majesty the Empress's heart immediately began to pound. She imagined it, exclaiming inwardly, "3 people." Her Imperial Majesty the Empress put a hand to her chest, her face flushed with confusion. She secretly thought, "My heart's pounding so fast. Have I developed a heart devil?" Suddenly, she shook her head, vigorously reminding herself inwardly, "Chuwu, you can't think about that anymore." But the more she tried to suppress those naughty thoughts, the more they popped up.
In the end, she became so annoyed by her own thoughts that she turned her back and left, leaving Xiao Bai with only a brief farewell.
"Xiao Bai, you play first.
I have something to do." Her Imperial Majesty the Empress walked away, thinking, "My heart devil appeared because of Li Muhe. If I want to get rid of this heart devil, I absolutely have to find a way to kill Li Muhe quickly. But what should I do? I can't kill the person who understands me best, the one who protects me the most, the one who doesn't hesitate to offend major forces for me, and is also my most trusted confidant, so I guess I need to find another way to get rid of this heart devil." The scene shifts to Li Mu's home, where he was comfortably lying on his bed, deep in thought. Today, Her Majesty probably won't even say hello, and will just directly hypnotize me, pulling me into the dreamscape, right? I should find a comfortable position first. But after a long while, nothing happened. Li Mu looked puzzled at the conch shell beside him, muttering to himself, "Why isn't she here yet? Did Her Majesty have something come up today?" Li Mu curiously picked up the conch shell and asked, "Your Majesty, are you not coming tonight?" Still no response. After a long time, Li Mu then thought it was strange. Looks like Her Majesty really is busy.
"Well, I'll just go to sleep then. I'll ask her tomorrow what happened." Li Mu's familiar voice echoed from the conch shell on the Empress's side. The Empress, with a solemn face, looked over. She was huddled in a corner, secretly reminding herself, "Chuwu, you must control yourself."
Time passed. 2 nights later, Li Muha sat on his bed, puzzled, thinking, "What's going on? Her Majesty hasn't entered my dreams for a few days now. Before, she'd enter my dreams every day to teach me spells.
Not only that, I've been standing on that spot for a few days now. Sister Mai just got back, and she's already taken my spot. He rested his hand on his forehead, thinking to himself. Recently, I've been actively seeking Her Majesty to talk about my life goals. I even washed my hands to cook soup for her, and I brought Xiao Bai into the palace to stay by her side. Her Majesty shouldn't have any reason to be angry with me, right?
The scene shifts to outside Changla Palace. Li Mu stood there, hesitating, thinking. Instead of trying to guess how I offended Her Majesty, it's better to just go ask her directly. Though, looking at the situation, it doesn't seem very optimistic. Inside Changla Palace at that moment, Her Imperial Majesty the Empress received the news and thought, a transcendent realm heart devil cannot be underestimated. I barely managed to suppress it.
If I meet Li Muchain, I'm afraid all my previous efforts will be wasted. Having thought that, she immediately shook her head, making Mai Wei, who was nearby, exclaim in surprise, Your Majesty.
A moment later, Mai Wei came out and said to him, Li Muhi, Her Majesty isn't in the palace. If you have anything to say, just tell me, it's the same thing. The moment Li Mu heard this, he knew. He secretly analyzed.
Her Majesty rarely leaves the palace, and when she does, it's basically to my house. Minister Mai is clearly lying on Her Majesty's behalf. Li Mu helplessly replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if Kui Ming has been caught yet. Mai Wei replied thoughtfully, Not yet, for now. But A Li has personally gone to catch him with many masters, and what's more, they can lock onto Kui Ming's trail the entire way. He won't escape.
Mai Wei then asked sternly, Hey, Li Mujie, did you perhaps anger Her Majesty? Li Mujie replied helplessly, No, I don't know either. Mai Wei didn't keep him, saying, All right then, you can head back. As for Kui Ming, I'll let you know once there's any news. Li Mukan nodded in reply.
Thanks, Sister Mai.
A palace maid walking by saw him, and immediately thought, Her Majesty just entered Changla Palace 15 minutes ago. Li Mukana has fallen out of favor. I must tell the Imperial Consort Dowager about this. The scene shifts to an inn in Chengdu. Li Mu, holding a bottle of wine, walked over to Lim Si and said, Want a drink? Lim Si replied while reading a book. Why do you have free time to come here today? Sit down first. I'm almost done memorizing this part. Li Mu walked over, directly picked up Li Si's book, and said, Stop memorizing that. This part won't be on the exam. Li Si asked in surprise, How do you know the Imperial examination questions? Are you the one setting them? Li Mu casually replied, Believe it or not. Hearing that, Li Si's brain started analyzing. Given the Empress's favor towards him, it's not impossible. Li Si didn't let the opportunity slip and immediately asked for a favor. Then, a few days before the exam, remember to tell me what the questions are. Okay. Li Mu handed a cup of wine to Li Si and replied, No exam questions, but I'll help you highlight the key points. Ultimately, you still have to rely on yourself for the exam. Li Si took the cup of wine and said, All right, out with it. What's bothering you? Li Mu silently recounted, I have a friend, and he has a friend of the opposite sex. A few days ago, this friend of the opposite sex was incredibly special to him, not only constantly giving him rare fruits but also inviting him to eat. But in the past few days, this friend of the opposite sex has suddenly become cold towards my friend, even refusing to meet him. Why is that? Li Si directly asked. Did you offend her? Li Musha immediately corrected him. Not me, it's my friend, and my friend didn't offend her either. He was extremely good to her.
Li Si then began to analyze. There are 3 possibilities for this. First, you were her target, but only one of many. Her coldness towards you is because she now has another object of her intense attention. Li Mu drank and thought, The Empress isn't the type to two-time people.
Li Si continued. Second, she's simply grown tired of it, and just doesn't want to waste her enthusiasm on you anymore. Li Mu glanced away, mumbling. It's my friend, though, he secretly thought. My relationship with Her Majesty is superior subordinate, not a romantic one, so she definitely wouldn't get bored. Li Si also temporarily changed the topic, asking, Sorry, it's about that friend of yours. By the way, can you beat Miss Liu now? Li Mu honestly replied. It's not about whether I can beat her, it's about whether I can even fight back. I'm no match for her at all. After digging around for information, Li Si concluded. Then congratulations to you, and congratulations to that friend of yours. That third possibility is that the girl actually likes your friend. Her being hot and cold, close and distant, that's all normal stuff between a guy and a girl. If I'm not wrong, after a period of coldness, she'll get all hot and bothered with your friend again. Li Muda got completely drunk, staggering as he opened the door to go home, muttering, "No way, we're not in a relationship. Lianxi is totally wrong."
The next day, the court officials were all buzzing. Li Mu requested an audience with His Majesty but was refused. He hadn't attended morning court for days, and His Majesty didn't even react. He even stripped Li Mu of his close attendant status and issued an imperial edict. "Li Mu has definitely fallen from grace," one official said in a mocking tone. "This is going to be a good show. Those who have grudges against Liao Mu might make a move on him." Zhang Chun frowned in worry, thinking, "No, I have to find Liao Mu and ask him what's going on."
No sooner said than done. He ran straight to Li Mu's place as soon as he got home. As soon as he reached the door, he shouted, "Li Mu, say, Li Mu!" Li Mu, who was puttering around in the kitchen, leisurely said, "Old Zhang, you've come at the right time. Go get Li Si, let's have a few drinks together." Zhang Chun asked him anxiously, "What drinks? What's going on between you and His Majesty? The court is saying you've fallen out of favor. Aren't you worried at all?" Ling Mu calmly asked, "Whether I've fallen out of favor is up to His Majesty. What's the use of worrying?" Master Zhang said loudly. "You're not worried, but I am. As someone who's been around the block, let me give you a piece of advice. A lover's spat at the beginning of the bed will always be reconciled at the end of the bed. If there's any misunderstanding between a man and woman, just talk it out. Don't hide it. The longer you hide it, the bigger the problem will be." As he dragged Li Mu away, he said, "Think about it. You've offended so many people in Shendu. Once you lose His Majesty's protection, there will be plenty of people who won't be able to resist making a move on you."
Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Li Mu opened the door and asked amiably, "What is it?"
2 soldiers from the Ministry of Justice stepped forward and said clearly, "Lord Lin, there's a case related to you. Please cooperate with us in solving the case and come with us to the Ministry of Justice."
Zhang Chun was also surprised, thinking to himself, "That was fast." Cut to the main hall of the Ministry of Justice. A common woman knelt before Zhu Zhong, earnestly pleading, "Last night, while this humble woman was at home, I was assaulted by a man in black. Afterwards, this humble woman removed his mask, and I discovered that the person who assaulted this humble woman was none other than Censor Li Mushi, who had just walked in, thought in a daze." "Ah, assault!" Zhang Chun immediately shouted. "How is that possible, common woman? Don't spit blood on people." Zhu Zhong immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Silence! Master Zhang, this official is hearing the case. Please leave the court if you're not involved." Zhang Chun, who was being pushed out, still tried to say, "Zhu Zhong, you." Zhu Zhong then turned to Li Mu and asked, "Censor Li, this woman kneeling before the court is from Yanghe Brothel. Today she came to the Ministry of Justice to report that you assaulted her last night. What do you have to say for yourself?" Li Mu calmly replied, "This official was at home all night and never went out. I couldn't have gone to Yanghe Brothel and assaulted her. Why is this young lady falsely accusing me?" The common woman shouted at the top of her lungs. "You're talking nonsense," Li Mu said sternly. "Justice is in your heart." Zhu Zhong seriously proposed, "Lord Lai, if you have nothing to hide, would you allow this official to perform a soul search?" Lin Mu calmly replied, "A soul search by Vice Minister Zhu is useless on this official. Moreover, performing a soul search on the accused without evidence is a violation of the law. The accuser should produce evidence, not the accused prove their innocence." Zhu Zhong nodded and said, "That makes sense." He turned to the common woman and asked, "Zhu Xi, Lord Li is a court official. You say Censor Li assaulted you last night. Do you have any evidence? If you accuse him, you must agree to let this official perform a soul search." She immediately knelt down and replied, "This humble woman agrees." Zhu Zhong began to search the common woman's soul, and the images from the night before gradually became clear. After a struggle, when she tore off the mask of the man, Li Mutia's face was indeed revealed. Zhu Zhong frowned and asked, "Li Mu, Censor Li, do you have anything to say?" Li Mu was still staring at the soul search image without saying anything. A secretary of the Ministry of Justice exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible! I've seen the young lady beside Lord Lai before. She's 10,000 times more beautiful than this woman. How could Lord Lai abandon the near for the far?" Several constables from the Ministry of Justice discussed disdainfully, "That's not for sure. The flowers in your own garden aren't as fragrant as the wildflowers. Maybe some people have strange tastes." Li Mu still calmly said, "This official believes the Ministry of Justice will return my innocence," Zhu Zhong said sternly. "Although this case cannot be concluded yet, Lord Lai is the prime suspect. I'm afraid you can't leave here." "Guards, temporarily detain Li Mu, and we will hear the case after this official investigates it." The constables from the Ministry of Justice quickly stepped forward, shackled him, and said, "Please forgive us." Li Mu also cooperated very readily. Zhu Zhong then walked out of the main hall. Zhang Chun, who had been standing outside for a long time, immediately ran out and called for him to stop. Zhang Chun pointed directly at Zhu Zhong's face and questioned, "You're arresting a court official so casually. What can a woman's memory prove? What if someone transformed into Li Mu's appearance and committed the crime?" Zhu Zhong replied sternly. Master Zhang's meaning is that a powerhouse at the sixth realm transformed into Censor Li to assault a woman in order to frame him. Zhang Chun said loudly, "Transformation techniques aren't necessarily something only the sixth realm can use. Transformation talismans and disguise pills can also transform the body."
A face change. Zhu Zhong frowned and asked back, "Someone used a heaven-tier talisman and a gold-tier pill to frame Censor Li." Zhang Chun nodded and said, "Lord Lai is wholeheartedly for the people and has offended all the powerful officials in Chengdu. There are countless people in Chengdu who want to kill him. This is very likely." Zhu Zhong also nodded in agreement. "This possibility cannot be ruled out, but what is the truth? The Ministry of Justice will have to investigate to find out." A constable from the Ministry of Justice came to the gate and said to the people, "What are you all doing here? Disperse. Disperse."
The people outside anxiously asked, "Li Butu has been in there for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Has something happened?" Hearing this, the constable flashed a smug smile and replied, "To tell you the truth, Li Butu is afraid he won't be able to get out this time. He's involved in a case of assaulting a woman and has been locked up in the prison."
Hearing this, the people were not angry at all, but instead defended him and cursed, "Impossible! You useless trash! How dare you insult Li Butu? Li Butu isn't that kind of person. You and the Ministry of Justice must be trying to frame Li Butu. Dog officials. Li Butu is such a good person, and you still want to slander and harm him? Everyone shout with me, release him, release him, release Li Butu." The constable also unexpectedly shouted, "Stop immediately." Cut to inside the Ministry of Justice prison. Li Mu sat cross-legged and leisurely observed his prison cell, thinking to himself, "Zhu Zhong has arranged a prison cell in a good location for me.
My magical power isn't suppressed. I have to think of a way to leave. This prison cell can't hold me, but I have to find out who framed me first. Who will your first guest be?" Just as he thought that, he heard footsteps outside. Wei Peng, an official of the Ministry of Revenue, stood in front of Li Mu's prison cell and asked sarcastically, "Lord Lai, how have you been lately?" Another person also spoke up, "First time meeting Lord Lai. I'm Zhu Qi, an aide in the Ministry of Rights. Zhu Tong is my son." Li Mu calmly asked, "What are you doing here?" That Wei Peng said loudly. Hearing that Lord Li was locked up in prison was a bit of a shock, so I came to inquire specially, as a pillar of the country and His Majesty's favorite. How could Lord Li do such a despicable thing? That Zhu Qi, with a face full of sarcasm and a little bit of smugness, said to Li Mu, "If you have any requests that need help, just say it. This official will definitely help you." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu bluntly interrupted, "Get lost!" After driving away those two guys, Li Mu sat back with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, "Who's next?" Soon after, an old man appeared outside Li Mu's cell. He hobbled over with a cane and asked, "Lord Li, do you recognize this old man?" Li Mu casually asked. "Who are you?" The old man introduced himself clearly. "I am the Vice Minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices from 2 months ago. You fought my grandson 3 times and broke 5 of his ribs. And you don't know who I am?" Li Mu stroked his chin and retorted, "Is the Vice Minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices confused? I beat your grandson, not you. Why should I know who you are?" Li Mu's words made the old man boil with anger and he shouted, You're too arrogant," Li Mu confidently replied. "This official's arrogance isn't something new. Is this the first time you've noticed?" The old man angrily turned to leave, cursing as he walked away. "The people you've offended in the godly capital, some have power and influence. I'll wait and see if you can still be arrogant in a few days." His threat made Li Mu think, the mastermind behind this probably isn't him. I have too many enemies in the godly capital. I can't even guess who the real mastermind is. Again there was noise outside the cell. Li Mu looked out and saw 2 women with wrinkled faces staring at him. Li Mu observed, thinking, I don't recognize either of them, but the animosity I feel from them is familiar. He curiously called out to the guard next to the cell and asked, "Hey, you! Who are the 2 women who just came in?" The guard puffed out his chest and yelled, "You, dead man!" But as soon as he caught Li Mu's sharp gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat and replied, They are the 4th madam of the Zhu family and her daughter." Hearing that, a name immediately popped into Li Mu's head. Zhu Xi. It's him! I've always been wary of Zhu Xi and Zhu Ting, his father. I didn't expect his wife to strike first. Now that I know who the mastermind is, There's no need to stay in the Ministry of Justice anymore. Thinking this, he ordered the guard to call Zhu Zhong over. A while later, Zhu Zhong arrived in front of his cell and asked, "Does Imperial Censor Li have anything else to say?" Li Mu didn't rush, and calmly asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, did that brute succeed with the woman?" Zhu Zhong immediately replied, "Last night Xu Shi had her virginity taken by that man. Just waiting for that." Li Mu then said, "If that's the case, this case is definitely a frame-up." Zhu Zhong frowned and asked, "Why?" Li Mu's face turned red with embarrassment and he mumbled. Because Zhu Zhong didn't hear clearly, he leaned in closer and asked again, "I didn't hear you. Please say it again, Lord Li." Li Mu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Because this official is still a virgin." Zhu Zhong was also surprised, and replied, "This. Please trouble Lord Li to extend his right hand." Zhu Zhong then took Li Mu's pulse, his face furrowed because of this. As if confirming something, Zhu Zhong then ordered the guard, "Open the door." Cut to Chengla Palace, where Her Majesty the Empress was still sitting by the window gazing at the moon, occasionally looking at the silent conch shell beside her. Suddenly, the conch shell emitted Xiaobai's voice, and she anxiously said, "Sister Zhu, please save benefactor." The Empress, confused, used her illusion to observe the situation, and Li Mu saw that he was in a prison. She frowned, worried, and thought, "How could this be?" The Empress immediately summoned Mei Wei. Lord Mei appeared before the Empress in an instant, and respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty," the Empress asked. "What happened to Li Mu?" Mei Wei said somberly. "Reporting to your Majesty, Li Mu has been framed and imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon." Mei Wei then asked, "Your Majesty, has Li Mu done something to displease you?" The Empress asked, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Mei Wei couldn't hold back and replied, "Please forgive this subordinate's presumptuousness. These days, your Majesty has been very cold towards Li Mu. The court rumors say that you are not pleased with him. Li Mu has fallen out of favor. Without your Majesty's protection, all the forces in the godly capital will make a move against him, and it will be very difficult for him to gain a foothold in the godly capital. Li Mu cannot be without your Majesty. Your Majesty doing this will hurt him. With his temperament, your Majesty may lose him forever." Hearing this, the Empress couldn't believe it and thought, "I can't tell Mei Wei that I'm avoiding Li Mu to suppress my inner demons." She immediately ordered, "You immediately go to the Ministry of Justice and bring him out." Speaking of this, the Empress suddenly stopped. She stood up and said, "Forget it, I'll go myself." Cut to outside the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu had just been released. He saw Mei Wei and said in surprise, "Lord Mei." The Empress, under the guise of Mei Wei, asked in surprise, "How did you get out?" Li Mu leisurely replied, "I didn't do it in the first place." Explaining it clearly was enough. Li Mu also offered, "It's almost lunchtime. How about you come home with me for a meal, and then return to the palace together?" The Empress flusteredly said, "Okay, but Her Majesty hasn't eaten yet. I'll go back to the palace and ask Her Majesty." Li Mu repondered and replied, "It's better not to mention Her Majesty. There's only enough food at home for 3 people." The Empress hesitantly suggested, "Then let's go to the market to buy some things." Li Mu dejectedly replied, "Forget it, I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. I'll just go back and eat steamed buns with pickled vegetables with Xiaobai." Li Mu bid farewell to Mei Wei and turned to leave. The Empress, under the guise of Mei Wei, mumbled in disappointment and sadness, "Was I really wrong?" That night at Li Mu's house, he tossed and turned in bed thinking, "It's normal to be framed by enemies and thrown into prison, but I'm loyal and devoted to the Empress. Not only did I clear away obstacles for her, but I also cared about her life, eased her worries, and made her favorite dishes. My enthusiasm was exchanged for indifference and alienation. The human world is not worth it." He lay back and sighed, contemplating the future. Should I take Xiaobai back to the northern prefecture? I don't want to care about the hearts of the people in the godly capital anymore. This heartbreaking place shouldn't be stayed in. Suddenly, Li Mu narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Am I dreaming?" The familiar figure of Her Majesty the Empress appeared in his mind. He confirmed it and thought, "It really is Her Majesty, but I don't want to see this fickle woman right now." Li Mu resolutely sat up, not allowing himself to be drawn into the illusion. He reminded himself to calm down, but he kept yawning, making Li Mu helplessly curse. "Will you stop?" He took a deep breath and calmly controlled his sleepiness. Her Majesty the Empress was no longer in the dreamscape, but directly appeared next to Li Mu's bed, surprising him. As soon as the Empress arrived, she said, "I was wrong," Li Mu asked, very firmly. "Where were you wrong?" In his heart he thought, "She's not Hanyan. It doesn't seem good for a ruler to be questioned like this by me." However, another personality within him spoke up. "Is it okay for a ruler to be wrong? My loyalty to her is only because she is accepted by me. If she doesn't know where she was wrong this time, she can repeat it next time. What should I do if she's always hot and cold? I'm not even dating her."
Her Majesty the Empress was not angry at all, she replied dejectedly. "It was I who did not think thoroughly, giving people in the court the opportunity to cause you such great trouble." Li Mu said bluntly. "Your subject is not afraid of trouble, nor is he afraid of any enemies. As long as your Majesty is behind me, what does it matter if the enemy is the entire court, or the whole world?"
What your subject is afraid of is that your subject, for your Majesty, for the Great Zhou, becomes the enemy of the world. But when your subject turns around, he finds that there is no one behind him. Hearing this, the Empress was shocked and thought, "He considers the whole world as his enemy for my sake, but what have I done? I abandoned him, letting him face countless enemies alone. Enemies who became his enemies because of me, because of the Great Zhou."
Li Mu supported himself on the bed with one hand and continued, "Your subject wants to ask your Majesty, has your subject done anything to displease your Majesty? If your subject has offended your Majesty, please state it clearly. Even if your subject dies, please let your subject die with understanding."
Her Majesty the Empress finally said, No. It's that I encountered inner demons. I've been suppressing them these past few days and haven't had time. That's why I've been cold to you." Li Mushat said in surprise. "Inner demons?" He thought. "Your Majesty is a powerhouse who has transcended the seventh realm. It's extremely terrifying for cultivators of this level to encounter inner demons. If it's serious, their cultivation will regress, their minds will be affected by the inner demons, and they may even die." Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank God it was a misunderstanding. I really thought I'd fallen out of favor." He looked up at Her Majesty the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, repeat after me. The heart is like ice, fearing not the collapsing heavens. With all changes set, the spirit is calm and the key is still, untouched by worldly dust, untainted by vulgar appearances." Her Majesty the Empress didn't object, and began to recite after him.
As the Empress recited, she thought, "Ever since I came to Li Mu's place, my heart demon has been constantly stirring, and it's been a struggle to suppress it, but after reciting these few sentences, my heart has calmed down a lot." Li Mu stared at her and asked, "Your Majesty feeling better?"
The Empress asked in surprise, "Much better. What is this mantra of yours?" Li Musheka explained honestly. "This is the pure heart art. It can calm your emotions at any time, but it only suppresses the heart demon for a while. It can't cure the root cause. If your Majesty wants to completely resolve the heart demon, you still have to start from the source."
Her Majesty the Empress nodded in response.
"I understand." She thought to herself, "Start from the source, doesn't that mean starting with Li Mu? But how should I begin?" She spoke to Li Mu with a serious expression. "From now on, I will always have your back. Whatever you encounter, just go ahead and do what you must. I'll take care of everything."
Li Mu's happy but still replied quietly, "This subject understands." He inwardly blamed himself with embarrassment. "I almost misunderstood Her Majesty. How could I think of her like that?" The misunderstanding was cleared. Her Majesty the Empress asked him again, "Do you know who is behind the scheme to frame you?" Bilfane. Li Muskane answered truthfully. "Today, in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon, I met Zhao Shi's mother, and the wife of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights. I'm highly suspicious of those two." Her Majesty the Empress did some finger calculations and then said, "Zhou Shi's mother is a relative of mine. I don't know if she's involved in this. As for the wife of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, you can rest assured I will get justice for you."
A while later, Li Mu finally fell into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a strange dream appeared, with him and Her Majesty the Empress as the main characters. She declared in a loud voice, "I was able to conquer the 10 prefectures and 3 islands, unifying the world. The lives of the 10 prefectures, from the myriad kingdoms to the imperial court, are all thanks to you, my dearest official, Li." The scene in the dream shifted again. Li Mu knelt before Her Majesty the Empress and said, "Thanks to your Majesty's support, this subject had no hesitation." Her Majesty the Empress wrapped an arm around Li Munai's waist and declared powerfully, "Today, I shall make you my Empress and share the world with me." And then, a series of bedroom scenes flashed through his mind.
This dream made Li Mu scream in terror and jolt awake. His face was pale, sweat pouring down like a river. He thought to himself, "Holy crap, not only do I have to work like a horse for her, but I also have to sleep with her." The next day, Li Mu stood before the palace gates, thinking, although most ordinary men wouldn't want to marry an empress, Her Majesty is not only rich and powerful, but she also admits when she's wrong, and has the strength to protect her husband. A woman like this is a 1 in a million find. It wouldn't be so bad to have her as a wife. Thinking this, Liamu slapped himself across the face and said, "Trisk, scumbag." He frowned, cursing himself internally. Han Yan is still in the northern prefecture, and here I am, having such thoughts about the Empress. Seeing Li Mu's strange actions, the crowd of officials began to gossip. After being arrested by the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu was released, and Her Majesty didn't intervene at all. Has this Li Mu really fallen out of favor? Plus, he's even slapping himself. Looks like he did something to wrong Her Majesty, and is regretting it now. If someone confirms that Her Majesty no longer cares about Li Musa, he'll be out of the divine capital within a month, never to be seen again. Li Mu stood squarely in front of those idle officials and shouted, "No discussions before the court assembly." Zhao Qi and Wei Peng looked at him with disdainful smiles. They thought to themselves, "Li Mu, oh Li Mu, all you are now is a censor who can only show off his power in the hall. Besides yelling at us ministers for disrespectful behavior, what else can you do? Not to mention, your days of strutting around are numbered."
Li Mugao looked sternly at Zhu Qi and said, "Lord Zhu Chu, why are you looking at me? Your official hat is crooked, which is disrespectful to the Empress. According to the law, the penalty is 10 strokes with the rod and half a month's salary. Guards, drag the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Zhou Qi, to the side and give him 10 strokes as a warning."
He clutched his official hat and yelled, "There's no such law!"
Li Mu confidently held up the law book and said, "Article 3 of the 35th volume of the Great Zhou Law states that officials must have tidy attire before attending court.
Your untidy attire is considered disrespectful to the sovereign, punishable by the loss of half a month's salary and 10 strokes with the rod." Did I misquote a single word? That Zhu Qi was stunned and stammered. "There's really a law like that." Li Muno clasped his hands behind his back and said seriously, "These are the rules set by the former emperor. Now, under Her Majesty's reign, you all fail to comply. It's clear you hold no respect for Her Majesty. If I don't make you remember this today, I'm afraid you'll disrespect Her Majesty even more in the future."
He began to point out each person's faults. "Lord Wei, the official robes you wear are a symbol of the Great Zhou, the face of the imperial court. The former emperor demanded that court officials be neatly dressed during assembly, with no stains on their robes. Have you forgotten?" Without waiting for a reply, Li Mu pronounced the sentence.
"Penalty of half a month's salary and 10 strokes.
He frowned, glanced at the soldier behind him, and urged,
"What are you still standing there for?
Carry out the punishment." The two soldiers looked at each other hesitantly, but at that moment, Mei Wei stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Didn't you hear Lord Lin's words?"
Lord Mei said with a stern face, "Disrespect before Her Majesty was a serious crime during the former emperor's time. A penalty of 10 strokes is getting off easy. Get to it." Immediately, the two soldiers dragged Wei Peng away as he screamed, "I've been wrong!"
The others who heard this felt a pang of guilt, thinking, "He's blatantly taking revenge because we went to the dungeon last night to mock him, so today he's deliberately making trouble for us." They secretly used magic to tidy up their outfits. The director of the Ministry of Justice nervously looked at the hole in his sleeve, thinking, the Vice Minister of Rights had a crooked hat, and the Vice Director of the Ministry of Revenue had a stained cuff. Both got 10 strokes. My robe has a hole in it. That's got to be at least 50 strokes, right?
Li Mu's gaze swept over to the director of the Ministry of Justice, making him break out in a cold sweat. But he didn't say anything. The Vice Minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices gritted his teeth and stared at Li Muzia, thinking, "My official robe is enchanted with a warding spell. It's impervious to water and fire, and dust can't stick to it. My official hat is also perfectly straight. He won't be able to find any fault with me." Seeing Li Mu's eyes move elsewhere, the director of the Ministry of Justice let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "He let me off. It seems Lord Lia still remembers that I once helped him. He's not like the others at court, although he can be annoying at times. He knows how to distinguish between kindness and grudges. He's someone worth befriending." Li Mu observed the Vice Minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, thinking to himself, "I can't find any flaws on him. Let's try again." The man thought in fear, "Could it be that I put my shoes on the wrong feet in my hurry this morning? This Li Mu is so damn annoying, just staring at my feet without saying a word. Damn it, my foot is starting to feel a bit numb. Did I really put them on backwards?" He fought an internal battle before looking down at his shoes, checking them over, and then sighing in relief. "Good. The shoes are fine."
But just as he was rejoicing, a drop of his sweat dripped onto the ground. The person standing in front of him instinctively stepped back. Unfortunately, this collision knocked his official hat completely askew. He didn't have time to fix it, only managing to think with a sinking heart, I'm screwed.
This was just what Li Muchui was waiting for. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Guards!" A moment later,
in the brightly lit Zihui Palace, Li Mu looked at the row of officials before him, thinking with satisfaction. Their robes are tidy, their hats are straight, their spirit is much better now. At this moment, Jiang Chun stepped out from the ranks and said solemnly,
"Reporting to Your Majesty, I wish to accuse the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhao Zhong. As the Vice Minister, he abused his power with fabricated charges, throwing censor Li Mu into the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. Where is the sanctity of the law?" Li Mu smiled to himself, thinking, "In this entire imperial court, only old Zhang sticks up for me. When I get promoted in the future, I definitely won't forget you." Mei Wei, speaking on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress, asked, "Lord Zhao, do you have anything to say?" Zhao Zhong stepped forward and said clearly, "Lord Zhang's words are not true. This official acted according to the law. From the memories of the raped woman, the man who assaulted her looked identical to Li Mui, which is why I temporarily detained Censor Li. Later, when Censor Li personally stated he possessed a pure yang body, the suspicion was cleared, and this official immediately released him. How can this be called an abuse of power?" The officials in the court were stunned and exclaimed, "A pure yang body?" Her Majesty the Empress thought in surprise. "He's actually a pure yang body." Else. A look of satisfaction appeared on her face as she thought, "It's good that he's kept himself pure like this. I'm afraid the person who framed him never expected this point, did they?" The officials below took the opportunity to whisper amongst themselves, "No wonder the Ministry of Justice suddenly released him. He's one of the most handsome men in the divine capital. If he agreed, he could be a new groom every night. Turns out, he's a pure yang body, who has never been with a woman. Who would have thought he's still a virgin?" Standing in a corner, Li Mu heard these whispers, and cursed Zhao Zhong internally. "I'm gonna tear your mouth to shreds. Even though I'm proud of my pure yang body, it's really annoying when other people know about it. That damn Zhao Zhong, you've been single for over a decade yourself, what right do you have to talk about me?" After the court session was dismissed, Jiang Chun started looking for Li Mu. As he walked, he thought, he disappeared right after court was over, that Li Mu must have run home again. In court today, Her Majesty didn't say a word about the plot to frame Li Mu again. "I tried to seek an audience with Her Majesty just now but was refused. This won't do. I have to go find him." The gossip from the officials this morning still echoed in his mind. Looks like Li Mu Maga has really fallen out of favor. Serves him right, for being so arrogant. Zhu Qi and Wei Ping got 10 strokes each.
Even the elderly vice director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices got beaten. They're not gonna let this slide.
Jiang Chun thought with righteous indignation, "I don't want my 5 courtyard residences anymore. I don't want my servants either. As Li Mu's friend, I must tell him to leave the capital ASAP and never come back." He pushed open the door and shouted, "Li Mu!" But inside, Li Mu and Her Majesty the Queen were having hot pot in the courtyard. Li Mu wasn't surprised at all, and said, "Old Zhang, what brings you here?" Jiang Chun saw the Queen sitting there and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Holy crap, everyone's saying Li Mu's out of favor, and the Queen rejected his audience request. Who would have thought she's here, having hot pot at his place?" Li Mu turned and invited him with a bright smile. "Old Zhang, want to join us? We're having hot pot."
Jiang Chun waved his hands frantically, saying, No, it's nothing. My wife's waiting for me at home. I gotta go."
He turned and scurried away. While running, Jiang Chun thought, "I'll go find a real estate agent in the capital later and see if there are any vacant 5 courtyard residences available." Li Mu, while picking up some vegetables, thought, "This old Zhang." He turned to the Queen and asked, "How's Her Majesty's inner demon doing?" The Queen calmly replied, "It's much better thanks to your incantation," she thought to herself. "Although I don't know why my inner demon acts up when I see Li Mu, now that I know he's just as inexperienced as I am, even if I don't use the incantation, the inner demon doesn't appear anymore." Li Mu said leisurely, "Good. The drama we needed to act has been acted, the bait we needed to set has been set, now we just wait for the fish to bite." Her Majesty the Queen picked up a piece of tofu for him and said, "Sorry to put you through this, making you temporarily take the fall for being out of favor." Li Mu replied casually, "It's nothing. As long as I know you've got my back, a little bit of being wronged is nothing." Cut to the next day, the sound of accusations from several officials echoed in the main hall. "Reporting to Your Majesty, I have something to report." Wei Peng, an official from the Ministry of Personnel, stood up and said, wanting to accuse Constable Li Mu of neglecting his duties by frequently visiting brothels during investigations. Then came Chu Qi, a senior official from the Ministry of Rights, who said, "I also want to accuse Li Mu of accepting bribes from the people during his tenure." The vice director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices stepped forward and continued, I accuse Li Mue, as an imperial censor in the court, of using his position to attack his opponents and abusing his power during the investigation of the officials' affairs. Zhang Chun, who knew everything, stood in the ranks and curled his lips, thinking, HMPH, a bunch of fools, what do you know about the relationship between Her Majesty and Li Mu? Immediately after that, there was a series of similar accusations from the officials. I also accuse Li Mu. I also accuse Li Mu.
Then, a moment later, silence fell. The officials looked around blankly, thinking, why are there so few of us? Chu Qi, the senior official from the Ministry of Rights, frowned and thought, there are far fewer people accusing Li Muxi than we expected. What are the others waiting for? But according to the procedure, it's my turn to take the stage now. The Vice Minister of Revenue stood up and said, Your Majesty, censors are supposed to be the clear stream of the court, and the imperial censor should be righteous. Li Mu's actions have caused controversy, and he's no longer suitable to be an imperial censor. Li Mu smiled when he heard these accusations, thinking, they've put in a lot of effort to accuse me, huh? If I weren't an imperial censor but just a small-time constable in the capital, wouldn't I be at their mercy? But too bad, your plan has failed.
Her Majesty the Queen finally spoke in a cold voice. You want to accuse Li Aiqing? Upon hearing this, Chu Qi stammered. Reporting to your Majesty, I want to. But he only managed to say half a sentence before he was startled and thought, wait, isn't Li Mu out of favor? Why is Her Majesty calling him by this intimate nickname?
Could it be? At this moment, the officials looked at each other in horror, exclaiming inwardly, oh no, we've fallen into a trap.
Chu Qi frowned and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, from the beginning to the end, Li Muqi being out of favor was a trap set by Her Majesty and him, just to lure people like us out, and we bit the bait just like they wanted. Minister Zhang took the stage at this moment, and he sternly questioned, may I ask Minister Wei, you said Constable Lai neglected his duties and went to brothels for fun? Then who was it that braved the pressure from the academy to seek justice for the women of Jiangzhen?
The accusation of accepting bribes is even more absurd. Constable Lai is wholeheartedly for the people, seeking justice and clearing grievances for the common folk. The common folk respect and love him, so they often make tea to quench his thirst while he's patrolling the streets, and offer a bowl of noodles to relieve his hunger. Is the kindness of the common folk considered a bribe?
Zhang Chun then turned to question the vice director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices. As for you saying that Lord Lai attacked his opponents, Lord Lai has noble virtues and has never formed factions. On the contrary, each of you considers yourselves to be part of new or old factions. Lord Lina was merely punishing you for your disrespect in court according to the laws of the late emperor. Yet you still harbor resentment and seek revenge in the name of justice. How dare you accuse Lord Lina? The vice director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices was furious and pointed at Zhang Chun, shouting, You're spouting nonsense! The surrounding officials, upon hearing such a heated exchange, looked at Zhang Chun and thought, the thing Li Mu likes to do the most is overturn the thearch system. Implement the law of the late emperor? Zhang Chun is Li Mu's dog, protecting his master. He really doesn't even need his face anymore. Li Mu was extremely pleased and praised inwardly. Awesome! Old Zhang, based on your advocacy of justice, that 5-courtyard residence of yours, I will definitely fight to get it for you. Her Majesty the Queen started to speak from above. A few days ago, Li Aiqing was maliciously framed by others. Has the Ministry of Justice found out who was behind it? Chu Zhang stood up and said, reporting to your Majesty, the villain impersonated Lord Li and committed crimes, and then disappeared. To this day, the Ministry of Justice has not found any clues, the Queen calmly said. If I let your Ministry of Justice investigate the clues, I don't know how long Li Aiqing would have to suffer from injustice. Li Mu's eyes lit up with admiration, thinking, as expected of Her Majesty, you are my most reliable person. Mei Wei quickly led the criminal into the main hall, and he looked up at the Minister of Rights with a dejected look. Minister Qin was shocked and broke into a cold sweat when he saw him, thinking, didn't I tell him to leave the capital and run as far as possible? Could it be that Her Majesty took action herself? Mei Wei said sternly. Answer me, who ordered you to frame Lord Li? The criminal lowered his head and replied, It was Minister Qin who gave me the disguise pill, so that I could pretend to be Lord Li and rape that woman, and then blame it on him. Minister Qin immediately shouted, Nonsense! He pointed at the criminal and said, You're talking nonsense. I have no grudges against you. Why would you frame me? The man weakly replied, Minister Qin, they all know, please admit it. At that moment, the image of the Minister of Rights trading with the criminal was also clearly displayed, and he had no way to deny it. Minister Qin knelt down weakly, thinking, I was negligent, I didn't kill him to destroy the evidence, and I also believed in the words of the imperial concubine, and under the encouragement of my wife, I hastily dealt with Lin Mujia. It's all over now. Her Majesty's anger soared to the sky.
forming a pressure that pressed down on everyone in the hall. She said sternly, "First, you plotted in secret, and then you joined hands to accuse him. You said that Liu Qing attacked his opponents, but who is actually attacking his opponents?" Her Majesty the Queen slammed her hand on the throne in anger and ordered,
"Bribing murderers to commit crimes to harm colleagues, the Minister of Rights is dismissed from his post and sent to the Northern Ministry of Justice to conduct a thorough investigation of this case. Nothing related to this case can be left out. The senior official from the Ministry of Rights,
the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the Vice Director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, and others are forming factions and attacking their opponents. They are immediately dismissed and will never be accepted back. All those involved in this case will be severely punished without mercy." As soon as Her Majesty the Queen finished speaking, Li Mukai took the lead and shouted, "Her Majesty is wise." The officials below shouted in unison, "Her Majesty is wise." Everyone in the court secretly understood that Her Majesty was using this method to protect her favorite courtier.
From today onwards, everyone will know that anyone who wants to slander and frame Li Musi will end up harming themselves.
Cut to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. A woman stood in front of the prison door and said tearfully, "Husband," I asked, "the Chu family doesn't have a gold medal to exempt you from death, and my father can't save you either, but don't worry, I will take good care of the child. Don't drag anyone else into this." Upon hearing this, the Qin surname person panicked and grabbed her skirt and begged, "Wife! Wife, save me! I know the Chu family can save me!"
Ignoring his pleas, she brushed him off and left, leaving only a poignant sentence, "Husband, husband, don't blame me."
He completely collapsed, sitting there in a daze, recalling the words the Minister of Justice had told him.
The late emperor once granted the Zhou family 2 gold tokens of immunity. Today, your sentence of exile is no different from a death sentence. If the Zhou family is willing to save you, although they cannot restore your official position, they can keep you in the imperial city and save your life. If the Zhou family is unwilling to save you, then you can only wait for death. Returning to reality, the Minister of Justice said again, "Clearly, you were a fine Vice Minister of Rights, with no grudges against Li Mu, yet you wasted half your life's efforts for others and won't live much longer.
And the person who pushed you to this point doesn't even want to save you. I believe you understand very well. The Zhou family has the gold tokens of immunity, they just aren't willing to use them for you." The Qin fellow stubbornly replied, "Didn't you want me to implicate more people? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This was all my doing, it has nothing to do with anyone else."
Zhu Zhang then used soul seize to start manipulating his mind. "Your wife is still young. After you die, she will definitely remarry, and choose a husband much more handsome than you. That person will live in your mansion, sleep with your wife, and might even beat your children when he's unhappy."
They treat you like this, and you're still protecting them. Is it worth it? After a period of preaching, he finally realized and said, "Right, it's not worth it. You're right. If they are heartless, then don't blame me for being unrighteous." The Qin fellow started confessing. "Originally, I didn't want to get involved. It was all that woman who forced me to do it. That disguised alchemist was also provided by her, yet she didn't save me. What gives her the right not to save me? If she doesn't want me to live, then we'll die together."
Cut to a street in the imperial city. Li Mu was surrounded by a group of commoners. They kept offering him their daughters. "Head Constable Lai, my family has 2 daughters, both beautiful. Head Constable Lai hasn't married yet, and my little girl is of age but unmarried. Head Constable Lai, please consider my little girl." Liu Mu awkwardly replied, thank you, but no need." Li Mu finally found an opening to escape. He thought as he ran, "It's all Zhu Zhang's fault. The entire city knows I'm a stud. I have no interest in their daughters." As he ran closer to home, Li Mu ran into Mei Wei. He thought in surprise, "Sister Mei." He walked up to Mei Wei and asked, confused, "Sister Mei, what's all this? Why are so many things being moved to my house?" Mei Wei replied, "These are all rewards from His Majesty. Apparently they're expensive, rare flowers and plants, and precious tributes from all over. His Majesty will send someone to rearrange the formations in your residence later." Li Mu looked at the precious items in front of him and thought to himself, as Lixi said, "After His Majesty's period of indifference towards me, he will become even more enthusiastic. So many rewards. Does His Majesty want to keep me as his boy toy?" Cut to the North Garden. Zhang Chun was also very busy. He was moving things while reminding the servants in the house, move slowly, don't break anything." He smiled broadly, thinking to himself, "This time, fortunately, Li Mu spoke well of me in front of His Majesty, so His Majesty rewarded me with a 3-courtyard house in the North Garden."
Madame Zhang happily suggested, "How about we go and buy new furniture? This new house is more suitable for new furniture."
Zhang Chun confidently said, "Don't waste money.
In a few days, we might move to an even bigger house. Quickly go and tidy up the rooms. Once it's tidied up, I'll take you for a stroll around Lord Lion's mansion. Perhaps he's preparing for the imperial exams recently. When Madame Zhang heard Li Mu mentioned, she grumbled at Zhang Chun. I told you at the beginning, Head Constable Li will have a limitless future, and told you to be matchmaker for him and Yi Yi, but you refused. Look now, there are so many people in the imperial city who want to marry him. Lord Zhang guiltily leaned closer to Madame Zhang and reminded her.
Didn't I tell you not to mention this matter?
Otherwise, don't even think about having a 3-courtyard house, let alone a 5 or 6-courtyard one.
You wouldn't want us to bring our daughter and squeeze into that small courtyard of the Yemen again, would you? Zhang Chun pondered. Li Mu and the impostor queen's disgrace not only caused the vice minister of rights to fall, but Zhu Zhong also took the opportunity to chase away the Zhu family's 4th madam. The Zihu family even used their 2nd gold token of immunity to protect someone directly. Trisk. The imperial exams are coming, and the position of vice minister of rights is vacant again. I wonder who the old party will let take the position of Vice Minister of Rights. Cut to the study of a courtyard in the North Garden. The new Vice Minister of Rights, Liu Qing, was reading a book when the mirror next to him lit up. He frowned and thought,
It's them. Liu Qing picked up the mirror and asked, You're finally willing to contact me. How much longer do I have to stay in the imperial city? The mysterious voice inside the mirror replied,
3 more years. Liu Qing seemed impatient and said loudly, 3 years, and then another 3 years. You said the same thing 3 years ago. I've been in the imperial city for 6 years. To avoid arousing suspicion, I've even bought a house, married a wife, and even had 2 children. From a small 8th-rank official, I've been promoted to Vice Minister of Rights, and now you're telling me 3 more years. How many 3 years is that? The person in the mirror remained calm and said, Mind your tone, don't forget who helped you report your parents' grievance. Liu Qing lowered his eyes and replied, If it weren't for this matter, do you think I'd be here listening to your nonsense? Speak, you haven't contacted me for 10 years. What do you want me to do this time?
The mysterious person then said, I didn't contact you for your safety. The imperial exams are coming up, and I will arrange for some of our people to participate in the exams. You must help them pass the exams. Liu Qing frowned and replied, Too dangerous, I can't do it. Everyone knows that Kui Ming was also our mole, and he was exposed. Now the court is strictly investigating moles, and people with appearances like mine will be even more easily suspected. Every day when I go to court, I'm terrified. You don't know how much pressure I'm under. The voice on the other side of the mirror remained arrogant and said, This is an order. If I hadn't brought you to the academy, you wouldn't be where you are today. You probably know the consequences of disobeying orders. Your wife, your children, including you, will all die a terrible death. Liu Qing closed his eyes, thought of his children, and then asked the person on the other side, Aren't you afraid that I'll be exposed? The person on the other side leisurely said, You and Kui Ming are not the same. You are my hidden pawn. As long as I don't say it, no one will know your identity. I will give you the list as soon as possible.
Liu Qing replied, I will do my best to help them, but I can't guarantee that I won't be exposed. Over the years I've been a mole in the court, and have investigated many secrets. To be safe, I'll give you these things first. You must come to the imperial city. The person on the other side frowned, and replied, 3 years later, north of the imperial city, 300 miles away. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, his figure disappeared.
Cut to Li Mu's house. He had just entered when he heard Xiaobai's laughter. Sister is rapping it like this.
Li Muni looked at the joyful empress and thought, Clearly, we left court together, but I had to go through 2 streets. But Her Majesty only needs to utter a sentence to arrive at my house.
Seeing Li Mu return, Xiaobai picked up a dumpling and chirped, Benefactor, you're back? Look, Sister Zhu's dumplings are so pretty. Li Mu went over to look at the dumpling and praised, As expected of a genius, even dumplings are wrapped so beautifully. The queen happily replied, Xiaobai taught very well. Xiaobai smiled and said, Later, I'll teach Sister Zhu how to steam the dumplings. In the future, if Sister Zhu wants to eat dumplings, she can wrap them herself at home. The queen paused, then gave a wry smile and said, Sister doesn't have a home. Xiaobai was slightly startled, her eyes filled with empathy. She quickly went to the queen's side and said, In the future, Sister Zhu can consider this place as your home. When Sister Liu and Sister Wanwan return, we can wrap dumplings together. Li Mu looked at the queen and thought, We all have a home that we can't return to. The queen happily turned to Li Mu Lai and said, Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Li Mu, Come over and wrap dumplings with us. Li Mu rolled up his sleeves, fiercely replied,
No problem.
A moment later, he wrapped dumplings while looking at the queen, thinking to himself, Her Majesty's home is still there. But that home has no warmth. For her, it doesn't count as a home.
She spends more time at my place than there. After court, she makes dinner and strolls the streets with Xiao Bai. I'm afraid no one would believe that this is the dignified queen in court.
If you asked me to go back to my old world now, I wouldn't. This place not only lets me fulfill my childhood dreams, but also has so many people I care about.
Her Majesty the Empress asked while making pancakes. Speaking of which, how's your preparation for the imperial exams coming along? Li Mu smiled and replied, I was just about to talk to you about that. Participating in the exams requires prior approval, but those selected by the local government must be from the region, and someone has to vouch for them. Hearing this, Her Majesty the Empress smiled, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, Are you worried about something? Aren't I your vouch? Time flew by, and the day of the imperial exam review finally arrived. In front of the examination hall, candidates lined up in a long queue. After checking, the official returned the documents to the scholar and said, All right, go over there. You're next. Li Mu and Li Si arrived at this moment, both exclaiming at the sight of the long line. That's a long line, Li Si curiously asked him. How's that friend of yours who married the woman you asked me about last time? Li Mu cheerfully replied, He's made up with that woman, but it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. There was just a misunderstanding between them. Once explained, it was fine. Li Si narrowed his eyes and asked, Not that kind of relationship. Is the woman beautiful? He smiled and replied, Extremely beautiful, Li Muxian thought to himself. When it comes to looks, the Empress is definitely in the top 10 of the beauties in Chengdu. No matter what she wears, she's dazzling. Li Muxian then asked, Is that friend of yours handsome? Li Mu pointed to himself and replied, As handsome as me, Li Si, with a face that had seen through the ways of the world, thought to himself, The problem is solved. It must be the biggest misunderstanding between you two. Just then, Li Mushu's appearance caused a stir in the examination hall. The students from the academy saw him and fearfully whispered, Why is he here again? Isn't he here to arrest someone? I haven't committed any crimes. At this moment, Zhu Zhong came out and asked, Li Daren, have you come to the Ministry of Justice to participate in the imperial exams? Li Mu leisurely walked up to him and said, Of course. Can't I participate in the exams? Zhu Zhong cordially replied. Of course you can. Li Daren doesn't need to be reviewed. Just wait for the exams, Li Mu seriously replied. The exams have no exceptions. Treat this official as a regular candidate. Zhu Zhong didn't make things difficult. He pointed inside and said, Then please follow Xia to the front yard of the Yamen in the Ministry of Justice. Zhu Zhong led Li Mu in and instructed, Give the exam credentials to that person. Li Mu took the credentials and went to the table. The official took the credentials and asked, Name, place of origin, and who recommended you? Li Mu clearly said, Li Mu from Yangqiu County in the Northern Prefecture, recommended by Her Majesty the Empress. Hearing this, the official was so shocked that he dropped his pen. He panicked and asked again, Who recommended you? Zhu Zhong finally stepped forward and said, All right, just write that I recommended him. The official confusedly agreed. After receiving Li Mu's file, Zhu Zhong said to the official, Continue reviewing the next person. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside and said in a fluster, I'm so sorry, this official is late. Zhu Zhong looked at the person in front of him and reprimanded. The imperial exam is a top priority for the court. How can Xilang Liu be so negligent? Liu Qing cupped his hands and apologized while gasping for breath. Suddenly, he painfully furrowed his brow and coughed violently. Li Mu was surprised and asked, What happened? Liu Qing, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and hand, replied, I had a slight accident during cultivation last night. I suffered some internal injuries. It's nothing serious. The imperial exam is an important matter, so I couldn't be late. What appeared in his mind last night was a black-clad masked man attacking Liu Qing and threatening, Remember your identity. The list of exam participants has been given to you. Remember what you must do tomorrow. Li Mu admired and said, Lord Liu has truly put his heart and soul into serving the court, he thought to himself. He is so strict with himself, no wonder he could exceptionally promote to Li Bu Xilang. Moreover, although this appearance is not as demonic as that of Kui Ming, it is definitely considered a beautiful man. At this time, Liu Qing noticed the registration area, where a young man came to report. My name is Xin Hao, and I come from Yushan Prefecture. Liu Qing turned to Zhu Zhong and Li Mu and said, Lord Zhu, this is the first imperial exam of the court, and it is of great significance to the Great Zhou dynasty. I am afraid that the forces of all parties intend to disrupt the imperial exam, so we need to be careful. Li Mu also agreed and said, In this official's opinion, Using magic weapons to detect lies is not very effective. Liu Qing shook his head and replied, "That's why the Ministry of Justice has this review today. It is better to conduct strict reviews. And for some people with many suspicions, most of the dangers can be eliminated." Seeing Liu Qing stop, Zhu Zhong said, "Lord Liu, please don't hesitate to speak frankly." Liu Qing looked at Xing Hao and said, "Everyone knows that the inner response of the demon sect usually requires a handsome appearance. Kui Ming is one example. The imperial examination is a major event, so it is not too much to conduct a strict review of those examinees who are too handsome, just like that person." As he spoke, he pointed to Xin Hao and said, "Come here for a moment." He was stunned, not understanding what was going on, and asked, Me? Liu Qing said sternly. "The appearance of this examinee can also be regarded as very outstanding, so let's start with him. This official has suffered a lot of injuries from cultivation recently and cannot use too much mana, so I am afraid it will be troublesome for you all." Liu Qing thought to himself. "Demon sect, use the lives of my wife and children to threaten me, you have miscalculated." Xin Hao came forward and asked timidly, "My lord, what do you want to do?" Zhu Zhong said sternly with a few words of comfort. "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you a few questions. After asking you can leave." The man pretended to reply, "Is that so?" However, he was upset and thought to himself, "The adults didn't say that the first review by the Ministry of Justice required soul capture. Didn't they say that there were people in the court who would help us pass the imperial examination? I have tempered my mind to resist soul capture. This Zhu Zhong is not beyond the fifth realm. He should not be able to break through my psychological defense." Zhu Zhong began to search Xin Hao's soul, and the waves began to affect him. His eyes blurred, and his mind could no longer be stabilized. He was extremely frightened at this moment, thinking to himself, "It's not good. I can't keep my mind anymore. This time, it's hard to guarantee that I won't say anything." Finally, he lost his mind due to Zhu Zhong's soul-searching technique and began to confess. After a while, he looked around blankly. Liu Qing then said, "The courage of the demon sect's inner response is really big." The man knew that he was discovered and turned into a soul body and ran away. However, Li Mu had already whipped out the immortal binding rope, aiming it straight at Xin Hao to attack. He hadn't even gotten far when the immortal binding rope tied him up, making him drop to the ground like a ripe fruit. Li Mu thought gleefully. "Just when I was worrying about how to find a mole from the demonic sect, you show up right on cue." After this incident, Zhu Zhong and Liu Qing went to the palace to report to the Empress. Zhu Zhong opened his mouth. "Reporting to your majesty, yesterday 4 demon sect spies mixed into the imperial examination candidates have been arrested. If it weren't for Lord Liu's suggestion to conduct a strict review, these 4 demon sect spies might have been discovered during the imperial examination." Liu Qing continued. "And thanks to the timely action of Lord Zhu and Lord Li, I alone would not have been able to catch the demon sect spies." Zhang Chun stood behind and looked at Liu Qing, thinking, "It must be said that this Liu Qing was able to be promoted to Li Buxilang thanks to luck. But luck is also a kind of strength. From today onwards, this Liu Qing has officially entered the noble class in Shendun." Liu Qing thought to himself, "Unless that person personally comes to Shendun to expose me, otherwise no one in this world will know that I was once an inner response of the demon sect." Her Majesty the Empress frowned and reminded, "The demon sect is blatantly interfering in the imperial examination, so there must be inner responses of them in the court. This imperial examination is a major event, so you should be more vigilant and cautious. 2 days after the imperial examination, I don't hope to see the demon sect's inner responses sitting openly in the examination hall." Li Mu frowned and thought, "The nibbling of the demon sect has caused the prosperity of a large country like the Great Zhou Hao to fester with hundreds of holes. He doesn't want to be an emperor, but he can't help it. Once he gives up, the 2 new and old parties will compete more and more, and internal and external troubles are likely to cause the Great Zhou to end here. He will also become the king of a lost country, and the survival of a country is all on his shoulders. I can only pass the imperial examination. Only then can I be qualified to help him share some of the burden," Li Mu thought, and shouted loudly, "Yes!" After Her Majesty the Empress finished speaking. Okay, so 2 days later, we're at the imperial examination grounds, the first ever of the Great Zhou dynasty. The candidates got to ace 4 sections: math, law, essay, and martial arts, all in 3 days. Maths from the Ministry of Revenue, laws from the Ministry of Justice, and the essay? That's on the Grand Secretariat and 6 other officials. Li Mu, holding the test paper, thinks to himself, "Math? I basically wrote the syllabus. Sure, the format and numbers are different,
But the core's the same. Just math alone is enough to make me laugh all the way to the bank. A moment later, the judges are sitting high up, looking down. The Minister of Revenue calmly says,
I personally drafted this exam, and it's packed. I doubt many of these candidates can finish it. But before he can even finish his sentence, he sees Li Mu casually walking away. The Minister of Revenue is confused, thinking, he's handing in the paper already, after only half an hour. He probably couldn't answer anything.
He sneers. He can only prance around in court because His Majesty favors him. Once he's actually tested on his knowledge, he shows his true colors. Liu Yi then says, Minister, you might not know, but Li Daren wrote the syllabus for the math exam. The Minister of Revenue is shocked. You mean, he wrote the questions and then answered them himself? How can that be? Isn't that?
Liu Yi adds, Minister, there's no need to doubt the fairness of the math section. With Li Daren's level in math, I doubt anyone in the entire Great Zhou can compare, otherwise the Grand Secretariat wouldn't have let him write the syllabus. And it's not just math. Even the essay questions were discussed countless times by Li Daren and the Secretariat officials before they finalized the syllabus. Besides the law section, which was personally drafted by Chuzhongchu Daren, the other two sections are basically him setting and answering his own questions. And the final martial arts exam won't be a problem for him either. His abilities don't need the imperial exam to prove them at all.
Cut to the day of the martial arts exam. The candidates are lined up neatly at the exam grounds. The martial arts exam is overseen by the Ministry of War. Candidates have to spar with the examiners. The examiners give a specific assessment based on the performance of the students. The performance is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, D. Each grade is divided into 3 small groups. Rankings are based on the grades. The one who appeared in front of everyone was the left Vice Minister of War. The Minister of War is the head of White Deer Academy. That's the left Vice Minister of War, also a member of the White Deer Academy. Li Mu, standing there, sighed with emotion and said,
The Ministry of War is full of talent. Even a mere vice minister has the strength of the peak 4th realm. Li Mu casually reassures Li Si. The exam method is simple. No need for talismans or magic treasures. Just attack the examiner. The longer you last in the examiner's hands, the higher your score. You don't need to worry, Li Si nods.
I know. The left Vice Minister of War points to a candidate nearby and says, You, come forward and choose a weapon, then attack me with everything you've got. The candidate immediately goes to the weapon rack, and after some deliberation, chooses a sword. Immediately after, the candidate puts all his strength into stabbing at the left Vice Minister, but with just one move. The Vice Minister kicks the sword out of his hand. The candidate falls flat on the ground, thinking, I couldn't even last one move. The left Vice Minister coldly shouts, D, lower. Next up are many other candidates, and they all share the same fate, getting thrashed by the left Vice Minister.
Li Mu, observing from the sidelines, thinks to himself, not strong in actual combat, even with a soul-forging cultivation he can only achieve a grade D. This examiner is keeping his cultivation at a certain level relative to the candidates, so it's not really bullying. The left Vice Minister dusts himself off and turns around to say, Next. The person stepping onto the stage this time is Li Musei. Seeing Li Musei, the examiner is surprised, thinking, 4th realm? He's the first candidate in the 4th realm? He says sternly, Choose a weapon. Li Mu replies cheerfully, No need. I'm used to using my fists. The examiner says as usual.
Then let's begin. As soon as he finishes speaking, Li Musheti's figure disappears in front of him in an instant, shocking him.
However, the examiner still manages to block Li Mu's lightning-fast attack.
He is pushed back, and is also very surprised. He thought to himself, I thought his cultivation was forcibly raised by His Majesty. I didn't expect that he was not just a pretty face. Good. Finally met an interesting person. The more he thought about it, the more he laughed happily. The examiner rushed forward to attack again. The two strongly countered each other's attacks. Li Shimus gritted his teeth and thought, This person's combat experience is really rich, but my fighting tactics are not just for show. What followed was a dizzying exchange of blows. With the next punch, the examiner deliberately dodged, wanting to take advantage of Li Mu's opening to counterattack with his leg. But Li Mu also dodged very quickly. He smiled and admired in his heart. Not bad. Not letting the opponent rest, Li Mu immediately attacked the examiner. What followed was another exchange of attacks. The examiner struggled to dodge Li Mu's attacks, thinking to himself, Not only can I not find his flaws, but as long as I reveal a little flaw, I will be attacked non-stop.
How many battles has he been through to have this kind of experience? Just as Li Mu's fist was about to land on the examiner's face, Another fist came flying. Another examiner jumped up and said confidently, "I'll help you." Li Muxi immediately widened the distance between himself and the two examiners. When the two attacked, he gracefully dodged, leaving them stunned. Before the two examiners could recover, he kicked them, forcing them to dodge in a hurry. Immediately after, the two examiners attacked him one after another, but Li Mu dodged very nimbly. The candidates below discussed in shock. He can still gain the upper hand fighting two people. There is no flaw in him. He must have extremely rich combat experience. The other examiners also discussed. Even the fierce generals in the army are not like this. If he were on the border, he would definitely be a brave general. Li Mu once again rushed to attack the two examiners, forcing them to immediately go on the defensive. But there are weaknesses in defending all the time. Li Mu gave each examiner a punch and a kick, causing them to retreat. Li Mu observed the situation and thought, although I can suppress the two of them now, their magic power is more profound than mine. If I continue, it will be disadvantageous to me. It's better to end it early. The two examiners were beaten but still smiled happily and excitedly. One of them said excitedly,
"One more time." Li Munai didn't signal to stop, then said, It should be okay. Do we have to keep fighting?" Assistant Minister Jie grinned, looking quite pleased, and commented, "No need anymore? With your current strength, if we were actually at the same cultivation level as you, we'd absolutely be no match." The examiner then boomed, "Li Mu Ye Mu, martial exam, top tier."
Li Mu leisurely walked off the arena, happily thinking, now I just need to wait for the literary exam results, and I'm all set. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Martial champion, halt!" He turned around, bewildered. "Martial champion!" The burly assistant minister of war strode up behind him, a warm smile on his face, and said,
"Though your martial exam result was officially top tier, in my eyes, you truly deserve the very top spot. I've been away from the military for many years, and it's been ages since I've witnessed such a splendid martial arts display. My heart is simply overjoyed, and I suddenly feel a bit itchy. I'd love to spar with the martial champion for a bit." Li Mu smiled. "Assistant minister? You flatter me too much," he secretly thought. "Even if I'm confident, I can't be arrogant enough to challenge a profound entrance realm expert." The assistant minister of war seemed to read Li Mu's mind, waving a dismissive hand. "Don't worry, martial champion. We won't be using any spells or divine abilities. This will be a pure martial arts spar. We'll stop once a clear winner is determined."
Li Mu didn't refuse. Stepping onto the sparring stage, he gave a polite, respectful bow. "Since that's the case, then let's have a go, please, sir." The assistant minister of war returned the bow.
The moment the spar began, a colossal pressure, like a golden tiger, radiated outwards, completely overwhelming Li Mu. He thought, "This aura?" While he was still reeling, the assistant minister of war's fist shot forward.
He quickly stomped his foot, leaping backward to dodge the pressure-laden attack. He secretly marveled. Seriously terrifying.
Li Mu retreated further. Far from being afraid of this power, he was actually quite intrigued. Impressive, he thought. But then, Li Mu channeled all his strength into his arm and lunged forward, counterattacking.
The assistant minister of war swiftly blocked Li Mu's full-force punch, praising him with a delighted smile. "Well done." Li Muxi continued to evade the assistant minister of war's sky-shattering punches, simultaneously raising his leg to deliver a kick. The assistant minister of war was thoroughly enjoying himself, praising continuously.
"What a beautiful kick." They probed each other for a bit, then once again plunged into a furious exchange of moves.
Standing below,
Assistant Minister Jie exclaimed in surprise, "Martial Dao is different from divine spell arts. For divine spell arts, as long as you have enough magical power, you can just wave your hand, and it's done. But without life and death combat experience, without extensive battle experience, it's incredibly hard to make progress in the martial Dao." The surrounding candidates also gasped in astonishment.
He's so young, yet his martial Dao cultivation is actually on par with the assistant minister of war. Over on their side, the two Zhao family members were also chatting. Zhao Feng frowned, saying, "Martial Dao doesn't represent one's full strength. A true cultivator's spells, talismans, and magic treasures are the real key to victory in a fight." Zhao Zheng beside him sighed in admiration. "Li Mu is truly amazing. He's not a Shao, nor is Zhao, so in the end, he can only be an imperial subject." Meanwhile, Li Mu and the assistant minister of war had paused, observing each other.
Li Mu, tired and breathing hard, thought, "More than 100 moves have passed, but he hasn't shown a single flaw. His comprehension of the martial Dao has probably reached an incredibly profound realm." The assistant minister of war, meanwhile, was also silently evaluating with great satisfaction. "My martial Dao experience was forged through countless life and death crises, but he's so young there's no way he could have the same. unless he's fully inherited the martial Dao attainments of some grandmaster.
Li Mu, feeling quite tired, finally spoke. Sir, how about we call it a day? The Assistant Minister of War didn't press the issue, he simply asked. A hero truly emerges from youth, may I ask, Martial Champion, what are your plans after the Imperial exams?
Li Mu calmly replied. For now, I have no specific plans. It all depends on Her Majesty's arrangements. Hearing this, the Assistant Minister said, I've observed that your mind force, Martial Champion, is incredibly potent, no less than that of veteran officials who have served in court for decades. Coupled with such a level of martial daikyo, if you were to become a general, you would undoubtedly be a valiant one.
Li Mu sensed something was off and quickly interrupted him. Let's talk about that another day, when there's an opportunity, he secretly thought. He's been talking for ages, is he trying to poach me from Her Majesty? The Assistant Minister then asked. Your mind force, Martial Champion, is incredibly potent, yet it's also incredibly chaotic. Unless you don't understand the mind force control technique? At this, Li Mu looked bewildered and asked, What's the mind force control technique? The Assistant Minister of War enthusiastically declared, Watch closely. He began to demonstrate the mind force control technique, while explaining,
This is the mind force I've collected from countless soldiers. Mind force is a mysterious power. Its effects aren't just limited to increasing the speed of spiritual energy absorption. It can also be cultivated into a momentum or stance, and even manifest as direct attacks.
Li Mu thought in astonishment. That's it, Vice Dean Huang used this exact move back then, and it almost crippled me. The Assistant Minister of War then transmitted a message directly to Li Mu's mind. Today I'll teach you this mind force control technique. Li Mu quickly formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. The moment the incantation was complete, mind force suddenly erupted fiercely from within Li Mu's body.
The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. What the? A few of the candidates couldn't bear the pressure and promptly fainted, even foaming at the mouth, looking utterly pathetic.
After some practice, Li Mu finally reeled in his mind force, awkwardly scratching his cheek. My bad, I couldn't control it. The Assistant Minister of War stroked his beard, a satisfied smile on his face, comforting Li Mu Faina. It's your first time using mind force, so it's natural you can't control it yet. You'll need to practice diligently from now on. In just a few months you'll be able to use it smoothly. After that impromptu lesson, the Assistant Minister of War grandly announced, Today's martial arts competition is officially over. Everyone, disperse. The literary exam results will be posted outside the examination compound in 3 days.
The scene shifts to Li Mu's home. Xiao Bai chirped excitedly. Benefactor! Benefactor is the martial champion! So awesome! Li Mushi ruffled her hair. How did you know? Xiao Bai happily replied. Sister Zhu and I watched it from home. None of the examiners could defeat Benefactor.
Li Mushu, surprised, turned back into the house and asked, Zhu,
your sister is here too? Why haven't I seen her? Just then, Her Majesty the Empress walked out from inside, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. You're back. Come eat some noodles.
Li Mu's eyes widened in shock. He thought, Her Majesty the Empress cooked noodles for me. She quickly placed the steaming, colorful bowl of noodles onto the table. Li Mu took a bite of noodles, then mused, This has to be the first time Her Majesty has ever set foot in a kitchen, right? Among all the noodles I've ever eaten, this one's probably the worst tasting. But in the entire Great Zhou, I'm probably the only one who could ever get her to personally cook for them. This isn't just noodles, this is the Empress's profound grace. Her Majesty the Empress sat beside him, her eyes full of hopeful expectation fixed on him, then asked, How does it taste? Xiao Bai then chimed in. Sister Zhu didn't even want my help. She did the entire thing herself. Li Mu slurped it down with a blissful expression. This is the most delicious bowl of noodles this subject has ever eaten, he secretly thought. I absolutely cannot find any fault right now. I need to praise her more. Besides, if I accidentally say something wrong and she gets mad, if I say it's not good, I definitely won't have a peaceful night tonight. 3 days later, outside the examination compound, candidates nervously waited for the results. For 3 days after the imperial exams concluded, the entire examination compound was completely sealed off from the outside world by a powerful formation. The results wouldn't be announced until all the papers had been thoroughly graded and ranked. The Southern King's heir, Zhao Feng, and Zhao Zheng were also among those waiting outside for the results. They confidently thought to themselves, This time's literary top scholar, if there are no surprises, will surely be one of us three. If I can seize the title of literary top scholar in front of everyone, it will be incredibly beneficial for my future bid for the crown prince position. After a bit more waiting, the formation finally dissipated. Liu Qing emerged, holding a golden scroll. He then loudly declared in a solemn voice,
The hour has come.
The golden scroll in Liu Qing's hand began to glow, projecting a golden beam of light into the air. The golden scroll swiftly displayed the name, Li Mu, top scholar. Below, the crowd stared at the clear cloud ranking in stunned disbelief. "It's him again," they gasped. "He's actually a double top scholar, both literary and martial." The other examinees looked up at the list, their eyes filled with admiration. "It's Li Butu. Li Butu is too awesome. We'll have to call him #1 scholar from now on." Liu Qing was also secretly surprised. Who knew that besides being brave, daring, cunning, and crafty, he was also a master of both literature and martial arts?
Liu Yi grinned from ear to ear, thinking to himself, if he didn't have real talent, how could he be the emperor's most favored subject? I remember when we were grading, everyone in the room was like, who the heck is this 9,527? Math, legal studies, and essay questions. All perfect scores.
Plenty of guys aced the math, but he was the only one to ace all three.
Zhao Feng frowned, saying, why him? That Chu Zheng guy was annoyed, but still tried to reassure himself.
Well, considering his reputation and the fact that he's the Empress's favorite, losing to him isn't so bad.
Losing to some nobody would be embarrassing. Second place should be one of us three, but life ain't always a dream, is it? Li Si's name appeared in the second spot. The three guys screamed in dismay. Who the heck is this Li Si? Motherfucker, it's actually Li Si.
The guy who nabbed the second spot, Liu Wisi, was standing in the crowd, smiling to himself. Gotta go tell Limu the good news.
Li Si went to Limu's house. As soon as he walked in, he said, congrats on acing both the literature and martial arts exams, Limu politely replied. You're not bad yourself, Limu cheerfully offered. I'll cook tonight. Let's celebrate together. Li Si, being the bro he is, immediately agreed. They both opened the door and went inside. Li Si said as they walked, even though I gave you some study tips, I didn't expect you to do this well. Your perseverance and determination, man. I'm seriously impressed, Li Si humbly replied. I just did what I said I would.
As soon as they stepped through the gate, Li Mu and Li Si ran into Her Majesty the Empress, who was pruning plants in the yard. Li Si, oblivious as ever, asked, You got a guest? Li Mu helpfully introduced. That's Miss Chu, a friend of mine. Li Si glanced at her and said, Oh, then immediately continued. Oh yeah, I suddenly remember I need to go tell my future father-in-law the good news. Let's hang out another day, Li Mu simply replied. All right, I'll just come find you next time. Li Mu saw Lian Si off at the gate, then asked, Is she the friend of that friend of yours? Li Mu honestly replied. Yep, Lian Si casually remarked. Your friend is one lucky guy, Li Mu curiously asked. Why do you say that?
Li Si started analyzing with his unparalleled wisdom. She has a natural air of aloofness, not just aloof, but also very lonely. She probably doesn't have any family or friends around. This kind of woman is especially yearning for emotional connection. If you treat her well, she'll pay you back tenfold, or even more. These types of girls are the easiest to win over, for sure. Li Mu got goosebumps all over and signaled for Lian Si to shut up. He glanced at Li Mu and said, All right, I'm leaving. Go inside quickly. Li Mu watched Li Si's back as he left, thinking to himself, I'm screwed now. As Li Mu walked in, the Empress walked out and asked, What were you two talking about just now? Li Mu thought helplessly. What can be hidden from her ears, Li Si? Oh, Li Si, sometimes you should shut your mouth to avoid unnecessary disasters.
Li Mu bowed and said, Li Si, that guy just can't control his mouth. Your Majesty is generous and kind. There's no need to bother with him. What does your Majesty want to eat today? I'll make it for you. The Empress casually said, Zhao Bai told me there is a dish called Wen Si Du Fu. Why haven't I ever heard of it before? Li Mu immediately replied, I'll go buy it now. As he briskly walked down the street, he thought, even though Her Majesty doesn't seem to care, knowing how petty she is, I wonder what kind of bad luck Li Si will have. Suddenly, he stopped, waving his hand and frowning, thinking, where is that stench coming from?
The source of the pungent smell was none other than Li Si, crawling up from the ditch. He quickly ran over to help him up and asked, Han, what happened to you? Li Si sighed and recounted. Don't even mention it. I was walking normally just now, and I accidentally lost my footing and fell. I am going to your house to shower and change clothes.
Li Mu immediately refused, telling him, No need, just stay here, I'll help you wash up. He thought to himself, how could a qi condensation cultivator inexplicably fall into a smelly ditch?
And how could Li Si quietly accept this? This is definitely her doing, knowing how petty she is. If I let Ling Si go back to my house, it won't be as simple as falling into a ditch. After Li Mukao finished washing Li Si, he reminded him. In the future, when you see Miss Chu, don't just say whatever comes to mind. Her background is very big, one word from you, can make it difficult for you to survive in the capital. He thought helplessly. After all, she is the empress.
Scene changes to outside the Ziwei Palace, Li Mu said as he walked.
Your Majesty Feng, you're an official in the capital. This time, you'll be working with Lao Jiang again, Li Si said. If it weren't for you recommending me to the empress, there's no way I could be an official in this capital. And the empress appointed you as Zhongshu Shiren. That's a real honor.
Lin Si looked at him, thinking. Being able to directly recommend an official position to the empress, I'm afraid only Li Mu can do that, Li Mu casually replied. Only in this position can I better serve the empress. Besides, even if others want this position, they have to pass the exam and beat me first,
Li Si said silently. That's too difficult. He asked again. Oh right, from the time you're appointed to the time you take office, you have 3 months of leave, right? Li Mu nodded. That's right. I plan to go back to Bei County to be with Han Yan and Wan Wan, and see if they want to come back to the capital with me. Now that I've gained a foothold in the capital, I can bring them here. After hearing this, Li Si said, I have to tell Miao Miao about bringing her over here. I'll go first. Then he left straight away. At this time, Li Mu noticed Mei Wei behind him. Looking at her serious face, Li Mu thought, why does Mei Jiji have this expression?
Li Mu ran over and asked, Mei Jiji, what happened? Mei Wei turned around and said, Li Mu, she paused and recounted, 3 days ago Ali sent me a letter, and then there was no news. Before leaving the capital we agreed to send news every day. I don't know what happened to her. Li Mu asked again. Didn't she take a few expert imperial guards to chase down Kui Ming?
Nothing should have happened, Mei Wei said worriedly. The soul tablet she left in the palace is normal. Besides, this time she went out. She also brought a lot of talismans and magical artifacts bestowed by the empress. Even if she encounters a 6th stage expert, she and the imperial guards working together should have the strength to deal with them. But why hasn't she replied? Li Mu pondered and asked. Where was the last place she replied from? Mei Wei honestly replied, 3 days ago, Yunzhong County. Li Mu nodded. Yunzhong County and Bei County are next to each other. You continue to contact her, and I happen to be going back to Bei County for a trip, so I'll go to Yunzhong County to see what's up. If there's any news about her, I'll immediately report it to the empress.
Scene changes to Changla Palace. The voice of the empress sounded. It's good that you're going to find Alai. This is Alai's soul tablet. Hold it in your hand, and after infusing it with magic power, you can sense her location within a certain range. Li Mu quickly took the soul tablet, a special kind of magical artifact made of spirit jade, containing a drop of the owner's blood, which can sense the life status and location of the owner of the soul tablet within a short distance. Li Mu said silently, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will bring Shangguan Commander back safely. In his heart he thought, cultivators are very wary of giving their blood to others. Usually only close relatives and friends of the owner possess their soul tablet. Listening to Mei Jiji, Shangguan Li is a childhood friend of the empress. Like a younger sister, I still have a long way to go to catch up with her status in the empress's heart. After all, Her Majesty didn't make a soul tablet for me. The empress kindly reminded him. You must also pay attention to your safety. Here, I will give you some kinds of magical artifacts and talismans, just in case. Li Mu lowered his head and smiled secretly, replying, Thank you, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, no empty promises. No talk about ideals, being promoted and getting a raise every few days, never asking why I take leave, never making me work overtime, and even sacrificing her sleep time to teach me magical techniques. Such a strong protective cover. I'm willing to work for her for life. Li Mu respectfully said, Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Suddenly the empress said, Wait. You take a drop of blood, and I'll make a soul tablet for you, so that if you encounter danger in the future, I can sense it too. Li Mu thought with delight. Her Majesty wants to make a soul tablet for me. Shangguan Li has one, and I have one too. Without hesitation, Li Mu cut a small wound on his fingertip, causing blood to flow out. Li Mu quickly said, Your Majesty, my blood. Suddenly, Li Mu froze, thinking to himself, Wait a minute, why do I feel like I'm competing with Shangguan Li for the Empress's favor like we're in some kind of harem drama? Maybe it's because I'm always trying to snag the Empress's attention that I'm having these kinds of dreams. While he was lost in thought, Her Majesty the Empress took Li Mu's blood and began creating a life-saving talisman. Once she was done, she said, I've accepted your talisman, she said seriously. If anything unexpected happens, use the conch shell to contact me at any time. No matter what happens, remember to prioritize your own safety. Li Mu nodded in agreement. This humble servant understands. Li Mu quickly walked outside. He pondered. Later when I return, I'll bring Xiaobai back to the northern prefecture. I'll take her to White Cloud Peak and then immediately head to Yunzhong Prefecture. Scene change to Yunzhong Prefecture. Speaking of this place, Yunzhong Prefecture is located in the northeast of Great Zhou. East of Yunzhong Prefecture is Ying Prefecture. Ying Prefecture has many swamps with miasma and no humans live there. The border between Yunzhong Prefecture and Ying Prefecture is this primeval mountain.
Li Mu walked while observing the talisman in his hand, thinking to himself, I've spent the last 3 days searching Yunzhong Prefecture, and Shangguan Li's talisman hasn't reacted at all. But when I passed by here, the talisman warmed up a bit. This proves Shangguan Li is about 100 miles away from me.
This place is a forbidden area of Yunzhong Prefecture, with complex terrain and mountains upon mountains. If Shangguan Li is in this place, it's normal that she can't send a message. However, the demonic beasts here are nurtured by the miasma from birth. Spirit wisdom erosion is more dangerous than ordinary demonic beasts. If she's trapped in this place, I have to find her as soon as possible. As Li Musi thought this, his brows furrowed tightly with determination.
On a mountain peak outside the ancient wilderness forest, a dark formation enveloped a corner of the forest, and several people were trapped inside. Unable to escape, Song Emperor, standing on a rocky outcrop, said in confusion, "Why not just kill them outright?" A smug Kui Ming said, "Shangguan is a close female official of the Empress. Keeping her alive is more valuable than killing her. Moreover, keeping them alive will cause the court to send even more powerful experts. At that time, we will take their souls. Can't we take another step forward?" Song Emperor clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "You people of the Charm sect are really sinister and vicious." He asked again, "Are you not afraid of calling the pinnacle expert, being trapped in their formation? Then the two of us must die," Kui Ming confidently said. "Rest assured, the experts in the imperial court at the peak of the sixth realm can be counted on one's fingers, so they cannot come here, and at most only experts in the early stage of the sixth realm will be sent."
Kui Ming asked Song Emperor, "You spent so much effort to set up such a large array. Is it not just to trap a few experts of the fifth realm?"
He replied seriously, "This king said from the beginning, no matter these guys or those who come later, this king does not need their magic weapons, but this king must obtain all of their soul power." Kui Ming nodded.
"I agree with you." Song Emperor reached out his hand and asked contemplatively, "You have been hiding in the Great Zhou court for so long, you must know a lot of secrets. So what happened to the death of King Chujiang? Do you know what happened in the end?" Kui Ming asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the death of King Chujiang?" He replied. "His cultivation is stronger than this king's, and according to this king's understanding, he clearly arranged the 18-layer hell formation that night, but he still failed."
Kui Ming looked at the formation in front of him and asked, "How does this formation compare to the 18-layer hell formation?" Song Emperor confidently replied, "Although this king does not have 18 ghost generals under his command, this mountain valley is originally an excellent place for gathering yin, and by taking advantage of the surrounding terrain, I can borrow the power of heaven and earth to set up this wonderful formation. Even the sixth realm will find it difficult to escape. It is stronger than the 18-layer hell formation." Kui Ming was relieved when he heard this, and asked with a smile, "Then what are you worried about? If you can refine the souls of these guys, I believe His Majesty Song Emperor can become the leader of the 10 Yama palaces." He laughed with interest and replied, "Even if my cultivation has reached the peak of the lonely soul, and is no worse than King Chujiang if possible." Suddenly he stopped vigilantly. After feeling for a while he said, "Hide your aura first, someone's coming." Immediately afterwards the two men disappeared into the air. The person who came was none other than Li Mu Ying. Riding his sword in the sky he searched while thinking, "The jade talisman has begun to burn in my hand. Shangguan Li is definitely near me." Shangguan Li, standing below, saw Li Muing and thought in surprise, "Li Muing, why is he here?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Shangguan Li shouted, "Don't come over here." However, Li Mu did not hear. He secretly rejoiced. "It's here." Li Mu landed on the ground and asked nervously, "What did you just say?" Shangguan Li said helplessly, "I told you not to come over here. This place is covered by someone else's formation, which separates the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Once you enter, you won't be able to get out," Li Mu retorted. "I thought you were calling me over to save you." Shangguan Li crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned to Li Mu, asking, "How did you find this place? Is there anyone else?" Li Mu honestly pointed to himself and replied, "It's just me." He looked at the formation above his head and recounted, "Sister Mai can't contact you. It just so happened that I returned to the northern prefecture for vacation. So I asked Her Majesty for your talisman, and went to find you. But how did you end up trapped in this formation?" Shangguan Li calmly recounted, "We fell into Kui Ming's trap.
He wanted to use us to lure the court's experts, and then seize our cultivation and souls. We have been attacking the formation for 3 days, but we cannot break it. This formation is enough to trap the 6th realm, but the person who came is actually you. I didn't expect that I would die with you. Li Mu replied calmly and asked, You want to die? But I don't want to die yet. Kui Mingtong thought to himself, this formation can trap the 6th realm, is it not the first time I have seen it? This type of formation was once set up by King Chujiang. Mu in Xiandu is probably covered in grass. Suddenly a loud shout came from the sky. Li Mu, it's you again.
Yes. 2 figures appeared from the rocky outcrop just now. The Kui Ming named Kui Ming said triumphantly. I didn't expect you to fall into this official's hands so quickly, Song Emperor next to him added. This is the one who caused you to fall into this situation. Li Mu is only a 4th level expert. Li Mu below did not show any signs of fear. He smiled to himself. Does this Kui Ming hate and love me at the same time? Why does he have such a happy smile? Li Mu shouted in his voice. You are not even a horse anymore, and you still call yourself this official? The princess's mansion now has a different surname. The new consort calls himself this official. In your room, sleeping with your wife.
Fortunately, the 2 of you don't have any children, otherwise he would have beaten your child. Kui Ming was driven mad and gritted his teeth and said, This bastard, Shangguan Li also asked in surprise. Is what you said true? Li Mu replied with a smile. Anyway, we have to die, so can't we be evil with him before we die? Shangguan Li was speechless and thought to himself, no wonder it's him.
Li Mu pouted and asked, Why are you not saying anything? Are you afraid of death? Shangguan Li said with a worried face, What is there to be afraid of death? It's just that I don't want Her Majesty to be sad because of my death. Li Mu was surprised and thought, He is about to die, and he is still afraid that the Empress will be sad.
Shangguan Li gave him a talisman and instructed, This is a heavenly level talisman, which can let you teleport hundreds of miles away. Later, we will do our best to open this formation. You immediately use this talisman to escape to Yunzhong County.
Li Mu took the talisman and asked in confusion, You can open the formation. Why don't you use the talisman to escape? Shangguan Li said sternly. A few of us self-detonated our nascent soul together. Attacking the weak point of this formation may open up a gap, and then you can take the opportunity to escape. Li Mu asked blankly. Why, he thought, self-detonating nascent soul can really cause the soul to fly away. Doesn't she always dislike me? Why give me the only chance to live?
Shangguan Li replied silently. Her Majesty can be without us, but she cannot be without you. Your appearance has made her very happy. If you can escape, I hope you can wholeheartedly assist Her Majesty in the future, govern Great Zhou well, and let Her Majesty escape from that cage as soon as possible.
Li Mu kept people thinking. She can not only dedicate her life to Her Majesty, but even sacrifice herself for her rival. The main enemy usually competes with her for favor, and also dedicates his life, just so that Her Majesty can treat me a little better. Li Mu said moved. Okay, why are you talking so seriously? Isn't it just breaking the magic formation? How big of a deal is it?
Shangguan Li did not understand the meaning of the words, and retorted, What kind of breaking formation? Forget it. Attacking this formation will cause backlash. Don't be ostentatious anymore. Protect your magic power, and do your best to escape later. Li Mu asked again, Are you really willing to die for me? Shangguan Li frowned and corrected, Not for you, but for Her Majesty. Li Mu then replied with a calm face, Don't worry, you can't die. I have agreed with Her Majesty to bring you back intact. If I go back alone, I won't have the face to see Her Majesty, Shangguan Li said irritably. What time is it you are still talking about this kind of thing?
Li Mucher quickly covered her mouth with his hand and said, I just happen to know this formation. Although this formation is powerful, it is not impossible to break, plus you are inside. There are 5 5th-level experts here, enough to break the formation.
Shangguan Li asked in surprise, Are you serious? Li Mu started drawing a formation on the ground, carefully assigning positions. At most, the demonic sect only has a few powerful formations. This one is called the Immortal Trapping Formation. You 5 will stand in these positions later. Li Mu smiled to himself, thinking, Meeting Tiangshuan Shangren isn't my calamity, but the biggest gift heaven has given me. Shangguan Li, hearing Li Mu's explanation, asked, Do you really understand formations? Li Mu humbly replied, I know a little, just a little. The 2 demonic sect guys up there still hadn't made a move. Kui Ming looked down, wondering, What do they want to do? Song Diwang confidently replied, Just struggling before death, no need to pay them any mind. Do you think the Great Zhou dynasty will send people to save them? Kui Ming confidently replied, If it were just Shangguan Li, I wouldn't be so sure, but that Li Mukarat is the Empress's only favorite. She wouldn't bear to let him die. She'll definitely send people. Song Diwang curiously asked. Favorite? Could it be that the Great Zhou Empress will personally come for him?
Kui Ming smugly replied. Relax, what kind of status does the Empress have? How could she personally come? He's the Empress's favorite, but he's not her concubine. As long as there's no problem with this formation, we just wait for the fish to bite, Song Diwang confidently said. I learned this formation from Tianhuan Daren. Tianhuan Daren is the ancestor of formations.
Regardless of what those guys were babbling about, down below, Li Mu's group and Shangguan Li had finished arranging their troops, preparing to break the formation.
Seeing their imposing manner, Kui Ming felt a bit uneasy and asked, Will there be any problems with your formation? Song Diwang firmly stated. Don't worry, fluctuations at this level can't shake this formation.
Suddenly, the power of the law became more and more intense, hitting the formation above.
That Song Diwang guy panicked and shouted, Not good, quickly stabilize the formation with me.
Li Mu inside also took the momentum and jumped up, slashing directly at the formation,
facing Kui Ming face to face. Smiling provocatively, Kui Ming, are you scared? That Kui Ming shouted, What are you waiting for? Attack? Li Mu still didn't understand what was going on, when one of the inner guards stood out and seriously injured another inner guard with his sword.
Then, he said to Song Diwang,
That's one of our people. Let her out.
Shangguan Li hugged the seriously injured inner guard, angrily saying, No wonder we've been chasing them the whole way, and Kui Ming always manages to escape. You deliberately led us here. The mole removed his hat and calmly replied, Commander Shangguan, you discovered it a little too late. Shangguan Li worriedly asked the inner guard next to her, Are you okay? The inner guard struggled to reply, I won't die, but I don't have the strength to break the formation anymore. Li Mu landed on the ground and said, Plan A failed, we can only proceed with Plan B. Shangguan Li blankly asked, What's Plan B? Li Mu smiled and replied, Under normal circumstances, breaking this formation requires 5 fifth-stage powerhouses. On the contrary, I alone am enough. Li Mu Smai turned his head and asked Shangguan Li, Commander Shangguan, can you help me? She quickly walked to his side and asked, Then what? Do you need to transfer my magic power to you? Li Mu smiled and replied, No need, just support me.
Li Mu No took a deep breath, and then read, The Tao that can be described is not the eternal Tao.
The Song Diwang above felt this aura, and his sweat broke out in confusion. He quickly ran behind his 2 teammates and said, Retreat quickly. With that said, all 3 disappeared suddenly.
At the same time, an extremely strong golden light began to burst out, causing the broken formation to disintegrate.
After the formation was broken, Li Muqi also vomited blood and fell backwards. Shangguan Li then began to do her job. She quickly supported Li Muqi and asked, Are you okay? Li Muqi smiled and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. He thought to himself, This formation is much more solid than the 18 levels of Hell formation, and my acceptance of the power of heaven and earth has also weakened a lot. Plus, my strength has increased a lot, so this little bit is just a minor injury. But Shangguan Li rarely cares about me like this. It wouldn't be too much to rest in her arms for a while, right? His face turned red, and he smiled contentedly as he lay next to Shangguan Li's big, round personality. Kui Ming looked at the formation being shattered in front of him, and asked Song Diwang, Is this the no problem you were talking about? Song Diwang was also trembling in panic, thinking to himself, How could this be? The immortal trapping formation I set up is even stronger than the 18 levels of Hell formation of King Chujiang. How could it be so easily broken? Li Mu looked up into the sky and said, They haven't run far yet, chase them! With that, he, Shangguan Li, and the inner guard jumped up to chase Kui Ming's group.
In the blink of an eye, the group caught up, each holding down one of them. Li Mu observed the situation, thinking to himself,
There are 3 people on each side. Kui Ming flew in front of Li Mu and threatened, Li Mu, my decline to this point is all because of you. Today next year is your death anniversary.
Li Mu smiled and replied, Stop blaming me. You are what you are today simply because you are a beast.
Kui Ming was so angry that he couldn't do anything, so he attacked. He gritted his teeth and said, Stop wasting words.
Streams of sword energy flew straight towards Li Mu, but when they got close, they were completely blocked by a golden barrier outside. Li Mu didn't even use a single hair. Kui Ming exclaimed in surprise.
Golden Armor Talisman. Although the Golden Armor Talisman is only at the Earth level, my current cultivation is only in the early stage of creation. If I want to break the Golden Armor Talisman, Li Mu didn't stand still and wait to be attacked. He immediately released a series of Thunder Talismans. The Thunder Talismans flew into the sky, forming an angry black cloud right above Kui Ming's head.
He struggled to avoid those attacks, he thought as he ran. Thunder. When he saw a stream of sword energy attacking him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Not good." That sword pierced his back, causing Kui Ming to fall down. He hugged his chest and coughed with difficulty until he vomited blood. Li Mu, on the other side, still said energetically, "It's not over yet." With that, Li Mu formed a hand seal and chanted a spell, causing the ground under Kui Ming's feet to freeze, burying his feet in the ice. He exclaimed in surprise, "Freezing?" He had to pat his chest hard, causing blood to spurt out with a choking cough. The drops of blood stuck to the ice, causing it to slowly melt. After escaping, he jumped up and ran away. As he ran, he cursed in his heart, "Damn Li Mu." But before he could run far, a fire dragon appeared in front of him. It was the high-level fire dragon talisman, Kui Ming exclaimed in surprise. How many high-level talismans does he have anyway? The fire dragon continuously attacked him, Kui Ming thought helplessly. Obviously my realm is higher than his, but he has forced me to the point where I have no power to resist. He quickly unsheathed his sword, slashing horizontally at that fire dragon. Suddenly, another talisman flew up from behind Kui Ming. He panicked, thinking, "Crap, I can't move." From a distance, a sword was about to pierce him. Just then, a strong hand reached out, grabbing the sword that was about to take Kui Ming's life. It was none other than Song Diwang. He crushed the sword and said, "To actually be pushed this far by a junior in the fourth realm, what have you been doing in Shendu all these years? Just indulging in pleasure and neglecting your cultivation." Kui Ming dispelled the paper dolls on his body and replied, "Li Mu has countless magic treasures on him. He's a lot harder to deal with than you think. Why don't you try?" Hearing that, Song Diwang got all excited. "Then I definitely have to take him out first." No sooner had he spoken than he started his counterattack. A statue filled with dense demonic energy appeared above Li Mu's head. Li Mu looked up, thinking to himself, "A ghost seal? This Song Diwang guy isn't bad."
"Too bad you messed with me, and luckily I've got the Empress's favor," Li Mu shouted immediately. "Golden armor." Instantly, a sturdy barrier appeared, protecting him. Shangguan Li saw this and called out, "Li Mu, I'm coming to help you." He immediately replied, "No need, you go take care of that mole. I can handle Kui Ming and this ghost." The ghost seal kept pressing down on Li Mu's golden armor, but it didn't cause any damage at all. Song Diwang said to Kui Ming, "You and I join forces and go all out against this guy. This protective magic treasure needs spiritual power to activate. He's only in the fourth realm. I want to see how long he can last." He observed the golden armor, thinking, "A top-grade heavenly-level protective magic treasure." A top-grade heavenly-level protective magic treasure is a rare item, even for a sixth realm expert. For it to appear on someone in the fourth realm, just how much does the Great Zhou Empress favor him? Li Mu also realized what he was planning. He took out a handful of spirit jade, saying, "Trying to exhaust me to death? Dream on." Li Mu calmly manipulated the spirit jade to surround himself, thinking as he did so, "This magic treasure is useful, but it consumes quite a bit of spiritual power. I'm using the self-healing art to draw on the power of heaven and earth, to replenish my spiritual power, plus this much spirit jade. It's just barely enough to balance out the rate of consumption." Kui Ming and Song Diwang were already starting to pant after a while. Li Mu, looking refreshed, asked them, "Starting to get tired, are we? Is that all you got? You're just tickling me?" Song Diwang frowned, puzzled. Why isn't his spiritual power running out? Something's not right. After a moment of calculation, he shouted, "Magical arts and divine abilities are useless against him. Get up close and take his life." With that, they both drew their weapons and charged forward. Li Xiaomu frowned, thinking, "These two have no shame, do they? A creation realm and a peak underworld soul realm, teaming up to bully a fourth realm like me. No matter how powerful my divine abilities and Daddio techniques are, I'm no match for them." He suddenly regained his composure, smiling as he thought, "But since I started sucking up to the Empress, divine abilities and Dao techniques aren't my trump cards anymore." Li Mu took out a talisman and loudly proclaimed, "Divine Soldier!" Instantly, two massive, golden divine soldiers appeared behind Li Mu. He confidently crossed his arms. With a provocative tone, he gestured, "If you think you can handle it, come on." Those two divine soldiers quickly came forward to block in front of Li Mu, he thought. "These two golden-armored divine soldiers are in the fifth realm. I still have a sixth realm golden-armored divine soldier talisman obtained from the talisman sect, but those two are only in the fifth realm. No need to use that ace in the hole." The two were also stunned. Song Diwang asked himself confused, "What kind of talisman is this again?" As they struggled to block the attacks of the divine soldiers, they roared, "How many more talismans does he have?" Kui Ming backed into a corner, took out a talisman, shouting, "You think you're the only one with talismans?" He held the talisman in his hand, thinking, After activating this talisman, it can summon a 6th realm expert to attack. This is my last resort.
Li Mu frowned as he observed, thinking, Kui Ming's strength is no match for that Ghost King. Let the 2 golden armors go deal with the Ghost King. With that thought, he directed the 2 golden armors to focus their attacks on Song Diwang. Kui Ming also began to activate his talisman, Li Mu observed, thinking, I'll take care of Kui Ming. This talisman of his is no ordinary item. I have to be more careful. With that thought, he tossed a series of talismans into the air and cast a spell. Kui Ming's talisman had been activated. A large hand reached toward Li Mu. He was surrounded by streams of power from the virtue talismans, calculating in his heart, the armor on my body can help me reduce the attack, but I will still take some damage. If this palm strikes, I will inevitably be injured. Li Mu observed the hand for a moment, but he didn't panic. On the contrary, he smiled triumphantly. Kui Ming's palm began to descend, continuously destroying Li Mu's outer barriers, one after another, the tortoise shell, azure shield, and shadow shift. After shattering the shadow shift, the palm couldn't hold on any longer and turned into dust. Li Mu smiled brightly and asked, Is that all you've got? Anything else? He was horrified, his face ashen, thinking, How can this be? Although I don't want to admit it, I can't possibly defeat Li Mu by myself. Now I can only rely on Song Diwang to destroy those 2 golden armors. But before he could do anything, he was attacked by Li Mucha's imprisoning immortal rope, which instantly and successfully bound Kui Ming, catching him off guard. He fell to the ground like a ripe jackfruit. He thought bitterly, Damn it, my spiritual power is useless. Li Mu walked over, stepped on him, and said, Daring to be distracted while fighting others, who are you looking down on? Kui Ming was startled to hear that, exclaiming in his heart, Fighting. He gritted his teeth thinking, That damned Li Mu, taking out talismans, using magic treasures for sneak attacks. And he calls it fighting. Song Diwang, who was fighting on the other side, was furious when he saw Kui Ming captured, thinking, Useless trash. To be captured so quickly by someone with a lower cultivation level, I can't just watch him die, I need to end this quickly. With that thought, he took a breath and spat a stream of dark demonic energy towards the divine soldier. The divine soldier inside the demonic energy crazily unleashed a series of sword energies. After wreaking havoc on the 2 divine soldiers, Song Diwang jumped back, wanting to escape. Li Mu enthusiastically tossed out 2 talismans, saying, You've got some skill, all right. Let me give you 2 more to play with. Looking at the 2 brand new divine soldiers in front of him, Song Diwang couldn't help but be shocked, exclaiming, This kind of precious talisman, ordinary cultivators would carefully cherish as a trump card to save their lives. He's just tossing them out like they're nothing. Li Mu, meanwhile, was gathering ki in his hand, looking at Kui Ming on the ground, thinking, It took the Yi sect 20 years to get Kui Ming to the position of middle secretary. His status in the charm sect must be high. He must know many secrets of the devil sect. If I kill him, it would be a waste. But if I don't kill him... Li Mu's killing intent terrified Kui Ming, thinking, He wants to kill me. Without thinking much, he immediately bit his tongue. Immediately afterwards, he successfully transformed into a wisp of black gas, successfully escaping from the imprisoning immortal rope. He didn't get far, but he could only put some distance between himself and Li Mu. He panted, and blurted out with anger. Li Mu Shangguan Li came over with the internal guards at this time and shouted, Kill Kui Ming! Keep the original spirit, Kui Ming also shouted, as if he was extremely resentful. You guys forced me to do this. He stabbed himself directly with his fan to commit suicide, and at the same time his hand squeezed a talisman, then swallowed it into his throat in pain. His pupils started to glow red, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. After a moment, a shadowy figure emerged from his body, incredibly eerie. Shangguan Li exclaimed in surprise, Kui Ming, this is... The Song Emperor vaguely understood, and loudly said, Could it be? Li Mu, on the other hand, calmly frowned as he observed. After that shadowy figure fully materialized, it shattered 2 divine weapons with a single, simple move. The guy's face scrunched up, creating immense pressure. Shangguan Li couldn't move, struggling to say, This pressure is the 6th realm. The Song Emperor also knelt down, respectfully shouting, The Netherworld Saint descends upon the 10 palaces of Yama. Song Emperor pays respects to Heavenly Lord. Li Mu helped Shangguan Li up, asking worriedly, Are you all right? She panted, replying, I'm fine. Li Mu observed the guy in front of him, analyzing in his mind. Heavenly Lord? Kui Ming just sacrificed himself, causing this Heavenly Lord of the demonic sect to manifest. Li Mu frowned, thinking, From what I know, the demonic sect only has one Heavenly Lord, the Grand Elder of the illusionary demonic Dao sect. Demonic Dao sects all have 7th realm powerhouses. With eminent status, the myriad illusion Heavenly Lord.
Li Mu, undeterred, thought. The one possessing Kui Ming is probably just a clone of the myriad illusion. Heavenly Lord, I'll test his strength first. Thinking that, he controlled the divine weapon to attack the guy. Facing the attack, the guy simply reached out his hand, quickly controlling the divine weapon, then clenched his fist, easily crushing it. Shangguan Li exclaimed in shock. Even if it's just a clone, the difference in strength between the 6th and 5th realms is too great. There's no making up for it. Looks like there's no escape today. Shangguan Li grabbed a talisman, standing in front of Li Mu, and instructed, "We'll hold him off for a bit, you take this chance to run. Yunzhong County is no longer safe. Get to White Cloud Mountain as fast as you can." Li Mu curiously asked, "Can you guys hold him off?" Shangguan Li turned back urgently, replying, "This talisman is enough for you to escape." Li Mu was speechless, thinking, she's definitely planning to self-destruct again. He calmly straightened her out. "Can you stop always thinking about dying?" Li Mu then offered his idea.
"Actually, I still have a high-grade, heavenly-level talisman that can summon a golden-armored divine warrior of the 6th realm." Shangguan Li, hearing this, excitedly said, "Then quickly take it out!" Li Mu sighed, replying, "I can't. This talisman is my last trump card. Using it on Kui Ming would be a waste. Besides, that's just a clone that fell from the sky. Even though it looks like the 6th realm, it definitely can't compare to a genuine 6th realm powerhouse."
Shangguan Li stared at Li Mu dumbfounded. She wondered, at this moment of life and death, he's still stingy with a talisman. What on earth is he thinking? Li Mu stepped forward, saying, "Alright, you guys rest for a bit, let me go test him out." Li Mu stood forward and muttered an incantation, and the energy on his body suddenly exploded, but Li Mu showed no signs of weakness. Shangguan Li was shocked and thought to herself, early stage of divine power, middle stage, peak. Early stage of creation, middle stage, how can his realm break through so quickly? Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu's back and thought to herself, the last time you stood up to protect me, you were still your majesty.
This time, Li Mu had finished gathering his strength. He took out the Qingbai sword and chanted a secret incantation. Heaven and earth are constant, reversing the universe's laws. Dharmic armor arises from the heart. Unceasing creation, supreme heavenly venerable, hasten as the law commands. Instantly, one sword transformed into tens of thousands of swords floating in the air. After the incantation was completed, Li Mu launched the attack towards the clone. He confidently created a barrier in front of him, saying with disdain, "Your sword skills are too green." The sword Qi continuously attacked the barrier without stopping, and in just an instant, the barrier was shattered by Li Mu's move. Li Mu once again chanted an incantation in his mind. Universe without limit. Wind and thunder receive orders. Dragon battle in the desolate wilderness. 10 directions seek annihilation. Supreme heavenly venerable, hasten as the law commands. He shouted excitedly, and once again, a rain of swords began to pour down on the clone. But he was able to stand still without any damage. The Song Emperor next to him was also panicking, thinking to himself, "This strong wind seems to be able to disintegrate the primordial spirit. Just getting a little close just now, I felt my primordial spirit was unstable." No wonder Kui Ming failed at this person's hands. He looks like he's only in the 4th realm, but whether it's talismans, magic treasures, or divine power techniques, they're all unbelievable. A powerhouse in the peak 5th realm would probably not gain any advantage against him. The clone stood still and motionless, then angrily opened his mouth. "You've played enough, right? It's my turn now, isn't it?" He began to counterattack, clasping his hands to form a seal, then pointing straight at the sky. Instantly, the sky changed color, a deadly purple appearing, and in the center of the vortex, something was protruding. From the dark purple sky, a finger slowly descended towards Li Mu and the others. He observed the situation for a moment, and his brain quickly calculated, chanting an incantation, subjugating Heaven King, descending the Heavenly One, Heaven and Earth, Xuanhuang, Yin and Yang, wonderful Dharma, supreme heavenly venerable, hasten as the law commands. Immediately, 2 streams of energy, one white and one black, began to surround Li Mu, then flew upwards. The 2 streams of qi flew into the sky and swirled, forming a yin and yang formation that withstood the attack of the finger. The finger was shattered as soon as it touched, but the yin and yang circle was unharmed. This made the clone dumbfounded. Li Mu smiled confidently, muttering an incantation. Heavenly net vast, hell demon luo, wisdom sword leaf sheath, slaying demons, punishing stars, supreme heavenly venerable, hasten as the law commands. Immediately, a sharp golden sword Qi attacked the clone quickly, catching him off guard, resulting in a large hole being pierced in the middle of his chest, and the result was undeniable. The clone completely collapsed. The Song Emperor, who had been standing next to him, was shocked, thinking to himself, The myriad illusion Heavenly Lord's clone has been destroyed, Li Mu smirked, saying, "Oh, is that all there is to it?" Kui Ming returned to his previous appearance. With his white hair and wrinkled skin, he thought unwillingly, "I used 5,000 years of lifespan to perform a blood sacrifice in exchange for the opportunity for a clone of the myriad illusion Heavenly Lord to descend. Even my cultivation level fell to the 4th realm, but even so, I still can't fight him? When it comes to talismans and magic treasures, I'm no match for him. When it comes to fighting techniques, I'm still no match for him." The Song Emperor panicked, thinking, the powerful Dao technique he just used in combat, even the myriad illusion Heavenly Lord's clone couldn't escape it. I need to retreat first. Li Mu recognized his intention and immediately shouted,
"Trying to run, in your dreams." With that, Li Mu leaped into action, chasing after the guy. The two of them ended up racing through the forest, all the way to the distant mountains.
Shangguan Lai sighed in relief, ordering the guards beside her, "Tie Kui Ming up, quick." Moments later, 2 streaks of light shot down from the sky towards Shangguan Lai. The group, who were resting, were startled by the commotion.
Li Mu and Sue. He landed gracefully. He said to her with concern,
"Absorb this soul energy, Sister Sue. Your strength will stabilize even more." Shangguan Lai looked bewildered and asked, "And who is this?"
Li Mu eagerly introduced, "This is another victim in Kui Ming's scheme, Su He. If she hadn't possessed me just now, I wouldn't have been able to handle that Song Emperor dude." He glanced at Kui Ming on the ground and said, "Sister Su, Kui Ming's right here. Deal with him however you want."
Kui Ming knelt on the ground, begging pathetically, "Su He, I was wrong before. Remember the engagement we had? Please forgive me." Su. He stared coldly at him and casually said, "Do whatever you want. He's useless to me now." Li Mu asked in surprise, "You don't want to take revenge yourself?" Su He calmly replied, "He's going to die anyway. Why should I dirty my hands?" Hearing this, Li Mu thought to himself, "When I first met her, her hatred for Kui Ming was no less than Madame Chu's, but Madame Chu only has hatred in her eyes, like a still lake, devoid of anger. But Sister Su is like a cheerful stream, always full of life. I can't feel any resentment from her anymore."
Li Mu happily replied, "Got it. I'll report back to Her Majesty." Li Mu then took out his conch shell and sent a message. "Your Majesty, I've met up with Commander Shangguan. Kui Ming has been captured. You don't need to worry." The Queen anxiously asked, "Are you and Ali injured?" Li Mu turned to look at Shangguan Lai, his face expectant, and replied to the Queen, "I'm fine, but Commander Shangguan has a slight injury. Your Majesty, let Commander Shangguan talk to you." Just then, Su He asked, "Where is she?" The sudden question caught Li Mu off guard. He thought, "She's asking about the zombie." He answered truthfully, "After you fell asleep, I let her go. If she hadn't held back those demons for a bit, I might not have been able to see you again." "Su," he said quietly, "I thought she would be my lifelong enemy. But after she appeared, all I felt was the closeness of shared blood." As she was speaking, Shangguan Lai ran over and said, "Her Majesty said she'll send people to escort us back to Chengdu." She lowered her head gratefully, saying, "Li Mu, thank you. Without you, we would have all died here." Li Mu smiled warmly and said, "No need to thank me. We're all on the same side. Besides, Kui Ming and I have a big feud too. Even without you guys, I would have killed him." Li Mu said seriously, "There must still be MI sect spies in the guards. You have to remind Her Majesty not to spread the news about Kui Ming's capture for now, to avoid stirring up trouble. Since Wang Huang Tianjun's clone was killed, he must know Kui Ming's been caught. They'll probably alert the MI sect spies. From now on, you need to monitor the guards and all the suspicious characters in the court." Hearing these reminders, Shangguan Lai asked suspiciously, "What about you then?" Li Mu leisurely replied, "I'm here on vacation, just checking to see if you're okay. When my vacation's over, we'll meet again." With that, he waved goodbye and left with Su He. Cut to Yangqiu County. Su He and Li Mu strolled down the street. Su He asked him curiously, "By the way, what big feud do you have with Kui Ming?" He poked her forehead and replied, "You're so heartless, Suji. What big feud could I have with Kui Ming? It's all because of you." He flew into the air, playfully saying, "I'm a ghost, I don't have a heart." Anyway, Li Mu sighed and said matter-of-factly, "Whatever, I can never win an argument with you anyway." Cut to the ancient tomb. Li Mu and Su He walked to the front of 2 graves. He looked at Su He's back, lost in thought. Sister Su had a lot of resentment before she died, which is why she could become a spirit. But her parents passed away peacefully, truly scattering their souls. What will happen to Sister Su in the future?
After standing in front of the graves for a while, Suhi turned around and said, "Let's go." The two of them followed the path and left. Li Mu wondered. "What are your plans next?" Suhi bluntly replied. "Haven't thought about it." Li Mu suggested, "How about you come with me to Chengdu? If we team up, we won't even be afraid of Deng Xuan. I have a big house in Chengdu. You can choose whatever room you like, too." He interrupted. "I'm a woman, so young, and not married yet. What would people think of me living with you for no reason?" Li Mu pouted and said, "You're a ghost, not a person, and you're not that young anymore anyway."
So he immediately focused on the key point. She asked Li Mue with a murderous look, "What did you say?" He immediately felt guilty and started sweet-talking her. "I mean, Sister Su isn't that young anymore, but her appearance is forever 18. You'll always be 18 in my heart." Southeast Demon Country, the size of a northwest prefecture of Dazhao. The 10,000 Great Mountains stretch between the Demon Country and Daizhou, connecting Shengzhou and Zhuzhou. The demons of the Demon Country occupy the interior of Shengzhou. The Demon Country has no less than 100 sects, large and small. The large Demon Country rules one area. The small Demon Country relies on the large Demon Country for survival. Cut to the 10,000 Great Mountains. A group of demons knelt in the main hall. They roared as they knelt before the man standing above them, shouting, "Welcome, Heavenly Lord." The Heavenly Lord solemnly announced, "Kui Ming is dead." The demons below buzzed with chatter. The Heavenly Lord even sent a clone to help him. How could he still fail? Could it be that the Zhao Kingdom sent out a powerhouse above the third realm? The Heavenly Lord waved his hand, displaying an illusion, and asked, "Do you know who fought with Kui Ming?" An image of Li Mushan began to appear, and the demons below began to discuss. Who is this person? He has such supernatural powers that he could easily kill the Heavenly Lord's clone. He must be in the 6th realm. How could someone so young reach the 6th realm? This person's supernatural powers are too terrifying. Below the 6th realm, meeting him is a death sentence. Xuanji, seeing the familiar face, was stunned. Could it be him? She immediately stood up and shouted, "Father, it's him! He almost captured me last time. His name is Li Mujia, and he's an official of Dazhao." Hearing this, the Heavenly Lord thought to himself, "If we let Li Mujia grow stronger, he'll definitely become a big threat to the devil sect." He pondered for a moment, then shouted, "Pass down my order! Whoever can kill him will receive a precious treasure personally refined by this venerable." The demons below were in an uproar. The Heavenly Lord said to Xuanji, "That clone was destroyed. Father needs to go into seclusion for a while. He'll temporarily manage the Illusion sect and the MI sect. If you encounter anything important, you can discuss it with the elders." With that, he turned and left. Xuanji Yan respectfully replied, "Yes, Father." As soon as the door closed, she immediately turned around and told the demons below to send a message to the sects. If anyone can capture that Li Mu Mu, the Heavenly Lord will have a great reward. Oh, and tell them, alive is preferred, dead will do if necessary. She smugly thought to herself, "You better pray you don't fall into my hands." Cut to Li Mu's house in Yankee County. Li Mu suddenly sneezed loudly. He asked uncomfortably, "Who's talking about me, Su?" He then asked, "There are many women who mention you. Who do you think it is?" Li Mu said helplessly. "Sister Su, stop teasing me." Before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out outside. "Is Li Mu home?" He quickly went to open the door, and seeing the familiar face in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Madam Chu." Looking at the group in front of him, Li Mu was even more surprised and said, "Sister Mei, Lord Zhuo Xilang, you guys." Mei Wei said, "We're under orders to escort Achua back to Chengdu." Mei Wei pointed to Zhuo Xilang and continued, "This is Lord Zhuo Xilang of the Ministry of War. You're probably familiar with him." Li Mu said warmly, "Of course, please come in." He led Madam Chu inside, worriedly thinking to himself, Suhi and Madam Chu, two victims meeting for the first time. They won't start fighting, will they? The consequence was still Li Mu say overthinking things. Madam Chu politely went forward to greet her, then sincerely said, "Miss Su, I'm so sorry. At that time, I only knew that you had an unexpected disappearance. I didn't know you were harmed by that beast Kui Ming." He responded gracefully, "You were also a victim, so there's no need to apologize to me." Madam Chu said calmly, "I should be thanking you." "Su?" he asked, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Madam Chu honestly recounted. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my soul would have long scattered, and I wouldn't have had the chance to personally take revenge. At first, when I was in the northern prefecture, I became a ghost general under Chu Jiangwang for revenge, and then I almost made a big mistake. I should have died at the hands of Master Lai, but Master Lai knew the old grudges between me and Kui Ming, so he spared my life
and brought me to the divine capital, seeking an opportunity to personally expose Kui Ming for my revenge that year.
Hearing this, Suhi felt a little sorry, secretly looking at Li Mu and thinking, I only knew that Kui Ming was a spy for the demonic sect, wanted by the Great Zhou dynasty. By the time I woke up, Kui Ming was already in front of me, just waiting for me to take revenge with my own hands. There were so many things involved, but he didn't mention a single word.
The curious girl asked further, what exactly happened during this time? The vice minister on the side also said to Li Mu, Master Li, to prevent the demonic sect from sending secret reports, this official must first search Kui Ming's soul and immediately send news back to the divine capital in order to ferret out the spies in the court. Li Mu guessed this and raised his hand, saying,
to avoid any unexpected events, Kui Ming's primordial spirit was sealed by me and taken into my portable space. Now, I will release him.
With that, he raised his ring high and released Kui Ming, causing him to roll a few times on the ground.
Li Mu looked at the palm of his hand and thought, Kui Ming originally wanted to die, so even if I forcibly searched his soul, no one would care if he became a fool. The vice minister began to search his soul. Kui Ming hadn't even had time to get his bearings when he was affected. He struggled to resist but still had to succumb, screaming in pain. Right after that deafening scream, Kui Ming rolled his eyes and fell to the ground a second time.
The vice minister then said, among the 4 guards, Mei, Lan, Ju, and Zhu, of the inner guard, besides the woman you captured, there are still 4 people who were bewitched by Kui Ming to become spies for the charm sect.
Moreover, this is just Kui Ming bewitching high-ranking officials in the court alone. Who knows how many hidden spies the demonic sect has? Li Mu pondered and asked. Even the Mei Guard has spies, he asked himself, confused. Do the 2 sects want to play a trick to sow discord?
Mei Wei said silently, when His Majesty first ascended the throne, when we established the inner guard, we were too careless. This time, returning to the divine capital, we must purge the inner guard.
Li Mu Kara, looking at Kui Ming on the ground, asked, what should be done with him? Before Mei Wei could say anything, Madame Chu spoke up. Can you hand him over to me? Shangguan Li smiled and telepathically transmitted to Mei Wei. Kui Ming is useless. Bringing him back to the divine capital would only lead to death. He was once an important minister of the court, a national disgrace. Bringing him back to the divine capital for punishment would only make the people know, which might affect the reputation of the court. Mei Wei immediately caught the signal and replied, do as you wish.
As if waiting for these words, Madame Chu immediately grabbed Kui Ming's head and went into the house. He screamed in pain and panic, what are you going to do? The door slammed shut immediately, followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. Don't come over. Yungair, it was all my fault before. I beg you to forgive me, forgive me. Hearing the mournful screams coming from inside the house, Li Muxi's hair stood on end. He thought, this house probably won't be peaceful to live in anymore. After a while, Mei Wei walked to Li Mu's side and asked, are you really not coming back with us? Li Mu honestly replied, His Majesty might need someone by his side. Throughout the entire Great Zhou, you're the only one who can be by His Majesty's side.
Mei Wei thought, I've been busy for half a year.
I should let myself take a vacation and be with my family.
Mei Wei didn't force him anymore but said,
then try to come back soon. His Majesty doesn't have many people he can use. Without your words, things will be very difficult. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Got it, got it. Be careful on your way back.
After Shangguan Li's group left, Li Mu leisurely lay back on the chair in the courtyard, thinking, finally it's over. Elder Sister Su has avenged her great revenge, and reconciled with the female zombie. She doesn't have to be imprisoned in Bixu Pond anymore. Having so many worries lifted at once, it feels so relieving. He happened to come out to the courtyard at this time. She saw him lying there, and walked over, still with worries in her heart. She walked over and gently massaged Li Mu's shoulders. He comfortably said, left, left, a little more to the left, right, that's the spot. A little more to the right, a little more, a little back to the left. After snapping back to his senses, Li Mu felt that something was wrong and frowned. He subconsciously startled, opened his eyes, and thought, that's not right. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai aren't here. Who is massaging my shoulders? He then spoke.
Does it feel good? Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. Elder Sister Su? I didn't know it was you, Su. He calmly replied, you helped me avenge my great revenge, so massaging your shoulders is considered repaying you. He smiled brightly and said, what kind of relationship do we have? Why talk about repaying or not repaying?
He caught the important point. She leaned close to Li Mu's ear and asked, what kind of relationship do we have? This sudden question made his face turn red.
He honestly said, you once saved my life, and I once saved your life. We've been through life and death together. We're not siblings, but we're more than siblings. So he was still not satisfied, and continued. Just siblings. At Bixu Pond, you once called me wife, Li Muxia exclaimed nervously. That was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, I swear. I've never had that kind of thought about you, Su. He angrily pinched his shoulder hard, causing Li Muxia to cry out in pain. Ouch, easy, easy, good elder sister.
Ouch, Su. He walked in front of Li Mu, twisting her wrist, and said, You stinky little brother. What elder sister would serve her little brother? You massage me instead. Li Mu had no objections, and enthusiastically said, Okay, you sit down, I'll massage you. He massaged her shoulders and asked, Is this strength okay, or should I make it a little stronger, Su? He leisurely replied, Not bad, not bad. Massage the right side a bit too, Li Mu thought. This woman really turns her face faster than flipping a book. Whether it's Su He or Liu Hanyan, they're all the same.
After massaging for a while, Li Mu spoke again. Oh right, elder sister Su, I'm going to White Cloud Mountain tomorrow. If you want to watch over your parents' graves, you can just stay here. Before returning to the divine capital, I'll come pick you up, and we'll go to the divine capital together, son. He casually replied. Okay, you've mentioned it several times already. In a moment you'll say it again. Hurry, and go find your wife. Li Mu hesitated a bit and asked, Then I'll go now, Su. He waved her hand and replied, Go quickly, go quickly. The girl went to the door and stood watching Li Mu walk further and further away. After making sure he had left, the smile on the girl's lips dropped, and a face filled with countless worries appeared.
The sky also began to turn rainy. Su He silently thought, If I had been born 20 years later, it would have been better.
The sky began to turn rainy, with heavier and heavier raindrops. Su He walked in the rain. The petals fell with the heavy raindrops, along with the worries in the girl's heart. If only we were born at the same time, things would be better with him. I have left him. He is at the corner of the sea from me. When I was born, he was not yet. When he was, I was already old. Close as an inch. Thoughts so hard to express. Men win can't be exchanged. So very despondent. Scene change to the summit of White Cloud. An old man said to Li Mu, Daoist Liu is still cultivating. Please stay in the guest room first. That night, in the guest room, Li Mu sat on the bed, focusing on cultivating. He thought, I don't know when Hanyan and Wanwan will come out of seclusion. I might as well close myself off to cultivate and study talismans. That way, I can draw more for myself in the future. Suddenly, he sneezed loudly. Li Mu rubbed his nose and thought in his heart, It's only midnight, who's thinking of me? He looked at the moonlight outside the window and fell into contemplation. It seems like only that person would think of me at midnight. Come to think of it, the northern prefecture and the divine capital are too far apart. Now that I've left the divine capital, the empress can't use the dream entering technique to see me every night anymore. Thinking this, he picked up the seashell and said, Is your majesty asleep? The empress, on the other end of the line, immediately replied to Li Mu. Why did you remember to contact me? Li Mu happily replied. Before, I used to meet with your majesty in dreams every day. It's been so long since we last met, I was a little worried that your majesty would be too bored alone every night. The empress smiled brightly, her cheeks blushing shyly. I'm fine. She remembered something and said, Right. That incantation you taught me last time, did you teach it to anyone else? Li Mu's face scrunched up at the familiar question. He finally answered honestly. Besides your majesty, there's my fiancée, the little maid by her side, Zhao Bai, and a friend of mine. The queen's expression darkened. She asked, Is this friend of yours male or female? Can they be trusted? Li Mu replied, She's female, and one of the people I trust the most. Besides my family, she was also the first to learn this incantation. He thought to himself, puzzled. Why do all women care about this issue? They're not Lin Da Yu, and the incantation isn't some prized possession, just because I taught it to someone else. Does that mean I can't teach it to them? The queen spoke again. In the past few days I've realized this incantation doesn't seem as simple as I thought. It's best not to spread it around easily. Li Mu nodded. I know. My master passed this incantation to me, and I haven't passed it on to anyone else. I'm making an exception for your majesty. I hope your majesty. He trailed off. Li Mu paused, thinking to himself. Liu Hanyan is my fiancé, Wanwan is her maid, and Zhao Bai will follow me for life. As for Li Qing, she's a special case. Come to think of it, the queen seems to be the only outsider. The queen also realized something was amiss, she thought. He taught this incantation to so many people, and none of them count as an exception?
Why insist that only I am the exception? She slammed her hand on the floor, thinking angrily, I'm so good to you, I've bestowed so many things upon him, even the precious creation pill. I saved the best treasures for him, and even made a life-saving charm for him.
And in the end, I'm just an outsider he made an exception for? Li Musa felt a bit guilty, thinking, something's not right. Her Majesty has been quiet for so long. Could it be what I just said? Li Musa panicked. Crap! Her Majesty is extremely emotionally deprived. If you give her 1 part love, she'll return 10 parts. What I just said could very well make her feel like an outsider.
After a moment of panic, Li Musa pursed his lips, trying to regain his composure. He calmly asked, Your Majesty, after hearing what I said, do you feel like I don't consider you family? Do you feel like being sincere to me was a mistake? The Queen, caught off guard, gasped in surprise. Li Mu continued, I only said 1 sentence. And Your Majesty has this feeling. Last time, Your Majesty was so cold and indifferent to me, 1,000, 10,000 times more hurtful than this sentence of mine. Now Your Majesty knows how heartbroken I was back then, right?
Li Mu smiled slyly, thinking, bringing up old debts allows me to instantly turn the tables, shifting from passive to active. Against people like Liu Hanyan and Su Huo, using this tactic would make them wish I was dead. But against someone with pure emotions like the Queen, this is simply an invincible weapon.
Hearing Li Mua's words, the Queen became anxious. What happened last time was my fault. Why do you still remember it? Li Mua patted his chest and said, How could I forget? That was the biggest grievance I've suffered in my life. Even now, when I think about it, I still feel uncomfortable.
The Queen became even more flustered. Li Mu Simu, let me explain. He immediately interrupted. Let's end our talk here for today. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Your Majesty. Then, he immediately cut off the connection. Li Mu sat on the bed, a little worried, thinking, although I was like a spoiled girlfriend just now, I'm the one who suffered a grievance, and only need a little coaxing. If Her Majesty suffers a grievance, I'll have to endure at least a few beatings. After being disconnected by Li Mu, the Queen also lay blankly on the bed, thinking seriously, perhaps, when Li Mu returns to the capital, I should just erase this memory of his. Back to Li Mu, he was already asleep, when suddenly, an ambiguous image and a somewhat familiar voice echoed, Beloved concubine, this is my fault. Listen to my explanation. Another voice, more charming, replied, I won't listen. The Queen, in the form of a man, said in a doting tone, All right, beloved concubine, it was my fault. What do you want? I'll give you anything. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? And the owner of that charming voice was none other than Li Muka. He was so horrified by the scene in his dream that he jumped up, shouting. Without transitioning, the next morning arrives on Mount Zhengbaiyun. Li Mu strides up the long steps, thinking about the dream. I'm a dignified 7-foot-tall man. Why am I having such a strange dream? Could it be because I saw myself as Her Majesty's bratty boyfriend yesterday? I can't treat the Queen like that anymore. Normal people who care about face wouldn't do such a thing. If this continues, I'm afraid these kinds of dreams will never end. I should just enjoy the scenery and relax. But when Li Mu looked up, he was surprised. Why am I already at the main peak? He walked to the main peak's plaza, where a huge golden bell with several cracks floated in the air. Below, the Daoists were focused on their cultivation. Li Mu looked up, thinking, This bell looks really familiar. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the bell, and the cracks widened. Then, the bell began to shake violently, causing Li Mu to frown and cover his ears. In just a moment, the Daoists below were foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground, due to the bell's sonic influence. Realizing what was happening, Li Mugi called out, I'm so sorry, I came to the wrong place. I'm leaving now. He immediately turned and left, rubbing his head. I almost forgot that my ancestral talisman has a bell that clashes with me. I won't come to the main peak anymore, even though I'm not afraid of that bell. If it doesn't want me to pass, I'm not necessarily its match. Before he could open the door, a burst of energy flew past him. Li Mu immediately went on high alert, calling out, Who's there? When he looked up at the sky, the image of the golden bell reappeared behind the clouds. Li Mu thought in surprise, Why is it following me here? Is it here for revenge? No, if it wanted revenge, it wouldn't avoid my gaze. I should investigate it first. Thinking this, he released a paper figure to scout. The bell was attracted to him, and stopped in front of his house. After Li Muhai went inside, Li Mu observed, Although the cracks on this bell were caused by me, I only recited a few incantations. Who knew it would try to amplify the power of heaven and earth, taking inspiration from the Tao Te Ching.
This bell is even more eager to die than I am." The bell outside was still greedily collecting the spots of light left by Li Mubo. He wondered in surprise, is this bell restoring itself? Just as he opened the door to get a better look, the bell startled and flew high into the sky. Watching it hide deep in the clouds, Li Mubo called out, "What happened last time wasn't intentional. Come down."
The bell seemed hesitant after hearing this. Li Mukan added, "I swear to the heavens, I won't do anything to you. I'll stand here without moving."
He thought, there must be something near me that the bell needs.
But it's not magic power. It's not mental power. What is it exactly?
Li Mu called out again.
"The cracks on your body were caused by me, so I have a responsibility to help you recover. What do you need? Can I help you?"
Hearing this, the bell was finally persuaded and descended.
Li Mu calmly asked, "Are you saying you need new Taoist techniques?" He was shocked, thinking, "Although there are no specific syllables or words, I can understand its meaning miraculously. Is this a magical treasure with intelligence that surpasses even the heaven rank?" The bell nodded happily, after hearing his words. Li Mushe was knocked over by its actions, and he helplessly asked, "You're so big, it's inconvenient to have you by my side. Can you shrink a little?" The bell was very obedient, and obediently shrunk down, then began jumping around in the air happily. Li Mu, sitting on the ground, asked, "Are you saying that newly created Taoist techniques and supernatural powers, born from the appearance of strange powers, can help you recover?"
The bell nodded vigorously again.
Li Mu also felt interested and replied, "Then let's give it a try."
Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground, making hand seals and muttering, "Upper and lower Taiji, flying heaven numbers fire. Zhao transforms 4 dimensions, divine extreme power, urgent as a command, 6 dragon ancient town, order to pursue quickly, overturning heaven, inverting music, sea wasting mountain collapse." After chanting the incantation, Li Mu opened his eyes, a little worried, thinking, although I don't have the ability to continuously create Taoist techniques, I have Taoism from another world behind me. The Taoist and Buddhist scriptures I learned in my hospital bed back then weren't useless after all. After mumbling the incantation, a stream of white power rushed towards Li Musha. He quickly raised his hand to catch, then guided it to flow entirely into the Dao bell in front of him. He waved his hand again and chanted another incantation. With majestic light and righteous discipline, swift wind and sharp water, supreme master, flying heavens and counting fire, heaven and earth pure and clear, transformations intermingle, water light condenses, grasping fortune and moving spirits, urgent as the law commands, true king's transformation, divine transformation, jade whale. After chanting for a while, the clear blue sky suddenly began to snow, and the Dao bell joyfully flew back and forth in the snow. Li Mu sat there pondering. I originally thought that only small cultivation and Dao techniques that utilize the power of heaven and earth could be called Dao techniques, but the essence of Dao techniques is to use one's own magic power to drive the transformation of the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the seashell on his person stirred slightly. Li Mu took out the seashell and asked with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The queen hesitantly replied, "I just wanted to ask what you're doing." Li Mu Si thought to himself, "Judging by her tone, it seems like she's not angry anymore. That's good." He casually replied, "I'm playing with the bell on Baiyun Mountain. It's like a little dog." The queen said in surprise, "Isn't that bell the treasure of the Fulu sect?" According to historical records, the ancestors of the Fulu sect in the past encountered some crises, and all were resolved by relying on this bell. Li Muka also asked curiously, "It's that powerful. Isn't it just something to probe Dao techniques?" The queen calmly explained, "This bell is very unusual. Its sound can purify the Daoist heart, and it can also disturb enemies. The bell's body can be large or small as a dust particle, as large as a mountain, and it is also the strongest known defensive magic treasure in the cultivation world. Hundreds of years ago, when the ancestors of the Fulu sect were besieged by the demonic sect, it was this bell that covered Baiyun Mountain. The demonic sect had many transcendent cultivators, and more than 10 cave profound cultivators, but they had no way to break through." What the queen said made Li Mu very interested, and he thought, if I can trick it into my hands. The Dao bell played and flew around for a while, and wanted to pounce into Li Mu's arms again. He greeted it with a somewhat perverted smile, causing it to subconsciously stop in its tracks. Li Mu was startled at this time and thought, why did it stop? Could it be that my smile just now was too vulgar, and scared this bell? Li Mu Se had no choice but to call out, "Come down here, I just cast a new spell for you." But the Dao bell became wary and flew high up into the sky. Li Mu blankly thought, I was careless. With this bell's personality, now that I've scared it,
It won't be so easy to approach it next time. Li Mu solemnly mumbled, Heavenly Emperor riding the wind, with an order for the hollow you keep your name, in my elder's middle, destroying evil heaven and earth, all guarding my palace. Sunflower stays, moonflower stays light, sweep away all evil, 10,000 flowers perish. In his heart he thought, I don't believe it can still resist the temptation of Dalio techniques.
Sure enough, the Dabio bell also began to hesitate. It looked confused, and swayed back and forth in the air. Finally unable to resist and rushed into Li Mu's arms. Looking at the twittering Dao bell in his hand, he thought, this thing is the Fulu sect's important treasure. They will definitely come to ask about it. I have to think of a reason.
After a while, Li Mu sat calmly at the table in the courtyard, secretly calculating in his heart.
If they ask, I will say that these Dao techniques were all passed down from my master, Lao Tzu.
Although they may not believe it, but behind me there is the queen. They can't search my soul either. While thinking vaguely, a senior elder came over. He politely asked, Legal, are you accustomed to this place? Legal Mu turned his head to greet him, Elder Shu. He stood up and happily replied, The scenery here is pleasing, and it is quiet, a suitable place for cultivation. Li Mu turned to look at him and asked, Elder Shu, is there something important that you came here for? Elder Shu did not hide anything, and said, I was ordered by the sect leader to thank you for helping to restore the bell. If you have any requests, you can tell this old man, and I will arrange it for you.
Li Mu was also surprised, and thought to himself, such a good attitude. The Fulu sect was very polite to me before, but this time they are so enthusiastic. Li Mu didn't wait long to be polite, and directly replied, Elder Shu is being too courteous. The bell was damaged because of me. I should do my best to help it recover to its original state. Elder Xu seemed apologetic and said, It was unintentional that you damaged the bell. Restoring it is your intention, regardless of whether it can be restored or not.
Our Fulu sect owes you a favor.
These gifts are our sincerity. With that, Elder Shu cast a spell and conjured a large box on the table. Recalling the scene just now, the Fulu sect leader stepped forward and said, In the morning, the bell left for Lin Dao's friend for no reason. Yesterday it was still very afraid of Lin Dao's friend, but today it is so intimate, there must be a reason. The Dao bell flew in front of the sect leader, and signaled, and he quickly caught on and said, Creating Dao techniques, and at such a young age you have such insight into Dao techniques. You said he created Dao techniques using the power of heaven and earth to help you recover from the cracks?
Every word the sect leader said shocked the other elders present.
The sect leader praised,
Now people who can advance to transcendence can only rely on the shadow of those who came before. A true transcendent powerhouse is one who can create his own Dazhuo techniques. A strong person walks on his own path of cultivation. I fear that a true transcendent powerhouse will appear in Dazhuo in the future. Back to reality. Li Mu opened the big box and counted. There were spirit jades, pills to restore magic power, and talismans to gather spiritual energy. With such an enthusiastic attitude, the queen on the other side of the seashell worriedly asked,
Could it be that the Fulu sect wants to win you over?
Li Mu smiled and replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, I am loyal and devoted to you. In my heart there is only you. I will not join the Fulu sect. The queen smiled contentedly and asked, How could I not trust you? But when do you plan to come back? Li Mu froze when he heard the queen's question and hesitated. This, in his heart, he thought. Only half a month of my 3-month vacation has passed, and Han Yan hasn't left seclusion yet. It will be at least 2 more months before I can return. But with her tone, it makes me feel like I'm a young daughter-in-law who doesn't want to go home after returning to her parents' house. If I tell her that I won't be back for another 2 months, she will definitely be sad.
The queen didn't hear Li Mu's answer for a long time, and asked again, What's wrong? He smiled, and gently replied, I will return soon. The next morning, Li Mu sat in the courtyard looking up at the sky, thinking, How boring. It would be nice to have someone to drink a glass of wine with. I'm really not used to such a peaceful life. Compared to dry cultivation, I still prefer the officials of the old and new factions fighting wits in the divine capital. Suddenly, a familiar face peeked in from outside the door and called out, Li Mu, are you here? He was a little surprised to meet an acquaintance and exclaimed,
Han, Zhe?
Li Mu quickly went to help him to the table and said,
I was just thinking that there was no one who could drink tea with me. Han Yan's seclusion on the mountain is really too lonely. Han Zhe sat down and watched Li Mu pour wine into a glass, smiling and said, I heard you came to the ancestral hall a long time ago, but I was worried about disturbing you and Liu Shishu, so I didn't come. Yesterday I happened to hear a murmur from the elder, and I dared to come over. While they were talking enthusiastically, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Opening the door, it was a girl with jet black hair who said with a resentful voice, Han Shixiong, why didn't you wait for me? Han Jie helplessly stood up and said, Qin Shimei, you don't work hard to cultivate, why are you following me? Qin Shixiong initially told me to take care of you, not to tell you to play around with me.
This girl was the younger sister of that Qin Shixiong,
Han Jie said irritably. It's a good thing you're a girl. The girl puffed out her cheeks and asked, What if I'm a girl? Han Jie gritted his teeth and said loudly, You're so disobedient, if you weren't a girl, I would have beaten you up a long time ago.
Han Jie turned Qin Shimei around bluntly, pushing her away and urging, Go back to cultivation, if you're so lazy again, when will you be able to reach gathering spirit? The girl turned around and angrily shouted, Han Shixiong is a big idiot. Li Mu, standing on this side, witnessed everything. He smiled and thought, This straight man Han Zian. The girl obviously has feelings for him. Han Ji turned back to the table after finishing. He picked up his wineglass and said, That's right, 2 months ago, Li Qingximei once returned to the mountain, and withdrew from the Fulu sect, and is no longer a disciple of the Fulu sect from now on.
This news hit Li Mu like a truck. He couldn't help but jump up and exclaim, She left the Fulu sect. After the initial shock, Li Mu stood in the courtyard, deep in thought. Last time we parted, I could sense something was on her mind. For a cultivator to leave their sect? That's like cutting ties with your parents in the mortal world. She's all about loyalty and righteousness. How could she suddenly bail on the sect she's called home for over 10 years? As he was pondering, a little paper crane zipped right up to his face. Li Mu gave it a little pat and said, Hey, I need to see Elder Shu this time. Go fetch him for me, will ya? The paper crane obediently flew off to do its thing. Li Mu thought to himself, There's gotta be something fishy about her leaving. I gotta find out what the heck happened. A moment later, the paper crane Liu Chao came back, growing huge and releasing Elder Shu from inside. He stumbled out, yelling, My ancestors! My old bones can't take that kind of torture. Li Mu quickly caught him and explained, Elder Shu? My bad. I just told the crane to give you a heads up, but I guess it got the wrong idea.
Elder Shu waved his hand, forcing a smile. No worries, no worries. What brings Liabadaran to seek this old man? Li Mu laid it all out. I have a friend named Li Qing, used to be a disciple of Ziyun Peak. Don't know why, but she dipped from the Fulu sect. I want to poke around Ziyun Peak and find out what's up with her, but I don't know anyone there. Guess I gotta bother you, Elder Shu. Elder Shu replied enthusiastically. I'll accompany Li Daran to Xingyun Peak.
Later, at Xingyun Peak, Elder Shu introduced solemnly. At Xingyun Peak, Elder Sun is in charge of disciples joining and leaving the sect. Li Daran can ask Elder Sun about anything.
Li Mu jumped straight to the point. Elder Sun, you know Lim Qing? Elder Sun thought for a moment and said, Lim Qing, huh? That girl was one of the most outstanding disciples of Xingyun Peak. After this peak competition, she would have definitely become an important disciple. This old man tried hard to persuade her. She could have told the sect if there was anything difficult, but she insisted on leaving. I couldn't persuade her.
The sect has never restricted its disciples from leaving or staying. This info got Li Mu thinking hard. I can understand her cutting ties with me, but what the heck happened that she'd rather leave the sect and sever ties with the Fulu sect? Knowing her, there are only two possibilities. 1. She's got something she needs to do that might tarnish the Fulu sect's reputation. As a disciple of the Fulu sect, she has a strong sense of belonging to the sect, and she doesn't want her actions to damage the reputation of the Fulu sect. 2. What she wants to do might put the Fulu sect in a difficult position, or even implicate it.
Li Mu boldly requested, Could I take a look at Liam Qing's entry record? Elder Sun hesitated, but Elder Shu immediately chimed in. Headmaster Zhenren said, Li Madaran is a valued guest of our sect, and his requests must be fully satisfied. Hearing that, Elder Sun pulled out the record book from his robe and spread it open, saying, This is the record of Lian Qing's entry into the sect. Yimu scanned through the info. Under each name there was all sorts of data, but when he got to Lian Qing's name, there was absolutely nothing below it.
Li Mu asked, puzzled, Why is there nothing but the name? Elder Sun was equally surprised. He wondered, Impossible. Every disciple who enters the sect has their information recorded. Could it be that she didn't enter the sect through the usual way? Suddenly, Elder Sun slapped his head and exclaimed, I remember now. No wonder the name Li Qing sounds so familiar. 12 years ago someone used a talisman to exchange for the opportunity for her to enter the sect. I was the one who made the exchange. Li Mu frowned and asked, Then you must have been in charge of the Dao Talisman competition that year. Elder Shu must have an impression, right? Can we find the person who brought Li Qing into the sect that year? Elder Shu took out a talisman from his pocket and said, Li Daran, please wait a moment. Junior sister Chen should have been responsible for the Dao Talisman competition that year. As he spoke, he folded the talisman into a paper crane and released it.
Elder Sun added, "She probably knows more than me. I'll call her here."
After a while, Elder Chen arrived and asked, "What can I do for you, senior brother?" Elder Sun then asked, "Junior sister Chen, 20 years ago Dao Talisman competition. I remember you were in charge. Do you still have an impression of the person who was at the top of the competition that year?" Elder Chen replied with a kind face, "That person's name should be Li Er. 1 year before that competition, he wanted to bring a little girl into our Fulu sect.
But the little girl's aptitude was not outstanding,
so we didn't agree at the time." The man then asked, "What does the ancestral hall have to do to accept her?"
Looking at the little girl cowering beside the man, Elder Chen replied, "As long as she can enter the top 30 in the Dao Talisman competition, or you can be at the top of the Dao Talisman competition, there will be a chance for her to enter the ancestral hall so that she can worship the ancestral hall." The girl drooped her eyes sadly when she heard this. Recalling the scene of the two leaving, Chen Daoren said again, "The little girl has never practiced cultivation, and she doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the Daofu trial, but Li Er borrowed a book from me. Seeing that he was pitiful, I passed on some talisman writing experience to him."
The man was really persistent. Half a year before participating in the trial, he didn't understand the Dao Talisman at all. After half a year, his level of Dao Talisman had improved by leaps and bounds, no less than an elder who had been immersed in Dao Talisman for many years. Under the pressure of thousands of Daofu masters, he won first place in the trial. At that time, Headmaster Zhenren said, "In addition to this little girl, you can also stay in the Fulu sect and become an important disciple." Under the girl's hopeful eyes, the man resolutely turned and left, Elder Chen said in a deep voice. But he refused, leaving Li Qing alone in the Fulu sect, and he has never appeared since. The little girl Li Qing had to hug tears and loneliness, kneeling in front of Headmaster Zhenren and said clearly, "Disciple Li Qing, pay homage to Headmaster Zhenren." Elder Sun sighed and said, 5 days later is the 4-yearly Daofu trial of this sect. If Li Er had decided to stay in the Fulu sect back then, with his perseverance and aptitude, I am afraid that our Fulu sect would have an additional elder. Li Mu turned curiously and asked Elder Shu,
"Can I participate in the Daofu trial?"
He thought to himself that if the talisman can be used for others, if he wins the first place in the trial, this talisman can be given to Li Qing, and after she comes back, she can return to the Fulu sect.
Darren Shu said enthusiastically, "As long as the cultivator is under 30 years old, he can participate in the trial." "But does Li Darren understand how to draw charms?" Li Mu replied with a smile. "I know a little bit," Elder Shu said happily. "Then I will help Li Darren arrange it after I go back." He thought to himself that the Ancestral Hall holds a Daofu trial every 4 years, and thousands of cultivators from various counties of Dazhao, and even people from other countries, flock here. Who doesn't have a little confidence in their own Daofu ability? But even so, in the end, less than 100 people can pass the trial. If he only has a basic understanding of charms, I am afraid that he will not be able to pass the first test of the trial. Li Mu still didn't know what Elder Shu was thinking. He smiled politely and said, "Then I will trouble Elder Shu." As night fell, Li Mu strolled along the dimly lit corridor of the reception hall. He was lost in thought, reminiscing about how he couldn't help Li Qing with anything back when he was by her side. Now that I can protect her, I can't even find her. Li Mu took out the communication seashell, musing to himself, "I still need to report my participation in the Dongfu trial to Her Majesty." He held the seashell to his ear and asked, "Your Majesty, are you busy?" The Queen Empress replied immediately, "Li Mu Trai, are you coming back soon?" Li Mu smiled and responded, "Not yet. I still need to stay at the Fulu sect for a few more days before returning to the divine capital. The Fulu sect's Dongfu trial is in a few days, and I plan to participate." The Queen Empress asked, puzzled, "Isn't that Dongfu trial a competition to select disciples for the Fulu sect? Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't join the Fulu sect?" Li Mu replied anxiously, "It's not what you think, Your Majesty. Please let me explain," he thought to himself. "Why does it feel so strange? It's like our roles have been reversed. Wait, this is how it should be normally. Finally, I can talk to Your Majesty as an ordinary person." The Queen Empress urged from the other side, "Explain yourself." Li Mu composed himself and said, "Your Majesty still doesn't trust me enough. I feel that the Great Zhou is currently beset by internal and external troubles. The court seems to have many officials. But in reality, only Your Majesty is working tirelessly. Only the inner guards are truly loyal to Your Majesty, but their strength is too weak. If the Fulu sect can support Your Majesty, you won't have to work so hard alone." The Queen Empress listened and thought to herself with satisfaction, "So he's doing this for me," she said softly.
These sects have always remained neutral, regardless of whether the dynasty prospers or declines. They can't interfere in the court's affairs. Li Mu offered a suggestion. I can become a disciple of the Fulu sect first, and then gradually cultivate. If I have the opportunity to enter the 6th realm in the future, I can become a first peak chief. That way, I'll have a certain voice in the Fulu sect. If I have the opportunity to enter the 7th realm, then I can hope to become the sect leader of the Fulu sect. At that time, I and the entire Fulu sect will be a strong backing for your majesty. Just as he was speaking passionately, Li Mu saw Elder Shu walking over with a lantern. He looked at Li Mu with a somewhat judgmental gaze, causing Li Mu to feel guilty and blush. He thought to himself, crap, I was talking about becoming the sect leader of their sect right in front of them. Elder Xu walked over calmly and said, Lord Li, this is your trial letter. I've delivered it to you. I'll come and inform you again. 5 days after the trial begins, Li Mu stammered awkwardly. Thank you, Elder Xu.
Li Mu said, on the verge of tears, I'll transmit a message to your majesty before I sleep next time, okay? The Queen Empress understood his situation and said, how about you call him back? I'll teach you how to erase his memory of just now.
Li Mu watched Elder Shu's back as he left and said, no need, it's not that serious. Regarding the matter of cooperating with the Fulu sect, I can represent your majesty and sit down to talk with the sect leader, saying that I want to become the peak chief or sect leader of the Fulu sect.
No one would believe it if I said it out loud.
There's no need to erase Elder Xu's memory, especially with my meager divine abilities.
The Queen Empress suddenly spoke gently. Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Li Mu smiled and replied. It's okay, I understand your majesty, he thought to himself. As a man, I should be generous. If I'm narrow-minded and get angry with her, wouldn't that be like being unreasonable with a woman? I'm not that kind of barbaric man.
Li Mu looked up at the late-night moonlight, unable to stop himself from sighing. Since I've been so generous, I probably won't have that strange dream tonight where I'm lying in the Queen Empress's arms and acting coquettish, right? What are you afraid of? It's coming anyway. The familiar pink dream appeared, and the Queen Empress in the dream hugged Li Mu's waist and asked, Li Mu, you won't leave me, will you? He nestled in the Queen Empress's arms and mumbled, Of course not, don't think nonsense. Li Mu stiffened and muttered to himself, What's wrong with me? He paced back and forth in the dream, analyzing to himself, It must be because I talk to Her Majesty too often.
Li Si once said that men and women must maintain a distance to have a pure friendship. Once they contact each other frequently, the pure feelings will change. Li Mu hugged his head and reminded himself, No, I must reduce the frequency of contact with Her Majesty. If I still have this kind of dream when I return to the divine capital and get caught by the Queen Empress, just thinking about the Queen Empress's sharp eyes makes me tremble and unable to stand still. Cut to 5 days later at the Fulu sect's Dongfu trial on White Cloud Mountain. The Dongfu trial was a major event for the entire northern prefecture and even the prefectures within the Great Zhou. Although the trial was fierce, with less than 50 people out of more than 10,000 passing, countless cultivators flocked to it each time to join a major sect. Li Mu, wearing his examination uniform, walked into the crowd. He looked around and thought to himself, so many people. There are even more than when I took the imperial examination for the court. Is this the background of one of the 6 major sects?
At this moment, a Dacio bell appeared in the sky and rang several times, signaling the start of the trial. A young-looking examinee looked at another examinee and said, Do you think others are blind? You didn't shave your beard. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? The examinee who was being mocked said, Can't I just look old? I'm only 18 this year.
The examinees began to walk across a bridge formed by talismans. The bearded examinee was very confident, while the young-faced one was pale with fear. He stepped on the bridge, sweating, but there was nothing to support him, so he fell straight down. This happened because there were talismans between the 2 cliffs to check bone age. If the bone age was under 30, they could safely cross this cliff. If they tried to take advantage of the situation, they would fall and be sent down the mountain by the clouds. After crossing the bridge, the examinees stood in front of hip-high stone pillars, and large words appeared on a large stone in front of them. Exorcism Talisman. Li Mu observed and analyzed to himself. The first stage is to have everyone draw an exorcism talisman. There are only 3 pieces of yellow paper on the table, which means there are only 3 chances. 3 incense sticks worth of time is enough. In the observation images from afar, the elders discussed calmly, How long do you think it will take these people to successfully draw an exorcism talisman? Those who can draw it within half an incense stick are qualified. After half an incense stick, even if they can draw it, they won't be able to pass the next trial. Elder Sun turned and said, I remember the fastest person in previous year's trials took 2 breaths to draw it. Elder Shu continued,
Was that 12 years ago? I remember that person was Li Er. He was truly a talisman genius. 2 breaths. Many elders in the sect can't do it that fast. As everyone was discussing, a golden light flashed in the screen.
The elders exclaimed in surprise. Someone finished drawing so quickly. How many breaths have passed? Not even 10. This information shocked them even more, and they became agitated. This is too fast. Is it possible that a 6th realm powerhouse has mixed in with the participants? Which senior is playing around here?
Elder Sun exclaimed loudly. Zoom in! When the image was zoomed in, everyone could only see a blurry image, causing them to discuss in confusion. What's going on? This person has concealed their aura, making it impossible for others to see clearly.
They must have a heavenly secret treasure hidden on their body.
Only Elder Shu recognized Li Mue. He couldn't help but blurt out, "It's him." Li Mu, on the other hand, was happily thinking to himself, "This stage is quite interesting. It not only requires the success rate of the talisman, but also the speed of drawing it. Even the most ordinary talisman can eliminate most of those without talent." After this test, a light cloud glided over, carrying those who failed down the mountain. He looked around and thought to himself, "Nearly half the people are gone." The Dao bell chimed once more, spitting out a new batch of yellow paper before announcing the rules.
You have 1 hour to draw an exorcism talisman. Succeed and you will advance to the 3rd trial. Li Mu looked at the few pieces of yellow paper in front of him and calculated in his heart, to pass the 3rd trial, I need to ensure a 100% success rate. The difficulty has not only increased tenfold, but under such heavy pressure, only those who can remain calm and successfully draw it are the talents the Fulu sect needs. This is my specialty. Don't even mention 10 pieces, I can draw 100. With that thought, Li Mu turned on his production mode and started drawing rapidly. Just a moment later, the light indicating completion flashed again in his area. The examinees behind him looked at Li Mu in shock, thinking to themselves, how could he have finished drawing 10 talismans so quickly? He must have known that the first 2 stages were basic talismans before the trial, so he practiced diligently. Is he an octopus incarnate? Give me a year and a half, and if I only practice exorcism talismans, I might be able to be faster than him. Elder Sun glanced over and asked, Senior Brother Shu, what do you think? Elder Shu observed intently and replied, his movements when drawing talismans are as fluid as flowing water and floating clouds. Incredibly skilled. Plus, he succeeds every time he draws one, proving his magic power is extremely stable. 10 talismans without pause show he's thought it all out beforehand. If it's him, he definitely can't be just proficient in exorcism talismans. It's way more than just a little understanding, you know? Elder Sun looked at Li Mu, carefully assessing him. His basic skills are extremely solid, rare even among our key disciples. It's just a question of whether he can pass the trial of the 3 knots. The next trial examines talent, not just basic skills. The Dao bell rang out once more.
Li Mu looked around again, thinking, only 2 trials and 5/6 of the people are already eliminated. The Fulu sect's trials are even more brutal than the imperial exams. The exam question for the 3rd round appeared on the large rock in front of him. Li Mu looked at the exam question and thought in surprise, I've never seen this talisman before. The other examinees were also stunned, muttering, what talisman is this? Why haven't I ever seen it before? How are we supposed to draw it if we've never seen it? Talisman paper was dispensed once again, and the rules of the trial were announced. Within 4 hours, whoever successfully draws this talisman will pass the 3rd gate and proceed to the final trial. Li Mu carefully observed the exam question on the rock, then analyzed.
The first 2 trials tested basic skills. The 3rd tests talent. If you have outstanding Daoist talent, you might grasp it and a few can't. If you have ordinary talent, it will take a few days, even 10 days, or half a month. As Li Mu thought, he took out the talisman paper, placed his brush down, and calmly thought, for a talisman never seen in books, the order of the strokes and the power of magic when drawing it all need to be tested one by one. But this won't be a problem for me, Li Mu smiled confidently. Li Mu frowned, looking at the talisman on the table. His hands swiftly drew the nodes of the incantation on the slate. He wondered, puzzled, how come nothing's happening? Li Mu pursed his lips slightly, calmly analyzing. Magic power can't be transmitted to maintain it. The stroke order must be wrong. When writing the last 2 strokes, magic power leaked out. It was too much magic power being transmitted, exceeding the limits of this talisman. After a moment of analysis, Li Mu decided to try again. Elder Shu, observing the situation, said, he's already failed twice. Elder Sun turned and asked, Senior Brother Shu, Do you think he can succeed? Elder Shu hesitated. I don't know, but if he really wins first place, it will be a big problem. Elder Shu thought to himself. The little understanding that Li Mu speaks of is fundamentally different from the little understanding that I understand. Judging from the 3 trials, his research on Talisman Dao isn't inferior to the elders on the main peak. What do you mean become the head of the Fulu sect? Is he for real? A moment later, the light of success shone once again at Li Mu's spot. The elders outside were shocked again, exclaiming, "It's appeared! This is the new talisman that the sect leader just drew. How could he be so fast? Isn't this the same person who was the fastest in Trial 1 and Trial 2? Elder Shu pondered for a long time, then turned his back to the other elders, thinking to himself, "It seems I have to wait for him at the 4th trial." At the same time, Li Mu was sitting on that stone, heading to the 4th trial. As soon as he landed, Li Mu was surprised to see Elder Shu. Elder Shu spoke first. "Congratulations, Li Darin. You are the first person to complete the 3 trials." Li Mu immediately stepped forward and said, "Just luck. It was just luck." "What's the 4th trial?" Elder Shu pointed to the steps above and introduced, "This is the 4th trial." He enthusiastically introduced, "This 4th trial is a test for the examinees and also a creation for the examinees. How much you can benefit from this trial depends on the strength of each examinee," Li Mu curiously. "Creation," Elder Shu said mysteriously. "You'll know once you go up those stone steps." Li Mu didn't hesitate any longer and stepped onto the stone steps. As soon as he touched the first step, he was transported into a colorful illusion. Li Mu walked to a table containing cinnabar, yellow paper, and a brush, and thought, could it be drawing exorcism talismans? Seeing the talisman floating in the air, he thought, no, the Fulu sect would never set up such a simple trial. There must be a hidden mystery here. Li Mu stepped up another step, thinking, just as I guessed, each step only has one chance, one talisman to draw. This talisman Dao trial will stop here. Even with the enhancement of the Qingxinju, I have to handle the talisman of each step carefully. A moment later, Li Mu advanced a few more steps. He walked and thought, 43 steps. The talisman being tested on this step is a high-grade Xuan level talisman. With my current magic power, I can only draw high-grade Xuan level. The next step is probably a low-grade Earth level talisman. At least a 5th stage cultivation is required to draw it. Suddenly, a somewhat impatient voice rang out from behind. Hey, move aside! Li Mu turned around and saw another man walking up from behind. Li Mu looked at the young man in surprise, thinking, if I didn't have the Qingxinju, I wouldn't be able to get to step 43. This examinee came here without any fatigue. As expected, you can't underestimate the heroes in the world. Li Mu stepped up another step, walking to the stone table, thinking, as expected, it's a low-grade Earth-level Zixiao Thunder Talisman, he calmly calculated. I can use the Lin method to release Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, but relying on my own magic power, I still can't directly cast it. Talismans are just places to store magic. If I can't cast the spell myself, I naturally can't succeed. He waved it off. Ah well, since I'm already here, even if I fail, at most, I'll just be teleported to the bottom step. He observed the tools in his hand, assessing. This brush looks like gold but isn't gold, looks like wood but isn't wood, and feels weightless in my hand. Li Musai observed the exam question in front of him, thinking, more importantly, after holding this brush, the magic power in my body broke through the bottleneck of supernatural powers. It has reached creation. Li Musai began to write the talisman, thinking, is this what Elder Shu meant? A test, and also a creation? A moment later, the talisman was finished. Li Mu was surrounded by the talismans he had successfully drawn. At this point, Li Mu suddenly realized something. As long as I keep my heart calm and follow the steps in the books, however many steps this stone platform has, that's how many I can walk. Li Mu stepped up another step. The young man who had passed Li Mu earlier heard the noise and turned his head in surprise. Seeing him, he exclaimed, he's come here too. The people outside were discussing again. This is a heaven-level talisman. The materials for drawing heaven-level talismans are extremely precious. The entire Fulu sect can't draw more than a few of them in a year. The Daoist priest next to him rubbed his chin and said, Senior brother, should we stop this person? Is hiding his strength and undergoing trials at our Fulu sect. Who knows if he's here to cause trouble? The sect leader spoke up and stopped him. Stop the examinee. If that gets out, the Fulu sect will become a laughingstock in the cultivation world. Inside, Li Mu, with admiration and suspicion in his eyes, looked at the young man in front of him, thinking, he actually drew a heavenly grade talisman. Li Mu, full of suspicion, thought to himself, his true cultivation level must be above the cave profound realm.
That Bone Age assessment array might filter out most of the freeloaders, but it's useless against true powerhouses.
This guy isn't going to cause trouble for the Fulu sect, is he?
Li Mu closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. Forget it. No point overthinking it. If I want to get that talisman, I need to get there before him. Li Mu opened his eyes again, a talisman with complex symbols appearing before him. Li Mu walked up to the stone table, observing the talisman. He thought to himself, no wonder heavenly grade talismans are so hard to create. The characters on this talisman are way too complex. Just looking at them would give a normal person a headache. It's hard to guarantee you won't mess something up. Li Mu picked up the brush and started assessing again. The table is real. The brush is excellent. The drawing materials are all real. The talisman drawn is also real. He then came to his conclusion. Looks like this isn't an illusion, but a space outside the heavens. The Fulu sect has spent a lot of money on this trial. Even wasting some of the materials needed to draw a heavenly grade talisman is a huge loss. That young man in front of me has obviously succeeded already. If I want to be in his place, I need to draw this heavenly grade talisman.
Li Mu activated the golden decisive art and thought, no time to waste. He seriously used his Buddha eyes to carefully observe the talisman and started redrawing it.
A moment later, Li Mu, with a smile on his face, excitedly thought to himself, talisman done. But before the smile could fully form, Li Mu was teleported out of the illusion. He looked around, searching. Then he thought, where is he? Did that other guy fail?
Li Mu regained his composure, thinking, as long as I successfully draw the talisman at the next level, I can get the talisman and become an inner disciple. Li Mu Kongchen immediately stepped forward, when suddenly a strange golden light flashed. Looking at the dazzling light coming from the talisman on the table, Li Mu panicked a bit and blurted out, what's going on with this trial? He shielded his eyes with his hand, gritting his teeth as he thought, a mid-grade heavenly talisman can be this complicated? Just looking at it for a moment makes me want to faint. No wonder that guy failed earlier. Did someone actually draw this talisman? He gritted his teeth and resolutely decided, for Yingqing I have to get this talisman.
The Daoist priest on the side worriedly said, Senior brother, from low-grade heavenly to saint-grade, isn't that too big of a jump? If we use saint-grade talisman ink to draw heavenly-grade talismans, we could draw 10 high-grade talismans. Another person chimed in. Nowadays in the cultivation world, we've never heard of anyone being able to draw saint-grade talismans. If he wastes it, we'll suffer a huge loss.
Headmaster Zenren, with an expectant look on his face, watched Li Mu struggling inside. He thought to himself, mid-grade heavenly isn't his limit. This seat wants to bet on this. Li Mu finally touched the mid-grade heavenly talisman. His eyes, bloodshot, watched as the talisman entered his fingertip.
Time flew by. 3 days later, Li Mu Ka, exhausted, leaned his hand on the table to write the talisman, panting. At this moment he swallowed elixirs to recover his magic power all at once. Once again he buried himself in drawing the talisman. As he drew, he thought, in these 3 days, I've practiced in the void thousands of times, and have long memorized it. I don't know what the principle is behind this brush, but it can use the magic power of the Fulu sect's experts from afar.
Li Mu started drawing a new talisman.
He panted as he drew. Li Mu's talisman drawing talent is rare in the world, but since no one has been able to draw a saint-grade talisman for nearly 100 years, can he draw another saint-grade talisman for the Fulu sect?
Li Mu sweated profusely, drawing each stroke with concentration. After a period of high tension, the heavenly grade talisman finally took shape, shining a victorious light on Li Mu's face. He joyfully exclaimed in his heart, success! This effort also caused him to be seriously injured to the point of vomiting blood. He collapsed on the steps. At this moment, the clear blue sky suddenly changed color. In the swirling dark clouds, a blue beam of light shone down from the sky.
The young man looked at the strange phenomenon and blurted out blankly, Heavenly tribulation! This is the heavenly tribulation of a saint-grade talisman. A saint-grade talisman has appeared. He looked in disbelief at Li Mu now, who had fallen down. In his heart he thought, could it be that he has been drawing a saint-grade talisman for these 3 days?
Li Mu didn't have the strength to stand up, and could only look at the strange phenomenon above his head and think, this thing isn't going to attack me, is it? With such dense lightning, even just a graze would turn me to ash. While Li Mu was thinking, the heavenly tribulation had begun to descend.
In the nick of time, the Dao Bell rapidly grew in size and flew toward Li Mu. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation struck down with earth-shattering power, but the Dao Bell completely blocked the attack.
The other elders also appeared at the same time, to add spiritual power to the Dao Bell to protect Li Mu inside. Inside the Dao Bell, he sighed in relief, thinking,
at the critical moment, the little bell is still reliable. He puzzledly wondered. But I only drew a heavenly grade talisman. Why is the scene so big? Like a heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Li Mu was startled and thought, heavenly tribulation? Heavenly grade talismans can't lead to a heavenly tribulation. What can lead to a heavenly tribulation? Is only a saint grade talisman. Above heavenly.
Li Mu almost completely understood, and he frowned in anger, thinking, those old foxes of the Fulu sect tricked me into drawing a saint-grade talisman. He struggled to stand up, looked up with resentment and thought, for these 3 days I was highly stressed, my mind was extremely exhausted, and my 3 days of hard work became someone else's bargain. Without 5 heavenly grade talismans, I and the Fulu sect won't be finished. If you don't give them to me, I'll immediately transmit a message to the queen. If the Fulu sect can recruit disciples in Great Zhou in the future.
Before he could say the next word, he was interrupted by a worried voice. Daoist friend, be careful, I share the same surname as their headmaster, Limukwa.
Was also stunned by their attitude. However, he said very firmly, give me the talisman, he thought. If it were before, I might have been polite to them, but now, dream on. Headmaster Zenren stepped forward again and said, no need for the talisman. Little friend can join the ancestral court at any time and become a direct disciple. Li Mu frowned, thinking, this talisman isn't for myself, and I don't want to join the Fulu sect. Li Mu said again, his anger raging, give me the talisman! Seeing that he was so stubborn, Headmaster Zenren tapped his fingers and calculated, then said, so it turns out that little friend isn't doing this for himself, but for your friend. You can tell that person to go to Bayun Mountain, no trial is needed. They can directly join the sect and enjoy the treatment of a direct disciple. Li Mu heard these words like a bolt from the blue. He stood there stunned and thought, no need for the talisman. I worked so hard and risked my life, wasn't it all for that talisman? Now you're telling me there's no need for the talisman? Where are your limits? Where are your principles, Fulu sect? You screwed me over.
Thinking of this, Limukua collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, amidst everyone's worried cries. Daoist friend, Li. After returning to the sect, Headmaster Zenren respectfully bowed before the young man and said, 20 years apart, is Martial Uncle Fu Daozi still well?
The young man closed his eyes, and his face began to wrinkle in age.
A moment later, the young man's true form was revealed to be an old geezer. Fu Daozi stepped forward calmly, saying, 2 years and Xuanjizi, you haven't improved one bit, huh? He walked into the center of the hall, looking at the talisman floating there and asked, this is that saint-level talisman drawn by that young fella? Headmaster Zhenren nodded. That's the one. Fu Daozi exclaimed in shock. This aura! It really is saint-level! How many years has it been since the ancestral court saw a saint-level talisman? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. And he's only at the 4th realm. The other elders also exclaimed in astonishment. He's already this good at the 4th realm. When he gets more experienced, as long as there are enough materials, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce saint-level talismans? Maybe even god-level ones? We gotta keep him in the talisman faction. He's our hope for reviving the sect. Another elder asked with some doubt. I still can't figure it out. He's just a 4th realm cultivator. How can he draw a saint-level talisman?
Could it be that he was once a powerhouse beyond the 3rd realm, and his current body is just one he took over?
Another person immediately stood up to retort. If it was a body snatch, there's no way he could hide it from Headmaster Zenren and the Great Zhou Empress. Senior brother, do you remember there was a record about a special constitution in this world? The other guy then asked. Are you saying he possesses the rare 7-aperture exquisite heart? Someone with a 7-aperture exquisite heart can always keep their heart calm and steady, unaffected by external things. Not only do they not have inner demons, but any illusions, soul-snatching techniques, or soul calling are useless against them.
It's the physique every talisman maker dreams of.
Otherwise, there's no way to explain how he can draw a saint-level talisman at the 4th realm only with the help of the headmaster's power, while having a pure yang body and the 7-aperture exquisite heart. Could this be the child of destiny? One of the elders transmitted a message to the person beside him.
That's right. Martial Uncle Fu Daozi left the sect 20 years ago. Why did he suddenly come back?
The other person immediately transmitted back.
Back then, Martial Uncle passed the position of headmaster to senior brother, not to him.
Martial Uncle Fu Daozi left the sect in anger.
This time he came back to the sect and transformed to disturb the Dao trial. If it wasn't for Li Mu, this matter probably wouldn't have ended.
I'm afraid he didn't come with good intentions. We must keep an eye on him. Speaking of this, the elder looked over to Fu Daozi and exclaimed in shock, wait, Where did Martial Uncle Fu Daozi go?
The group looked at each other in a panic and shouted at the same time. Oh crap! Cut to Baiyun Peak. Liu Mu was lying down resting after fainting during the trial. He frowned and groaned a few times. Liu Hanyan, sitting beside him, happily said, "You're awake?" Liu Mu used his hand to shield his face from the light, then sat up and asked her, "Hanyan, you're out of seclusion." She gently replied,
"I figured you'd be here around this time," Master said. "My mind wasn't clear these past few days, so seclusion wouldn't do any good, so she let me out. I didn't expect to hear the news of you fainting as soon as I got out."
Li Mu hugged Liu Hanyan tightly and mumbled,
"If you hadn't come out, I was about to head back to the divine capital," Liu Hanyan blankly asked. "Didn't you say you didn't want to become a disciple of the Talisman faction? Why did you participate in the Daoan trial?"
Li Mu grinned and replied,
"Because I wanted to become fellow disciples with you." Liu Hanyan blushed shyly and said, "You're not serious at all." She stood up and said, "Are you hungry? I'll make you some food." Li Mu smiled and replied, "I do miss the kanji you make."
Suddenly, the communication shell on Li Mu had some activity. He was startled and thought, "I spent 3 days drawing talismans. His Majesty couldn't contact me. Wouldn't she think I was deliberately ignoring her? Missing over 100 calls from the boss for no reason? If I don't have a good reason, the consequences will be very serious." Liu Hanyan happily said, "Then I'll go make you some food first." After she left, Li Mu picked up the shell and answered, just as the Empress's voice rang in his ear, "I tried to contact you 127 times these past 3 days.
Li Mu coughed once and said, "Your Majesty, I was participating in the Talisman faction's Dao trial these past few days, trapped in a pocket dimension, so I couldn't contact the outside world." Hearing Li Mu's tone, the Empress asked worriedly, "Are you injured? Who hurt you?" Li Mu smiled and said, "A few minor injuries are nothing to worry about. I've troubled your Majesty."
The Empress frowned upon hearing this. "You don't need to risk your life so much. The Talisman Dao trial is already very difficult. In the future, if you encounter this kind of thing, don't force yourself." Li Mu's returned to a serious state and said, "If I didn't climb to the top, I couldn't become the top performer in the trial, couldn't get that talisman token. Wouldn't that make what I said before empty words?" The Empress anxiously exhorted, "Remember, I don't need the support of the Talisman faction, nor do I need you to risk yourself for me."
Li Mu patted his chest seriously and said, "For your Majesty, a little risk is nothing." He sat seriously on the bed thinking, "With the Empress appeased, I don't need to worry anymore. It's just that I'm still very weak. I don't know when I can recover." He nodded to himself. The Talisman faction is too heartless. Saint-level talismans consume a lot of mental energy. I'm afraid even the Talisman faction's headmaster can't draw them. Those 6th realm and 7th realm old men tricked a 4th realm chicken like me into working for them. Is this something humans would do? Just as Li Mu's eyes were about to narrow, a human figure appeared in front of him. Li Mu immediately turned on high alert and asked, "Who are you?" Fu Daozi excitedly said. "Still able to keep your mind clear, as expected, you have the 7-aperture exquisite heart."
Fu Daozi smiled with satisfaction and introduced himself.
"This old man, Fu Daozi, is the supreme elder of the Talisman faction. The current headmaster Xuan Jizi of the Talisman faction has to call me Martial Uncle. Young man, are you willing to take me as your master?"
Li Mu stared at the old man in front of him, thinking in his heart that he felt a little familiar. He was startled and blurted out in his mind, "Wait, isn't this the guy who almost beat me in the Dao trial?"
Li Mu calmly asked, "You are the supreme elder of the Talisman faction? A transcendent powerhouse?" Fu Daozi cleared his throat and replied, "This old man's cultivation is at the mysterious realm, but I'm only one step away from transcendence. Everything I've learned after many years of traveling, divine powers, talisman arts, I will teach you all."
Li Mu bluntly replied, "Divine powers? Someone is teaching me."
"Talisman arts? I can draw saint-level talismans, can you?"
Fu Daozi exclaimed in disbelief. "The one teaching you divine powers, could it be that their magic power is stronger than mine? More profound than mine?" Li Mu calmly and confidently replied, "Of course, that person is the Great Zhou Empress."
After hearing this, he froze. Fu Daozi coughed a few more times and thought, "This kid is actually valued by the Great Zhou Empress. The Great Zhou Empress is a transcendent powerhouse I naturally can't compare. If I can't persuade him, then I'll just snatch him." He grabbed Li Mu's shoulder forcefully and said, "Follow me." Before he could react, he dragged Li Mu out. He shouted in panic, but Li Mu quickly calmed down. He whistled loudly, thinking in his heart, "I can't let Fu Daozi take me away from the Talisman faction."
The Dao bell immediately flew over at the sound of Li Mu's whistle, knocking Fu Daozi away, and successfully catching Li Mu.
At this moment, the elders and Headmaster Zhenren also arrived. Surrounding and protecting Li Mu inside the Dao bell, Headmaster Zenren said seriously.
Li Mu's identity is special. Today, Martial Uncle cannot take him away. Fu Daozi pointed directly at Headmaster Zhenren's face and questioned, "What special identity? Aren't you just eyeing his 7-aperture exquisite heart? Want to keep him in the talisman faction?" Headmaster Zhenren didn't mind, and asked back, "Isn't Martial Uncle also eyeing this point?"
Fu Daozi said with a sad face, 2 years apart, you have all become sect leaders, peak masters. But this old man's cultivation lifespan is only half a year left. This old man's lifelong abilities must have a successor.
As he spoke, he scratched his head in distress. Headmaster Zenren seemed to have planned it in advance, and handed Fu Daokazi a talisman. As soon as he saw it, he exclaimed in surprise in his mind,
"The Heavenly Mystery Talisman." Li Mu, inside the Dao Bell, was going crazy, thinking, I worked hard for 3 days, almost died from exhaustion for this talisman, and the talisman faction's headmaster just gave it to him like that. Fu Daozi, on the other side, seeing the talisman, also praised it with joy, secretly calculating, a saint-level heavenly mystery talisman can help me conceal the heavenly secrets, at least prolong my lifespan by 10 years. Headmaster Zenren chimed in, explaining, this young friend is from Her Majesty the Great Zhou's court. If Martial Uncle wants to take him as a disciple, we must seek Her Majesty's permission first. If she agrees, we naturally won't interfere. If she doesn't, taking Li Mu away will only bring trouble for you. Headmaster Zenren turned to Li Muai and asked,
"Young friend, are you willing to take Fu Daozi as your martial uncle?" Li Muai, full of dissatisfaction, replied,
"Let's talk about that later. First, return my talisman scriptures to me. Besides, about you guys using me, I'm afraid your esteemed sect needs to give this official, and Her Majesty, an explanation, right?" The headmaster asked obsequiously. "What explanation does Lord Lai seek?"
Li Mu directly extended his hand and declared loudly, "I want 5 heavenly grade talismans." Headmaster Zenren calmly replied, "All right." Li Mu frowned, thinking, 5 heavenly grade talismans, and he agreed without even thinking. I should have asked for 10. After things had somewhat settled down, the other elders came forward, stood before Fu Daozi, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Welcome Martial Uncle back to the mountain."
Li Mu, on the other hand, was deep in thought. With the talisman scriptures back in hand, Li Qing would have a chance to return to the Fulu sect in the future. But now I have to enter the Fulu sect. If my secret is exposed before Her Majesty and Han Yan, I'm done for. Those 2 women, one can prevent me from attending court, the other can prevent me from getting into bed. Can't mess with either one. After thinking for a while, Li Mu internally drew a conclusion. But before joining the sect, I gotta collect what's owed to me first.
Scene changed to the main Daoist temple atop Baiyun Mountain. No sooner said than done. Li Mu went to the Daoist temple to demand what he was owed from Headmaster Zenren. Seeing him arrive, he asked, "Young friend, your mood seems to be affected. Why not stay at Baiyun Peak and rest longer?" Li Mu bluntly replied, "I'm here to collect my 5 heavenly grade talismans." He grumbled inwardly,
"So shameless. Why do you think my mood's affected? Aren't you all clear on that? If it wasn't for them using me, how could my mood be affected?" Headmaster Zenren didn't hide anything, and responded,
"The ancestral temple doesn't get many heavenly grade talismans each year. They're all supplied to important disciples. I don't have any in my hands right now." Li Mu, infuriated, snapped, "You're lying to me." Headmaster Zenren calmly replied, "Once the young friend's mood has recovered, I can order the chief disciples of each peak to help you draw 5 talismans. All materials used for drawing the talismans will be provided by the ancestral temple." Li Mu cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. Damn it, putting on an air of immortality, yet able to say such shameless words with a smile. "It's supposed to be compensation for me, but you still want me to draw them myself."
Li Mu gnashed his teeth, thinking, I can't swallow this. If my wife wasn't in your Fulu sect, and could possibly belong to you lot in the future, today you cheated me out of 5 talismans, tomorrow I'll be running off with your sect's bell. Headmaster Zenren calmly said, "According to custom, disciples accepted during the Dao repository trials can only become 4th-generation disciples. If the young friend wants to join the Fulu sect, I can make an exception, and allow you to become a disciple under a chief disciple." Suddenly, Fu Daozi, standing beside him, interrupted, surprising Li Mu. "Even if you're unwilling to acknowledge this old man as your master, and add 10 years to my lifespan, I'll let you experience my entire life's worth of Dao of Talismans, hoping you can carry forward my Dao of Talismans." Headmaster Zenren added, "There are quite a few disciples with clever aptitude in the ancestral temple. If Martial Uncle is willing, you can choose someone to inherit your mantle." Hearing this, Fu Daozi curled his lips, replying,
Inherit my mantle? They're not worthy. Li Mu glanced at the two of them, internally calculating. I definitely have to join the Fulu sect, but if I acknowledge a chief disciple as my master, I'll only be a third-generation disciple. If I become a disciple of Fu Daozi, I'll be a second-generation disciple.
A second-generation disciple will be on the same level as the headmaster and the chief disciples of the peaks. This would also allow me to grasp the plans of the Fulu sect, and allow me to advance rapidly to the later stages. Once my cultivation increases, I can easily draw holy grade talismans, promote the Fulu sect, and at that time, would Xuanjizi still have the face to cling onto the position of headmaster? After a moment of thought, Li Mu immediately turned to Fu Daozi and respectfully said, This junior is willing to acknowledge senior as my master. Hearing this, Headmaster Zhenren was shocked and turned to look at him. Fu Daozi also couldn't believe his ears and asked, What did you say? Li Mu solemnly said, This junior is willing to acknowledge senior as my master. Fu Daozi excitedly stepped forward, taking Li Mu's hand and saying, Good, good. I didn't expect that before my lifespan ends I'd still be able to accept a disciple with a 7-aperture exquisite heart. He teared up, choked with emotion. Rest assured, before I die, I will definitely transfer my entire life's experience in the Tao of Talismans to you.
Looking at the mixed emotions on the face before him, Li Mu felt a bit of empathy, thinking, he's had it rough too.
Li Mu calmly said, Once this disciple's mind recovers, I will help Master draw a few more heavenly grade talismans. Fu Daozi happily responded. The heavenly mystery talisman can only conceal heavenly secrets once. If I can't ascend to transcendence after 10 years, then that will be the day my lifespan ends. But being able to receive such a disciple, I have no regrets even if I die.
He sternly added, What if those old fogies' cultivation is higher than mine? Are their disciples as good as mine?
Scene changed to the disciple acceptance ceremony. The atmosphere here was indeed extremely solemn. Li Mu solemnly bowed his head and paid his respects. Disciple greets master. Fu Daozi calmly said, Disciple, rise.
He took Li Mu's hand and gently said,
Originally, the disciple acceptance ceremony should be more grand, but this time, your master returned to the mountain only to find a disciple and pass on my Tao of Talismans before my lifespan ends.
Other things can be waived if possible, so you have been wronged, Li Mu calmly replied. This disciple has no grievances.
He bowed his head and said, There's still 10 years left. Perhaps within these 10 years, Master can find a way to ascend to transcendence. He smiled, somewhat bitterly. If I could find it, I would have already found it. You don't need to feel sorry for me. You have a 7-aperture exquisite heart, and you will definitely be able to inherit my Daofu repository. It's just a pity. In the 10 years I will find it difficult to break through to transcendence. Otherwise, I would have been able to witness you becoming the headmaster of the Fulu sect. Li Mu blankly asked, Headmaster? Headmaster? Fu Daozi moved closer to him, glanced at Headmaster Zhenren beside him, and whispered,
Once you ascend to transcendence, as long as we have the materials, we can make as many holy grade talismans as we want.
By that time, the Fulu sect will rely on you to prosper.
What face will Xuanjizi have to cling on to the position of headmaster and not let go? He stole my position, and I'll have my disciple steal his position. Hearing this, Li Mu's face brightened as he replied, Master, rest assured, I will definitely strive to increase my cultivation and avenge you for the grievances of the past. Inwardly he thought, My master and I are truly of one mind. Hearing this he felt refreshed and turned around, laughing heartily. Good disciple, follow me to meet your senior brothers and sisters. It's a pity those two old guys aren't here. They have a lot of good stuff in their hands. After finishing, Li Mu turned and walked away. On the way, he looked at the ring on his hand, thinking with satisfaction, Looks like I'll have to exchange it for a bigger mustard seed ring this time. Just then, Yu Hanyan came up from behind and asked, You've joined the sect. Li Mu happily turned around and called out,
Hanyan. He smiled gently and replied, That's right. She then raised her chin and asked loudly, Then in the future, will you have to call me martial aunt? Li Mu closed his eyes and shook his head, thinking, I'm now a second-generation disciple of the Fulu sect, on the same level as the headmaster of the Fulu sect and the chief disciples of the peaks. Liu Hanyan tilted her head in confusion and asked, Could it be that you've also acknowledged the chief disciple of some peak as your master? Li Mushe wiggled his finger and replied with a smile,
Nope. Liu Hanyan guessed again. Could it be that your master is the headmaster? Even so, you still have to call me senior sister. As she spoke, she puffed out her cheeks, wanting to win at all costs.
Li Mu chuckled and flicked Liu Hanyan on the forehead, saying, "Junior niece Liu, aren't you being a bit too disrespectful to your martial uncle?"
Liu Hanyan, without hesitation, pinched Li Mu's waist hard, retorting, Junior niece, I'll let you be a junior niece all right." Li Mu's eye, in pain and with tears in his eyes, cried out, I was wrong, I won't get cocky with you again." Liu Hanyan stormed off, leaving behind only a sentence, "You're not allowed on my bed tonight." Li Mu whimpered inwardly, "And I only got cocky this once."
As night fell, Li Mu sat on his bed, reading the scroll in his hand, musing, "My life is truly amazing. Before coming to White Cloud Mountain, I never thought I'd participate in the Tao Comprehension Trial, become a disciple of the Grand Elder, and even shoulder the responsibility of becoming the next sect leader." Inside this jade slip are Fu Daozi's insights into Tao talismans over the past 100 years. With it, perhaps I'll gain a deeper understanding of Tao talismans. My master is a Tao talisman genius, one in hundreds of years, but he's lived for 2 cycles of 60 years. If he can't advance to transcendence within 10 years, he'll die. I can feel his expectations for me in the jade slip. He truly sees me as his direct disciple, holding nothing back.
He placed the jade slip on his forehead, closing his eyes in contemplation.
How exactly can I help him?
Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed from outside. Liu Hanyan walked in, pouting and asking, "Why didn't you come find me?" Liu Mu went to her side to explain. "Wasn't it you who forbade me from coming over?" Liu Hanyan narrowed her eyes and replied, "So if I tell you not to come, you just won't come. Since when have you been so obedient?" Li Mu embraced Liu Hanyan, murmuring, All right, I was at fault for what happened during the day. Let's talk about us now, anyway. We won't be staying at White Cloud Mountain for too long. That's right, my cultivation has reached the Divine Power Realm. Shouldn't you return to Divine Capital with me this time?" Liu Hanyan blushed, shyly responding, "I want to, but I have to go into closed-door cultivation again in 5 days. My cultivation is at a crucial moment right now.
If I cultivate in seclusion with my master for a few more months, I can break through to the 5th realm." Li Muni exclaimed in surprise. "That fast?" Liu Hanyan replied with a happy expression. "I'm currently cultivating a pure yin technique. Every step of my cultivation is guided by my master. White Cloud Mountain's spiritual energy is abundant, and we have spirit jade that we can't use up. If I cultivate in seclusion for a few more months, then—" She seemed hesitant.
Li Mu pressed. "Then what?" Liu Hanyan said quietly. "Then, if we truly engage in dual cultivation, we can rely on your pure yang power, combining yin and yang, to break through the bottleneck."
Hearing this, Li Muse blushed, and his nostrils flared, thinking, "Happiness has come so quickly. Although we've done most things couples do, that most important step still has to wait for our wedding night to be official, so that it's ceremonial."
Li Mu was imagining the scene when his face was suddenly grabbed by Liu Hanyan. She pinched Li Mu's waist and asked, "What strange things are you thinking about again?" Li Mu regained his composure.
He used a sincere expression, gently holding Liu Hanyan's shoulders, and said, "This time, when we return to Divine Capital, I will start preparing our wedding. I'll just wait for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, and then we will get married."
2 days quickly passed. Inside the main hall of the Fulu sect, Fu Daozi walked and talked with Li Mu beside him. The scripture page is a scripture within the Daoist canon, containing the great Tao of impermanence. The founding ancestor of the Fulu sect obtained this scripture page and, after comprehending it, left behind the orthodox Fulu sect.
This is a rare opportunity. You must try your best to comprehend it. The sect leader real person presented the scripture page in front of Li Mu and said, "This scripture page contains the path of talismans. Everyone is different, so what you comprehend will also be different. How much you can comprehend depends on your junior brother's fortune." Li Mu looked at the scripture page in front of him, extremely curious, thinking, "This is the scripture page?" Legend has it that most of the Daoist arts, divine powers, talismans, elixirs, and formations in the cultivation world
originated from the Daoist canon.
Obtaining any page from the Daoist canon can lead to the founding of a sect.
The 6 Daoist sects came about in this way. Li Mu reached out and gently touched the scripture page. Instantly, he was transported to another space. Li Mu looked around in surprise, thinking inwardly, "This is inside the scripture page."
Li Mu saw golden lights flashing across the sky like shooting stars, and guessed inwardly, "This is that feeling. It's like the first time I drew a talisman. The more I want to finish it in one go, the less calm I am, and the greater the chance of failing to draw the talisman."
He quickly took a deep breath, then softly recited the clear heart incantation. After his mind calmed down, Li Mu looked up at the golden rays of light again. Finally, those golden lights began to change, becoming clearer and clearer in his eyes.
Looking at the increasingly clear key characters, Li Mu thought, sure enough, the calmer the mind, the clearer one can see.
Suddenly, the space began to change, and a large shadow appeared, falling towards Li Mu. When he looked up, he was shocked by the demonic creatures inside the secret realm.
Behind them, there was also a group of Daoist people, forming a formation to confront the demonic creatures. Following that, the two sides began to fight. Those Daoist priests began to activate talisman formations to attack the demonic creatures, causing them to scatter. Outside, the sect leader Real Person looked at Li Mu and said, "It seems Li Mu has found the key. I wonder how many Dao talismans he can comprehend in the end." Fu Daozi happily asked him, "How many did you comprehend back then?" The sect leader Real Person calmly replied,
"Junior is ashamed. I only comprehended 10, not as good as Martial Uncle."
Fu Daozi smiled and said,
"But your luck wasn't bad. What you comprehended were all new talismans that others had never comprehended before. Of the 10 I comprehended, 8 were talismans that predecessors had already comprehended."
The sect leader Real Person stared at Li Mu and said, "It's just that I don't know what kind of luck Junior Brother has." As he spoke, Li Mu also opened his eyes. Fu Daozi hurriedly went over and asked, "How many Dao talismans did you see?" Seeing his master so anxious, Li Mu stammered, "Probably about nearly 1800.
The sect leader Real Person and Fu Daozi jumped up in shock. 1,000, 1800. Li Mu wasn't exaggerating. He drew each Dao talisman and explained them one by one.
This Dao talisman can turn an area into a sea of fire, just touching it a little bit, and there's no way to escape. This Dao talisman can summon a lightning dragon. This Dao talisman can freeze dry land. This Dao talisman can turn the ground into magma. This Dao talisman can suck in huge boulders." Li Mu rubbed his head and concluded, "There are so many talismans, I'm afraid there aren't only 1,000.
Hearing Li Mu's words, Chu Zidao's surprise and joy were all written on his face, and he said,
1,000 Dao talismans. He turned to the sect leader Real Person and said, "How about you abdicate? It's destined that the Fulu sect will develop strongly in the hands of my disciple. You, clinging to the position of sect leader, is hindering the development of our sect. You want to apologize to the founding ancestors?" Li Mu smiled and stood behind Chu Zifu, reminding him, forget it, master. Even a cornered rabbit will bite." As night fell, Li Mu sat on his bed, lost in thought. The comprehension I received in the scripture page must be useful to my master, but how can I remember all those talismans? From behind, Liu Hanyan softly asked. "What are you thinking about?" Li Mu unconsciously replied. Thinking about Fu Daozi, she pinched Li Mu's shoulder hard, causing him to cry out in pain. Liu Hanyan wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck and said, "I have to go into closed-door cultivation tomorrow, and you're already thinking about another woman." He finally turned around and exclaimed, "Hanyan!" She turned away, making him panic and say, I was wrong, don't be angry." Liu Hanyan gently asked, "Tell me, what troubles have you encountered?" Li Mu scratched his head and said, "I want to record the scenes I see in the Dao painting and give them to master. He treats me so sincerely, I also want to do something for him." Liu Hanyan rubbed her chin and replied, "Master, I've said it before, the insights within the Dao painting can only be understood implicitly, they can't be projected with magic. But if you record the talismans you see, and write them into a jade slip, that might work." Li Mu's eyes lit up. "That's right, even though it's a bit troublesome. The things I see in the Dao painting all exist in my memory and won't disappear. If I just keep looking and recording, wouldn't that be the same as recording what I see?"
Li Mu happily gave Liu Hanyan a big kiss on the cheek and said, "Lucky I have you." Liu Hanyan, caught off guard by the kiss, blushed and asked, "All right, the problem is solved. Shouldn't we get down to business?" Li Mu grinned and replied, "Sure." He thought to himself, Hanyan will be in seclusion tomorrow? I might as well go into seclusion myself and record all the talismans in the Dao painting. Cut to 7 days later, Li Mu met with Zhu Daozi and handed him the jade slip, saying, "Master, take this," he asked curiously. "What is this?" Li Mu mysteriously replied. "You'll know when you try it." Zhu Daozi didn't suspect anything and placed the jade slip against his forehead. The moment the jade slip lit up, the contents inside flooded into Zhu Daozi's mind, and he was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Li Mu then said, "These are all the talismans in that Dao painting. I hope you can gain enlightenment of the great Dao from them." He thought to himself, "During 7 days of seclusion,
I've reviewed the scenes I saw in the Dao painting countless times, engraving all the visible talismans into this jade slip to repay Master for helping me comprehend Talisman Daoyo.
Zhu Daozi's hands trembled unconsciously, his eyes welled up with tears, and a feeling of bitterness washed over him. Even a biological father wouldn't be willing to share such great fortune with someone else.
Li Mu then spoke up. I won't disturb Master's comprehension. Disciple will take his leave. He bowed and turned to leave, while Zhao Daozi remained frozen in place, speechless. As he walked, he thought, this is the only thing I can do for Master. Whether he can gain enlightenment from it and achieve transcendence depends on him. After finishing Zhu Daozi's matter, Li Mu leisurely walked back, when suddenly Elder Shu from afar ran over and called out, Li Shishu, please wait. Li Mu turned around in surprise and asked, Elder Shu, what's the matter? He thought to himself, I've only been here for less than half a month, and Elder Shu has already changed his address from Lord Li to Shishu Li. It's a bit strange.
Elder Shu stood there, bowed, and said, Shishu Li, the sect leader invites you. Li Mu immediately went to the main hall, stood before the sect leader Zhenren, and bowed. Greetings, sect leader, senior brothers, senior sisters, Li Mu chuckled to himself. Having a supreme elder as my master, I can just bow as equals when I see the sect leader and the peak masters. It's awesome, no need to say more.
The sect leader Zhenren pointed to the table above and asked, all the materials for drawing talismans are prepared. Junior brother can start drawing at any time, but there's quite a lot of ink prepared this time. Does junior brother want to draw a few more? Li Mu, reminded of the old matter, grumbled inwardly.
Do you guys see me as a talisman drawing tool? These are heaven-grade talismans. The sect leader Zengren stroked his long beard and said, the competition between the various peaks is starting. The top 3 disciples each time will be rewarded with a heaven-grade talisman. But in the ancestral hall, except for junior brother, no one is 100% sure they'll produce a heaven-grade talisman. Li Mu drawled and continued. This ink is extremely precious, and junior brother, as a member of the Fulu sect,
can't bear to see us waste it, right? Li Mu gritted his teeth and thought, this old fox is really good at scheming against people, wanting to be the sect leader of the Fulu sect. Strength alone isn't enough. There's so much more I need to learn. A moment later, Li Mu was still sitting there drawing with enthusiasm, until he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, thinking, drawing 8 heaven-grade talismans in a row, I'd rather go back to the divine capital and be drained dry by Her Majesty than stay here to be exploited by a bunch of old geezers. When I get back, I'll draw a bunch of heaven-grade talismans for Her Majesty. An empress of a country should have some heaven-grade talismans on hand to reward meritorious officials. Daoist Yu Zhenzi frowned and said to sect leader Zhenren, sect leader Shixiang, he's lying on the chair that represents the position of sect leader. That's not in accordance with the rules. Sect leader Zhenren interrupted. He has comprehended the entire Dao painting. The founding ancestor only comprehended a portion of the Dao painting, and was able to establish the Fulu sect. If one could comprehend the entire painting, who knows what he will be like in the future? Sect leader Zhenren went to Li Mu and asked, has Shidai comprehended the entire Dao painting? Li Mu took out a jade slip and threw it at him, saying, all the talismans that appear in the Dao painting are in here. Li Mu tiredly thought, I have no choice but to throw out a lure to catch a bigger fish. The future sect leader must have the bearing of a future sect leader. The stronger the Fulu sect, the more beneficial it will be for me and for Her Majesty. Sect leader Zhenren said in surprise. Thank you, Shidi. He was stunned, thinking. Putting aside the fact that he completely extracted the contents of the Dao painting, just based on his 7-aperture exquisite heart, if he were bound to the Fulu sect, drawing talismans day and night, later on, every disciple of the Fulu sect would have a saint-grade attack talisman, and their attacks would be at the 7th realm. They could hang 10 demonic sects up and beat them. Li Mu finished drawing and stood up, waving his hand and saying, we're all family, no need to thank me, I'm leaving first. Sect leader Zhenren called out, since we're family, then Shixiang won't be polite anymore. Sect leader Zhenren paused for a moment and said, actually, there's another matter related to the future of the sect that I need Shikaridi's help with, he thought. Although I can't bind him, I can still think about getting him to do something. He announced in front of the elders, I have decided to pass on the position of sect leader to Shidi Li. Based on Li Mu's convincing displays previously, the other elders nodded repeatedly. Daoist Xuan Zhenzi worriedly said, but he's only at the 4th realm right now. Pushing him to the front so early isn't a good thing. Sect leader Zhenren raised his hand and said firmly, of course not now. At least we have to wait until he enters the 7th realm. Who knows what level he will bring the Fulu sect to. Li Mu had already returned to his room.
He used the sound transmission seashell to contact the Empress with a joyful tone. "Your Majesty, is your Majesty there? I want to tell you some good news."
The Empress immediately replied, "I'm here. Don't rush. Take your time. What good news?" Li Mu excitedly said.
The ancestral hall of the Fulu sect has agreed to send an elder with the status of guest elder to the imperial court. The Empress also said in surprise, "The imperial court and the sects have never had such deep cooperation before."
Although the imperial court and the sects have cooperation, because the power of the sects is too strong, enough to threaten the rule of the imperial court and the imperial court's control over the 36 counties. In name, it has absolute control. The 4 sects and 6 factions operating in the secular world will be subject to many restrictions.
The Great Zhou dynasty and the factions suspect each other. The Great Zhou dynasty has never had officials from the 4 sects and 6 factions. Even a small official must be required to have no sect background, and the higher-ups of these sects will not be held by officials in the court either. Li Mu honestly said, "I am a subject of the Great Zhou, and also a second-generation disciple of the Fulu sect. It is very suitable for me to be the bridge between them." Moreover, the imperial court only needs to pay attention to the talented disciples of the Fulu sect, and the Fulu sect can send out powerful elders to become guest elders of the imperial court.
He continued in a low voice, "Your Majesty is currently short of people. If a powerhouse of the Fulu sect joins, Your Majesty will have more people to use in the future," the Empress calmly replied. "You can decide on this matter." Li Mu suddenly felt that something was wrong, and thought, "Why do I feel like she's not happy? She's like a salted fish as an emperor, not proactive in her work, and doesn't have the ambition of a dragon. The most proactive thing she can do is come to my house to eat and sleep, and call the conch to check on me more than 100 times in 3 days. Don't even mention superiors. Even girlfriends are rarely like that. She doesn't even care about cooperating with the ancestral hall of the Fulu sect. What is she even caring about?" The Empress spoke. "When are you coming back?" Li Mu helplessly said. "I think it'll be soon," the Empress said with a bit of pouting. "You said it would be soon more than a month ago." "How long is soon?" Li Mu scratched his head and replied, "This time it's really soon. The shortest is 3 days, the longest is 5 days. In his heart he thought, "I've only met Hanyan for a few days, and she's already gone into seclusion with Yu Zhenzi again. I should be able to return to the divine capital now, but the competition of the 7 peak disciples is starting, and as a second-generation disciple, I still need to participate. Her Majesty is really something. She doesn't care about national affairs, but she's so anxious to urge me to go back to work. Could it be that she only cares about me?" He paused at the big question in his head.
Cut to the great competition peaks at White Cloud Peak. 9 seats were neatly arranged in mid-air, with many disciples huddled together below. Li Mu also landed from the air. Han Jie saw him and asked, "Li Mu, you haven't recovered yet?" Li Mu calmly replied, "I'll leave as soon as the great competition is over."
Noticing Li Mu's uniform, he exclaimed in surprise, "You joined our talisman faction too. Don't tell me you also became that chief seat's disciple like Senior Uncle Liu?" Li Mu turned around and calmly replied, "No, my master is the talisman Dao master, not a chief seat." Han Jie scratched his head blankly, thinking, "Sounds vaguely familiar, but where did I hear it?"
Li Mu then asked him, "Why isn't Senior Sister Qin here today?" Han Jie sighed and said, "Don't even mention it. I already made her enter secluded cultivation to reflect on her mistakes." Hearing that Senior Sister Qin had to cultivate in seclusion, Li Mu curiously asked, "What did she do this time?"
Han Jie then recounted, "Didn't she run off last time? I wanted to chase after her to emphasize the importance of cultivation, but who knew she'd stubbornly drag me into drinking, and she ended up getting completely wasted, and when she's drunk, she likes to take off her clothes. Taking off her own clothes wasn't enough, she even wanted to take mine off.
Luckily, I woke up at a crucial moment.
Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face Senior Brother Qin's spirit in heaven. This virgin body I've maintained for over 20 years almost didn't make it." Li Muzhen was speechless. He crossed his arms and said,
"That's right, men and women shouldn't be alone together. Boys must protect themselves when they're out.
If you lose your virginity, it's a huge loss."
Han Jie nodded in agreement.
Right, I'll never drink with Senior Sister Qin again. Her alcohol tolerance is way too low." Han Jie looked up at the seats above him, puzzled. "But why is there an extra seat this year? The headmaster and the 7 chief seats? 8 seats should be enough. Could it be that some other powerful figure showed up this year?" Suddenly, he remembered something and was stunned.
"Wait a minute, I remember now. Talisman Dao Master, isn't that the long-lost Grand Elder of the sect?" Han Jie pointed at Li Mu in a daze and exclaimed, "The Daoist robe you're wearing is also the clothing of a second-generation disciple. You became the Grand Elder's disciple?"
Li Mu tilted his head, smiled at him, and replied, "That's right." Han Jie hurriedly started calculating with his fingers. "Let me think. You're second generation, I'm fourth generation, so does that mean I have to call you granduncle?" He stared at Li Mu in astonishment, leaving him helpless. Han Zhen was frantically trying to sort things out.
"You're my grand-uncle, so that would make you senior uncle to Han Yan, and grand-uncle to junior sister Lai. Han Yan is a disciple of martial uncle Yu Zhenzi, so you're martial uncle Yu Zhenzi's junior brother." Seeing him getting all tangled up, Li Mu turned to leave and said, "I'll head out first, you take your time figuring it out." Han Jie remained standing there, deep in thought. "So you're her senior uncle, and also the senior uncle of my future wife.
Then what will our children's seniority be? Will they be in my generation, or one generation above me? Wait, I'm getting confused again." The elders and the headmaster, along with Li Mu Gao, flew up to the seats above. The disciples below looked at Li Mu above, surprised, and started whispering, "Isn't that the guy who scared the Dao Bell? Why is he standing with the headmaster?"
He was the top of the talisman test this time, and that's a Daoist robe only second-generation disciples can wear. What right does he have?
Could it be? Seeing the disciples becoming noisy, the headmaster raised his hand to signal for silence. He pointed at Li Muhe and introduced,
"Standing next to me is the top of the talisman test this time, and also the disciple of Master Uncle Fu Daozi, our sect's grand elder junior brother Ling Jizi. From today onwards, all disciples of the talisman faction, seeing him is like seeing me."
Li Mu looked at him, thinking to himself, the headmaster's words are no different from announcing in front of all the disciples and important figures of each branch within the talisman faction that I am the future headmaster of the talisman faction. He looked down at the disciples below, thinking, once I become the headmaster, I not only have to worry about the queen, but also the talisman faction. It's best to bail out as soon as possible.
After that introduction, Li Mu returned to his residence, changed into his usual clothes, and secretly left. Li Mu, Wan Wan, and Xiaobai had only taken a few steps when the headmaster discovered them. He seriously asked, "The great competition peaks hasn't ended yet. Where are you going, junior brother?"
Li Muza awkwardly replied, "I've been away from the divine capital for almost 3 months. Her Majesty has urged me many times. It's time to go back. If Master comes out of seclusion, please tell the old man for me, senior brother." The headmaster clasped his hands together, bowed to Li Mu, and replied,
"Junior brother, you must cultivate harder this time.
The prosperity of our talisman faction in the future depends on you." Li Mu also respectfully returned the greeting to the headmaster and replied, "My cultivation is low at the moment. I can't shoulder the great responsibility of the sect. For the next few decades, this sect will still have to rely on you, senior brothers and sisters."
Suddenly, the miniature Dao Bell flew to Li Mamu and wagged its tail like a dog as he held it in his arms. Li Mamu softly said, "You have to stay at White Cloud Mountain. You can't follow me."
The headmaster generously said, "If it wants to go with you, just let it go, junior brother." Li Mu hesitated. "That's not very good, is it? Without the Dao Bell, what will White Cloud Mountain do?" The headmaster seriously said, "Don't worry. Our talisman faction hasn't fallen to the point where we have to rely on a spirit treasure for protection. Moreover, the cracks on the Davio Bell still need you to heal, junior brother. Since we've already taken a gamble once, we might as well take another one." He thought to himself, only when the Davio Bell is complete can it exert its full effect.
Li Mu quickly used a magical artifact to fly through the air back to the northern county, he pondered. It's a pity that Sister Su didn't want to go to the divine capital with me.
Recalling what happened just now, Su He honestly said, "I've been in one place for so many years, I don't want to be trapped there again. I want to see different scenery, and when I get tired of seeing it, I'll come find you."
Li Mu silently thought,
although I really want Sister Su to stay by my side, what she needs most right now is freedom. Lost in thought, suddenly, several beams of light flashed past.
Li Mu immediately took out a talisman and activated the protective formation around himself, shouting.
Immediately afterward, those purple streaks of light transformed into many demonic creatures surrounding Li Mu. One of them stepped forward and said, "We've been rooted here for over 2 months. I thought you were going to hide in the talisman faction for the rest of your life and never come out."
Li Mu was naturally not afraid of these types. He raised his chin and questioned them. 7 fifth realm cultivators, are all demonic cultivators as shameless as you?"
A demonic master stepped forward and said, "Kui Ming of the second sect and Song Emperor Wang of the soul sect both died at your hands. We don't want to end up like them. Compared to life, what is face worth?"
The snake demon beside him also said, "Little brother, you should just surrender. This time, our 7 sects have joined forces. You can't escape. Just obediently listen, so you don't have to suffer torture." Li Mu frowned as he observed the demonic creatures before him, thinking to himself, There are only 10 demonic sects in total, and they are even hostile to each other. Yet this time, 7 sects have joined forces, just to keep watch over me for nearly 2 months in the northern county. Without Sister Su here, I'm definitely no match for these 7. Thinking this, he said,
7 against 1, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, come at me one by one. The leading snake demon charged forward with the other 6 and said,
being able to kill Kui Ming and Song Emperor Wang must mean he has some tricks up his sleeves. Let's go together, then we can divide the reward equally. They charged forward at the same time, but Li Mugu wasn't worried at all. He took out a stack of talisman papers and smiled. Li Mugu threw all the talisman papers into the air and shouted, "You want to use numbers to overwhelm me?" Immediately, those familiar golden divine soldiers began to appear in the sky. Those divine soldiers successfully manifested and trapped the demonic creatures inside. Seeing this, they were surprised. One of them, looking at the divine weapons surrounding him, said worriedly, "They all have the aura of the 5th realm." A lizard demon among them rushed forward impatiently and shouted, "Strike first to gain the advantage, die!" But his attack couldn't keep up with Li Mu's extreme speed at all. As soon as he charged, Li Mu disappeared from his sight, making him secretly wonder, where is he? Before he could do anything, a divine weapon sword had already slashed at him. He wanted to escape but couldn't, so he could only unwillingly have his soul pierced by the sword. But perhaps this lizard demon had some skill. He shed his skin and retreated, then shouted to warn his companions, "Be careful, this sword is specialized in damaging the soul and primordial spirit." The divine weapons began another wave of attacks. He took his stance and began chanting the incantation. The sky began to change color, and bolts of lightning struck straight down at the ground. The demons, trapped and struck by lightning, couldn't dodge and were blasted to smithereens, screaming miserably. Li Mu, standing behind, felt a little relieved as he thought, "Scream all you want. Even if you scream yourselves hoarse today, no one will come to save you." One of the demons roared to his companions, "Don't panic, everyone! The duration of the talisman formation is limited. When the spiritual energy is exhausted, it will become ineffective. Just hold on a little longer, and he'll have no other options." Then, they tried to huddle together, creating a barrier to withstand the lightning. They gritted their teeth and exclaimed, "No wonder Heavenly Sovereign Wan Huang offered such a reward for a 4th realm cultivator. Although his strength is low, his talismans are really strong." Tui Ming and Song Giwang didn't die unfairly in his hands. Lives. Li Mu, observing them from outside, thought to himself, although the talisman formation is easy to carry, it can't replenish spiritual energy. These guys are jointly hiding inside the protective shield, and over time, the grand 18 heavens formation might really be depleted of spiritual energy and dissipate. After thinking for a while, Li Mu muttered, "Got it?" Li Mu waved his hand, and the bell that had been following him unleashed its power. It turned into a massive size and rushed towards the demons. With just a gentle collision, it shattered the brittle barrier. The demons also suffered greatly from the loss of the barrier, and every single one of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. The lightning, with nothing to stop it, struck straight down on the demons, turning them to ash. Li Mu stood there coldly, watching the charred corpses of the demons fall below. Li Mu reached out and soul-searched one of them, he muttered, pondering the things he saw. "Heavenly Sovereign Wan Huang, reward, comprehend the Dao aperture," he thought to himself. So it's Heavenly Sovereign Wan Huang who announced the reward targeting me in front of the 10 demonic sects. Whoever captures me alive or kills me will have a chance to comprehend the Dao aperture. He was startled and wondered, wait, the demonic sects actually have Dao apertures? Li Mu frowned and pondered. If the Dao aperture in Heavenly Sovereign Wan Huang's possession has the same origin as the Fulu sect's Dao aperture, then there will probably be some kind of Dao heritage inside it. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Huang has staked everything. The road from the northern prefecture to the divine capital will probably not be peaceful. Nivmukov say. Li Mu pulled his cloak up high, turned his back, and left, ignoring the lightning that was still striking behind him. Deep inside the dense forest, where Li Musa had just fought, another group of people appeared. They huddled together and discussed, "There are traces of intense combat here. Could it be that the 5 Commandment Kings group got here first? Damn it, this place is too close to White Cloud Mountain. We stayed a bit further away for fear of being discovered by the Fulu sect, but we didn't expect them to get here first." One of the demons spoke up, chasing after them. "It's not certain who won or lost yet. The 5 Commandment Kings group has been through a fierce battle. They might not be able to exert their full strength," another demon added. "If we join forces, we won't be afraid of them." A cyan elephant in the group spoke up. "Only one person can comprehend the Dao aperture. We need to discuss how to divide it first." The red-faced demon smiled slyly and replied,
Let's capture that Li Mu first and talk about it later.
Cut to 3 days later in Jiangyin Prefecture. Li Mu glided through the air, calculating as he went. More than 50 demonic sect members have died in my hands. Those demonic sect guys have clearly found my trail. I've been ambushed by demonic sect experts several times on the way. Even though I've taken detours, I still can't let my guard down. Although most of the ambushers are at the 4th and 5th realms, the lure of the Dabio aperture is too great.
Who knows, even 6th realm experts might be tempted.
Speak of the devil. And he appears. Li Mu widened his eyes in shock, looking at the person in front of him. His red hair, black and gold armor, and that scepter. Just looking at it made him feel powerful.
The man smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Li Mu was sweating bullets and exclaimed, "Netherworld Sacred Monarch." Li Mu retreated, carefully observing and calculating. He actually came himself. In Heavenly Illusion's memory, this guy is an old monster who entered the 6th realm many years ago. His strength is at the mid-level of the 6th realm. Even if I and Su Jiji combine, we won't be his match. I have to find another way.
After thinking for a while, Li Mu tried to calm down and took a breath.
He slicked back his hair and put on a cunning expression, asking, "Netherworld Sacred Monarch? Long time no see? Netherworld? Don't you recognize this Bozuo?"
Netherworld Sacred Monarch frowned and looked at Li Muha for a while, then said, "Impossible. Heavenly Illusion's soul lamp has gone out. He should have already dissipated. You can't be Heavenly Illusion. You obtained his memories."
Li Mu was startled and thought, as expected, Netherworld Sacred Monarch isn't as easy to fool. He immediately retreated, took out a talisman, and threw it into the air, shouting, "Go!"
The divine weapon quickly appeared. It looked at the enemy in front of it and immediately rushed over. Li Mu took this opportunity to slip away, calculating that the spiritual energy of the golden armored divine weapon talisman is limited. It won't be able to stop him for long. I have to seize the opportunity to run as far as possible. Li Mu sped up as much as he could, flying towards the divine capital. Suddenly, Netherworld Sacred Monarch's cold voice rang in his ears, sharp as a blade. "You can't escape."
With that, a sharp spear tore through the air, flying towards Li Mu at the speed of light. He didn't have time to dodge. He had only turned his head to look when he saw that the spear was only a tiny distance away from him. He shouted in panic, "I'm done for?" At the critical moment, Li Mu gritted his teeth and whistled loudly, calling for the little Dao bell.
Hearing the sound,
the Dao bell immediately appeared, protecting Li Musha inside the bell.
The spear struck the Dao bell and shattered into many pieces.
That clash caused a massive explosion in the air, and the land below was devastated quite a bit. Just a glance shows how terrifying the power was.
Looking at the ground below completely wiped out, Yu Ming Holy Monarch was shocked and worried. He thought to himself that he had used his full power in that one strike just now. 100 Zhang around had turned to ruins because of the feedback, yet this bell wasn't damaged at all.
Not giving up, he drew his sword again and charged to slash at the Davao bell.
Naturally, his attack was completely deflected.
Yu Ming Holy Monarch was bewildered. Still no good. He then summoned streams of demonic energy in the shape of red-eyed snakes, attacking Li Mu directly and shouting, "How about this?" Those snakes kept attacking the Dao bell, but there was still no effect. Yu Ming Holy Monarch frowned, thinking to himself, "With my 6th realm power, I can't do anything to it."
Several times, the feedback from the bell even messed up his qi circulation. Suddenly, he noticed a large crack on the Dao bell, and he immediately smiled with satisfaction.
Without hesitation, he directly poured demonic energy into that crack. Li Mu, hiding inside the Dao bell, saw the demonic energy flowing in and exclaimed in panic, "Crap! He found the crack!"
From inside the Dao bell, many golden talismans were quickly thrown out by Li Mushe. These talismans, bearing many different shapes, began to form.
Divine weapons of various elements surrounded the demonic energy on the Dao bell. Li Mu thought to himself, "This is my last talisman formation." These divine weapons began to attack the demonic energy. However, the powerful demonic energy quickly turned into a huge hand, rushed up, grabbed those divine weapons, and devoured Li Mu's last talisman formation in one move. The demonic energy squeezed hard, causing those divine weapons to be crushed to pieces, heads, bodies, and limbs flying everywhere. Yu Ming Holy Monarch said smugly, "You think you can trap me with this little trick?"
Li Mu, looking at the situation from inside the Dao bell, thought to himself, "The Dutian Grand Formation can trap cultivators who have just entered the 6th realm, but Yu Ming Holy Monarch seems to be able to restrain these non-corporeal divine weapons. I've almost used up all the talismans on me. There's no other way but to hide inside the Dao bell. Back then, Her Majesty Wan Wan didn't tell me the effect of this talisman. She only told me that if I encountered an emergency, I could crush the jade pendant.
Yu Ming Holy Monarch stood outside and loudly commented, "This bell is indeed a very powerful treasure, but it's a flawed item." This remark made the Dao bell glare angrily at him. Yu Ming Holy Monarch began to conjure a hand made of demonic energy again, grabbed the top of the bell, and said, "Don't even think about escaping." Li Mu inside was staggered by the impact. He thought frantically, "This is bad, Your Majesty, it all depends on that now." With that thought, he immediately crushed the jade pendant in his hand. The moment the jade pendant shattered, Li Mu clearly felt the shaking completely stop.
Outside, Yu Ming Holy Monarch was now unconsciously retreating, looking very wary. Li Mu curiously opened the bell to see the situation outside. What greeted Li Mu's eyes was Her Majesty the Empress standing majestically in front of him, which made him extremely surprised. Her Majesty the Empress turned her head and asked him, "Are you okay?" Li Mu replied with boundless joy, "Your Majesty, I'm fine." Yu Ming Holy Monarch was so shocked that his mouth was agape, thinking to himself. The Great Zhou Empress observed for a moment, and he regained his confidence and said, "So it's just an avatar. If your true body came here, I would naturally retreat. It's just an avatar with, at most, early stage 6th realm cultivation." "What can you do to me?" Her Majesty the Empress replied coldly. "You're not worthy for this Empress to come personally." Yu Ming Holy Monarch didn't reply but directly stabbed his chest, then slowly took out a sword covered in demonic energy, and said complacently, "I've long wanted to see what abilities the Great Zhou Empress has." Not letting the Empress lose momentum, Li Mu threw out Qing Baiyi and shouted, "Your Majesty, take the sword!" Her Majesty the Empress immediately took Baiyi in her hand, and immediately, Her Majesty the Empress and Yu Ming Holy Monarch rushed into sword combat. The aftershocks from the powerful attacks of both sides once again eroded the area below.
Li Mu, hiding inside the Dao bell, struggled to resist the aftershocks, thinking, if it weren't for the protection of the Dao bell, being in the center of the battle between two 6th realm experts like this, even if I didn't die, I would be seriously injured.
However, Her Majesty is just an avatar. The duration of an avatar doesn't last too long. Thinking that, he called out, "Your Majesty, enter my body." Her Majesty the Empress glanced over at Li Mu Kadi, then entered his body without hesitation.
As soon as Her Majesty the Empress entered Li Mu's body, powerful streams of spiritual energy began to emanate. He erupted with power and shouted. That spiritual energy made Yu Ming Holy Monarch pause. In surprise, Li Mu, with the soul of Her Majesty the Empress, rushed forward aggressively and said, "It's my turn to take the stage."
Switching scenes to Netherworld Ghost Domain, a group of people were gathered in front of the hall, observing the soul lamps burning brightly in front of them.
A ghost among them stepped forward and said, "Lord Chujiang Wang is dead, Lord Song Di Wang is dead, Lord Wu Guan Wang is also dead. Of the 10 Yama kings under the Holy Monarch, there are only 7 left now. I don't know who can replace them in the future." An old demon added, "I'm afraid Qing Jun's return will cause another thunderous rage. Hopefully, it won't spread to us."
Suddenly one of the soul lamps shook violently.
The ox-headed demon exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" The old demon also speculated anxiously, "I'm afraid the Holy Monarch has encountered a 6th realm expert from the righteous path. Perhaps they are fighting." In just a moment, the soul lamp began to dim, and then went out. The demon panicked and stammered, "Holy Monarch, Holy Monarch." The demons knelt in front of the soul lamp in shock, shouting, "Holy Monarch, Holy Monarch has fallen." The bustling discussion inside the hall rang out again. How could the Great Elder's soul lamp be extinguished? Could it be that the Great Elder has really fallen? What will happen to the soul sect if the Great Elder falls? What should we do now? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Shut up!" A demonic man entered, with an arrogant face, his mouth clenched tightly, as he looked at the extinguished soul lamp in front of him. As he walked over, the demons in the hall knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Xin Guangwang." He walked past the demons to the soul lamp and said in a deep voice, "If the Master's soul is not destroyed, the soul lamp will endure." The Holy Monarch's soul lamp suddenly extinguished, indicating that he has died both body and soul. Qing Guangwang was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead, and he thought to himself, it's highly likely that when he went out to investigate the cause of Song Diwang's death, he encountered a righteous cultivator powerhouse. After pondering for a while, he turned around and shouted, "Pingdang Wang, Zhuanlun Wang." The 2 demonic figures quickly stepped forward, ready to receive orders. Xin Guangwang loudly declared, "The Sacred Lord has met with misfortune. I must go to the Sacred Sect to report."
"You 2 guard the soul sect. Don't let any more chaos occur here."
After Qing Guangwang and the 2 demonic figures left, the demons behind them began to murmur, Our demonic sect has lost 2 grand elders this year. Grandmaster Tian Huang died because of that Li Muang, and the Sacred Lord Yu Ming also died chasing after that Li Muang. In the end, even if Heavenly Sovereign rewards us handsomely, I bet not many people will dare to go kill that Li Muang this time.
Scene changed to Li Mu's residence in Chengdu. Li Mu leisurely sat on an armchair, letting Zhao Bai massage his shoulders. While Wan Wan fed him grapes, Wan Wan curiously asked, "Young master, on the way back, did you really kill dozens of demonic sect members?" Li Mu casually replied, "I didn't really keep count,
but luckily I managed to kill you 2 and keep you in the painting world, otherwise along the way." "Titsk, titsk," Li Mu said, popping a grape into his mouth. At this moment little Dao Bell flew down from the sky and landed next to Li Mu. He held little Dao Bell and smiled. "Good thing I have someone." Li Muni touched the crack on little Dao Bell's body and thought to himself that he had to speed up the healing process. Its only flaw was that crack. It was almost exploited by Sacred Lord Yuming. "Luckily, I crushed the jade talisman His Majesty gave me at the last moment." Wan Wan asked again, "Young master, did you really kill that Sacred Lord Yuming?" Li Mu looked up at Xuzhong and replied, "Although I killed him in the end, if His Majesty hadn't come to the rescue, the 3 of us would have been dead." He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, "Her Majesty really cares about me. Those old geezers in the Fulu sect would never be as thoughtful as Her Majesty. However, Her Majesty's avatar didn't have any sacrifices, so she used her great power to break through space herself, forcibly crossing thousands of miles with her avatar. She's been in seclusion ever since she got back. I wonder how she is now." As soon as he thought of her, the space in front of him distorted slightly, and the person who appeared was none other than Her Majesty the Empress. As soon as Li Mu saw her, he rushed over, worriedly asking, "Your Majesty, you've come out of seclusion. How is your body?" Her Majesty the Empress gently smiled and replied, "It's not serious. A few days of rest will do." Xiao Bai pitter-pattered over and said, "Zhu Jiji." She pointed at Wan Wan and enthusiastically introduced, "Zhu Jiji, this is Wan Wan Jiji that I often tell you about." Wan Wan stood in front of Her Majesty the Empress and stuttered shyly, "Your Majesty the Empress." She thought to herself, "My God, this beautiful Jiji is the Empress of Great Zhou, and Xiao Bai actually dares to call the Empress Jiji." Li Mu walked over to the 2 girls and said, "You guys go play first. I have something to discuss with Her Majesty." Li Mu led Her Majesty the Empress to a chair and said, "Your Majesty, please sit." The Empress sat down and said gently, "The court has received information from spies placed in the demonic sect. Some demonic elders are very angry about the death of Sacred Lord Yuming. You should stay in Chengdu from now on, and don't go out recklessly." Li Mu obediently replied, "Okay." Li Mu peeled a grape and brought it to the Empress's face and said, "Your Majesty, eat a grape." She waved her hand and replied, "I can peel it myself." Li Mu said gratefully, "Your Majesty saved my life. How is doing this little thing anything?" Her Majesty the Empress took the red grape, blushing, and said, "You work for me. I won't let anyone hurt you." Night fell, and Li Mu was fast asleep in bed when suddenly his brows furrowed, as if he were having a bad dream. In that dream, Li Mu was single-handedly fighting Sacred Lord Yuming, and was repeatedly slashed by him, causing him to scream in pain from grievous injuries. Just as he thought all hope was lost, a familiar voice rang out. Li Mu, Her Majesty the Empress, like a celestial maiden, rushed over and caught Li Mu as he was falling freely. He looked at this angle of the Empress and exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty." Her Majesty the Empress gently supported Li Shimu, also gently landing while holding him in a princess carriage. She smiled kindly and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Mu blushed and replied, "I'm fine." The Empress frowned, looked at Sacred Lord Yuming, and gently pointed, causing him to be pierced straight through the heart and turned into ashes in midair. After dealing with Sacred Lord Yuming, she smiled and said, "I will absolutely not let anyone hurt you." Those words from Her Majesty the Empress made Li Mu's eyes shine brightly, twinkling. After that dream, Li Mu sat thoughtfully on the bed, wondering, "Others are always heroes saving the damsel, but I'm always waiting for the damsel to save me. Is it because I'm too reliant on Her Majesty?" He rubbed his chin, thinking, "I don't want to be so useless that I have to rely on a woman for protection, but she is the Empress of Great Zhou. She is someone who is not easily fathomable, and I can't fathom her either. The only thing I can show is my culinary skills." Li Mu couldn't help but smile, thinking, "Although my culinary skills aren't as good as the royal chefs, the Empress has gotten used to delicacies, but she clearly prefers the home-cooked meals I make. When she is completely used to the dishes I cook, unable to leave me, that's when I will take the initiative." Suddenly, the space in front of him changed, and immediately after, Her Majesty the Empress appeared right in front of Li Mu.
She saw Li Mu in his pajamas, blushed, turned away, and shouted, "Why aren't you awake yet?"
Li Mu thought in confusion. Why did she appear as soon as I thought of her? But very quickly he changed his expression and started plotting. Well, this is a good opportunity for her to get used to the food I make. Li Mu went to the Empress's side and asked,
"Your Majesty, has the court session ended?
What would you like to eat today? I'll go cook it for you." The Empress hesitated and replied, "Tofu and carp soup." Li Mu happily replied, "Okay, Your Majesty, wait here for a moment." As soon as he stepped out of the doorway, Li Mu stopped, thinking to himself, "That's not right, I'm a favored subject. Why am I always doing the work of a favored concubine?" His face contorted, and he imagined countless scenarios in his mind. Isn't this turning a minister into a servant? No wonder I always dream those weird dreams at night. The source is here. Thinking that, he turned back and asked Her Majesty the Empress, "I almost forgot to ask, how is Your Majesty's heart demon being suppressed?" In his heart, he thought,
"Luckily, I discovered it early, otherwise I would have made the same mistake again." Her Majesty the Empress didn't know what he was thinking and simply replied, "It hasn't appeared for a long time." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. With the pure heart mantra you taught me, and the increased success rate of the scripture pavilion, as long as there are enough heavenly treasures to create talisman fluid, with Your Majesty's cultivation, you can easily write holy talisman texts, and use talismans to recruit even more powerhouses for the court."
Her Majesty the Empress said with a somewhat lost expression,
"I have discovered that this secret can increase the success rate of the scripture pavilion, but it seems to be limited to talismans below the heaven grade. Talismans above the heaven grade will still fail." Li Mu asked in surprise, "How is that possible? Has Your Majesty tried it?" He thought to himself. Don't mention heaven grade, even saint grade. As long as there is enough magical power to maintain it, it can be drawn. Why isn't it working for Her Majesty? Your Majesty continued, "I've tried a few times, all failed. That Saint-Tier talisman that appeared on Bayun Mountain, you drew it, right?" Li Mu scratched his head sheepishly, stammering, "Your Majesty knows everything." The Queen smiled and asked, "That Master Laozi you mentioned? That's actually you, isn't it?" Li Mu jumped.
"How did Your Majesty know?" He thought nervously. "She's on to me." The Queen explained calmly. Divine Dao techniques, when they first appear and are acknowledged by the heavenly Dao at that crucial moment, only their creator can unleash their full power. The incantations are the same, it's a heavenly rule. I can't use the Qing Xin incantation as smoothly as you. There's only one reason. Li Mu blanked out, and thought to himself. So, whether it's Qing Xin incantation or the 9-syllable mantra, as long as I brought them to this world for the first time, as long as I am the creator, even if others learn them later, they'll never reach my level. It's just that the fact that I don't have a master has finally been exposed in front of the Queen," he said nervously. "Your Majesty, actually." Before he could finish, the Queen raised her hand to stop him, saying, "That's your secret. You don't need to explain it to me." Li Mu pounded his chest and pointed at the sky, declaring, "There are some things I can't tell Your Majesty, but I swear before the heavenly Tao, my heart is always with Your Majesty. I am loyal and devoted to you. I'm willing to charge through fire and smoke for you, even unto death." Hearing this, the Queen happily said, "Very good. I don't need you to charge through fire and smoke. Go cook for me. I like the food you make personally." Li Mu grinned. "Of course." Scene changes to 2 days later in the Central Secretariat. Liu Xilang cheerfully introduced Lord Lai. These 6 Secretariat drafters are assigned to manage the work of the 6 ministries' ministers. Each has his own yamen. He pointed to the desk and said, "This is the yamen assigned to you to oversee the work of the Ministry of Justice. These official documents have piled up in the yamen for 3 months, Lord Lane, and need to be dealt with as soon as possible. The work in the Central Secretariat is heavy. If it's not resolved in time, it will only accumulate further." Li Mu said politely, "Thank you, we're colleagues now, so I hope Lord Liu will look after me." He smiled happily in return. "We're all colleagues, of course we should take care of each other." After a bit of chatting, Liu Xilang said courteously, "Then I won't bother Lord Liu any further, please look at the official documents." Li Mu went to the desk and picked up a volume of official documents, reading as he thought. Of the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Justice is considered to have a lot of work. After the legal reforms, serious cases in each prefecture must be handled. After submission to the Ministry of Justice for review, they must also be submitted to the Central Secretariat for further review. Finally, they are submitted to His Majesty for approval. Most of the official documents here are probably of this type. Li Mu worked diligently and seriously, reading one volume after another, causing the stack of documents to gradually decrease. Li Mu worked while thinking.
After I finish reading these documents, I'll go home. The rest should be finished in the next 2 days.
Li Mu opened a document, seriously reading each word. Several months ago, An Yixuan, the magistrate of Anyi County in Danyang Prefecture, died in an assassination. Danyang Prefecture has submitted the case file to the Ministry of Justice several times, but it has always been sunk to the bottom of the sea. In desperation, they could only submit an official document directly to the Central Secretariat.
Li Mu frowned at this point, thinking, a 7th-rank official was assassinated.
This matter concerns the prestige of the imperial court. The death of Magistrate Yang of Yang County last time already caused a huge uproar in the northern prefecture. Li Mu rubbed his chin, a bit annoyed and suspicious, wondering, what exactly does the Ministry of Justice want to do? Such a big matter, yet there's no report.
Li Mu strode down the road, thinking as he walked. 1 month after the incident with An Yixuan, the magistrate of Anyi County in Danyang Prefecture, a certain magistrate of Tianhe County in Hanyang Prefecture was also assassinated. For this kind of matter that provokes the prestige of the imperial court, the Ministry of Justice always investigates thoroughly. But these 2 memorials were clearly suppressed by the Ministry of Justice, so they had to be submitted directly to the Central Secretariat. Lost in thought, he arrived at the Ministry of Justice. A constable saw him and came over to greet him. Lord Li Mai, you've arrived. Li Munya then asked if any Ministry of Justice officials were in the Yamen.
That constable replied, His Excellency the Minister and His Excellency the Vice Minister should be back soon. Currently, only His Excellency, the Department Director, is hearing cases. My lord, wait a moment, I'll go in and inform him.
After that constable went inside, Li Musi took the opportunity to look in. Suddenly, a familiar face flashed into his sight, surprising him. Wei Peng. Why is he in the Ministry of Justice's court, wearing official robes?
After a while, Zhao Zhong came out, stood behind Li Mu, and asked, Lord Lai, if you don't have something going on, you usually don't come to the door. What important matter brings you here this time? Li Musha turned his head to reply, Lord Zhao, do you know about the assassination cases of Magistrate An Yi and Magistrate Tianhe? Zhao Zhong rubbed his chin and replied, This official remembers, there seem to be 2 such cases. Li Musai handed over the small document and raised the issue. 2 important officials of the imperial court were assassinated. Why has the Ministry of Justice repeatedly delayed investigating the cases? If the 2 prefectures of Danyang and Hanyang hadn't repeatedly submitted case files without results, bypassing the Ministry of Justice and submitting official documents to the Central Secretariat, how long would these 2 cases have been delayed?
Zhao Zhong took the document. He opened it and read it once, and then said, Lord Lai should also know that the work in the Ministry of Justice is extremely busy. Case after case, I can't finish them, not to mention the 2 distant prefectures of Danyang and Hanyang. Later, the matter of the imperial examination was delayed for too long, so this official forgot about these 2 cases.
Zhao Zhong closed his eyes and continued, It's really shameful. This official will send someone to investigate immediately. Li Samu didn't make things difficult and said, If Lord Zhao has remembered, then this official will take his leave first.
As he turned to leave, Li Mu glanced at Zhao Zhong, thinking to himself,
Zhao Zhong's attitude is a bit strange. Forget it, my task is just to urge and remind the Ministry of Justice. If he has agreed to investigate the case, I can't say anything more. Returning inside the Ministry of Justice, Zhao Zhong called the Ministry of Justice's Department Director and then issued an order. The cases of Danyang Prefecture and Hanyang Prefecture are assigned to you. The Ministry of Justice's Department Director quickly obeyed, although sweating all over in his heart, thinking, At first, Zhao Shilang didn't let me handle these 2 cases, and now he's asking me to handle them. Half a year has passed, and the grass has grown on their graves. What the hell am I going to do now?
After receiving the order, the Ministry of Justice's Department Director left, and Zhao Zhong still solemnly heard cases.
But his arms were now shaking, and he couldn't write a word. His face was furrowed, etched with anger so intense that his veins bulged out, as if they were about to explode. Zhao Zhong put down his pen and slammed it hard on the table.
Zhao Zhong crumpled the paper in his hand, grinding his teeth and thinking, Damn it, why were these 2 cases reopened?
Outside, the Ministry of Justice's Department Director was still flustered, thinking, This is clearly his fault, carelessly forgetting and pushing it onto me. At this moment, Wei Peng came over and respectfully greeted, Your Excellency. He looked at him, and an idea immediately popped into his head, exclaiming silently, I got it. The Ministry of Justice's Department Director quickly went in front of Wei Peng and said amiably, Wei Director, don't you like solving cases? This official has 2 important cases that need you to solve.
Wei Peng was confused and hesitated.
Not giving him more time to be confused, The Ministry of Justice's department director immediately entered threat mode.
I order you to investigate the assassination of Magistrate An Yi and Magistrate Tianhe within 3 months. If you don't find out, 2 months of your salary will be deducted. Scene changes to another place.
A barrier was erected, and inside it, strange phenomena began to appear. First rain, then a blazing fire, and just as the fire went out, lightning immediately struck down. Inside, the Dao Bell was very satisfied with these things. Li Mu observed the Dao Bell, thinking to himself, the incomplete Dao Bell doesn't have much effect on the talisman sect. If I let it heal itself, it will take at least several decades. No wonder those old foxes of the talisman sect let me take the Dao Bell so easily. On the surface, I'm getting a bargain. But in reality, I'm doing work for others.
Suddenly, space was distorted again. Her Majesty the Queen appeared right in front of Li Mu and Jia. She pointed to the Dao Bell and curiously asked, "Can I see it?" Hearing this, the Dao Bell was startled and hid behind him. Li Mu and Jia was speechless, thinking, "It's still not willing."
Li Mu Ga didn't stand on ceremony and smacked it, ordering, "Go quickly!" The Dao Bell reluctantly floated slowly to the Queen, but then turned its face away. Seeing this, the Queen said, "It seems to only be close to you."
The Queen Empress observed for a moment and then said, "This bell must be a treasure from the ancient era. No wonder it has such great power." Li Mu asked in surprise. "The ancient era? Isn't that more than 10,000 years ago?" The Queen Empress then explained. The ancient era of 10,000 years ago was when the path of cultivation was at its peak. It was a golden age of cultivation, even more prosperous than the cultivation world today. The Dao scriptures, Dao bells of today, or the important treasures of other sects, are all products of that era. Li Mu rubbed the top of the bell and said, "In this era, it can become the treasure of the Fulu sect. In the ancient era, it was probably just an ordinary magic treasure." Halfway through speaking, there was a loud shout from outside. Li Mu, Liu Hanyan, opened the door and excitedly shouted, "Li Mu, are you home?" Hearing that familiar voice, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Hanyan." Li Mu immediately ran to Liu Hanyan, asking with concern, "You've finished your closed-door cultivation?" She nodded lightly. Li Mu hugged her and asked, "Now that you've come to the divine capital, are you still going back to White Cloud Mountain?" Liu Hanyan smiled and replied, "Of course not." Speaking of which, Liu Hanyan was startled when she saw the unfamiliar girl in the house, and she blushed as she said to Li Mu, "Why didn't you tell me we had a guest?" Li Mu smiled and pointed to the Queen Empress, introducing her. "This is Her Majesty, the Queen Empress." Upon hearing this, Liu Hanyan was extremely shocked, exclaiming inwardly, "The Queen Empress!" She quickly bowed in salute. "This commoner greets Your Majesty." The Queen Empress calmly turned and said, "There are some memorials in the palace that need to be dealt with. I won't disturb you any further." Li Mu and Liu Hanyan didn't try to stop her, saying in unison, "Your Majesty, have a safe journey." The Queen Empress looked back inside from the doorway, her emotions a bit complicated. She placed her hand on her chest, lowered her eyes, and thought to herself, "This feeling is an omen of a demonic intrusion. Why is this happening?" Liu Hanyan watched the Queen Empress leave, then curiously asked Li Mu, "Has Her Majesty been coming to our house often lately?" Li Mu answered honestly, "Quite often. She treats Xiao Bai like a younger sister, often coming to visit her." He turned and added to Liu Hanyan, "But Xiao Bai and Wan Wan went out for a stroll. They're not home right now." Liu Hanyan nodded, and happily went inside the house. As she walked, she said, "Let them play. I need to see how our house is first." Liu Hanyan walked around the house, and then clicked her tongue. "Such a big house, it's still spacious even with dozens of people living here. With just the 4 of us, isn't it a bit of a waste?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Now there are 4, but in the future, there might be 5, 6, 7, or 8. It won't be a waste then." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan glanced at him judgmentally, staring at Li Mu and questioning him. "What do you mean?" Li Mu was startled and blushed, replying, "I mean, would you like to hire a few maids and servants for the house? Besides, a slightly bigger house will also have rooms for relatives and friends to stay when they come to visit." Liu Hanyan shook her head and said, "That's fine, but I still don't need maids and servants. I don't like having outsiders in the house. It's better to have only our family here," Li Mu replied in a coaxing tone. Okay, I'll listen to you." He turned to lightly hold Liu Hanyan's shoulders and said, "But you came back a few months earlier. The foolproof plan I had previously made is now too late. Wait for me to calculate again, then we'll simplify everything. We'll just invite a few friends in the divine capital to our house for a simple meal and a sip of celebratory wine." Liu Hanyan snuggled into Li Mu's arms and murmured, "That's right, help me arrange a room. I'm going to the Miao Yin house to meet some of my sisters from the past." Hearing this, Li Mu asked in puzzlement, Aren't we always sleeping together? Why do you need to arrange another room?
Liu Hanyan blushed shyly and replied, unmarried women should still be a bit more reserved. I don't want to share a room with you. What about it? Livmoon was stunned but still agreed to her request.
In his heart, he thought,
I don't know how many times she slept with me before. Forget it. We can sleep together every day in the future anyway. There's no need to rush these 10 or 15 days.
Li Mu then happily prepared a room for Liu Hanyan.
As he worked, he calculated that the 9th day of the following month was the closest auspicious day. One more month, and I'll finally become a married man.
Thinking about it, there's no need to invite too many people to the wedding.
I must inform the Fulu sect, and also invite the 2 senior brothers, Bai Yao Wang and Xuan Nu, but their whereabouts are elusive. I can't get in touch. Hanyan's relatives and friends in the divine capital are just a few sisters at the Miao Yin house. The first person I need to invite on my side is Her Majesty the Queen Empress, but with her status, it wouldn't be appropriate to attend the wedding of a subject.
After thinking for a while, Li Mu decided to enter the palace to see the Queen Empress. As soon as he entered, Li Mu respectfully saluted. Your Majesty, the Queen Empress asked indifferently. What is it? Li Mu honestly said. The 9th day of the following month is my wedding day. I don't know if your Majesty would be willing to come and have a cup of celebratory wine. In his heart, he thought, if Her Majesty is willing to come, perhaps she can change her appearance.
The Queen Empress calmly replied, attending the wedding banquet of a subject would lead to criticism from the court officials. At that time, I will have Mei Wei bring a generous gift. Understanding, Li Mu bowed and said, thank you, your Majesty. Then, I will take my leave. Watching Li Mu slowly walk outside, the Queen Empress's eyes suddenly drooped, her face revealing an indescribable expression of regret and sorrow.
She closed her eyes tightly, thinking to herself, what's wrong with me? My heart feels both bitter and painful. I should be happy for him.
The Queen Empress was saddened and didn't understand why, so she asked Mei Wei, Li Mu's wedding is a joyous occasion, but why aren't I happy at all?
Mei Wei pondered for a moment and then concluded,
I believe it's because your Majesty's possessiveness towards Li Mu is too strong, the Queen Empress asked blankly. Possessiveness, Mei Wei began to explain. Only allowing oneself to touch the things one loves. Once he gets close to someone else, you will not be happy. That is a manifestation of possessiveness.
If a woman likes a man, it's very easy to develop possessiveness towards him. If 2 people are close friends, and one of them discovers that the other has a new friend whose relationship is even closer than hers, she will feel uncomfortable inside. This is also a type of possessiveness. The Queen Empress rubbed her chin and thought, then said, impossible. I only have feelings of monarch and subject towards Li Mu. How could I feel uncomfortable just because he's about to get married? So, I should be happy when he gets married, Mei Wei continued to explain. I only hope that your Majesty understands that even if Li Mu gets married, he will still be loyal to your Majesty as always, and will not affect his relationship with your Majesty. Besides being your Majesty's subject, he also has his own life. Your Majesty really shouldn't feel uncomfortable because of this.
After hearing this explanation, the Queen Empress said silently, you're right. He is willing to be loyal to me. I should treat his wife the way I treat him. You tell Zhang Shuting to prepare an edict, bestowing upon her the title of a 5th-rank lady, and granting her a golden hairpin and a pair of jade bracelets. Hearing this, Mei Wei happily asked, yes, has your Majesty cleared her mind now? Do you feel better? The Queen Empress sighed, and answered honestly,
not only has it not lessened, but it's become even more uncomfortable. She waved her hand and continued, forget it. The person he's willing to be loyal to is me, not his wife. It's still better not to let the Zhang Shuting prepare the edict, Mei Wei reminded her again. What about the golden hairpin and jade bracelets? The Queen Empress crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking annoyed, and said, no giving anymore. Even if I give them, I won't feel better. It's best not to give too much. Hearing this, Mei Wei was helpless. She looked up at the sky in her heart thinking, the one involved can't see it. Li Mu was currently returning from the imperial palace, thinking as he walked, why do I keep feeling like the Queen Empress wasn't happy when she heard the news of my marriage? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead hard, blaming himself. That's not right, I slipped up. For others, marriage might be ultimate bliss, but His Majesty's already been through a failed one. Bringing up weddings in front of him is like twisting the knife in his heart.
He was sweating bullets, racking his brain. I wasn't careful enough. I should have been more considerate of His Majesty's feelings. He's been betrayed by family just like Han Yan. Someone who's been through that kind of thing always has a sensitive spot.
Han Yan's lucky to have me. I'll spend the rest of my life healing her childhood wounds.
But His Majesty isn't so lucky.
He sighed. looking up at the sky. Forget it, I'll just be more careful around His Majesty from now on. Gotta deliver these invites, he thought, walking and muttering. One for Li Si, one for Lord Xiang, and gotta drop one off for those constables at the divine capital Yamen. At an intersection, Li Mu ran into Xiang Chun and Li Si. Everyone was surprised. Li Mu shouted, "Old Xiang, Li Si." Li Mu's walked up to them and said, "What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you guys." He held out the 2 invitations and continued, "I'm getting hitched on the 9th of next month, make sure you come celebrate with me." Old Xiang took the invitation, exclaiming in surprise, "Getting married?" Li Si, on the other hand, was calmer. "Congratulations, congratulations." Seeing Xiang Chun's reaction, Li Mu was a little confused. Is there a problem?" Xiang Chun asked frantically. "Did the Zhou family agree? What about the Xiao family?" "Even if they agree, all the court officials won't," Li Mu asked blankly. "Why do I need their permission to marry Han Yan?" He thought to himself, "It's not like I'm marrying His Majesty." Hearing this, Xiang Chun's jaw tightened. After a moment, he covered his head and sighed. "So it's with Miss Liu." Li Mu narrowed his eyes at him, asking, "Old Xiang, you don't seem happy about me getting married, do you?" Xiang Chun forced a smile. No, how could that be? Congratulations, congratulations. Wishing you and Miss Liu eternal love and a son soon." In his heart, he thought bitterly, "My wife, it seems our 5th house has no hope now." Li Si was different. He clapped Li Mu on the shoulder, grinning. "Don't mind him. In a few days, Miao Miao will be coming down the mountain. When the time comes, I will go back to Northern County to take her here and bring Zhang Shan along." Li Mu turned to him and smiled kindly. "Good. It's been a long time since the 3 outstanding officials of Yangqiu County have gathered together." Li Si also said meaningfully, "Now that you've decided to get married, you'll have to restrain yourself in the future." Li Mu asked blankly, "When did I not restrain myself?" He thought to himself. "The whole divine capital knows I'm still a virgin, remaining chaste like jade for Han Yan. How is that not restraining myself?" After hearing Li Mu's words, Li Si was silent for a moment, and then he opened his mouth. "If you need any help preparing for the wedding, just ask us." After delivering the good news to old Xiang and Li Si, Li Mu returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he shouted, "Han Yan, what do you want to eat today? I'll buy your favorite dish." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the chirping voices of 2 little maids. Wan Wan happily said, "Gongzi, Miss has already prepared the food." Zhao Bai added, "Benefactor, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Leave everything to Wan Wan, Gigi and me." Li Mu was surprised by the scene, thinking, "Normally I'm home waiting for His Majesty to come over. This reversal is a bit unfamiliar actually." Liu Hanyan came out looking gentle, taking Li Mu's hand and pulling him inside, saying, "What are you standing there for? Today's dishes are all your favorites. Come on over." Li Mu was led to the dining table by his wife. Many dishes were laid out on the table, from stir-fries to soups, all of which looked appealing and delicious. At a glance, Li Mu was still surprised. He looked at the full table in front of him and asked, "Is there anything joyful happening today?" Liu Hanyan told the truth. "I went out for a stroll with Xiao Bai and Wan Wan today. I heard the people talking about you." Li Mugan asked curiously. "What did they say?" Liu Hanyan proudly recounted. "They said you are upright, not afraid of the powerful, and fair to the people, and you are a rare good official." Li Mu put a piece of food in his mouth and continued to ask, "They always say these things, is there anything else?" Liu Hanyan seemed embarrassed, and replied with a blush, "They also said you keep yourself clean and do not get close to women." Wan Wan also interjected, "Today, Miss asked people about Gongzi on the street. When they knew that Miss was Gongzi's fiancée, they gave us many things," Xiao Bai added. They also praised Benefactor and Liu Jiji. For a long time, Liu Jiji smiled so much that she couldn't even open her eyes. Liu Hanyan said embarrassedly after hearing this, "You still can't shut your mouths even after eating." Li Mu smiled and tilted his head, asking her, "Do you believe it now? I really kept myself like jade in divine capital and didn't mess around at all." Liu Hanyan happily replied, "I believe it, I believe it." She gently picked up a piece of tofu from the bowl with her chopsticks and then fed it to Li Mu, saying, "Open your mouth. This is your reward." Wei Peng from the Ministry of Justice was standing in front of Zhuzhong reporting. The magistrate of Danrong County and Chen Tianhe of Hanyang County were both students of the Baichuan Academy. They left the academy in the same year and entered the court to serve as the main clerk of the Ministry of Officials. They were promoted at the same time, and were assassinated at the same time, and even their deaths were the same. He frowned, and continued, "It is difficult to explain all of this with just the word coincidence." Zhu Zhong tapped his finger on the table and asked Wei Peng, "So you suspect that the 2 cases were caused by the same person, and the mastermind behind the scenes has grudges against these 2 people?" Wei Peng replied seriously, The possibility of revenge is very high, but there are still many clues missing, and finding the murderer is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhu Zhang said in a deep voice. The Ministry of Justice is only responsible for investigating the case, and tracking down the murderer is the job of the Imperial Court. It is enough for the Ministry of Justice to investigate the case here, and the rest will be handed over to the Imperial Court.
Wei Peng was a little sad when he heard this, and took the order. He thought to himself, although he really wanted to investigate further, the Vice Minister has spoken, so there is no need to persist anymore, lest he lose all his hair while he is still young. As he thought, he walked outside, and only Zhu Zhang was left in the room at this time. He clasped his hands together and supported his chin, frowning and thinking, I can only force it to this extent.
Switching the scene to Zhongshu Province, Li Mu was still working hard. He pondered. He had just urged the Ministry of Justice a few days ago, and the new memorials had arrived. From time to time, these yamen still had to be rectified, so that they would do their work seriously. When reading a familiar case, Li Mu's eyes lit up again. He thought to himself, it is said that this case was handed over to Wei Peng for investigation. He does have some ability, and he actually found clues to a case that had been delayed for so long. In this way, as long as I hand over the memorial to Lord Liu Yi, he will issue an order to the Gongfeng Division, and the Gongfeng Division will send Gongfeng to pursue the murderer. Thinking about this, he closed the memorial, looked up, saw Mei Wei coming, and happily greeted her. Sister Mei, why are you here? Mei Wei slowly replied. It's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen you for a few days, so I dropped by to take a look. Li Musi put down the memorial and asked again, has it been a few days? Mei Wei folded her arms in front of her chest and said in a deep voice, you really forget His Majesty as soon as you have a wife. You haven't been to Changma Palace for almost 5 days.
Li Musha said aggrievedly, what do you mean, forget His Majesty when I have a wife? Isn't it because I am afraid of stimulating His Majesty that I did this? Mei Wei asked in confusion. Why stimulate His Majesty?
Li Mu leaned closer to Mei Wei and confided, you also know that His Majesty's marriage was not very happy. My wife is so beautiful and the marriage is so perfect. If I sway in front of His Majesty every day, maybe His Majesty won't feel comfortable. Mei Wei tapped Li Mu on the head so hard that it hurt, and asked, didn't you say before that His Majesty's heart is wider than the sea? If His Majesty hears these words, be careful of your ass.
Li Mu didn't know what to do. He could only hug his head. Mei Wei said sternly, even if His Majesty is generous, it's not an excuse for you to talk behind his back. Li Mu silently replied, but I'm clearly thinking about His Majesty's feelings. His Majesty is a reasonable person. He won't blame me, he thought to himself. Besides, since Han Yan came to the divine capital, he hasn't entered my dreams anymore, nor has he visited my house. He also understands that he shouldn't disturb their private world.
Mei Wei sternly reminded,
whether His Majesty is generous or not, you can't forget His Majesty just because you have a wife. Have you forgotten how you felt the last time His Majesty ignored you? Machi Wei's words made him think. Thinking about it, he really had been neglecting His Majesty lately. Maybe he should cook some of his favorite dishes and go see him.
Li Mu finished work and went home. He carried a fish back with him. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted as usual, I'm home. Liu Hanyan in the courtyard looked at the fish and Li Mu and asked, isn't there still a fish in the house? Why did you buy another one? Li Mu put the fish into the basin in Liu Hanyan's hand and said, I'm saving it to make soup tomorrow and then give it to His Majesty through Lin Chao. Liu Hanyan asked curiously, why do you need to cook soup for His Majesty? Li Mu honestly replied, it's a long story, but His Majesty isn't like what you guys usually see. Come here, I'll tell you. Then came a speech from Li Mu. After listening, Liu Hanyan was also full of emotion, her face showing disbelief and pity. She silently concluded, saying, in that case, His Majesty is really pitiful. Li Mushai rubbed her head and said, in the few days you weren't in the divine capital, if it wasn't for His Majesty's protection, the new and old parties, plus the academy, I wouldn't have been able to handle it myself at all. Moreover, His Majesty often teaches me cultivation, and has given me many things. The house we live in now was also given by His Majesty, so I want to try to do something for His Majesty. After listening to everything, Liu Hanyan nodded in agreement and said, that's for sure, we should repay His Majesty. Tomorrow, you can sleep in a little longer, and I'll make it for His Majesty. Li Mu smiled and said, we should still do it together. Liu Hanyan blushed when she heard this, turned her head away and said, then I'll sleep in your room tonight. Li Mu seized the opportunity. He grabbed Liu Hanyan's wrist and said, okay, I'll pretend I didn't hear you say that you want to sleep in separate rooms. Liu Hanyan got angry out of embarrassment and pinched Li Mu's waist and yelled, Li Mu's K. As night fell, Her Majesty the Queen teleported alone to the middle of Li Mu's courtyard. Her feet, wanting to step forward, unconsciously stopped. She looked towards Li Mu's room and pondered.
She thought painfully, this place is no longer a place where I can come as I please. The image of Liu Hanyan and Li Muga being intimately together appeared in the queen's mind, making her even more heartbroken. On the streets of the divine capital, Li Mu and Liu Hanyan walked hand in hand to the market. The surrounding commoners, seeing this, curiously came forward and asked Lord Li, "Who is this young lady?" Li Mu frankly replied, "This is my wife." The commoners were surprised to hear this, and exclaimed, "Lord Li is married." Li Mu smiled and replied, "Not yet, but it's next month if you have time. Come and have a drink at the wedding."
The surrounding commoners excitedly shouted, "Congratulations, Lord Li! Congratulations, Lord Li! Wishing Lord Li and his wife a long and happy life together, and may they have a son soon."
A commoner woman in the crowd exclaimed, "Lord Lin's wife is so beautiful, just like Lord Lin, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Another person continued, "Lord Lin is getting married soon. This is a big event. We will also come to congratulate Lord Lin at that time." An old man in the crowd looked up at Lina's residence and said with regret, "Lord Lina reminds me of the Lord Lina from more than 10 years ago, also a good official who worked for the country and the people. He seems to have the same surname, Lina." "It's a pity." The people around also echoed, "I remember now. It's a pity that Lord Lin didn't meet a wise ruler. The late emperor wasn't like Her Majesty the Queen now." The building that Lord Li is living in now is also Lin's residence from that year, a man among them said in an angry tone. "Those who killed him back then will definitely not die a good death." The man next to him was startled and said, "Don't you want to live anymore?" He immediately covered the angry man's mouth and seriously reminded, "If someone hears you, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough to chop off."
Time passed quickly, and October 7th arrived. Bright red lanterns hung around Li's residence, and the servants were working very busily. Suddenly, from afar, a person dressed in a full black suit, with a black hat covering their face, walked into the bustling and colorful crowd. The mysterious person arrived in front of Lian's residence, and looked up, thinking, "Is anyone here?" The person who opened the door was Xiao Bai. She asked curiously, "This elder sister, may I ask who you're looking for?" The face behind the veil was Liu Qing. She looked sadly into the house. She didn't say a word and left directly. Xiao Bai was puzzled and murmured, "Did she go to the wrong house?" Liu Qing walked to a man carrying water nearby and asked, "Excuse me, who lives in Liu's residence in front?" The man cheerfully asked, "Are you from another region, young lady?" He enthusiastically said, "The person living there is the honest and upright official in our hearts. He is not afraid of the powerful and influential, and has redressed grievances for many commoners. This building is a reward given by Her Majesty the Queen." Just as Li Muqian and Liu Hanyan came over, the man also looked at the two of them and happily introduced, "What a coincidence. That is, Lord Li and his wife. Young lady, look. They look like a match made in heaven, right?" Lian Qing saw the familiar face appear in her sight and exclaimed in surprise, "It's him!" Thinking that there would be a touching reunion scene, Li Qing chose to run away. The man turned around, saw that the person next to him had disappeared, and was so frightened that he threw away the water buckets and ran, shouting, "Oh my God, I saw a ghost!" Li Mu also suddenly stopped, looked in that direction, causing Liu Hanyan to be puzzled and ask, "Why aren't you going anymore?" Li Mu indifferently replied, "It's nothing, let's go in." He said so, but he still couldn't help but look back. Li Qing hid behind a wall after running away. She sadly thought, "He's living a happy life now." Another day passed, and October 8th arrived. At Lian Xi's residence, the servants were still busily decorating. Li Mu stepped out happily and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Han Zhang and Lian Xi hang the red banners on this side." Lian Xi then called him. Li Mu turned his head and said, "Actually, at first I thought you would be with Li Qi." Before he finished speaking, he was kicked painfully by Li Qi, who cursed, "If you don't know what to say, then don't say it." Han Zhen rubbed his butt and said, "Anyway, congratulations to you, marrying such a wonderful woman like Liu Shishu. I don't even know where my future Dao companion is right now." Xin Shimei, standing behind, cleared her throat with her hands on her hips when she heard this. This scene left Li Mu as speechless. Suddenly, Li Mu's gaze shifted to another place, and he unexpectedly saw Zhu Zhong standing in the distance. He was a little suspicious and bewildered, thinking, "Why did he appear near my house, except for my two old friends, Jiang Chun and Li Xiti? No officials from the court were invited. Zhu Zhong is on the opposing side. He definitely wouldn't come here just to wish me a happy wedding." After thinking for a while, Li Mu ran to him and proactively asked, "Counselor Zhu, is there anything wrong? Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" He thought, These 2 days are auspicious days. We can put aside the fighting for now. Zhu Zhong looked up at Lim Fu and said, "Today is the death anniversary of an old friend. This official is not in the mood for tea." This one sentence immediately sank Lim Wu's hopes for peace to rock bottom. He quickly turned back, not wanting to stay there for another second. Lim Wu gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "That Zhu Zhong is such a pain in the ass." He angrily cursed under his breath. Even if it really was the death anniversary of his old friend, he shouldn't have been so rude right before his wedding. After his little outburst, Lim Wu patted his face to regain his composure, thinking, "Whatever, tomorrow's the wedding, shouldn't let this affect my mood." Lim Wu quickly regained his cheerful demeanor, walking leisurely, thinking to himself, "Gonna rest early tonight, so tomorrow I can use an 8-man palanquin to bring Han Yan home." Finally, October 9th arrived. Lim Wu rode a strong horse to welcome Liu Hanyan home. Along the way, the common people cheered, "Lord Line, this is our family's wedding gift." Today, the #1 scholar looks even more handsome than usual. It seemed like the entire Shendu populace came to congratulate Lord Lai's wedding today. Sitting on horseback, Li Musi raised his hand in greeting, saying gratefully, Thank you. Today, anyone who comes is welcome to a celebratory drink." Switching scenes to the northern garden, a silent man asked, "Are you sure?" Another old man replied, "Tianhe County Magistrate Huao Bai, Anyi County Magistrate Ding Yun, Baiyu County Magistrate Deng Ah, Zhongshan County Lieutenant Huang Ding. Doesn't the Lord find these names familiar?" The silent man from before slowly spoke, "Indeed, it's them." The old man continued, 14 years ago, all 4 of them were officials in the Ministry of Appointments, and all participated in that matter. 14 years later, they were all killed one after another. Someone is avenging the other."
The pensive man was none other than Chen Jian, left vice minister of the Ministry of Appointments. He frowned, puzzled, and said, "It's been 14 years and they're still so stubborn? Could there still be a fish that slipped through the net from the Li family?" The man behind him replied, "Impossible. The Li family was exterminated that year. There's definitely no way a fish slipped through."
Chen Jian turned his back and declared, "Regardless of who it is, capture and execute them. Since he can make a move on these 4, he probably won't let go of other targets. He probably doesn't have the guts to do it in Shendu." Among the officials who participated in the case that year, it seems there's only a county lieutenant left in Yantai, right? The man replied, "The Yantai county lieutenant has a 4th realm peak cultivation. Based on these cases, the culprit's strength won't exceed the 5th realm. Should we inform the Imperial Offering Division to handle the person outside to avoid any further complications?" Chen Jian furrowed his brow. "Further complications?" He burst into laughter, smugly saying, "If they want to overturn that case, they'll have to overthrow the court first. No one has that ability. Whether it's the new party, or the old party, or even His Majesty. They won't let this happen," he loudly ordered, telling the people of the Imperial Offering Division to guard Yantai County. "Follow the rules. Don't overstep. This official also wants to see just who is overestimating themselves so much." Switching back to the Lia residence, a loud voice rang out, "First bow to heaven and earth." Li Muta and Liu Hanyan in bright red wedding attire performed the ritual together. Mei Wei, as the officiant, called out, "Second bow." She looked over at Fu Daozi and happily said, "Since there are no parents, then bow to the master." Liu Hanyan and Li Mugyu knelt and kowtowed before Fu Daozi. Mei Wei shouted again. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Li Mu, his face flushed red, stared intently at Liu Hanyan. Under the veil, Liu Hanyan was no less nervous. The end result of this was that the two would inevitably bump their heads together. The participants seeing this also joked, "Don't be in such a rush, it's not time to take her to the bridal chamber yet." The girls behind burst into laughter, making Li Mu's face turn red with embarrassment. Zhang Shan cheerfully called out, "Master Mei, if you don't send them to the bridal chamber, I think they're about to build a room here." Mei Wei immediately agreed, cheerfully shouting, "To the bridal chamber!" The guests there immediately exploded with excitement. Everyone cheered and followed the couple outside. The space inside became more silent. When only the 2 of them were left, Liu Mu nervously took a stick and gently lifted the bride's veil. Liu Hanyan's blushing, shy face appeared before Li Mu's eyes. They just looked at each other, moved, neither of them spoke. But they both felt very happy, Li Mu then remembered, and went to the table to get 2 cups of wine, and stuttered, "Han Yan, nuptial wine." His whole body trembled uncontrollably, forcing him to reassure himself, "Don't shake, Li Mu, today is your big day." The wine in his hands spilled because of Li Mu's shaking. Liu Hanyan couldn't help but laugh and tease, "I've never seen you so nervous before." Liu Hanyan took the wine cup and looped her arm through Li Mu's, softly saying, "Let's drink the nuptial wine." With that, both of them raised their cups and drank them dry together. Outside, brilliant fireworks were set off in the sky.
illuminating the dark night with all sorts of colors. At a small roadside stall, Li Qing sat alone, with empty wine jars scattered around. She picked up a large wine jug and took a big gulp. A look of pain flashed across Li Qing's face, thinking, "This is probably the best ending for us, right?"
She stood up, took the hat from the table and put it on, reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give Li Mu a blessing from the bottom of her heart. Colorful fireworks were continuously launched, visible from even the most massive buildings.
The lonely empress sat by the window, holding a glass of wine in her hand, slowly sipping it, her eyes filled with deep thoughts, looking out at the sky brightly lit by fireworks. The next day, in the bridal chamber of the two, Li Mu looked at Liu Hanyan sleeping soundly beside him, thinking, "Finally, we've achieved our goal. What a magical feeling." He gently kissed her forehead with love.
Li Mu Zhe looked at the lingering spiritual energy around him, thinking, although the dual cultivation process was very pleasurable, after the pure yin and pure yang powers merged, Han Yan indeed broke through to the 5th realm, but I'm stuck at the 4th realm peak, just one last step away. Moreover, Han Yan was actually on top. Remembering the scene from yesterday was also exciting. Li Mu rested his arm on his forehead, thinking, I clearly cultivated before Han Yan, but now I'm one level lower than her, even that thing she's on top of. Will my whole life be spent being suppressed by women? Liu Hanyan also woke up at this time. She stared at Li Mu and said in a gentle voice, "You're finally awake."
Liu Hanyan sat up, gently asking, "Are you thinking about how you can't break through again?" She softly comforted. All right. Maybe you'll break through in a few days. I'll protect you in the future." Li Mu glanced at Liu Hanyan and asked, "Am I someone who needs a woman to protect me?" In his heart, he thought, "It seems like I've always been relying on women. For safety, I had to rely on Li Qing for protection before, then Sister Su, and finally the Empress. And in terms of finances, I've always relied on Hanyan." Thinking about it, Li Mu sat up and murmured to Liu Hanyan, "Then it'll be hard on you in the future." "Nyangzi," she smiled and replied, "Leave it to me."
After finishing up at home, Li Mu went straight to the palace. The Empress was sitting at her desk reviewing memorials and casually asked Li Mu, "Why aren't you at home with your wife? What brings you to the palace?"
Li Mu handed a box of goodies to Mei Wei and said, "This is food I made myself. I'm so grateful for your Majesty's support for my wedding. I came to thank you." Hearing this, the Empress frowned unhappily and said, "If you really want to thank me, then help me look at these memorials. I can never finish them all. It's so annoying."
Li Mu was speechless, thinking, she used to at least pretend to be high and mighty in front of me, but now she doesn't even bother acting. Besides, what kind of official helps the emperor handle paperwork? If anyone found out, I'd definitely be accused of being a favorite official disrupting the government. And thinking this, Li Mu said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, that's not really appropriate." The Empress waved her hand, sounding displeased, and said, "I finally understand what you said before. What was it? Charging through fire and smoke for you? Dying 10,000 times without regret? Turns out it was all a lie. You don't even want to look at memorials for me, let alone charge through fire and smoke." Li Mu was startled by this, and he quickly ran over and said, Read! I'll read them, okay?" The box of food Li Mu's brought was opened, and the Empress leisurely enjoyed the delicious food. While Li Mu stood there flipping through the memorials, one by one, he thought helplessly, "My life really is destined to be a beast of burden for Her Majesty." The Empress, enjoying the food Li Mu brought, said with a satisfied blush, "The food you make is still the most to my taste." The Empress observed him for a moment and said, "It's only been a few days since I saw you, but your cultivation has increased quite a bit." Li Mu smiled honestly and replied, "That's because I have a pure yang body, and my wife has a pure yin body." The Empress said in surprise, "A pure yin and pure yang body?" She thought to herself, "When a pure yin and pure yang body harmonize, yin and yang will produce an extremely strange power, which can enhance magic power and break through cultivation barriers." In other words, they had a night of yin and yang fire. Lewd images of Liu Hanyan and Li Mu appeared in the Empress's mind. She blushed, closed her eyes, and comforted herself. "Don't think about that stuff, Zhu Yu. That's not what you should be thinking about." After calming herself down, she picked up some food and slowly savored it. But the atmosphere became more and more strange. The images in her head became clearer and clearer, making her shy and angry enough to fume, thinking, "Why do I imagine it more clearly? The more I try to forget it, I can erase other people's memories, but I can't erase my own." She looked over at Li Mu, who was standing and reviewing the memorials, and thought, "He was originally my close subject, But now he's become another woman's husband. They're living in the house I gave him, using the things I rewarded him with. And I can't even go there if I want to. Besides, he hasn't used the spiritual flower I gave him in a long time. Seeing the Empress staring at him, Li Musa asked, "Your Majesty, is the food not to your taste?" She immediately turned her face away, replying shyly, "The food you make is always delicious." She thought to herself, Mei Wei is right. Even though Li Mu is my subject, I shouldn't be too harsh, nor should I have too much possessiveness towards him. But why do I feel so uncomfortable in my heart? Li Muke felt that something was strange, so he leaned closer and looked at the Empress's face, asking, "Your Majesty, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" This close proximity made her even more embarrassed, and her face turned as red as a tomato.
Unable to bear it any longer, the Empress suddenly stood up and said, "You keep reading, I'm going out for a walk."
Her actions left Li Mu dazed and confused. Cut to the yamen. Li Mupu walked in tiredly, sighing to himself. Her Majesty is so fast. Leaving me with a pile of memorials, I have to help her finish reviewing these before I can go back to my own work.
However, you don't know until you do it, but it turns out that being an emperor is so tiring. In addition to the work of the 36 prefectures, Dazhao is also the upper kingdom of the ancestral continent, and has to handle other matters of other countries in the ancestral continent. He went to his desk, picked up a memorial, and on it were written the words, "Memorial of Yushuan." He thought to himself, "This is the memorial of Yushan Prefecture."
Li Mu opened the memorial and analyzed thoughtfully. "I remember Magistrate Bai Yu and Commandant Zhongshan were both principal officers of the Ministry of Personnel, right? Before Magistrate An Yi and Hui Cheng Tianhe died, they seem to have also served as officials in the Ministry of Personnel." Li Mu frowned, thinking, something is wrong. All four of them left the Ministry of Personnel, and all died, tragically, within half a year. The probability of revenge is very high. If these 4 cases were all caused by the same person, then the seriousness of this case will increase many times over. Who is targeting them? Li Musai put down the memorial and said calmly, "The final answer may be in the Ministry of Personnel." Li Musai quickly moved to the Ministry of Personnel. The voice of someone in the Ministry of Personnel rang out, "Lord Li Mai, the files of the 4 murdered lords are all here." Li Mu carefully looked at the files, analyzing in his heart. They were all principal officers of the Ministry of Personnel. They were all specially promoted, and they were all assassinated.
Li Mus asked curiously, "There seems to be one more person. Check to see if anyone else in the Ministry of Personnel was specially promoted during that time." A person from the Ministry of Personnel picked up a scroll and read clearly, "There is one more person, Lord Yu, a vice director at the time. After the 4 principal officers were promoted, he was quickly transferred to Yantai Prefecture and promoted to Commandant of Yantai." Li Mu frowned and asked, "Do you know the reason for their promotion at that time?" He thought to himself, "If I can find the reason for their promotion at that time, I might be able to find out the identity of the mastermind behind these cases." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, interrupting Li Mu's train of thought. "If Lord Li wants to know what happened 10 years ago, you can ask this official directly." The people of the Ministry of Personnel saw the person coming in and greeted him. "Vice Minister." Li Mu also turned around and said, "Chen, Vice Minister." In his heart, he thought, Chen Jian, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The wife of the magistrate of Yang County, who was killed by Xiao Yu at that time, was his own sister. The feud between me and him is not small. Chen Jian stepped forward and said clearly, "More than 10 years ago, a Ministry of Personnel official betrayed the country and colluded with bandits. He was accused by the officials of the Ministry of Personnel, and then executed with his entire clan. The other officials of the Ministry of Personnel who had the merit of exposing him were all promoted and reused. The officials who died now are all those who were promoted during that time. Obviously, they were being avenged by the remnants of that guilty official. However, the offering group from the offering department has arrived in Yaotai Prefecture. I think that the murderer will be arrested and brought to justice soon." Hearing this, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "If that's the case, then I will go back first." He walked towards the door, thinking to himself, "If the right direction to chase the murderer has been found, then my coming here this time has been in vain."
Just when he thought everything was going smoothly and he could go home, who knew that Chen Jian would raise his face and say, "Perhaps Lord Li still doesn't know, but the Li residence that you are living in now is the mansion of that guilty official. The day before your wedding was the death anniversary of the entire family of that criminal. I wonder if you heard the wailing of the ghosts of their family on your wedding night." These words made Li Mu's face turn black with anger. He raised his hand, thinking, "You're just itching for a beating." The little Dao bell emerged from Li Musi's ear. With swift speed it grew larger and larger as it rushed toward Chen Jian. He panicked, thinking,
Could it be that he wants to beat a court official? He immediately raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Golden Bell Shield!" Before he could finish speaking, he was shattered by a strike from the Dao Bell. Just one basic move, and his golden bell shattered, sending him flying. Chen Jian slammed into the door, coughing up blood. He stammered in disbelief. "Li Mu, you dare!" An Liangcheng stepped forward, icily saying, "Watch your mouth, or next time, it won't just be your ribs that break." With that, Li Mu Xia leisurely strolled away, thinking, okay, so hitting a government official might get me in trouble, but I just got married. And he starts spewing garbage from his rotten mouth. Even if I have to explain it to the emperor, I'll make him suffer. Got some of that pent-up wedding day frustration out on him, feels better already. After finishing up at the palace, Li Mu naturally headed home. As he reached the door, he called out, "Han Yan, I'm back." Liu Han Yan quickly came to greet him, gently asking, "Why are you so late today, darling? I finished cooking a while ago." Li Mu honestly replied, "Helped the empress review memorials for a bit, then had to run around the ministry. Took up a ton of time." Liu Han Yan was surprised. "You helped the empress review memorials, isn't that overstepping? Won't you get in trouble?" Li Mu scratched his head and said, "Don't worry, if she doesn't say anything, and I don't say anything, no one will know." Liu Han Yan still looked puzzled. Why didn't Her Majesty just approve them herself? Li Mu sighed, shrugging. "You don't understand Her Majesty. She's super lazy when it comes to state affairs. If you ever get the chance to hang out, you'll see. Although she hasn't been to our place lately, maybe she's afraid of seeing us all lovey-dovey and getting triggered by her own loneliness." Mid-sentence, Li Mu heard an "oh" and a bone-chillingly cold snort from Mei Wei. His hair stood on end, thinking, crap, I'm toast. Talking smack about the empress, and Mei Jiji heard it. Li Mu quickly turned around in surprise and asked Mei Wei, "Mei Jiji, what are you doing here?" The empress, in Mei Wei's guise, handed Li Mu a lunchbox and said, "Her Majesty asked me to return your lunchbox." Li Mu Sai happily took the lunchbox and said, "Mei Jiji, why don't you stay and eat with us? I actually have some questions I want to ask you." The empress said with a straight face, "No need to eat. What do you want to ask?" Li Mu got straight to the point. "Mei Jiji, do you know who the original owner of the Li Manor was, the place we're living in now?" The empress paused. "You're quite the busybody, aren't you?" She turned her head away and said, "The original owner of this house was the Vice Minister of Revenue, Li Yi." Li Mu said in surprise, "I heard from people in the Ministry of Justice that he was accused of treason, colluding with enemies, and his property was confiscated and his entire family was executed." The empress replied, "Li Yi was a true and upright official. He actively promoted legal reforms, proposed abolishing the law on silver crimes, tried to prevent the late emperor from awarding gold medals of immunity, and did many things that benefited the people." The empress turned her head to look at him and commented, "Actually, you and Li Yi are very similar. You both hold high positions but work for the benefit of the people." Li Mu silently asked, "How could someone like that collude with enemies and commit treason?" The empress, in Mei Wei's form, also mused. There were too many entanglements. Li Mu seemed to fall into his own world, thinking madly. People like him and Li Yi threatened the interests of the privileged class in the capital. If he hadn't met the empress, his ending might not have been much better than Li Yi's. The enemy wasn't just a certain faction in the court, but all the factions combined. Li Mu, disbelieving what he was hearing, questioned, "Such a good official, didn't the late emperor just stand by and watch such a loyal subject be persecuted?" The empress replied pensively, "He tried to stop the late emperor from awarding gold medals of immunity, so the late emperor was also dissatisfied with him. As for those who framed him, the late emperor tacitly approved." Li Mu couldn't help but curse angrily. "That damn bastard." The empress hit Li Mu and said, "Mind your manners, is that something you can say?" Li Mu looked away and said, "I'm just angry on Li Yi's behalf." The empress then changed the subject. "Forget about that bastard. I forgot to tell you just now. You don't need to bring lunch to Her Majesty anymore." Li Mu stretched comfortably and said, "Really? Finally, I can sleep in more." Before he could enjoy his happiness, she added, "In the future, you can directly go to the imperial kitchen to cook." Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The empress crossed her arms and asked casually, "What's wrong? Don't want to." She shrugged and continued, "Have you forgotten what you said to Her Majesty before? Rushing through fire and smoke, dying 10,000 times without hesitation? Now you don't want to cook a few dishes. Have you been lying to Her Majesty all along?" Looking at Mei Wei's actions at this moment, Li Mu rubbed his chin and asked, "Why do you talk so much like Her Majesty?" He said seriously, "Because we're friends, I'm reminding you. Her Majesty is different from you. At your age, you need to be steadfast and understanding. If you keep fooling around like a little girl, you might never get married." The empress became a little interested, and asked, "How am I different from Her Majesty?" She thought to herself, "Let me hear what he has to say." Li Mu started speaking seriously. "I treat you like my own sister, that's why I'm saying these things. You still have a chance to marry. But Her Majesty doesn't. Even if she wants to marry, no one dares to marry her. It might be more reasonable if she married someone else." The Empress was speechless and replied, "Okay, I understand." She thought to herself, "Li Mu, you're so good, daring to talk like this behind my back." Li Mu Ge was oblivious to the danger, and happily thought that he was not hesitating to badmouth the queen for the sake of Mei Wei's lifelong happiness. Perhaps Mei Jiji wouldn't tell the queen. I still have some faith in her. Life is not a dream. The next day, Li Mu entered the palace in tears with a body full of pain. As soon as he saw Mei Wei, he asked with grievance, "Mei Jiji, how could you tell Her Majesty the secret words we said? Do you know what happened to me yesterday?"
Mei Wei was completely stunned by the scene. Remembering what happened yesterday, the queen pulled him into a dreamscape. She snatched the whip out of her hand and asked sternly, "Do you know why you were beaten?" "Billy." Li Mu replied in panic, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that you couldn't get married." The queen lashed out with the whip and reminded him coldly, "Next time, if I hear you slandering me behind my back again, it won't be just a few lashes." Li Mu cried and screamed madly, "I dare not any more." Li Mu Jue recounted the story with tears falling like rain, and he was extremely aggrieved and said, "You have betrayed my trust." Mei Wei was very embarrassed. She thought to herself that she couldn't say that Her Majesty had transformed into her appearance and was going on a covert mission.
In the end, Mei Wei had to pat Li Mu on the shoulder and say, "I didn't tell Her Majesty, but in the capital, it's very difficult to hide it from her if you slander Her Majesty behind her back." Li Mu heard this as if struck by lightning, and he was lost in thought. No way. Can she hear it like that? Could it be that she was using an illusion technique to monitor me just when I was talking yesterday? But I clearly have a jade talisman that shields the secrets of heaven on me. It was fine before, but now there are some times when it is not convenient for her to see me. When she is so lonely. Li Mu looked at the jade talisman in his hand while thinking. Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice alone. He looked at his hand and thought to himself, "Although I have put the jade talisman that shields the secrets of heaven given by the queen into the mustard seed space, I can still use a talisman as a substitute. It is not too troublesome." While he was thinking, the Secretary of the Ministry of Justice came over and asked, "What does Grand Minister Li want to order?" Li Mu said frankly, "I want to investigate the case of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue betraying the country and colluding with the enemy 14 years ago." The Secretary of the Ministry of Justice heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, This. Li Mu leaned his face close to him and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The Secretary of the Ministry of Justice had no choice but to turn around and go inside and said, "Grand Minister Li, please follow me inside." In the case office of the Ministry of Justice, the Secretary kept sighing and said, "Grand Minister Li, this time you must listen to the advice of the subordinate. This case involves too many people and cannot be touched. It really cannot be touched." Li Mu replied indifferently, "You just need to take out the files." He thought to himself that he was not as afraid as this before, when he wanted to investigate the academy. It seems that this case is really extraordinary. But Li Yi and I can be considered to have a relationship. Since things have come to this point, even if I can't save him, I still want to do something for this hero who died unjustly. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "If Grand Minister Li wants it, then just give it to him." Just then, Zhu Zhong walked in. Li Mu was surprised and said, "Lord Zhu." Zhu Zhong, with a serious face, asked, "This case is over a decade old. Why does Lord Li suddenly want to investigate it?" Li Mu, eyes sharp, questioned him. "Why didn't you investigate it?" He thought to himself, Li Yi was Zhu Zhong's friend. Shouldn't he have more reason than me to overturn his old buddy's case? Zhu Zhong, hands clasped behind his back, walked further into the room and said, "It's fine for you to look into this case, but don't stir things up. I'm saying this for your own good. You've already achieved what many of us couldn't. Don't let your past efforts go to waste." Deep down, he really thought, they're so alike. Even the house Li Mu lives in is the same one he used to live in. Is this some kind of sign from the heavens? Li Mu retorted stiffly. "I didn't want to argue, considering you're a friend of the old master of the Li residence. But if you ever dare to spout nonsense in front of the Li residence again, don't blame this official for being ruthless." After searching for a bit, the Ministry of Justice official finally pulled out a scroll and said, "Lord Lai, this is the file for the treason and collaboration with enemy case from 14 years ago." Li Mu unrolled the scroll and read every word, analyzing in his head.
In the imperial court, it's too easy to frame someone. Seeing the evidence directly is better. Xiao Yuan, Vice Minister of Appointments. Chen Jian, Secretary of Appointments. Gao Hong, Vice Minister of the Court of Judicature. Zhu Chuan, Secretary of Works. Liu Kun, Marquis Zhongyong. Yao Bin, Count Pingwan. Zhu Zhong. Xiao Yuan is from the Xiao Imperial clan. Chen Jian is the left Vice Minister of Appointments. Gao Hong is the right Vice Minister of the Court of Judicature. Zhu Chuan is the Minister of Works and also the third uncle of Her Majesty. 14 years have passed, and these people have all become big shots in the court. Zhu Zhong, standing by the side, asked, "This isn't just a small squabble with some playboy sons, you understand now, don't you? Do you still want to keep investigating?" Li Mu thought to himself. Clearing Li Yi's name means completely uprooting the Ministry of Appointments. The mastermind will definitely be executed, leading to a large number of officials being stripped of their posts, demoted, or exiled. The Great Zhou dynasty will inevitably be full of loopholes, giving enemies on the outside an opportunity to exploit. Zhu Zhong sighed and said, "Go back," he sincerely advised.
If you still want to do something for the common folk in the future, you have to learn to protect yourself. Only by protecting yourself will there be hope. Li Mu heard these words and tilted his head to look at him, thinking to himself,
"So Zhu Zhong is writing his name on the affidavit like them in order to protect himself and preserve the chance of hope?"
Li Mu walked outside, still lost in thought.
Some things, even if you know you should do them, you can't help but consider the consequences. The law can expose public opinion, but the imperial court doesn't. That's why the person who sought revenge for Lin Yi chose to reclaim justice himself. I always hope that those who violate the law will be punished. But this time, I hope that person can escape and not come to Yantai Prefecture. Cut to Yantai Prefecture. The mysterious figure had indeed arrived, just as Li Mu had hoped they wouldn't. Facing the person who came to take his life, the official confidently said, "I didn't expect you to actually dare to come."
As soon as he finished speaking, shadows that had been lying in wait began to jump out. 4 people in red robes surrounded the 4 corners, protecting the official in the middle. He smugly challenged, "You're only at the 4th realm. Who gave you the confidence to assassinate this official?" The masked person didn't say much, simply opened their mouth slightly. As soon as they moved, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, right where the official was standing. He didn't expect this, and broke out in a cold sweat, yelling, but it was too late. The lightning completely struck him. With just one move, the arrogant official was turned to ashes. The masked person slowly took off their hat, and under the veil was none other than Lin Qing. Seeing this, the people in red robes said, "She's asking for death." One of the men among them said, "We've been lying in wait here for a long time. We won't let her kill the Yantai prefect in front of our faces." And another fat man raised his hand and said, "You want to die? I'll grant your wish." Suddenly, one of them raised his hand to stop them. "Stop," he said sternly. "Our mission is to capture the person. Don't do anything unnecessary. Take her back to the imperial capital. The imperial court will take care of it."
Li Qing said sternly, "I won't go back to the imperial capital with you, just kill me," the man replied. "This isn't up to you. Considering the crimes you've committed, letting you die like this would be too easy on you." Li Qing didn't say much, immediately drew her sword and attacked him, but he caught her sword between his fingers with one move. He said smugly, "Trying to provoke me into killing you? Dream on. You don't want to go back to the imperial capital, but I want to drag you back there even more."
Out of options, Li Qing unconsciously backed away a bit. She closed her eyes tightly, accumulating an immense amount of power.
Seeing this, the red-robed figures exclaimed anxiously, "She wants to self-destruct. If she dies, it'll be difficult for us to report back. Seal her power first. Quick." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple beam of light shot straight towards Lin Qing, knocking her backward. Because her power was sealed, Lin Qing could only fall powerlessly.
One of them walked up and looked at her, then snorted coldly and said, "Take her away." Back in the imperial capital, the common folk were buzzing with talk.
So the person who assassinated those 4 officials was taking revenge for Lord Lai. I hope he won't be caught. He's probably the only descendant of his lordship.
Alas, it's a pity Lord Li wasn't born in the current dynasty. If he could join forces with the current Lord Li, that would be great. Hearing these whispers, Li Mu sighed inwardly and said,
"Even now, the common folk of the imperial capital haven't forgotten Lin Yi and his affairs. I have the will but no power. It really feels terrible." Liu Hanyan, walking beside him, gently comforted, "At least you've made some of the truth known to the common folk. They won't be blinded and see Lord Lia's descendant as a criminal who disregards the law," Li Mu said gloomily. "I can only do so much right now."
Liu Hanyan said quietly, I still remember when Lord Lia's incident happened, his whole family died unjustly. The sect master was so angry that he closed the gates for 3 days and didn't allow us to perform. The little junior sister even giggled a few times because she didn't have to practice the zither and was punished by the hallmaster to stand for a whole day. Who would have thought that the house we live in is the one he used to live in?
Li Mu turned his head and whispered to Liu Hanyan, "When the time is right, I want to overturn his case, but it will definitely be dangerous, Hanyan." She smiled as if she understood everything and said, "Don't say any more. No matter what you decide, I'll be by your side."
Her slender hand gently took Li Mu's hand. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. "The assassin of the great official has been caught." Being paraded through the streets, Li Mu turned around in surprise, thinking to himself, he still came to Yantai Prefecture. The surrounding common folk heard this and went to watch. They sighed and said, "Alas, they were finally caught. I heard that the assassin is Lord Lik's daughter. Could it be that his last bloodline will also be cut off?" Liu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, "Li Mu, can you find a way to save her?"
He replied in silence, "It's very difficult."
She killed 4 officials. The situation is very bad. It's almost impossible to forgive.
The sound of carriage wheels rattled as it approached. Li Mu pushed through the crowd, wanting to see the assassin with his own eyes. The soldiers following the carriage shouted sternly,
"Make way." One of them, seeing this, picked up an egg and said, "Strange, why aren't you guys throwing rotten eggs today? If you're not going to throw them, I will."
A man next to him kicked him hard in the stomach and scolded, "You idiot, that's Lord Ling's daughter."
The soldier glanced at the common folk by the roadside and said menacingly, "Hey, you lot." Before he could finish, he was met with the bullet-like gazes of the common folk fixed right on him. He was so surprised that he was a little panicked, thinking to himself,
in the past, when a prisoner's carriage passed by, wouldn't it always be noisy and chaotic?
Why is it so quiet today? And these commoners, why are they looking at me with such terrifying eyes?
After seeing the person on the prison carriage, Li Mu's eyes widened in shock, even more so in horror. He thought in disbelief, how is this possible? Li Mai Yi, Li Qing, looking at that unmistakable face before him. Li Mu finally had to accept it, muttering to himself, "Li Qing is Li Yi's daughter." Sweat poured down him like a river, and his face suddenly paled. He thought in confusion, that's why she cultivated so diligently and left Fulu sect.
Now I understand those unsaid words. When we parted, those old memories kept flashing back in his mind. Li Qing, in the prisoner's carriage, also saw Li Mushah standing by the roadside. She gritted her teeth in pain, thinking to herself,
"Don't look at me." Liu Hanyan was equally shocked. She widened her eyes, looking at that familiar figure, thinking in her heart, how could it be her? The hands she and Li Mu now were holding also loosened.
Li Mu immediately sensed this and grabbed Liu Hanyan's hand. He turned to her, giving her a gentle smile, and with just that small gesture, she knew what he wanted to do, silently reassuring herself, I should trust him more. Thinking this, she immediately said, "Go." Receiving his wife's support, Li Mu confidently said, "Wait for me at home."
Switching scenes to the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison, Zhu Zhong stood in front of the prison cell, sternly questioning Li Qing. "Why didn't you listen to me, do you know? This is a capital offense, even I can't save you." Li Qing retorted firmly, "If I listen to you, can I clear my father's name? Can I avenge my father, my mother, and the entire Li family?"
Zhu Zhong closed his eyes and sighed, saying, "You don't understand your father. He doesn't want you to take revenge, he just wants you to live well.
I promised to protect his bloodline, and I also promised him to complete what he couldn't. He considered these things more important than his own life." He gripped the prison bars tightly, choked up, and said, "I'm sorry," Li Qing said in silence. "You don't owe anyone anything. What you've done for me is already too much."
Hearing this, Zhu Zhong's expression was completely stunned, mixed with pity, as he looked at Li Qing. Suddenly a loud shout rang out from outside, "Hey Zhu, get your ass out here!" Li Mu outside was being held back by a guard, who hugged Li Mu, repeatedly saying, Lord Lai, calm down."
He on this side was still constantly yelling, "What are you doing in there alone? I'm counting to 3. If you don't come out, I'll break down the door."
Li Mu meant what he said. He raised a finger and loudly shouted, 1, 2, Dao Zhong is also ready to break down the door.
Only then did Zhu Zhong open the door and step out, asking with extreme confusion, "What do you want to do, sir?" Li Mu said unhappily. "You dismissed all the prison guards and are alone in the heavenly prison. I should be the one asking you what you want to do." Zhu Zhong questioned in return, "This official is the Vice Minister of Justice. Am I not allowed to interrogate a case?" Li Mu didn't hold back either and bluntly asked, "Why did you have to dismiss everyone when interrogating the case?"
Zhu Zhong replied calmly, "This case is extremely important. All trivial matters must be avoided. Is there a problem? Li Mu gnashed his teeth in anger, saying, You! Suddenly his eyes widened, thinking to himself, So it was you.
Chongjia Ye, the person who won first place in the talisman trial back then, and brought Liu Qing to Fulu's sect was Zhu Zhong. The Ministry of Justice delayed the investigation into the deaths of the Anyang magistrate and the Tianhe magistrate, because Zhu Zhong knew the culprit was Li Qing, so he deliberately suppressed it. After completely piecing the matter together, Li Mu immediately said, You are Li Er, right? Hearing this name, he was startled. His face flashed with surprise.
But then he tried to calm down and replied, This official doesn't know what Lord Li is talking about. In his heart he was confused, thinking, How did he know another identity of mine? He came here for Li Qing, but what relationship does he have with Li Qing? Li Mu couldn't bear it anymore and stepped to the door, saying, I don't want to talk nonsense with you here, let me in. Zhu Zhong stood in front of the door, seriously saying,
She is an important criminal of the court. Visitation is prohibited. Li Mu didn't bother with those rules, and said, Get out of the way. Or don't blame me for being impolite.
Zhu Zhong asked curiously, How does Lord Li want to be impolite? Li Mu quickly took out the seashell and smiled, saying, You forced me to do this. Without hesitation, he transmitted his voice in a clear voice, Your Majesty. After discussing it with His Majesty, he handed the seashell to Zhu Zhong and said, Let His Majesty speak with you. Zhu Zhong took the seashell with a confused expression, replying, Yes, I understand. I obey.
Li Muni took back the seashell from Zhu Zhong's hand and reminded him, Close the door, don't let anyone in, including you. Zhu Zhong naturally refused and retorted, This is not. Li Mu held the seashell in front of him and threatened, Do you want His Majesty to speak directly to you? After saying this, the door leading into the prison cell slammed shut. Zhu Zhong stood outside with an extremely worried expression, thinking to himself, That Li Mu has something shielding the secrets of heaven. I can't see the situation inside the heavenly prison. Through the Xuanguang technique, Li Qing, Li Mu definitely wouldn't hurt her, right?
Li Mu slowly stepped into the dark dungeon. Looking inside, he calmly walked to the door of the prison cell.
Li Mu was a little nervous, thinking to himself, How long has it been since I was this close to her? Li Qing also knew Li Mu had come and said softly, I thought I wouldn't have the chance to personally say congratulations to you.
Li Mu stood in front of the prison cell and asked in a cautious tone, You know everything.
Li Qing smiled bitterly and said, The fireworks that night were very beautiful. Li Mulai tried to smile and replied, I'm sorry, I didn't know the Li residence was your old home. In his heart, he thought, So she was also in Shendun that day. Li Qing raised her head and smiled, replying, It's okay, I heard the people of Shendun say you've done a lot of good things for the people. I'm very happy that you can live in the Li residence. If my father knew, he would also be very happy. Li Mu took out a talisman and activated it. His body turned transparent, and he gently passed through the prison bars. Li Mu silently sat with his back against Li Qing's back.
He pondered for a long time, thinking to himself, I really can't imagine what her mood was like that day. After a moment of silence, Li Qing suddenly spoke. Promise me one thing. Li Mu immediately refused.
Nope. Li Qing frowned and said, I'm your old boss. Li Mu immediately replied. Was, past tense. The girl lowered her eyes and whispered, Don't interfere with my business. Li Mu wasn't feeling too great either. He furrowed his brow and said directly, I'm not interfering in your business, I'm just doing what I should be doing. I respect and admire Lord Li's dedication to the people, and I see his work ethic as a shining example. What's wrong with clearing the name of my role model? Li Mu stood up, thumped his chest, and said so loudly, making Li Qing surprised.
Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She sobbed. It's not worth it. Li Mu sat down,
took out a medicinal pill, lifted her chin with his other hand, and said gently, You know, no one can change my mind once I've decided on something. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, I'd still butt in. Li Mu shoved the pill into her mouth and carefully instructed, I can't undo the seal on your power for now. This is a healing pill, take it first. This action of Li Mu's made her burst into tears. What am I to you? What gives you the right to control me?
At this point, Li Mu still smiled brightly in reply, You're my old boss.
He reached out and wiped away her tears, then said kindly, You used to protect me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Li Qing still gripped Li Mu's hand anxiously and said, You can't fight them, father couldn't, and neither can you. Besides, I'm already past the point of no return. Li Mu took her slender hands and said sincerely, Trust me, I'll find a way to rescue you. Li Mu Qing disagreed and said, Don't. You've already made enemies with so many people in Shendu, it'll become evidence and a weakness for them to attack you with. Li Mu smiled and said, I'll get the Fulu sect to step forward. Li Qing lowered her head and said hesitantly, I'm no longer a disciple of the Fulu sect.
At this moment, Li Mukie presented a card to her and said, "Now you are a disciple again," he also explained. "Some time ago I participated in the Fulu sect's talisman test and conveniently won. I thought you would need it later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon."
Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Lord Lai, time's up." He looked up and said regretfully, "Time really flies." He stood up, turned around, and instructed, "Take good care of yourself. You don't need to worry about anything else. I'll take care of everything."
After going outside, Chu Zhong asked Li Muhin about his question that was on his mind. "Do you know her?" Li Muhin didn't answer but asked, "What do you plan to do?"
Chu Zhong said sternly, "Assassinating 5 court officials, according to the law." Liamu angrily pointed at him, cutting him off. "Forget it, don't talk to me about the law. Does this Shendu still have laws? The nobility commit crimes and get a golden pardon. Loyal officials die in vain with no chance to clear their names. Tell me, what is the law?"
He couldn't help but curse. What the heck is the law? Chu Zhong was still very calm, and he seriously reminded, "Don't forget you are a Great Zhou official. You must not deliberately break the law, and now there are so many people waiting for you to make a mistake. One wrong step, and you will lose everything you have."
Li Mu said flatly,
"I don't care." Suddenly, a voice rang out outside. "Lord Chu, where is the Li family's evildoer?"
Li Mu and Chu Zhong turned their heads to look. At the same time, Chen Jian looked at Li Mu's eyes as if he wanted to eat him alive. His hair stood on end, and his feet unconsciously retreated backwards. He said incomprehensibly, "Li Mu, this is an important place in the Ministry of Justice." Without saying much, Li Mu took out a talisman and activated it at the same time. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, you're one of the masterminds behind the case that framed Li Muqing's father, right? I'm already annoyed that I can't vent my anger, and you rush to stick your head in the noose." He absorbed the talisman, and Li Mu's strength immediately soared. He rushed forward, swung his fist at Chen Jian, and shouted, "You Chen guy, I've been putting up with you for a long time."
He raised his hand to block a punch from him, and shouted, "Li Mu, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Li Mu didn't deny it, and said directly, "I'm crazy, but it's all your fault.
The humiliation you left me that day made me generate a demonic obstacle." His words shocked him, thinking to himself, the words I said that day actually caused him to generate a demonic obstacle. He punched Chen Jian continuously, while he was confused and wondered, what kind of talisman is this Li Mu using? The fighting power he is showing right now is no less than creation realm. I have no chance to cast spells at all. It's good that Li Mu's is crazy. It would be even better if he was taken over by a demonic obstacle, so he would be completely disgusted by his majesty. Being beaten to the end, he looked at Chu Zhong and yelled,
"Lord Chu, what are you waiting for?"
Chu Zhong heard this and was about to rush forward in response. "Lord Chen, I'm here to help you right away." Li Mu turned around and kicked Chu Zhong. He just fell backwards and sat down, and hugged his chest, pretending to be in pain. Li Mu couldn't help but assess the scene. This Chu Zhong is really good at acting. Chen Jian was confused and thought to himself, Chu Zhong is not Li Mu's opponent either. If I don't run, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured by Li Mu. Thinking about it, he ran out of the Ministry of Justice. He stood in the middle of the road, and thought to himself with peace of mind, I don't believe Li Mu Cher would dare to attack me in front of so many Shendu citizens.
But he didn't understand Li Mu at all. Just as he was at ease, a chill went down his spine from behind. Chen Jian was kicked by Li Mu and fell face first.
He angrily turned his head around to warn, Li Mu Ti, do you know the consequences of hitting a court official on the street? Li Mu didn't care at all. He walked over and punched him in the face and questioned, You caused me to generate a demonic obstacle. What's so bad about hitting you? He lost a tooth, hugged his bruised face, and yelled, You lie, guy. I won't let you go. Li Mu has never been afraid of anyone. He approached him and said coldly, If you have the ability, go to His Majesty to accuse me, and see if His Majesty believes you or me. After finishing speaking, Li Mu laughed in a way that was very tempting to beat. Inside the prison, Chu Zhong entered Li Qing's cell. She heard the movement outside and stood up anxiously, and asked, What's going on outside? Chu Zhong calmly said, Nothing, just Liu Mu and Chen Jian are fighting, Lin Qing said anxiously. Hurry up and stop him. Chu Zhong closed his eyes and said, Don't worry, as long as Liu Mu doesn't kill Chen Jian, the one who will be unlucky in the end won't be him. Although Liu Mu used to do some crazy things, he was still rational. This time he has lost all his reason. Because of you, now can you tell me what is your relationship? Li Qing hesitated to tell it this time. Outside, Chen Jian was beaten to pieces by Li Musha. He raised his hand to resist and shouted madly, You're crazy, you're really crazy. Li Mu replied with a cold face, I'm crazy, you're driving me crazy. The surrounding folks seized the opportunity to gossip, whispering, Looks like Lord Lai is beating a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Personnel. That official uniform
Looks a lot like the Vice Minister of Personnel.
They seem to be the same people who framed Lord Lai back then, and now they're sitting in Lord Lai's old position. The commoners around, feeling this was entirely justified, shouted, "Good beating! Keeping people like that around is a disaster. Beat him to death." Suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Stop! How dare you fight here? You've got some nerve."
From the sky, 2 fully armored guards descended. Upon seeing Li Mu standing there and Chen Jian sprawled on the ground, they froze.
Both thought awkwardly, "Why is it Lord Li and Lord Chen Jian, seeing his rescuers arrive, weakly shouted, 'What are you standing there for? Quickly arrest him!'" The imperial guards looked at Li Mu before them, secretly troubled. If it were a normal cultivator, we would have arrested him already, but these are 2 important officials of the court. We imperial guards can't handle this. So one of the imperial guards suggested, "My lords, how about you come with us to speak before His Majesty?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jian flinched, thinking, Li Mu is the emperor's favorite. If this blows up in front of him, I might even get punished. There's no benefit to it. Thinking this, Chen Jian struggled to get up and said, "Forget it. His Majesty is busy with a million things. There's no need to bother him with such a small matter. This official and Lord Lai have a little misunderstanding, causing some trouble for you all." Hearing this, the imperial guards breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "If Lord Chen doesn't intend to pursue the matter, then we don't need to do extra work." Another imperial guard chimed in, "If it's a misunderstanding, then we haven't said our piece." Li Mu interrupted, "Misunderstanding? You Chen, cut off my path of cultivation, and you want to let it go like that? Let's go see His Majesty together." Scene changed to the Shengyang Palace. While Her Majesty the Empress and the officials were discussing matters, a Mei guard entered to report, "Your Majesty, Vice Minister of Personnel Chen Jian and Secretary of the Secretariat Li Mu request an audience." Her Majesty the Empress immediately ordered them to be brought in. Li Mu and Chen Jian quickly stepped into the hall. Chen Jian was bruised and battered, and he stammered, "Your Majesty?"
The officials there whispered among themselves, "Why is Lord Chen beaten like that? He's the Vice Minister of Personnel, a creation realm powerhouse. Who would dare be so bold?" Chen Jian struggled to speak.
"Your Majesty, I—" Before he could say anything, Li Mu cut him off with an extremely aggrieved tone. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me." Hearing this tone, Chen Jian turned to look at him, thinking, "This guy's filing a false charge first. I've never seen anyone so shameless."
Not willing to be outdone, he pointed at Li Mushend and accused, "Your Majesty, Secretary of the Secretariat Li Mushend, disregards the law, beating a high-ranking official of the court. I implore Your Majesty to punish him severely according to the law."
Hearing this, the other officials all looked towards Li Mu, inwardly assessing, so it was Li Mu who beat Chen Jian. Li Mu's expression looked like he was being bullied by Chen Jian. "Her Majesty?" the Empress asked sternly. "Is what the Vice Minister of Personnel said true?"
Li Mu replied aggrievedly, "There was a reason for my actions. I implore Your Majesty to investigate." Her Majesty the Empress said sternly, "No matter the reason, you cannot assault high-ranking officials in the court." Li Mu lowered his eyes and recounted. "On the 10th day of the 10th month, Vice Minister of Personnel Chen Jian used offensive language towards me in the Ministry of Personnel, causing me to develop a demonic obstacle. I implore Your Majesty to replay the events of that day."
Her Majesty waved her hand lightly, and the image of that day in the Ministry of Personnel appeared. Even Chen Jian's words were heard clearly. 2 officials standing there also expressed their dissatisfaction, saying, "So soon after someone's wedding, using such offensive language, who could tolerate such a thing? And causing Lord Lai to develop a demonic obstacle, ruining someone's path of cultivation. This is an irreconcilable feud." Seeing the evidence before her, Her Majesty the Empress sternly asked Chen Jian, "Do you have anything to say?" Chen Jian said falteringly, "I was confused at the time." Her Majesty the Empress angrily scolded. "Being confused is not an excuse for ruining a colleague's Dao heart," Chen Jian said meekly. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Her Majesty the Empress immediately issued a decree. Vice Minister of Personnel Chen Jian, for insulting a colleague, the consequences are severe. Lacking in virtue, temporarily suspended from duty for 1 month, and fined half a year's salary. Hearing Her Majesty the Empress's decree, the surrounding officials couldn't help but think, Chen Jian really doesn't know how to read the situation. Li Mu is the Empress's favorite, and under circumstances where he himself is in the wrong, he still dared to drag Li Mu to see Her Majesty. Isn't that just walking into a trap? Li Mu, on the other hand, having enjoyed a satisfying beating and being declared innocent, happily bowed and saluted the Empress. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Scene change. Li Mu, holding a scroll in his hand, walked quickly out of the yamen. He thought as he walked, I must quickly get Lian Qing out of the Ministry of Justice. Although Zhu Zhang helped her before, he still holds on to things he considers more important in his heart. Li Qing has been abandoned by him, and it's not safe for her to stay in the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu arrived at the court of the imperial clan. As soon as he entered, he politely greeted Lord Zhang. Zhang Chun looked up at him and asked, Li Mu, why have you come here? Inwardly, he thought. Although the Ministry of Justice and the court of the imperial clan are both controlled by the old faction, at least there are acquaintances of Zhang Chun in the court of the imperial clan, and Li Muqing's safety can still be ensured. He handed the scroll to Zhang Chun and said, I'll be brief. The person named Yi Qing was captured by Li Tumu in Yangqi County. She was the daughter of Lord Li Yi at the time. She killed 5 officials to avenge her father. I want to protect her. This is a document approved by the Empress. I need you to move Li Qing from the Ministry of Justice to the court of the imperial clan immediately. Zhang Chun, after reading the document in his hand and hearing Li Mu's account, exclaimed in surprise. The person Li Mu Tungkamu captured is actually the daughter of Lord Li Yi. If that's the case, this official cannot turn a blind eye, he said sternly and firmly. Rest assured, I will send someone to pick her up immediately. He rubbed his chin, thinking thoughtfully. It's just that protecting her will be a little difficult. Livmuk expressed his thoughts. If Lord Li Yi's identity isn't that of a traitor who colluded with the enemy, but rather a loyal official who was dedicated to the country and its people, but was framed by evildoers and suffered extermination, then his daughter avenging her family, although violating the law, is righteous. If the law is lenient, it's not impossible. Zhang Chun nodded. If you need any help, just say so. This official also greatly admired Lord Li Yi back then. Li Mu said with satisfaction. Then I'll have to trouble you first, he firmly assured. Rest assured. I will arrange her in the best prison cell. As long as she is in the court of the imperial clan, no one can touch her. Scene changed to outside the court of the imperial clan. Minister of the court of the imperial clan, Prince Xiao, leisurely lay on a chair, while Vice Minister of the court of the imperial clan, Feng Jie, stood by his side, fanning Prince Xiao. Hearing the commotion outside, Prince Xiao asked, What's going on again? Feng Jie looked outside and replied, It's Li Yi's daughter. It's said that she killed 5 officials outside and was brought back to the divine capital by Gong Fengti, awaiting trial. Hearing this name, Prince Xiao murmured, Li Yi. Is that the Li Yi who caused a lot of trouble in the divine capital 10 years ago and then had his entire clan exterminated? I didn't expect one to slip through the net. Li Yi 10 years ago, Li Mu now. Why are these people surnamed Li so difficult to deal with? Feng Jie continued. Your Highness, please manage that Zhang Chun. The prison cell he arranged for Li Yi's daughter is like a bridal chamber. Not only did he choose the largest and most spacious one, but he also arranged for people to clean and decorate it inside and out, even with mirrors, dressing tables, and curtains all around. This isn't called being imprisoned. It's clearly coming to be a young mistress. Hearing him ramble on like that, Prince Xiao pointed directly at him and scolded. This prince just wants to lie down and bask in the sun for a while. Why are you talking so much nonsense? And if you're idle and have nothing to do, then scrub all the chamber pots in the latrine. Don't bother me here. Hearing this, Feng Jie shut up. Prince Xiao closed his eyes, inwardly thinking, What a pity. Why are young people so easily agitated? Scene changed to a prison cell in the court of the imperial clan. Li Muag walked over and gently lifted the curtain, saying, Boss? Seeing him come, he walked over, extended his hand and said, Give me your hand. Knowing what Li Mu intended to do, Li Qing said, My magic power has been released. I can heal my wounds myself. Li Mu grabbed Li Qing's hand, slowly transferring his spiritual power to her, and said, I can't get you out of here right away, so you might have to put up with it for a bit. Just stay here for now, but I'll quickly investigate the case from back then and clear Lord Li's name. Li Qing slowly opened her mouth. Only now do I understand that what my father wanted wasn't revenge. He and Uncle Chu had something more important to do. I hope you can help my father complete what he couldn't finish when he was alive. Don't ruin your future because of me. Li Mu took in all her words. However, he quickly retorted. Only kids make choices. I'm an adult, of course. I want both. Someone's already working on the first thing. If I can't save you, then none of this matters to me anymore. Let Chu Zhong complete their dream, and at worst, I'll take you back to the Fulu sect. We're not staying in this divine capital anymore. Suddenly, a familiar "oh" and a cold snort made Li Mu jump. He turned his head sharply towards the sound, thinking to himself, Your Majesty, why is he here? Watching His Majesty leave, he felt guilty and regretted it. Why did I have to say that? Saying I was leaving divine capital, isn't that poking His Majesty in the lungs? My Wei, following behind His Majesty, looked back and signaled to Liao Mu. Figure it out yourself. Liao Mu didn't hesitate, and immediately said to Liao Mu, Qing, I'll be right back.
On the way to the queen's location, he kept worrying, thinking, I'm done for. Her Majesty is definitely going to be angry again.
As soon as he arrived, Li Mu saw Mai Wei standing in front of the door.
He sneaked over to Mai Wei with an innocent look, Mai Wei understood, and turned his head inside, subtly saying, She's inside.
Then, Li Mu obediently went inside. He saw Her Majesty standing by the window and spoke. Your Majesty. She didn't turn around but coldly asked, What do you want from me now? Go back to your Fulu sect. Go back and be a second-generation disciple of the Fulu sect. High and mighty, it's much better than being my subject.
Li Mu cried 1,000 rivers, thinking, After appeasing this one, I have to appease that one. Why does my stinky mouth say such nonsense? He mustered his courage and went to her side, then smiled and said, Why would your Majesty say that? I haven't even repaid your Majesty's kindness yet. How can I leave divine capital?
Li Mu felt uneasy and thought to himself, Her Majesty isn't very generous. She's not easy to coax. The queen looked outside and slowly said, My kindness. I'm afraid it's not even worth as much as some random woman to you, Li Mu stiffly replied. She's not just some random woman. If it weren't for her, I would have died countless times, and I certainly wouldn't be standing in front of your Majesty now.
I want to ask your Majesty for a favor. The queen frowned when she heard him say that, thinking to herself, My anger from just now hasn't subsided yet, and he's already starting to ask me for favors.
The queen glanced at Li Mu and asked, If I don't agree, are you going to take her back to the Fulu sect? Li Mu was speechless and said, I know I was wrong, he thought to himself. As expected, the queen is still angry. The queen also asked with some curiosity, What's her relationship with you?
Li Mu lowered his eyes and recounted. When I was in Yangqi County, she was my superior. She saved my life, and she was the one who led me onto the path of cultivation. Her father was Lord Li Yi, and I've always looked up to him as a role model.
When I found out that his whole family died unjustly, I couldn't turn a blind eye. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I have to help him. The queen listened to Li Mu's story. Slightly surprised, she sighed and asked,
So how do you want me to help you? Should I give you a gold medal of immunity?
Li Mu shook his head and refused. If your Majesty gives me a gold medal of immunity, wouldn't that be the same as the late emperor? I can't let your Majesty do something unjust. I only hope that your Majesty can allow me to reinvestigate the case from back then and clear Lord Li's name. The queen turned around, surprised, and asked, Even if I allow you to reinvestigate, you might not be able to save her. Do you really not want me to grant her a special pardon?
Li Mu firmly replied, I only asked to reinvestigate the case from back then, he thought to himself. Saving Li Qing is even harder than overturning Li Yi's case. I even thought about asking Her Majesty for a gold medal of immunity, but that would put her in a difficult position. Moreover, one of the reasons why Li Yi was framed back then was because he strongly opposed the late emperor granting gold medals of immunity. If I use a gold medal of immunity to save his daughter, then Li Yi's fight to the death would become a joke. Everything I've done so far would also become a joke. The queen said casually, I agree. Before you investigate clearly, no one can touch her, Li Mu Chou happily exclaimed. Thank you, Your Majesty.
After Li Mu left, the queen said somewhat sullenly, Ungrateful wretch, he probably just wants to go back to the Fulu sect. All that talk about braving fire and smoke for me is just a lie. Mai Wei stepped behind the queen and said, In fact, he's always thinking of your Majesty.
If he wasn't thinking of your Majesty, he would have directly asked your Majesty for a special pardon for that young lady. Why would he need to ask your Majesty for permission to reinvestigate the case? The old him wasn't afraid of anything. He dared to provoke anyone. Now he also knows how to worry about the affairs of the court. Thinking for your Majesty shouldn't blame him. She listened and fell into silent contemplation.
Li Mu went straight to the imperial clan court. He opened the door and called out, My lords, Zhang Daoren and Shuo Wang were still sitting together playing a few rounds of gambling. Xiao Wang looked at Li Mu and happily said, Little Li Zi, come play a round. Zhang Chun also asked Li Mu to come and play together. Li Mu blankly asked, What are you playing? He thought to himself. Li Naoqing is still at the imperial clan court. I have to give Xiao Wang some face. Xiao Wang picked up the dice and happily introduced, Guessing big or small, it's very simple. Do you have silver? 1 tael per round. If you don't have it, you can write an IOU. Li Mu took out a stack of silver notes and said generously, I have silver notes, let's start. Xiao Wang happily said. Refreshing. He looked at the cup in Xiao Wang's hand, secretly assessing that the dice and the dice cup seemed to block spiritual power, so he could only guess blindly. Next were boisterous shouts. Big, I bet big, it's small, what a pity, Your Majesty, this time it's big, you didn't win again. After a series of bets back and forth, Xiao Wang lost everything in utter astonishment. Zhang Chun picked up a piece of silver and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you've bet all your silver, what will you use to bet?
Suddenly, Xiaowang took out a gold medal from his person, forcefully placed it on the table, and said, "This king still has this."
Li Mu and Zhang Chun looked at the gold medal in shock.
Li Mu turned to remind Xiaowang, "Your Majesty, this gold medal of immunity is too precious. You should take it back." Xiaowang rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm and said,
"When this king gambles, there's no opponent in the entire divine capital. You were still in your mother's womb back then."
Come on, this king still wants to make up for his losses." Li Mukao was speechless and said, "This gold medal is stained with too much blood. We don't dare to take it, even if your Majesty dares to lose."
Xiaowang picked up the gold medal of immunity and said, "This king almost forgot. If you guys take the gold medal to save that girl, wouldn't this king become a traitor?" Li Mu heard something in those words. He stared at Xiaowang, who was muttering, "Unfortunately, the only thing in this world that can save that girl is this gold medal," he said loudly. "She killed so many officials, no one can save her, unless you have the ability to overturn her father's case, and have His Majesty announce the case to the world, then have the common people of 36 prefectures write bloodletters of 10,000 people begging for her, causing the court to be afraid to kill her. You got the skills for that."
The old man finished speaking and smiled at Li Mu. Meaningfully, Li Mu was slightly startled, thinking to himself, "Is Xiaowang hinting at a way to save Li Qing?"
Elsewhere, a man anxiously said, "That descendant of the Li family's sins has been taken away by the clan court. Why didn't you stop them?" Zhu Zhang replied sternly, "It's a document from the Secretariat, and it even has His Majesty's jade seal on it. Who dares to stop it?" Cao Hong, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, looked at Zhu Zhang with a puzzled expression and asked, "But why would the Secretariat transfer her to the clan court?" Zhu Zhang calmly replied, "That document was issued by Li Mu. As I see it, he probably wants to overturn the verdict for Li Maiyi." Cao Hong chuckled and said, "If I remember correctly, that Li Yi was once a close friend of yours, Lord Zhu. Why? Could it be that you don't want to see his verdict overturned?" Zhu Zhang looked at him unhappily and snapped, "Are you a pig?" Cao Hong, offended by the insult, angrily asked, "What did you say?"
At this moment, Chen Jian, with a bandaged head, propped his chin and replied, "Lord Cao, that's a really stupid question."
Back when Li Yi was accused, Lord Zhu was also involved. If Li Yi is exonerated, you, me, and even Lord Zhu will be facing the death penalty. Do you think he'd willingly seek his own doom?
Cao Hong finally understood. He blushed with embarrassment and said, "Sorry, Lord Zhu, I was reckless." Chen Jian gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Li Yi 14 years ago, Li Mu 14 years later. Could this Li family have some grudge against us? Every day we fail to eliminate him is another day we can't rest easy. With that, he slammed his fist hard on the table.
Zhu Zhang glanced at Chen Jian and probed, "Instead of thinking about eliminating him, why don't we consider that if he really wants to overturn the verdict for Li Yi, wouldn't you and I be in danger?" Chen Jian smugly said, "Well, he'd have to find evidence first. It's super easy to prove that he betrayed the country and colluded with the enemy. 14 years have passed. How's he going to prove that Li Yi didn't betray the country and collude with the enemy?"
Even if he proves it later, so what? Zhu Chuan was also involved in this matter. Does he think His Majesty would execute his own uncle? Even if His Majesty dotes on that Li Mu, the Imperial Secretary approves, the court officials won't agree. If this case is investigated, the court will be in chaos, and the 10 demonic sects, the myriad fiend kingdom, and the ghost realm's nether capital will definitely be restless. His Majesty can see that, right? Do you think those old geezers in the court wouldn't see it?
Zhu Zhang frowned, but still replied with a calm tone, "Hearing what Lord Chen said, I feel much more at ease now." A while later, Yi Mu finished his work and returned. He walked along, thinking, "Shou Duang has repeatedly given us advice at critical moments. What exactly is his purpose?" However, Xiao Wang's words really made me see things clearly. The existence of the Great Zhou is sustained by its people. Only when the people live and work in peace can the power of belief be continuously generated, can imperial aura be nurtured, and can the royal family's strong cultivators above the third realm be eternally continuous, ensuring that the empire lasts forever. Just as he stepped outside, a group of commoners stood in front of the gate, gossiping and asking, "Lord Lai, did you beat up an official for the Ministry of Appointments? Did His Majesty punish you?" Lord Lai was too impulsive. "You shouldn't have fought with that guy. Wouldn't that dirty your hands?" Li Mu smiled in response. "Don't worry, everyone. His Majesty understands the greater good. How could he punish me?" The commoners sighed in relief and chattered excitedly. That's good. That kind of sycophant deserves to have his legs broken. He ruined Lord Line's family. He won't die a peaceful death. Lord Line truly is His Majesty's favorite subject. If I'd known I could beat him so hard, I would have broken both his legs."
One of the commoners stepped forward and asked, "Does your lordship feel wronged for Lord Li Yi?" Li Mu sincerely replied, "Lord Li Yi is a role model for our generation of officials."
The surrounding commoners nodded in agreement, saying, "Your lordship is righteous. Lord Li Yi's death back then was unjust, and we still can't swallow our anger to this day." The commoner then asked, "Your lordship, can you save Lord Li Yi's daughter? She's the only surviving flesh and blood of Lord Li Yi." Suddenly, another person came forward and shouted, "Don't say any more!" He grabbed the commoner's collar and growled, "Do you want to get the lord killed?" The commoner sadly shed tears and choked. "If it weren't for Lord Li back then, my whole family would have died in Shendun long ago. I can't bear to see Lord Li's line end." Li Muke felt the people's love and his own ideals. He loudly proclaimed, "Lord Li Yi's line will not end, nor will he forever suffer under false accusations."
Hearing this, the commoner burst into tears, and the others rejoiced and shouted, "Your lordship wants to overturn the verdict for Lord Li Yi. Your lordship is righteous." From the commoners, pure azure lights erupted. Li Mu was surprised and murmured to himself, "These are streams of belief." And so, they flew in one direction. In the blink of an eye, the belief of all the commoners here converged on Li Mu. He absorbed the power of belief from the commoners, and in his heart he resolved, "The commoners are all hoping that Lord Li Yi can have his injustice redressed. I can't let them down." A while later, Li Muka returned to the Lian residence. As usual, as soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "I'm back!" Li Muka stepped inside, saw two familiar figures, and asked in surprise,
"Senior brother Xuan Zhenzi, senior sister Yu Zhenzi, why are you both here?" He didn't realize that the power of belief he had absorbed was radiating densely around him. Xuan Zhenzi was shocked and thought to himself, "The moment Li Mu stepped into the courtyard, I felt as if the entire heavens and earth were pressing down on me." He couldn't help but turn back and said to him, "The power of belief on you has actually formed a world. No wonder your cultivation has improved so quickly. Cultivating the power of belief. Very few people can follow this path, worthy of being the one the headmaster values." Hearing this, Li Mu knew what he meant, and reduced the power of belief. He silently clasped his hands and said to Xuan Zhenzi, "Senior brother, there's something I need your help with," Xuan Zhenzi happily said. "Junior brother, just tell me. No need to be polite." Li Mu didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "This matter is very serious. You may have to return to White Cloud Mountain for a trip, and personally go see the headmaster senior brother." He frowned and thought to himself, back then, Lin Yi offended the privileged class, including the Xiao imperial family, as well as the Zhu faction. They indirectly promoted the tragedy of the Lin Yi family's extermination. And of course, they won't let me easily investigate the old case. At this moment, Liu Hanyan stepped out, worriedly asking, "How is she?" Li Mu lowered his eyes and sadly said, "She's temporarily safe, but to rescue her, we need to discuss it carefully." Liu Hanyan anxiously asked, "Can't we ask His Majesty to grant her a special pardon?" Li Mu shook his head and replied, "It's not that easy," he continued. "But it's still okay. His Majesty has agreed to let me investigate the case of Lord Li Yi. After overturning the verdict for Lord Li, everything will be much simpler. No matter what, I will definitely rescue her." Li Muye went to the clan court again. He carried a fake box as he walked along the corridor, thinking, "Senior brother Xuan Zhenzi has returned to the Fulu sect. I don't know when the matter I asked him for will have results." Halfway there, he met Zhang Chun. Seeing him, Zhang Chun said, "Bringing food to Miss Lai again?" Li Mu nodded in response, "Yeah, bringing some food to the boss." Zhang Chun leaned down, and the aroma wafted out from inside the box, and then started guessing. "This scent is quite similar to the noodles in front of the county office when I was still in Yangqi County." "Are you making noodles?" Li Mu indifferently replied. "In the past, the boss really liked to eat her noodles." Zhang Chun also drooled and said, "That old lady's noodles are indeed very delicious. The smell of your noodles whets my appetite. Is there more? Give me another bowl." Li Mu smiled and said, "If you want to eat my noodles, go to the imperial kitchen later." Zhang Chun happily shouted, "Great!" Suddenly he froze and asked again, "Wait, you cooked these noodles in the imperial kitchen?" Li Mu didn't hide anything and confessed, "His Majesty told me to cook in the imperial kitchen in the future, so this dish was naturally made there too." Hearing this, Zhang Chun felt a bitter taste in his throat. He coughed a few times and said, "I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. I'm going home to eat what my wife cooks. Hurry up and take it to Li Biyu too. It won't be tasty if it's too late." This action left Li Mu Yao speechless. Zhang Chun glanced and whispered, "Li Mu, oh Li Mu, you have to be more careful." Li Mu blankly thought, "What did old Zhang say? Be careful?" He carried the food to the prison. As he walked, he thought about Zhang Chun's words just now. He must be reminding himself to take 2 boxes of snacks from the Imperial kitchen tomorrow. I'm not relying on cooking to get His Majesty's favor anyway. If you honestly become a royal chef,
obeying obediently without individuality will not win lasting favor.
After thinking for a while, Li Muye also went to Lin Yaiqing's prison cell. He gently said, "Boss, I brought you food."
Not sure if the food at the Zhongzheng temple would be to her liking, so I whipped up a bowl of noodles for her. Li Mu opened the container, took out a bowl of noodles, and presented it to Lian Xing, saying, "Have a taste." The lady took a bite of noodles, then said thoughtfully, "The flavor of these noodles."
Li Mu smiled and explained,
"I learned it from that old lady who sold noodles. Does it taste like hers?" Li Qing offered a rare smile and recounted. "Later, I went back to Yangqiu County once and found out the old lady had passed away. Her son and daughter-in-law continued the noodle shop, but the taste just wasn't the same.
I thought I'd never taste that flavor again."
Li Mu smiled gently and said, "Whenever you want to eat them, just tell me, and I'll make them for you." Cut to Chongla Palace. Her Majesty the Empress was at her desk reviewing memorials, calmly asking Mai Wei, "Where's Li Mu Se? Did he head off to the Department of State Affairs today?" Mai Wei immediately replied,
"There was no court session today, but I saw him go directly to the Imperial kitchen." Her Majesty the Empress, pleased, said to Mai Wei,
"Later, go to the Department of Palace Eunuchs and see if there are any new tribute items. Send some over, and then check what he's cooking today."
Mai Wei went to the Imperial kitchen, and upon asking about him, Shangguan Li asked in surprise, "Li Mu? Didn't Li Mu go to the Zhongzheng temple?" Her Majesty the Empress was utterly shocked when she heard the news, thinking in astonishment, "He went to cook for that female prisoner in the jail, not for me."
A while later, Li Mu walked into the palace carrying a steaming bowl. As he walked, he thought, using Her Majesty's kitchen to cook noodles for someone else, and totally ditching the Empress? Man, even if I were a complete idiot, I wouldn't pull a stunt like that. I've been simmering this soup for Her Majesty for nearly 2 double hours. It'll take a bit more time to finish after returning from the Zhongzheng temple. Just as he brought the soup over, Mai Wei blocked the doorway, saying, "Her Majesty isn't here, you should go back." Li Mu immediately lowered his eyes, sadly lamenting, "Well, that's a shame. I've simmered this soup for Her Majesty for almost 2 double hours. It won't be as good if it gets cold. Guess I'll just take it back to the Central Secretariat to drink then." Her Majesty the Empress, inside, heard this, and voice transmitted to Mai Wei, "Let him in." Mai Wei immediately said to Li Mu, "Her Majesty has returned." He handed the bowl of soup to Mai Wei and said, "I have to get back to the Central Secretariat. Please trouble Commander Shangguan to bring this in for Her Majesty." After handing the items to Mai Wei, Li Muha turned back. He thought to himself, "Just need to let the Empress know I haven't forgotten about her. Today, I still have to draft the official commendation and force the Ministry of Justice to reinvestigate Li Ni's case from 14 years ago. Although I've sought Her Majesty's opinion on this, I can't have her directly issue the decree." Back inside Changla Palace, Mai Wei placed the bowl of soup before Her Majesty the Empress. The moment the lid was opened, a rich aroma filled the air. Mai Wei was also secretly amazed. Li Mu's cooking skills are truly superb. Seeing Her Majesty the Empress enjoying it with satisfaction, Mai Wei also offered a few comforting words. "I told you, how could he forget Your Majesty? A soup simmered for so long must have taken a lot of effort. I just went to ask the Imperial kitchen. He only brought 1 bowl of noodles to the Zhongzheng temple." Her Majesty the Empress blushed happily, thinking to herself, "And I thought he was using my Imperial kitchen to curry favor with someone else." She turned and ordered Mai Wei, "Give him 2 crates of the tribute tangerines from the south." Mai Wei asked in surprise, "Didn't Your Majesty say the tangerines were very sour and didn't want to give them away?" Her Majesty the Empress leisurely replied, "On second thought, those tangerines don't seem that sour after all." This statement left Mai Wei, standing to the side, completely dumbfounded. Cut to the Central Secretariat. Li Mu sat at his desk, tapping his brush holder against a memorial, thinking to himself about reinvestigating Yu Mui's case. "I gotta make it clear that even though Her Majesty plays favorites with me, there's a line. If I cross it, I'll be taken out by folks claiming to be cleansing the sovereign side." Lost in thought, suddenly 2 crates were placed heavily on Li Mu's desk. Mai Wei pointed at the 2 crates and said, "These are tribute tangerines from Nan Commandery. Her Majesty told me to bring you 2 crates to try," Li Mu said gratefully. "Please thank Her Majesty on my behalf." Mai Wei leaned her hand on the tangerine crate and replied, "Her Majesty doesn't need your thanks," Li Mu asked, puzzled. "What else does Her Majesty want then?" he thought to himself. "I've already offered everything I possibly can. Don't tell me Her Majesty is giving me these 2 crates of tangerines just to make some outrageous demand." A dark thought began to cross his mind. Mai Wei said sternly, From now on, whether you're simmering soup or cooking noodles in the imperial kitchen, you must bring it to Changla Palace first, Li Mu asked in surprise. Is this Her Majesty's intention? Sister Mai tilted her head and asked him. Her Majesty's heart is as vast as the heavens. You think she'd actually get mad just because you brought her soup a bit late? Hearing this, Li Mu forced a smile and replied, I understand. From now on, whatever I do, I'll think of Her Majesty first, how about that? But he still had his doubts. As Mai Wei was about to leave, Li Mu muttered under his breath, Only Sister Mai would believe that. No one understands how stingy Her Majesty can be better than I do.
Those words were quickly overheard by Mai Wei, who immediately shot a sharp glare at Li Mu.
Mai Wei sternly grabbed Li Mu's head and questioned, Hey! What's with that tone? It's as if Her Majesty is forcing you to deliver to her first. Li Mu, feeling guilty, stammered,
I am perfectly willing, happy to prioritize Her Majesty. Mai Wei, satisfied, turned and said, That's more like it.
Li Mu looked at her, silently appraising.
Sister Mai's been acting weirder and weirder these days. If this keeps up, I'm afraid she'll have a tough time getting married off.
Li Mu flipped through a few small notebooks in front of him, silently calculating. The official document is almost written, but it still needs the approval of the Vice Director of the Central Secretariat and the Director of the Central Secretariat. Then it needs to be reviewed by the Chancellery, and finally handed over to the Department of State Affairs for execution. With all these layers of control, the only person I can win over is Lord Liu.
Cut to the Yamen. Liu Yi was working quietly when suddenly Li Mudi approached, placing 2 tangerines firmly on the table. Li Mudi picked one up warmly and said to him, Lord Liu, take a short break, have a tangerine. Seeing Li Mudi appear, he exclaimed in surprise, Lord Li.
Liu Yi held the tangerine in his hand, slowly analyzing. It's not yet the season for ripe tangerines, but it seems some trees in Nan Commandery bear fruit a month earlier. However, these spirit tangerines are only used as tribute items.
Li Mu smiled and replied, Lord Liu has a discerning eye indeed. These are tribute tangerines bestowed by Her Majesty, Liu Yi happily continued. Lord Li is truly enviable. Every year there aren't even enough of these spirit tangerines to go around in the palace. It's even harder for us external officials to get any. During the late emperor's time, only the empress and the imperial noble consort would get 1 crate each. For this kind of genuine article, 1 fruit is enough for me. I never thought I'd be able to taste the flavor of these spirit tangerines from my hometown here in Shendunyu. Li Mu said generously, Lord Liu, please eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, I still have more. Her Majesty granted me 2 whole crates. Liu Yi slowly peeled the tangerine, thinking as he did so. Back then, the Empress Dowager and the Grand Imperial Consort were so favored by the late Emperor, and yet they only received a total of 2 crates. Her Majesty actually gave Li Mu 2 crates directly. She truly favors only him among all the court officials. He popped a segment into his mouth, marveling inwardly. As expected of carefully cultivated tribute spirit tangerines, if a mortal could eat one, they wouldn't suffer from any illness for 3 years. After he finished eating the spirit tangerine, Li Muni presented an official document saying, I almost forgot there's an official document here that needs Lord Liu's signature. He calmly said, Let me see. But when he opened the document, his whole body instantly stiffened. Liu Yi stammered in confusion. Lord Li, the content of this document. Liu Yi guiltily looked up at Li Mu and said, I only ate half of your tangerine. Li Mu, however, smiled slyly and said, Lord Liu, this is a tribute spirit tangerine carefully cultivated in Nan Commandery. If a mortal can eat one, they won't suffer from any illness for 3 years. Liu Yi, out of options, composed himself a bit, and then asked Li Mu Shio, Has Lord Li thought this through carefully? Li Mu Shi tossed the tangerine up and caught it decisively, saying, This humble official once had a grand aspiration, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the common people. How can I stand by and watch a hero of Great Zhou be harmed by villains, leaving such a shameful stain on history? Liu Yi was finally won over by Li Mu Yu. He held out his hand and said, You have to give me 2 more tribute tangerines. Li Mu understood and said, Many thanks, Lord Liu. He calmly said, No need for thanks. This document still has a long way to go up the submission chain. My signature is useless.
He said thoughtfully, Please trouble Lord Liu to pass this document to the Lord Director of the Central Secretariat. He picked up the tangerine peel and said to him, Lord Liu, I'll just conveniently throw this peel away for you. Liu Yi, feeling it was a waste, called out, Lord Liu, wait a moment, let this official keep this spirit tangerine peel to steep in water and drink.
Li Mu smiled generously and said, If Milord wants more tangerines, feel free to come to my place. He thought to himself, These tangerine peels are good stuff too. Him is main. After finishing these tangerines, I'll collect all the peels. In the future, whenever I visit Liu Yi for work, I'll gift him a few. The Liu clan is one of the oldest families in Great Zhou, ranked 9th. Although their influence in court isn't as strong as the Zhao or Zhu clans, they can't be underestimated. Anyway, I'm not expecting the Department of Review to pass this document. I just want those people to know about Ling Yi's case from back then.
I've taken the case. His face at this moment had nothing but 2 words written all over it: resolute and tenacious. The next morning, before the afternoon meeting even started, the officials were already buzzing. Have you heard? Li Mu requested to reinvestigate Li Yi's case, and it was pushed back by the Department of State Affairs. If he keeps causing trouble, once the new and old factions lose their patience, he'll be the next Li Yi. Those old fogies in the Department of State Affairs only care about the stability of the court. They couldn't care less if Li Yi died unjustly.
A thorough investigation of this old case would cause great chaos for both the old and new factions, which isn't beneficial for overall stability. He's just daydreaming. I doubt Her Majesty still favors him. If Her Majesty ignores the big picture for Li Mu's sake, indulging a favorite official who causes chaos, then if he's not eliminated, the Great Zhou dynasty won't have peace. While gossiping, some officials even sneaked glances at Li Mu's sake. Li Mu frowned, thinking to himself,
"They should be here soon, right? Up above?" Mei Wei whispered to Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing this, Li Mu thought, "People from the White Cloud Mountain are here."
Her Majesty the Queen showed no surprise and said, "Summon him." Mei Wei accepted the order and immediately announced the summons.
A moment later, Xuan Zhenzi strode in with imposing dignity. Seeing this, the officials in the hall had another opportunity to gossip. White Cloud Mountain's Daoist robe, the second-generation disciple of the Fulu sect, could he be the chief seat of a certain peak?
What's the chief seat of the Fulu sect doing in the divine capital?
Xuan Zhenzi stopped politely and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen,"
she sternly asked. Daoist Xuan Zhenzi, what brings you to the divine capital? Xuan Zhenzi solemnly replied, "This humble Daoist is ordered by the sect leader to come here for the sake of senior brother the sect leader's personal disciple, Lianqing."
Her Majesty the Queen then asked, "That Lianqing has killed many court officials and is a wanted criminal of the court. Does the Fulu sect intend to shield her?" Xuan Zhenzi firmly replied, "That is not the case. The Fulu sect supports the Great Zhou dynasty. If a disciple of the Fulu sect breaks the law, the court can handle it according to the law." He paused for a beat and then loudly proclaimed, "But senior brother the sect leader learned that more than 10 years ago, the entire Li Shidi's family died unjustly. We hope the court can also, according to the law, give her an explanation, and at the same time give our Fulu sect an explanation."
The officials in the hall were drenched in cold sweat, their faces as white as a sheet. Li Mu frowned, thinking, the Fulu sect's influence spreads throughout the Great Zibao. It's also a sturdy shield against the demon domains and monster kingdoms in the north that the Great Ziperu fears. The court can only show goodwill and can't afford to fall out with them. Even if they refuse to reinvestigate the case, they must show the Fulu sect the sincerity of the court.
Another official, looking timid and fearful, said, "Your ma." Before he could finish, Prince Xiao loudly snapped, "What kind of reasoning is that? The Great Zhou court belongs to the Great Zhou. The court doesn't need to explain its actions to others. What is the Fulu sect? How dare you lecture the court?" The surrounding officials blanched.
They thought, why is Prince Xiao talking to the chief seat of the Fulu sect like that? How is this going to end well? Xuan Zhenzi also activated his anger mode and questioned in a deep voice, "Is this the attitude of the Great Zhou court?"
"Yes." Prince Xiao, as if someone poked his talkative nerve, took a deep breath, ready to continue arguing. However, another official rushed forward and grabbed him, saying, "Your Highness, please be careful with your words." He frantically frowned, thinking, if we offend the Fulu sect, the White Cloud Mountain will no longer guard the north, and the demon domains and monster kingdoms will invade the Great Zhou like entering an uninhabited land. At that time, the Great Zhou will be like a living hell.
Another official anxiously thought, Prince Shu's words have directly left the court with no way out. This time, even if the court doesn't want to investigate, they have no choice but to do so. Li Mu smirked, thinking, no position is irreplaceable, it just comes at a price. But without the Fulu sect, the court couldn't possibly send out 3 7th realm experts, more than 10 6th realm experts, and countless 5th and 4th realm experts to guard the northwest. That would consume too much of the court's strength. Xuan Zhenzi solemnly saluted and said, If this is the intention of the Great Zhou court, then this humble Daoist will return to White Cloud Mountain and convey the court's meaning to senior brother the sect leader. Her Majesty the Queen then spoke up. Daoist Xuan Zhenzi misunderstands. Her Majesty the Queen directly said, "This case is very important. I hope Daoist Xuan Zhenzi will wait 2 more days for the court to deliberate." Before replying to the Fulu sect, Xuan Zhenzi also compromised and replied, "In 3 days, I will return to White Cloud Mountain. Within these 3 days, I will await the court's answer."
A moment later, Xuan Zhenzi left. Her Majesty the Queen then ordered the officials not to underestimate the Fulu sect.
The 3 departments should discuss this matter together and report the results of the discussion to her within 2 days.
The officials below unanimously shouted, "Understood!" The Grand Secretary and the Minister of State gnashed their teeth, thinking, Prince Xiao's rude words to the chief seat of the Fulu sect have pushed the relationship between the court and the Fulu sect to the brink of danger. If we can't make an effort to make up for it, I'm afraid the rift will be difficult to repair. The court will be temporarily chaotic, but it will eventually stabilize. Cutting off relations with the Fulu sect, even if the court stabilizes, it won't be able to naturally find a powerful ally like the Fulu sect.
Switching scenes to a day later, inside the prison cell, Lian Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Since when did I become a disciple of the sect leader?" Lian Mu happily recounted. "Without such status, the court wouldn't even care. But this isn't just a temporary plan. After you leave this place, you will be a true disciple of the sect leader."
Li Qing confidently said in silence, "How could the sect leader accept me as a disciple?" Li Mu frowned and said, "He has no choice but to accept you. Now everyone knows you're his disciple. When you return to White Cloud Mountain, we'll have to make up for the disciple acceptance ceremony." Li Qing still didn't understand and asked, "But why would the sect leader do this?" Li Mu rubbed his nose and embarrassedly recounted, "A lot has happened during the time you weren't here. In short, I'm now also a second-generation disciple of the Fulu sect. He still has to give me that little bit of face."
Li Qing asked in surprise, Then I have to call you martial uncle?" Li Mu Chang pouted and replied, "That's not important. Technically, I'm also Han Yan's martial uncle, aren't we?" Li Mu held out his hand and blankly counted. "In short, we can be flexible. Later, in front of the sect leader and the chief seats, you call me martial uncle. When no one's around, I'll call you boss." Hearing this, Li Muqing couldn't help but hold back her laughter.
After visiting Lian Qing, he also returned. Li Mu walked while calculating, wanting to save Lian Qing but still having to stay within the rules.
This isn't easy. Right now is just taking a small step, and the road ahead will be even more difficult. His own face in front of the court officials isn't worth much. Li Mu clenched his hand into a fist and placed it on his forehead, still pondering in his heart. If it weren't for the Fulu sect's sake, those court officials wouldn't be willing to reinvestigate the old case. Face must be commensurate with strength. His strength only lies in divine powers. All the status and power he has now is thanks to the Queen's grace. Without the Queen, he's nothing.
The best plan is still to hug the Queen's thigh tightly and increase his own strength. Li Mu scratched his head as he thought and walked straight ahead. A moment later, Her Majesty the Queen was strolling on the corridor when she suddenly smelled a fragrance that made her exclaim,
"So fragrant! Did Liang Mu bring the meal?"
It was indeed so. As soon as she sat down at the table, Mei Wei brought a food box over and said, "Your Majesty has returned. It's perfect timing. Li Mu just brought today's afternoon meal." Mei Wei quickly opened the box, and a rich aroma emanated from within. Looking at the delicious food and the tempting aroma in front of her, Her Majesty the Queen was extremely satisfied. Suddenly, she looked at the stack of memorials beside her. There was a piece of paper left by Li Mu. Her Majesty curiously picked it up. Surprised, she thought to herself, "Li Mu wrote all the political suggestions mentioned in the memorials for me."
She smiled gently, thinking, "If I always had someone like this by my side, someone who could handle the court and the kitchen, who could cook and make soup for me, and I just needed to protect him, then continuing to be the emperor wouldn't be so bad, actually." Her Majesty looked down at the eunuchs below, thinking to herself, "It's a pity that Li Musen is already married. Otherwise, keeping him in the palace for life would be a pretty good option."
A moment later, Li Mu, who was happily writing, suddenly felt a chill, especially in that area. Li Mu was puzzled, thinking, "I don't sense any danger." At this time, Her Majesty the Queen, under the guise of Mei Wei, arrived. She asked, confused, "Why do you have such an expression?" Li Mu turned to look at her and asked, "It's nothing. What brings you here, Sister Mei?" Her Majesty replied, "Can't I come and visit if I have nothing to do?" Her Majesty asked him curiously, "What are you writing?" Li Muxi replied leisurely. A script. Sister Macy, there's tea in the pot. Help yourself. She walked to Li Muxi's side, looked at the script he was writing, and read a few lines.
A Zhou family official from the previous dynasty was framed by treacherous officials for offending powerful people, and suffered the misfortune of extermination. The Zhou family's orphan was lucky to survive, and avenged his family after growing up. This story is quite interesting. Her Majesty glanced at Liao Mui and asked with a curious expression, Liao Mui, I've read the Liaozhai you wrote. Don't tell me you have a special fascination with some kind of demons. Li Mula pouted and replied, That was written by Pu Songling. What does it have to do with me? Her Majesty tilted her head and said, The Imperial Guards want to investigate something. Nothing is impossible. Hearing this, Li Mughal leaned back with an extremely provocative look and said, Then, ask the Imperial Guards to help me investigate the case of Lord Li Yi back then. No need to bother the Court of the Imperial Clan and the Great Court of Revision. Her Majesty coughed and said, The Imperial Guards haven't been established for long. How can they investigate something from more than a decade ago? She reminded him with curiosity. Oh right, you still haven't answered my question.
Li Mu wiggled his ears and said casually, Of course I don't have that special fascination. I'm just treating everyone equally. In Liaozhai, there are not only demons but also human women. Why do you only see demons? Her Majesty narrowed her eyes and said, So, that's how it is. I thought you had some intentions towards Xiao Bai. Li Mu frowned and said, Why are you saying so many strange things today? Just like His Majesty. He used a face that was 3 parts annoying and 7 parts assessing to say to Her Majesty in the guise of Mei Wei, You really are becoming more and more like His Majesty lately. That's not a good thing. You're different from His Majesty. Learning from her will delay your life. If you don't do it well, you'll really be lonely for the rest of your life.
Her Majesty asked again in a loud voice, Then tell me, what's the difference between me and His Majesty? Li Mu pondered and replied, Even if His Majesty weren't the emperor, she'd be a famous beauty in Chengdu. Whether she's arrogant and willful or gentle and moving, there would be no shortage of people who like her. She felt that she looked very beautiful. After asking this question, he thought to himself, It's because of Sister Mei that I'm saying these heartfelt words. If it were Shengguan Li, whether she's lonely for the rest of her life or not has nothing to do with me. I wouldn't say such offensive words. Maybe Sister Mei will understand my good intentions. Her Majesty asked in surprise, You think His Majesty is very beautiful? Li Mu tilted his head and asked back, Don't you think so? Her Majesty was very happy to be praised, but she still had to restrain herself. She hesitated and said, I naturally feel that way. Li Mu received the answer and lowered his head to write diligently without looking up and said, If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. I have to finish it before going to the yamen. Her Majesty also left. As soon as she went out the door, she took off her disguise. With an extremely satisfied expression, she thought to herself, Li Mu is working so hard, I'll have Mei Wei bring him a basket of tribute mandarin oranges later. Li Mu went back hugging the Yangling mandarin oranges after being rewarded. He thought to himself, Forced persuasion, creating public opinion. I've done everything to reinvestigate Liao Yi's case. I'll just wait slowly for the next thing to happen. Inside the Liai residence, Liu Hanyan was concentrating on playing the zither. Seeing Li Mu come back with the familiar Yangling mandarin oranges in his hand, she asked, Did His Majesty reward you with spiritual mandarin oranges again? Li Mu put the Yangling spiritual mandarin oranges on the table and said, Yeah, His Majesty occasionally rewards me with something. These spiritual mandarin oranges are very delicious, so eat more. Liu Hanyan stood up and replied, I know. How's the matter of Li Butu going? Li Mu skillfully peeled the mandarin oranges for Liu Hanyan, fed her a piece and said, The Imperial Court has called the Court of the Imperial Clan and the Great Court of Revision to reinvestigate. Everything is going according to plan. Liu Hanyan asked again, She left you back then to avenge her family, right? Li Mu replied silently. She left the Fu Lu sect without telling anyone because she didn't want to implicate the sect, or us.
Liu Hanyan lowered her eyes, hesitated with some thought, and said, If Li Butu hadn't left back then, could it be that? Liv Moon understood her intention and hugged her tightly in his arms, gently saying, What ifs are useless. We would have been husband and wife already. My 20 years of Yuan Yang essence has been given to you. What are you still worried about? Liu Hanyan said silently. I worry that after you meet Li Butu again, you won't need me anymore. She was clearly the first person you met, and also the first person you liked. Li Mu was surprised, but he suddenly understood something in his heart. Perhaps I've been too busy with Liai Qing's affairs recently, and didn't pay attention to her, which made her feel insecure. He hugged her even tighter. Li Mu said firmly, What are you thinking? You can't say that. Where am I going to find a second person with such a young and pure yin body?
who is so beautiful, so talented, and can go to the court in the kitchen. You will always be the first wife of the Li family.
In the future, whoever enters this house will have to listen to you." These words of Li Muyan made Liu Hanyan cry with emotion.
Suddenly she realized something, and released Li Mushen and asked, "What did you say? Will there be someone else in the house in the future?" Li Mu said guiltily. "I was just giving an example,"
she asked seriously. "Who were you thinking of in your heart when you were giving the example?" While he was flustered and didn't know how to explain, Zhang Chun's voice rang out outside the gate. "Is Li Mu home?" He immediately seized the opportunity, said to Liu Hanyan, and ran outside. "Lao Zhang is here. There must be something important. I'll go open the door for him first." Liu Hanyan snorted coldly and said, "Consider yourself lucky to run away quickly." A moment later, the two were striding down the road. Li Mu sighed and said to Zhang Chun, "It's a good thing you came to find me. Otherwise my ending would have been extremely miserable." Zhang Chun also continued, "How am I any different? My wife is at home every day, scolding my daughter or scolding me. I really can't stand it anymore." Li Mu didn't chat for too long. He turned and asked, "That's right. What did you come to me for? Is there any progress in the case?" Master Zhang frowned and said, "It's bad news. Yesterday the only official who has been working for decades in the Ministry of Personnel was found dead at home. Moreover, he died of old age." He also found it strange and said, "How can there be such a coincidence in the world?"
Zhang Chun began to analyze. Although the imperial court has compromised this time, it is only a superficial compromise, and the court of the imperial clan and the great court of revision will not spend too much effort. If those petty officials who left the Ministry of Personnel were still alive, perhaps a breakthrough could be found on them, but those people all died in the hands of Li Butu. However, Li Mutua didn't think so. He analyzed with a serious face. Even if the boss didn't kill those people, as long as the imperial court wants to reinvestigate Li Yi's old case, those people will accidentally and die for various reasons in the next few days. While the two were discussing, someone suddenly came over. Li Mu was surprised when he looked at him. Chu Chong, he said to Li Mu with a ferocious face with 7 parts anger, "Give up, Li Mu. If you continue like this, Lin Yi's ending will be your ending." After speaking, he strode past him. Li Mu was extremely tough. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him and said, "I'm not you. I will never abandon her forever."
With that, Li Mu and Zhang Chun left. Zhu Zhong remained standing there, watching their backs as they disappeared. Suddenly he muttered to himself, "If that's the case, then I can finally rest easy." Finally, the day for announcing the verdict arrived. The eunuch's voice echoed in the grand hall. "Reporting to your majesty, the evidence in Li Yi's case from back then was absolutely conclusive. To reopen it now is already an exception. Furthermore, the Court of Imperial Clan Affairs and the Court of Judicial Review have found no clues in their joint investigation. We cannot continue to waste the court's resources on this case any longer." The Minister of Public Works, Zhu Chuan, also spoke up. "The Fulu Division wanted to investigate this case, and the court has indulged them, which should be enough of an explanation for them. The court has its dignity, and cannot be coerced by them any further." Li Mu, upon hearing these two, thought, "The officials from both the old and new factions are showing their unwillingness to reinvestigate. Clearly, they see that there are no witnesses, and are joining forces to completely close Li Yi's case." Li Mu refused to stand idly by. He stepped forward and said seriously. Before he could finish, a loud voice resounded throughout the hall. "Zhu Zhong removes his official hat," he said solemnly. "This humble subject is guilty." He knelt down, groveling, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this subject is guilty." Li Mu's eyes widened, and he thought in surprise, "Zhu Zhong, what is he planning?" A while later, at the Court of Imperial Clan Affairs, a sky-shaking roar echoed. "No sense of righteousness? A disgraceful death? Damn Zhu Zhong, are you crazy? I knew it. This Zhu Zhong is inherently disgusting and cannot be trusted." This commotion reached Lian Qing's prison cell. She curiously asked Li Mu, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Li Mu somberly recounted. "Just now, in court, Zhu Zhong confessed before His Majesty and all the officials that he participated in the plot to frame your father all those years ago. Currently, the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Public Works, and the Vice Minister of the Right have all been arrested and brought here." Recalling the scene in court, Zhu Zhong knelt down and stated clearly, 14 years ago this subject was lured by Chen Jian, the director of the Ministry of Personnel, including Gao Hong, the director of the Ministry of Personnel, and Zhao Yun, the vice minister of the right, to jointly frame Li Yi, the vice minister of the left, for treason and collusion with rebels. Ling Qing was stunned, and she stammered, "Why? Why would he do that? He didn't frame my father. Everything he did was for their ideals, for the day they could overturn the verdict for my father.
How could Li Mu not know? He said calmly. I know. Don't worry, I will report this to His Majesty. Although it may not be enough for a special pardon, it may at least spare him from death. Tears streamed down Li Mu Qing's face as she stood up abruptly and asked Li Mu, has he been arrested too? Li Mu nodded in response. Yes, but he's being held separately from the others. I'll go see him later. Do you have any words for him? Li Mu Qing turned her face away in pain and replied, no, go see him.
Inside the dark prison, a stark contrast to Lian Qing's cell, Li Mu walked in, stood before Zhu Zhong, and said, I didn't think you'd actually step forward. Zhu Zhong leaned against the wall and asked Li Mu in a relaxed tone, if you had actually uncovered something, would I need to step forward? Li Mu said seriously, this isn't your style. To realize your ideals, you have to protect yourself. That's what you taught me. Zhu Zhong kept his eyes closed as he calmly recounted, it's been 14 years. If Li Yi's case is given a conclusive verdict a second time, there will be absolutely no chance to overturn the verdict again. This time may be the only opportunity. Back then, he and I touched the interests of the upper-class nobility and vehemently opposed the late emperor's granting of gold medals for immunity from death. Neither the court officials nor the emperor could tolerate us. He was framed for treason and collusion with rebels, even though there wasn't enough evidence. But all they needed was a reason. Before he died, he entrusted Liu Qing to me, telling me to protect myself first and then slowly complete our grand cause. For the sake of the grand cause, one could abandon everything. Li Mu pondered for a moment and then asked, is this why you abandoned her? Zhu Zhong said silently. At least before you brought the Fulu division, I had no other choice. Li Mu looked at Zhu Zhong and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Zhu Zhong was a man with steadfast goals and was extremely rational. In the eyes of people like him, relatives and friends were not as important as the grand cause in their hearts and could be sacrificed at any time. I admire his ambition and patience, but I also don't want to get close to people like him. He then asked, didn't you ultimately abandon your dream? Zhu Zhong opened his eyes, filled with light, and looked at Li Mu before saying, it wouldn't be right to call it abandoning. I believe that what I haven't accomplished will be done by someone else, and they will do it even better. He extended his hand and said earnestly, the flame of dreams will never be extinguished. As long as there's a spark, the firewood will continue to be passed on. Li Mu averted his gaze and said, don't look at me like that, he thought to himself. Don't tell me he's thinking of making me his successor. Zhu Zhong closed his eyes again and recounted. Back then, the late emperor granted 13 gold medals for immunity from death. 3 have been used up in recent years, and adding 1 from the imperial concubine and 2 from the Zhu family, there are still 7 left. These 7 tokens will likely be used up to 6, with the last one in the hands of Prince Xiao. These things shouldn't have existed in the first place, and probably won't be seen again in the future. After speaking for a while, Zhu Zhong changed his tone and said to Li Mu, go now. This official is tired. The prison of the Court of Imperial Clan Affairs is a very good place to sleep. Li Mu Hai didn't linger any longer and turned to leave, his mind still in turmoil. I should cook a few more dishes for His Majesty today. After all, protecting Zhu Zhong is no small matter. If I want to plead for him, I'll have to put in some effort. Switching to Chengla Palace, Li Mu placed a plate of delicious food on the table, quickly pouring a cup of hot tea for Her Majesty the Queen. Mei Wei was puzzled by these actions and thought, why is Li Mu so attentive today? Her Majesty the Queen looked at him and said, there are no outsiders here. You can sit down too. Li Mu replied in a thoughtful tone. It's fine for me to stand. If Your Majesty has any orders, just tell me. Seeing that he was acting strangely, Her Majesty the Queen asked, why are you treating me so well today? Li Mu Kri retorted, have I not been treating Your Majesty well before? Her Majesty the Queen frowned and said, that's not what I meant. She pointed to the seat beside her and said, sit down. I don't want to eat alone. Li Mua obediently sat down. He thought to himself, I haven't made any mistakes today, and I've been serving her so diligently. I'm even eating with her, and she seems to be in a good mood. It should be okay to mention Zhu Zhong's matter now, right? Li Mu picked up a piece of food and asked Her Majesty the Queen, how do you plan to deal with Zhu Zhong? Her Majesty the Queen frowned and said, behead him according to the law. Li Mu placed the piece of food in her bowl and said, but he confessed voluntarily and even exposed his accomplices. That should count as a contribution. Shouldn't he be punished leniently? Li Mu said in a probing tone. Her Majesty the Queen handed over a memorial and said, this is the memorial that the Chancellery just submitted. Take a look. Li Mu opened the memorial, read through it, and made a mental assessment. Inside, it linked a series of cases of old faction officials that Zhu Zhong had shielded over the years, and summed up, he could be convicted of the serious crime of abusing his power for personal gain and perverting the law. It seemed that Zhu Zhong's actions of harming the enemy 10,000, hurting oneself 800, had completely angered the people behind the old faction. The old and new factions had rarely joined forces to push him to his death.
Her Majesty the Queen said seriously. Adding up all these crimes, it's enough for him to die twice. Li Mu folded the memorial, his face clearly pensive. After thinking for a while, he stood up and respectfully said to Her Majesty the Queen,
"This subject believes that although what Zhu Zhong did in the past was against the law, there were unavoidable reasons behind it.
His good friend was wronged and died tragically. He had no way to seek justice through the court. How despairing that must have been. In order to correct the wrongful conviction for his friend, he went against his principles and endured humiliation until today, earning the praise and respect of the people. If the court ignores the reasons and sentences him to death, I fear it will not be able to convince the public."
Her Majesty, sensing Li Mu's intentions, asked, "So, you've come here to beg for mercy for Zhu Zhong?" This caused Li Mu's tail, which normally stayed hidden, to wag like crazy in front of the queen, startling her. She was speechless, then just pointed her chopsticks at Li Mu and said, all right, I get it, okay. Is that what you want? Eat up."
Li Mu chirped, his eyes crinkling into a smile. I knew Her Majesty was the best to me, Li Mu thought to himself. If I'd known I could solve this by acting cute, I wouldn't have needed to come up with so many reasons. Maybe this is what it feels like, to have someone you can rely on because you're favored. For this favor, I'm willing to be Her Majesty's little cotton-padded jacket for life.
Li Mu immediately switched to enthusiastic service mode, constantly piling food into Her Majesty's bowl. As he served, he said, "Your Majesty, try this dish. It's a new one that I researched especially for you." The queen was subdued by his enthusiasm. She calmly said, "I can only spare his life. He will no longer be a Ministry of Justice vice minister, and he must leave the divine capital, never to return." Li Mu grinned. "Saving his life is enough." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After leaving Changla Palace, Li Mu Shong was still deep in thought. Being able to get leniency and avoid directly executing Zhu Zhong was already the limit of what he could do. Consider it an answer to Li Poiqing. If he pushed for more, it would put the queen in a difficult position. Even though she is the emperor, she could directly pardon Zhu Zhong and Li Qing with a single word. But I still hope the imperial court has its order.
I also won't let her go down the same old path as the late emperor. Night fell, and the lights inside the Li Manor were lit. Liu Hanyan sat on a chair reading a script as she said, "The Orphan of Zhao that you wrote recently is very popular. All the major theaters are performing it. The popularity is on par with Dewey's Grievance back then." Li Mu massaged his wife's shoulders and said casually,
"Yunyan Pavilion has been performing the play for free during this time. Are you losing money?" Liu Hanyan said happily, "Yunyan Pavilion isn't just a theater. Besides, even though watching the play is free, we still charge for tea and food." "Don't worry," Li Mu said silently. "Thank you for supporting me, Hanyan." She turned around gently and said to him, "We're husband and wife. Your affairs are my affairs. Besides, I also want to do something for Lord Li Yi." She was forced to and had no choice. Liu Hanyan's words were hesitant as she spoke. Li Muqi pulled a chair and sat next to her. He rubbed his nose and said, "Today, a court official submitted a memorial, hoping the court would quickly resolve the assassination case of the 5 officials. Once Li Muqi's case is closed, the attention of both the old and new parties will shift to Li Muqing." Liu Hanyan asked curiously, "Has Lord Li's case been judged?" Li Mushish replied quietly, "Of the 7 masterminds, 6 have gold medals of impunity, so they were only deprived of their titles and positions. Only 1 did not have a gold medal of impunity, and was sentenced to be beheaded." Remembering the scene at that time, Chen Jian was dragged away, screaming madly, "You have no morals, you will die badly," Li Musi bluntly assessed. He had no more value to be exploited, so he was abandoned without hesitation. A tiger lost its skin, ultimately only harming himself. Liu Hanyan was also very indignant about this, so she said, "Doing the wrong thing should come at a price. It's just convenient for those people with the gold medal of impunity. In the end, the lives of Li Yi's whole family aren't even worth those worthless cards." Li Mu continued, "Zhu Zhong was exiled to a remote place. That place is desolate and dangerous, and the criminals there are generally regarded as sacrifices. Even the 5th realm only has death and no life. But this is the limit I can do." Liu Hanyan asked again, "What about Shu Wanmin? Now their attention has turned to her. There's not much time left, right?" Li Mu replied with a smile. "Senior brother sect leader has notified most of the branch sects to help me obtain the petitions of 10,000 people from the counties.
The process is now more than halfway complete, and soon we will be able to save her. Liu Hanyan was silent again. She hesitated to ask Li Muku, "What are you going to do after you save her?"
Li Mu turned around in surprise and was about to answer, but before the words could leave his mouth, Liu Hanyan covered his mouth with her hand and said, "Forget it, don't say anything." Li Mu hugged Liu Hanyan again and said gently, "No matter what happens, you are still my wife, and I will always put you first." Liu Hanyan's face was sad, and she gritted her teeth in her heart, thinking that she had nowhere else to go, but if she really let her come here, she would be unwilling. After thinking for a while, she pinched Li Mu's waist hard and scolded. "It's all your fault!" Li Mu screamed in confusion. He thought to himself, "Did I say anything wrong? Why is Hanyan suddenly angry?" The more Liu Hanyan thought about it, the more unwilling she was. She pinched Li Mu hard again and shouted, "Li Mu, you idiot!" Cut to outside Yanyun Pavilion. Bai Jing, passing by, couldn't help but talk. The Yanyun Pavilion's theater has not charged for performances for nearly 2 days, a guest there also said. However, only The Orphan of Zhao is performed every day. Now that I mention it, the new notice posted under the city wall is very similar to the play Orphan of Zhao. The official Zhao in the drama is Li Yi, the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was exterminated by Zhu Di for treason and colluding with the enemy 14 years ago. The queen announced his injustice to 36 counties of the Great Zhou. His daughter was imprisoned for avenging her father, and I don't know how the court will deal with her. Another commoner raised his voice and said loudly, "What else can be done? Definitely a death sentence. After all, she violated the law." Another person shouted unwillingly, "Fuck the law. Is the law used to protect murderers? The law cannot return justice to others. Is it not allowed to people to demand justice themselves? Why can those people continue to enjoy wealth and glory after harming people and destroying their families? You die unjustly, and even the last bloodline cannot be left behind." The guest just now spoke again. "The so-called law is basically only used to restrain the common people. These nobles don't take the law seriously at all, and they can escape death with a card. In their eyes, we common people are no different from animals that can be killed at will." After the guest finished speaking, he looked at the commoners next to him. This person seemed to understand what he meant, and stood up and shouted, "If that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice left. Why don't we use a bloodletter to protest to the court and protect that lord's bloodline? What do you think?" When the people heard this, they shouted in unison, "I agree! My family sells cloth. Bloodletters must use cloth. Let me take it. I'm going back to invite the village leader to mobilize the people of the whole village." One person said to another like that, and the people came to participate in writing the bloodletter. After writing the bloodletter, the people gave it to the troupe. The singer took the bloodletter and shouted, "The petition of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people short. Everyone sign your name here. Contribute to protecting the bloodline of the loyal minister." The people didn't think much, and went straight up and stamped their own blood on the 10,000 people petition. After a while, CAG held a stack of petitions and nodded. "It's probably enough." Suddenly, 2 people in red clothes appeared from the sky and landed, shouting, "Imperial Palace envoys." They ordered arrogantly, "Leave the petition of 10,000 people, and you can let you go." But this Xi singer did not show any fear, and even gave a faint smile. Just after a moment, the 2 palace envoys were tied to the base of the tree, and had their mouths gagged. One of the 2 singers looked at the 2 palace officials in front of him, and said, "I didn't expect that we, the dignified disciples of the Fulu sect, would also go out and sing songs. The person the court wants to execute is a disciple of the elder's true person, and also our junior uncle. It is our duty to save him." Didn't you see, even the old geezer master himself went into action? The guy next to him calmly reminded him, "Shut up. We've collected enough 10,000 people petitions from this district. Let's head back and hand it over. We'll each get a did-rank talisman. With such a sweet deal, we gotta hand in as much as possible." Back at Li Mu's place, Daoist Yu Zhenzi was standing in the courtyard. With a wave of her hand, thousands of 10,000 people petitions were released. The petitions swirled in the wind, filled with bloody fingerprints. Liu Hanyan was also overwhelmed by these papers. Having to shield herself with her hands, Li Muchu stood before the 10,000 people petitions neatly arranged before him, feeling a bit complicated. Li Mu touched a petition, and it immediately radiated light, along with intense emotion. Li Mu thought to himself, "These are the 10,000 people petitions from 36 districts." After checking, Li Mu then kept the 10,000 people petitions in his sleeves. He gratefully said to Daoist Yu Zhenzi, "Many thanks, senior sister." Yu Zhenzi calmly said. Sect leader senior brother said,
If the Great Zhou dynasty can't distinguish between good and evil, then there's no need for this divine capital to exist. We might as well return to the Fulu sect as soon as possible, to improve our cultivation, and prepare for the succession of the sect leader position. Li Mu responded with a confident smile, I believe in His Majesty. Even though the Great Zhou dynasty isn't worth much, there are still worthy people within the divine capital. The next day at court, Guan Wen kept urging His Majesty to make a decision. Under the circumstance that Lin Yi's case is still unclear, Lin Yi's daughter assassinated 5 court officials. This kind of behavior is just too wicked. If it's not severely punished, it won't be enough to rectify the law, and it won't be enough to establish national prestige. He thought to himself, we've submitted so many documents, but they've all sunk to the bottom of the ocean, without any response. It must be that Li Mu guy who suppressed the documents. Today, I must report this to His Majesty. Zhang Chun also stepped forward, sternly rebutting. This official's words are wrong. Did Lord Li Yi betray the country or not? How could his daughter not know? Those 5 people were all the culprits who framed Lord Li Yi back then. Death is not enough to atone for their crimes. If they were still alive, they should be beheaded now. That official frowned and replied,
The country has national laws. If they are guilty, the court will handle the trial. It's not her place to judge them herself.
Lord Zhang then said, The court. Lord Li Yi was wrongly accused for 14 years. Has the court ever intended to overturn the verdict for him? On the contrary. Those officials who framed him back then, one by one, hold high positions. The highest ranking one has even reached the 3rd or 4th rank. How do you expect people to trust the court? That guy still tried to argue. That's still not a reason for her to kill people. If she is forgiven, then what will be used to rectify the law? Lord Zhang looked annoyed, and he asked him again. Rectify the law, then what will be used to rectify the people's hearts?
Shangguan Li, seeing them arguing without end, sternly shouted, Silence! Her Majesty the Queen then asked, What do you all think?
The officials began to speak one after another. I think that Minister Wang of the Ministry of Personnel is absolutely right. Each case should be handled individually. These 2 cases cannot be combined into one. Lord Li Yi was wronged, but his daughter did violate the law. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice secretly glanced at Li Mu, thinking to himself, After all, the court owes the Li Yi family. If they still want to execute his daughter, then what's the point of overturning the verdict for him? What has happened in court these past few days is due to Li Mu's efforts to promote it. This time, I'm afraid he's also one of the people trying to protect Li Yi's daughter. What will he do?
Li Mu stepped forward, with a calm demeanor, and said, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. Li Mu waved his sleeves, and the 10,000 people petitions from 36 districts poured out. The group of officials there were extremely astonished at this scene. The 10,000 people petitions, and the dark red bloodstains fell right in front of them.
The few officials who were trying to accuse Li Qing just now were sent crashing to the ground by the mind power from the blood petitions. They frantically said, 10,000 people blood petitions. It's the 10,000 people blood petitions that condense the mind power of the common people from 36 districts.
Li Mu stepped forward, standing among those blood petitions, and spoke loudly. Lord Li Yi was loyal to the country and loved the people, but because he was framed by villains, his entire family died unjustly. The court owes the Li family too much. The common people of 36 districts, the blood petitions of 360,000 people, beg your Majesty to show mercy. Li Mu raised the jade tablet and seriously shouted, Beg your Majesty to show mercy. Zhang Chun also added, Beg your Majesty to show mercy. Other officials also shouted loudly, Beg your Majesty to show mercy, beg your Majesty to show mercy, beg your Majesty to show mercy. Even those officials who weren't very willing had to say, Beg your Majesty to show mercy, beg your Majesty to show mercy. Her Majesty the Queen saw the situation turn around, and she smiled, saying, He actually has a way. The 2 leading officials also spoke one after another. The people's will is hard to defy. Li Yi, the Vice Minister of Personnel, has suffered injustice for 14 years, and the people are grieving. This is Li Yi's untimely death, and it's also the court's untimely death. This old minister begs your Majesty to follow the people's will, break the law, and show mercy. The people's will is paramount. Beg your Majesty to follow the people's will, and grant a special pardon to Lord Lina's orphan. The other 2 officials also said,
Although Li Yi's daughter has violated the law, it's because her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and those who were killed were all guilty ministers.
We beg your Majesty to show mercy and not go against the people's will. Her Majesty the Queen naturally agreed. She raised her hand and loudly declared, If this is the will of the common people of 36 districts, and all of you are also pleading for her, I cannot stubbornly follow my own will. After the court session, the Zhongshu Ling immediately drafted the amnesty edict. The ministers immediately shouted in unison,
"Understood." Xia Zhao, that's Li Mu, headed straight to the Ministry of Justice's prison. As soon as he got to the entrance, he ordered the guards, "Open the gate!" And just like that, the gloomy gate swung open.
Li Mu casually strolled into the prison, pushing open the door and stepping inside. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Ling Wuqing couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Li Mu reached out his hand to Ling Wuqing, a gentle mix of joy in his voice. "Let's go, we're going home." Ling Wuqing, completely taken aback, exclaimed, "Home." Li Mu took Li Qing's hand and helped her up, saying, "Yeah, home." Li Qing, having been locked up for so long, wasn't used to the bright sunlight and had to shield her eyes. Together she and Li Muqi walked side by side, leaving the Ministry of Justice's prison behind. The common folks, spotting them, cheered with excitement. "It's Lord Li Kai." So the court finally pardoned her. The lady beside him is the daughter of Lord Li Kai. Lord Li Kai has descendants now. Li Qing, walking amidst the cheers, was still confused. "Why was I pardoned?" Li Mu happily recounted. "I presented the petition signed by the people of 36 prefectures. They had no choice. Han Yan and the others are waiting for us at home. Let's go back first." Li Qing listened without replying, simply following closely behind. They arrived back at the Liao Manor. The two paused in front of the gate for a moment. Ye Qing looked at the sign above, her eyes welling up with tears. "I'm really back." Liao Mu casually pushed open the gate, and someone was already waiting inside. Liu Hanyan, seeing the two, smiled gently. "Welcome home." Liu Hanyan walked over and said to Lian Qing, "Clothes have been prepared in the guest room for you to change into. Come on, I'll take you there." Lian Qing looked hesitantly at Li Mu, who smiled back. "Go on." Li Mu went into his room, focusing on his cultivation. He unleashed the psychic power within his body, muttering, "The psychic power within me is saturated. I need to cultivate quickly." Soon after, a change occurred within the Li Manor. A blinding pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Those nearby, seeing the strange phenomenon, rushed out to watch. The nearby commoners were shocked and began discussing it. "Someone's breaking through. And it's coming from the Li Manor." That familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating the path of psychic power? Just like Li Yi back then? No wonder he's so young, yet his cultivation speed is so fast. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Inside the Li Manor, Li Mu sat on his bed, trying his best to condense his psychic power. Surrounded by spirit jades scattered everywhere, Li Mu took a spirit jade from the box, thinking to himself, "The speed of taking out spirit jades can't keep up with the speed of absorption anymore." After a period of intense focus, a beam of light shone on Li Mu's forehead, and he successfully absorbed it. In just a moment, the gathered psychic power orderly poured into his body. Li Mu smiled and exclaimed, "Fifth realm!" He happily walked out of his room, thinking, rescuing Lianqing was both something I had to do, and something that aligned with the will of the people. Thanks to this, the psychic power of the people within me has reached its peak. Borrowing the psychic power to cultivate has also allowed me to break through to the fifth realm in an instant. As he walked outside, he saw Lianqing sitting alone in the courtyard. Li Mu walked over and reached out his hand to her, saying, "Let's go, it's almost time for Zhuzhong to leave." Li Muqing calmly said, "You just broke through, stabilize your realm first, I can go by myself." Li Mu smiled. "No need, I'll go with you." The two quickly went to the city gates. There, Zhuzhong, along with two retainers, was already waiting. Zhuzhong, seeing the two, said, "You've come." He, like an old father, walked over and advised Liao Qing, "In the future you must listen to Li Mu Tai. Don't be so impulsive. He knows how to protect you better than I do." Li Menqing hesitantly replied, "Okay." Unable to hide the sadness on her face, Zhuzhong also teared up. He walked past Li Mu and reminded him, "If you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice to find Wei Ping. He has something I left for you." Wei Ping is a talented person who can be nurtured. Just give him a little promotion, and he can do great things. Also, take good care of Qing dear." Li Mu solemnly replied, "I will." Zhuzhong stepped onto the boat, sighed, and said, "It's time to set sail." Li Qing, now watching his back, couldn't hold back her tears, which fell one by one onto the ground. After seeing Zhuzhong off, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice to retrieve the item. He carefully carried the box in his hand, thinking, "This box is engraved with a sealing rune, although I'm not strong enough to open it yet." He stared intently at the seal on the box. Li Musai brought the box to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, I cannot open it," he thought, "but I can find someone who can." The Empress examined it for a moment and said, "The sealing runes on this box can only be opened by someone in the seventh realm. Who gave you this box?" The Empress easily opened the box, and Li Mu simultaneously replied to her question. "Before his exile, Zhuzhong told me to retrieve it. Inside was a book. Li Mu quickly took out the book, carefully reading each word within it.
He pondered. Everything recorded in here is evidence of the crimes committed by the officials of both factions over the years, Li Mu cautiously said. Your Majesty, what should be done with these people?
Her Majesty the Queen propped her chin and retorted, "What do you think?" Li Mu calmly said.
Your subject believes that the Great Zhou dynasty has been festering for a long time. Court officials form cliques and factions, resorting to all sorts of tricks to suppress those who disagree.
If you want to completely cure this chaotic situation, you need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to promote some confidants.
Seeing that Li Mu's plan was so clear, Her Majesty the Queen said, Then I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu didn't refuse, and immediately replied, Your subject obeys. Her Majesty the Queen turned around and said to him, I'm a little tired. There are still some documents here, can you help me look at them? Li Mu bowed his head and replied,
Your Majesty, rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen should be ready. Her Majesty the Queen leaned her head tiredly, thinking to herself, With Li Mu here, I don't need to worry about court matters for the time being. After thinking for a while, she fell asleep. Suddenly, Her Majesty the Queen opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise,
Am I dreaming? Since entering the seventh realm, I haven't dreamed anymore. What will be in my dream? Her Majesty the Queen curiously strolled around in her dream. After taking a few steps, a voice suddenly rang out.
This Mandarin is very sweet. It's a tribute Mandarin from Jiangnan. Try it. Her Majesty the Queen paused, thinking to herself,
There's someone there. That voice is still ringing. I want him to feed me. How annoying. HMPH, he doesn't even want to do such a small thing for me. Does he not love me anymore? Okay, open your mouth. The Queen went to where the sound came from and thought to herself, Puzzled, lovers, huh? The scent of flowers in the imperial garden can't cover up the sour smell in the air. When she saw the face of the woman in the dream, Her Majesty the Queen thought in surprise, Why is it me? There's someone else in her arms.
When the other person turned around, it was none other than Li Mu, smiling gently at her. Her Majesty the Queen was completely shocked, to the point of dizziness. Her face paled, and her mouth couldn't close.
She quickly sat up, sweat pouring down like a stream. She thought in confusion, Why am I having such a dream? My inner demons seem to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu didn't see her answer for a long time. So he waved his hand in front of her and repeatedly called out, Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
She covered her face and waved her hand, saying to Li Mu, I'm fine, you can go back first. Li Mu wondered, why is she suddenly avoiding me? But he didn't want to make a fuss. Li Mu placed a stack of memorials on the table and said, The memorials have been approved. The soup I cooked in the imperial kitchen should be ready. I'll go get you a bowl. Her Majesty the Queen avoided him a little. She turned her head away and said, No need, I'll ask Aline to get it later. You go back first. Li Mu immediately sulked. He asked sadly, Your Majesty, did I do something wrong? Her Majesty the Queen hesitated and replied, No, you've done very well. It's just that I think you seem a little tired lately, and I want you to go back and rest for a while. Li Mu nodded and said, Then I'll go back first. If Your Majesty needs anything, just come and find me at any time. With that, Li Mu turned around and went back. He sighed and thought to himself, The reason I came to Changla Palace was because I didn't know how to face the situation at home, and I wanted to sort out my thoughts first. Although Han Yan's attitude towards Lin Qing is quite good, I really can't imagine what it would be like if they both appeared at home. Scene changed to a cliff. The boat carrying Zhao Zhang suddenly stopped. 2 imperial guards stepped down first, and then urged Zhao Zhang to come down. He frowned and asked,
2 sirs, haven't we arrived yet? One of the imperial guards smiled triumphantly and said, I say, Sir Zhao, you're a smart man. Why don't you obediently be a vice minister of justice, enjoying wealth and honor? But you just like to go to the north and die? The other one seemed impatient and said, Why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's act sooner. We can have fun for a few days, and then go back to the divine capital. Zhao Zhang raised his voice. You want to kill me? The imperial guard sneered and asked back, Don't tell me Sir Zhao naively thinks that as long as His Majesty is lenient and generous, you won't have to die. Zhao Zhang frowned and said, You want to deceive the emperor? One of them gathered magic power in his hand, and then slowly said to him, After killing you, we'll use the true Samadhi fire to burn you so that not even your bones will remain. Who would know, anyway? People like you, Fan Guan, will eventually die at the hands of monsters or ghosts. Be a smarter person in your next life.
Zhao Zhang didn't look scared at all. He closed his eyes tightly, and then loudly shouted, The crime of deceiving the emperor, punish according to the law. Immediately, a large pool of blood suddenly splattered out. The imperial guard also stood motionless.
The magic power in his hand extinguished, and in just a moment, his head fell to the ground like a jackfruit.
The companion saw this. His whole body trembled in fear. He couldn't even scream. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately sped up and wanted to escape. However, Zhao Zhang simply said 2 words. Come back. The Imperial Guard flew back to his side.
Only then did he realize how afraid he was, and he knelt down, stuttering and begging, Sir Zhao, please spare me. Zhao Zhang calmly questioned him with a cold voice. The official duties have not been completed. Where do you want to go?
Scene changed to outside the Lia residence. Li Mu hesitated and stood in front of the door. He squinted his eyes to observe, and thought to himself, although Liao Qing and I haven't confirmed our relationship yet, one thing is undeniable. Liao Qing is really my first love.
Li Mu scratched his head and thought, wife and ex-girlfriend meet, it's good enough if they don't fight. Besides, if it weren't for fate playing tricks, maybe the person sleeping next to me every night would be someone else. While he was pondering, Xiaobai suddenly opened the door. She looked at him in confusion and asked, Benefactor, what are you doing in front of the house? Li Mu turned his head to look at Xiaobai. He rubbed her head sadly. His mind was in a mess. Retreating is death, and advancing is also death. Avoiding won't solve the problem.
After thinking it through, Li Mu pushed the door open and walked in.
He tried to force the most natural smile and said, I'm back. Li Qing and Liu Hanyan were sitting facing each other in the courtyard. Li Mu looked at the two of them and felt a little scared, thinking, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. It's best to keep silent.
Liu Hanyan gently said to Lian Qing,
which room did Miss Lian stay in before? I'll ask Wanwan to clean it up for you, Lian Qing politely replied. No need. I can just clean it up a bit myself.
Liu Hanyan continued gently.
This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't need to be so polite in your own home.
These words from Liu Hanyan surprised Li Mu.
He scratched his head blankly, thinking, why is Hanyan so generous this time? Isn't she always very stingy? Could it be that I misunderstood Hanyan before? Night fell. Li Mu stood in the courtyard. He yawned loudly and was about to step into the room.
Suddenly the door slammed shut, causing Liu Musa to hit it hard. He blankly and cautiously called out, Hanyan. Liu Hanyan coldly issued an ultimatum. From today onwards you sleep in the study.
Only then did Li Mu realize. He clutched his head and painfully screamed in his heart, I knew it! I knew it!
After a while, Li Mu had to go to the study and take Xiaobai to sleep. He cried a little more in his heart. Li Mu stroked Xiaobai's head and thought, Xiaobai, only you will never abandon me. Scene changed to the Central Secretariat. At this time, Chu Shi was still arguing fiercely with Sir Zhao. Chu Shi said loudly, don't you even look at what kind of background the person you recommended has? Sir Zhao also raised his neck and retorted, my people don't have a background, so your people do. Li Mua over here was still focused on reading the records, mumbling each word while secretly analyzing. The Imperial envoy escorting Zhu Zhang wanted to silence him, but instead, he was killed. The old faction wants to eliminate witnesses. According to the news that envoy sent back, Zhu Zhang only said one sentence. Treason, against the emperor, to be executed according to the law. Then that Mata envoy's head was separated from his body, and his soul scattered. This actually resembles the path of cultivation of the legalist school. Legalist cultivators don't cultivate supernatural powers or Daoist magic. After they successfully cultivate, their words become law. Before them, even Daoist magic and supernatural powers are just empty barrels making noise. The attacks of a legalist are more like Dao techniques. If Zhu Zhang is a dual cultivator of legalism and Taoism, then his strength is probably extremely close to the 6th realm. A 5th realm envoy wanting to kill him is like an egg hitting a rock. However, this incident also reveals a big problem, making the court realize that the Grand Lord's Imperial Envoy is actually from the old faction's Imperial Envoy department. Since they've decided to play a big game, then let's start with the Imperial Envoy department. Chu Shi was still arguing, you guys can only have one at most. Xiao Daren was also spitting rain at Chu Shi. 7 slots, not one less. This position originally belonged to us. Seeing them arguing back and forth, the spring rain splashed all over his face, making Li Mu annoyed. He stood up and slammed the table, saying, you two, enough. He pointed directly at their faces and scolded. You've been arguing for 2 hours just over the issue of slots. Do you still have your colleagues in your eyes? Next, there are 2 vice ministers and 1 minister who need to be recommended. Do you want to discuss this until next year? Lin Mu thought to himself. The Minister of Personnel is the most powerful position among the 6 ministries.
The Chancellery can recommend 7 candidates for this position. The old faction wants to reclaim the position that originally belonged to them, and the new faction won't let go of this only chance to suppress the old faction.
The others in the Chancellery also agreed with Li Muchuko, saying, "That's right, Lord Li is right. If you two keep going like this, when will we ever finish choosing? Shouldn't everyone discuss this together to come up with a solution?" Li Mu rubbed his chin and suggested, "If there's really no other way, each of you gets 3 slots, and the last position is left blank, or we just write down a random name." Xiao Daren immediately retorted, "No way." Chu Shi also shook his head, saying, "I don't agree."
Li Mu glared at them, sternly questioning,
"What right do you have to disagree? You're both just chancellery scribes. Are you more handsome than the other lords, or do you have higher cultivation than them? On what basis are you deciding these 7 slots?" Chu Shi wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Li Mu then lectured them, "I waited for you to discuss this to give you some face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it anymore. These 7 slots will be recommended by the 6 chancellery scribes in turn, and the last position will be decided by Liu Shilang. Are you satisfied now?"
The others happily replied, "I agree with Lord Lai." Continuing to argue like, this isn't the way to go, if you two don't agree with Lord Lai's initial suggestion, then let's each recommend 1 person. Wouldn't that be fairer? Another chancellery scribe looked at the two and asked, "Lord Zhao, Lord Chu, what do you think?" Xiao Daren frowned, thinking, usually, the 6 chancellery scribes are afraid of the power of the old and new factions, so they give us more say. If we push our luck too far, we might mess things up.
Chu Shi frowned, thinking, if each person can only recommend 1 person, then the chances aren't even 2 in 10. Xiao Daren had the same thought. If we each recommend 3 people, the chances would be 5 in 10. Finally, Chu Shi said, "Then let's follow Lord Liai's initial suggestion." Xiao Daren turned to Li Mu and mentioned the last nomination slot. Li Mu waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to worry about that. You've already taken 6 of the 7 slots,
leaving us 5 people without even a chance to nominate someone."
Chu Shi frowned and said, "The position of Minister of Personnel is extremely important. Zhang Chun doesn't have enough background. If Lord Lai wants to recommend him, I'm afraid it's against the rules." Li Mu crossed his arms and replied bluntly, "Do you think I also attack those with differing opinions, and only use my own people like you guys?" Li Mu retorted. "Besides, even if I recommend someone, His Majesty is the one who makes the final decision. Do you think I can decide who gets the position of Minister of Personnel myself?"
A while later, in Changla Palace, Li Muka presented the scroll of proposed nominations before the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the positions of Minister of the Department, Right and Left Deputy Ministers, and Minister of the Department of Public Works. The Chancellery has finished its recommendations."
"Please take a look." The Queen opened the scroll and looked at it, then asked Limua, "Who do you think can take on the position of Minister of Personnel?" Limua calmly replied, "This matter is extremely important. I wouldn't dare speak carelessly." Just as the Queen held her brush and raised it to a name, Limua coughed. The Queen understood, and immediately crossed out that name. Moving the brush to another name, Limu coughed again. The Queen didn't suspect anything, and immediately crossed it out. She thought to herself, it seems this person still isn't suitable. Next was a series of coughs from Limu, along with strokes of the Queen's brush crossing out names. When it came to one name, Limu suddenly stopped coughing. The Queen understood and thought, it seems the person he wants me to choose is Liu Qing. The Queen didn't hesitate, and directly circled Liu Qing's name. Li Mu, having achieved his goal, bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Liu Qing's background is still lacking, he doesn't form factions or seek personal gain. He can prevent any one faction from monopolizing the court and causing chaos through the Ministry of Personnel." The Queen handed the scroll to Li Mukam and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mukam refused and replied, "Your Majesty, absolutely not. If others find out, they will think that I am abusing your favor to disrupt the government." "Your Majesty should choose," the Queen calmly said. "You are my person. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me your thoughts." Limu's obediently analyzed, "I know your Majesty doesn't want to be an emperor and doesn't want to be trapped in the palace. But I believe that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, you must first control the court. Your Majesty should consider placing some officials who are loyal to you in important positions, instead of the officials of the old and new factions." The Queen smiled and replied, "I feel that being an emperor is quite good now." The Muska was speechless as he looked at the emperor, thinking, she feels that being an emperor is not bad now, because I have helped her do the things that emperors have to do, and worried about the things that emperors should worry about. Other than showing her face in court 3 days a month,
Has she fulfilled any of the responsibilities that an emperor should?
Li Mu sat thought for a while and then opened his mouth.
Regarding these candidates, I can offer some suggestions to your majesty, he said clearly. The 2 deputy minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel can be given to the Wang family of Jiu. For the remaining position, I recommend Zhang Chun. Lord Zhang keeps himself clean and has never colluded with the old and new factions. As long as your majesty rewards him with a 5-courtyard house, plus some maids and servants, he will work his life out for you. The queen listened and nodded, commenting, Zhang Chun is indeed quite good. Li Mu continued. As for the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, I recommend Yang Lin, who is originally the director of the Ministry of Justice. Although he seems to be from the old faction, there is still a chance to win him over. Letting him be the deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice can also reasonably appease the old faction, reducing their unbalanced mood at losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, for the minister of the Ministry of Public Works, although this position isn't as important as the Minister of Personnel, it's still best to be in the hands of our people. For this position, I recommend Chen Zhengyuan, the district governor of the North District. Listening to Li Mu clearly presenting his solution, the queen couldn't help but think, if it weren't for Li Mu, I probably really couldn't be an emperor anymore. Scene changed to the North Garden. In the new house, Zhang Chun happily raised his glass and said, Li Mu, there's no need for us to say superfluous words. Here, bottoms up. He thought to himself, if it weren't for Li Mu, how could I have been promoted and had a large house at the same time? His Majesty even rewarded my family with 2 maids and 2 servants. In the future, hugging the queen's thigh tightly will definitely be the most correct decision of my life. Li Mu also happily said, the meaning is in the wine? Zhang Shan, who was sitting next to him and was already tipsy, muttered, Oldest, what are your plans next? Will you continue to stay in the divine capital? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu kicked Zhang Shan's leg hard. If you don't know how to choose your words, don't say anything, he asked ignorantly. Why did you kick me? Li Mu replied helplessly. It's nothing, Li Xing silently replied. In 2 days, I'll probably return to White Cloud Mountain. Liu Si, on the other hand, had his eyes fixed on his face, which was full of thoughts. He stood up and poured a glass of wine, then said, Liu Mu, I'll toast you. You guys worked so hard to get to where you are today. You must cherish the person in front of you. Zhang Shan grinned and said, That's right. You and shopkeeper Liu finally succeeded in your cultivation. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si frowned when he heard this. Li Si turned to Liu Qing, raised his cup and said, I'll toast you one too, Lao Da. Hope you'll think carefully before making any decisions so you won't regret it later. Zhang Shan chimed in casually. Yeah, if Lao Da hadn't killed those officials, this whole thing would be a lot simpler. She wouldn't be stuck in the sex reflection grotto. They'd still get their heads chopped off anyway. Li Si and Li Mu glared at him, their faces screaming shut up, and they simultaneously kicked him hard under the table as a warning. If you got nothing nice to say nothing at all. Li Qing lowered her head sadly and said, It won't happen again. That night, Lin Qing stood alone in the courtyard. Li Mu opened the door, saw her, and asked, Lao Da, it's so late, why aren't you asleep? Lin Qing hesitated and said, I just wanted to tell you that I'm going back to White Cloud Mountain to cultivate tomorrow. Sorry for bothering you guys for so long, Li Mu said anxiously. Bothering us? This is your home. I was planning to beg His Majesty to return this house to you again. Lin Qing clenched her hands and said, I don't have a home anymore. I think if father knew that the person living in the Li mansion was just like him, he would be happy. Ling Mu said with a serious face, Ling Daoren's revenge hasn't been taken yet. I'll let you see them get the punishment they deserve with your own eyes. Ling Qing's eyes widened in shock. She transitioned into a somewhat panicked state, grabbed Li Mu's hand and said loudly, You've done too much already, stop here. Father didn't want anyone to avenge him, he only hoped that someone could do something for the common people like he did. Liu Hanyan appeared behind them at this moment. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Li Qing subconsciously stepped back, clenched her fists, and stammered, Senior sister. Liu Hanyan said in a gentle tone, Junior sister doesn't need to explain, I heard everything just now. Liu Xing tilted her head down and said to Liu Hanyan, Please persuade him, senior sister. Liu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and said with an understanding tone, Junior sister should understand him. It's not easy to change his decisions. Li Mu said with certainty, Don't worry, His Majesty has agreed. There's no danger in this, Liu Hanyan added. With His Majesty protecting him, Junior sister doesn't need to worry either. Seeing that she couldn't persuade them, Lin Qing said, Then I'll go back to my room first. You guys should go to bed early. Suddenly, Liu Hanyan called her back. Wait, Junior sister. Lian Qing turned her head and asked, Senior sister, is there anything else? Liu Hanyan asked without hesitation. I have a question I want to ask. Junior sister, Li Qing asked curiously. Senior sister, please ask,
Liu Hanyan asked bluntly. Junior sister also likes Li Muying, right?
This question stunned Li Qing.
Li Musai also panicked and hurriedly turned to ask Liu Hanyan. What are you saying? She said firmly. Women are talking. Men shouldn't interrupt.
Li Qing held her chest. She pondered the words that Lia Si had said this morning. In terms of love, it is always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If you take a step back now, won't it be more than just taking one step if you regret it later?
By the time she regretted it, someone would have already arrived before her. Li Qing frowned, thinking to herself that she regretted it. But it was too late, because someone had really arrived before her.
If she denied it this time, she would never have a chance to say it again.
In the end, Li Qing didn't hide it anymore. She turned her head and gave a gentle smile and said, Yes, I've liked him for a long time. This answer surprised Li Mu. Liu Hanyan sighed and said, I knew it, Li Qing said silently. But senior sister, don't worry, I won't compete with you for anything. I'll leave this place tomorrow morning.
Li Mu stood there listening to this and fell silent. Lao Dai. Liu Hanyan said silently, Actually, the one who should leave is me. This place originally belonged to you. You were the first person he liked. I just took the opportunity to squeeze in. Liu Hanqing corrected. This is my choice, and I will bear the consequences myself. You have always been the one who has been with him. This place is no longer my home. Its master is you. I hope you two can always be of one mind and be happy together until old age.
Liu Hanyan asked with her eyes downcast. What about you? Li Qing tilted her head and replied, I will stay on White Cloud Mountain to repay the kindness of the sect. Liu Hanyan turned to look at Li Mu and said to her, The thing you should repay the most is not the sect but another person. Li Mu stood aside blankly and thought, What is Hanyan up to? Liu Qing said calmly, If you two need me to do anything, I won't refuse. This sentence made Liu Hanyan silent.
After a moment of silence, Liu Hanyan raised her face and said loudly, Then repay with your body, Li Mu exclaimed in panic. Hanyan, Li Qing, was also extremely shocked and asked, Sister, what are you talking about?
Liu Hanyan continued silently,
I don't want to share a husband with others. But if that person is you, then it's not entirely unacceptable.
She looked at Li Musai and continued,
A man can never forget the first girl he liked in his life. He is with me. But he is always thinking of others in his heart. Why not let him think of the White Sisters?
Anyway, you are not the first, nor are you the only one. Li Qing was still extremely confused and stammered. This, Liu Hanyan said in a very relaxed tone.
Of course you can refuse. This way I won't feel guilty towards you. It's not that I snatched your husband, it's that you don't need it yourself. Moreover, you don't need it twice. Don't go around saying that Liu Hanyan is immoral in the future.
Li Qing was stunned by this suggestion. She hesitated and said, Give me some more time. Then she ran away. Li Mu was still extremely confused. Liu Hanyan looked at him and said, Give him at most half a shinshin, then come to my room.
This sentence made Li Mu's face turn red in disbelief. He immediately pinched his thigh. The pain that came made Li Mu feel ecstatic, thinking to himself, Hayek, it's not a dream. This happiness came too suddenly.
Li Mu then went over to Li Qing. She was sitting on the bed, deep in thought. Li Mu walked up and sat next to her, hesitatingly saying, Qing, honestly, I wasn't ready. Li Qing remained silent. Li Mu watched her intently, wondering what the boss would choose. Suddenly, she snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around Li Mu's arm, making him blush unconsciously. Li Qing whispered, Actually, back at Zhongjiang Temple, I already wanted to lean on you like this. Li Shamu's face couldn't help but flush crimson. He tenderly said, You can lean on me like this for your whole life. Li Qing was so happy she teared up, choked up as she said, Father, Mother, have you seen this? Your Qing Quer finally has someone to rely on too. After sitting for a while, Lian Qing sat up and told Lian Mu, Go to senior sister's place. She needs you more than I do right now. Lian Mu then dutifully went to Liu Hanyan's room.
As soon as he entered the room, he called out, Hanyan! The girl sitting on the bed asked. She agreed. Li Mu stammered, Why would you, Liu Hanyan, cut him off? If I don't ask her, were you expecting you to ask?
She tilted her head and continued,
When the time comes, I'd still be the one getting mad, so why shouldn't I ask? Li Musai then asked. What I meant was, why did you suddenly do something like that?
Liu Hanyan silently said.
It wasn't sudden. From the day she appeared in Chengdu, I've been thinking about the feelings you have for her. I just can't compare. What if one day you elope with her? What would I do then?
Hearing this, Li Mu hastily explained. What are you even talking about? You're my properly wedded wife.
How could I possibly elope with her?
Liu Hanyan shot a glance at Li Mu and asked, "So, if I made you choose between me and her, who would you pick?" This question made Li Mu awkwardly scratch his cheek and say, "Can I just pick both?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hanyan lunged forward and bit Li Mu's hand, making him yell, "Ow! Don't bite!" Silence once again descended upon the room. Liu Hanyan finally couldn't hold back her tears. She choked out, "Well, we already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai anyway, so adding her isn't much. And missing her wouldn't be little either. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't even dream of stepping foot into the Liu family." "But who told her to be Li Qing?" "Let me tell you, I've already helped you marry Li Qing. You better not abandon me for any reason later, okay?" Li Mu was stunned, seeing her sobbing uncontrollably. He thought to himself, "She's been so distracted these past few days. Turns out she was worried I'd abandon her for the boss." Li Mu tightly embraced Liu Hanyan, softly murmuring, "I would never abandon you, never." Scene changed to Changla Palace. Her Majesty the Empress was reviewing memorials while asking Mei Wei, "Where's Li Munya? Didn't he come to the Imperial Secretariat today?" "I didn't see him at the morning court either," Mei Wei immediately replied. "It seems he truly wasn't seen today." Her Majesty the Empress found it strange and said, "Skipping court without any reason? HMPH, I want to see what he's up to." An image of Li Mu clearly appeared before Her Majesty. Looking closer, she saw Limai Qing standing beside Limai Mu and was surprised, wondering, "Isn't that young woman Minister Limai Yi's daughter?" Mei Wei also secretly thought in confusion. Her and Limai Mu, Her Majesty the Empress, furiously burst out.
"I knew their relationship wasn't simple at all. He goes to Zhongjing Temple every day and frequently visits Changla Palace too. Before, I even offered him a palace maid, but he didn't want her, and I thought he wasn't interested in women. But look at him now. All men in this world are just like this." Mei Wei, standing by, tried to calm her down a bit.
"He's so outstanding it's natural for many people to like him. You can't blame people for having mutual feelings." Her Majesty the Empress propped her chin on her hand, leaning back in her chair, and said, "It's only been one day, and he already didn't even come to morning court. Now he has another wife, so he'll visit Changla Palace even less often, won't he?" Scene changed to the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu stepped inside, thinking as he walked, "Once I've repaid Her Majesty's kindness and avenged my father-in-law, I'll resign and take Qingzhe and Hanyan to live in seclusion in White Cloud Mountain."
Yang Lin was sitting inside, deep in thought. "I thought I'd have to work my way up before becoming a vice minister. But who knew the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a huge change, and I'd end up benefiting?" Seeing Ling Muhi, he immediately asked,
"Minister Lin, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice?" Li Mu handed him a stack of memorials and said, "There's a case here that needs the Ministry of Justice to handle quickly." Yang Lin opened it to read, slowly muttering, "This, Department Chief. And His Royal Highness Prince Lun Wang." Li Mu squinted at Yang Lin and asked, "What's wrong? Does the Ministry of Justice handle cases differently depending on who it is?" Sweating, he replied, "Of course not." Lick smiled. Li Mu smiled, kindly reminding him, "I believe Minister Yang is a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recommended you to Her Majesty to become the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was surprised, wondering, "So I got promoted not because of the old faction, but thanks to Li Mu?" Yang Lin bowed and said, "Many thanks, Minister Li." Li Mu replied, "No need to thank me. Her Majesty simply thinks Minister Yang is good and wants to give you another chance. Minister Yang should seize this opportunity." He frowned, looking at Li Mu uneasily, filled with doubt. "I worked for the old faction because I thought the Zhao clan would regain power sooner or later. But why work for Li Mu? Her Majesty can't possibly pass the throne to Li Mu or his heir," Yang Lin anxiously said. "Minister Li, Her Majesty isn't going to abdicate soon, is she? This humble official has an elderly father above and young children below. I can't afford to gamble. What if I make the wrong bet, and the lives of my family members?" Li Mu calmly asked. "Do you think Her Majesty is the type to suddenly transfer power like that?" he continued. "Besides, Her Majesty is a seventh realm powerhouse. She can live for at least 3 lifespans. She's currently at her peak. Even if she were to abdicate, it would be decades, or even hundreds of years from now. Do you think you can live that long?" Li Mu, seeing through Yang Lin's thoughts, added, "This official understands that it's very difficult for Minister Yang to make a decision. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, whether we're friends or foes,
it seems only you can decide." Yang Lin fell into deep thought. Her Majesty is consolidating power now, and while Li Mu might not have many friends in court, just look at Zhang Chun. He became the left department head of the Ministry of Personnel in just half a year. In contrast, Li Mu's enemies either die or get demoted. If I become Li Mu's enemy, I'm afraid I'll only have a few coffins left within a month.
Yang Lin had no more doubts. He bowed deeply to Li Mu Jai and said, "From today onwards, this humble official will only follow Minister Lia's words."
Scene changed to 2 days later. Yang Lin held a scroll and loudly read.
According to the investigation by Zhongjiang Temple, for many years you have used your power for personal gain, and there have been serious injustices in the official assessment results. Come with us to Zhongjiang Temple. The arrested official, refusing to yield, shouted, "This official is a court-appointed dignitary. You have no authority to do this." Yang Lin slowly said, "I told you early on, when you shouldn't show your face, don't show your face. But you didn't listen."
He thought to himself. Next up is Shu Yan, the right department head.
Meanwhile, Li Mu held Liu Qing's hand and softly said, "Those people from back then, not a single one of them should even think about escaping." Suddenly, Liu Hanyan walked out, clearing her throat with a cough.
She walked up to the two of them and asked, "When do you plan to officially bring her into the family so we can prepare beforehand?"
Li Qing silently said, "No need for such trouble." Liu Hanyan wouldn't have it and replied, "No way. If others find out, they'll think I'm treating you badly." Li Qing hugged her own arm and said, "Really, it's not necessary. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough." This answer made Liu Hanyan exclaim in surprise. 3 people? Junior sister? You don't actually think Wanwan and Xiaobai are just our maids, do you?" Hearing this, Li Qing immediately ran off. Li Mu said in a fluster, "Qinggaier, don't go, listen to my explanation first." Liu Hanyan stood to the side, leisurely thinking. "Before, I cried countless times because of Li Qing. Now, using Xiaobai and Wanwan to get my revenge doesn't feel excessive at all." Li Mu, speechless, slapped her butt once and said, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Liu Hanyan frowned, challenging Li Mu. "I just wanted her to feel what I felt. Besides, she'd find out sooner or later anyway. If I don't tell her, were you expecting you to tell her?" Li Mu rubbed his head, thinking, "I knew it, she's still a petty Hanyan. Oh. But there are many things for her to tell Li Qing. It would be more reasonable for me to say it myself." Li Mu playfully patted Liu Hanyan's butt and asked, "You okay? Didn't hurt, did it?" Liu Hanyan blushed, pushed Li Mu away, and said, "Be serious." Wanwan and Xiaobai were still there, their faces also red as they stood frozen, witnessing the intimate scene. Xiaobai and Wanwan simultaneously covered their eyes, but their big, round eyes were still peeking at the scene from between their fingers. Li Mu sternly lectured, "This is grown-up stuff, kids shouldn't mess with it." Wanwan jumped up and retorted, "I'm not a kid anymore." Xiaobai also hesitantly said, I'm not a kid either." Li Mu waved his hand at the 2 girls, saying, "Go on, go back to your rooms and play." He thought to himself, "These 2 little brats aren't even 18 yet. What do they mean by being grown-ups?" Suddenly, something appeared in front of him. He caught it, a bit confused, and wondered, "The groaning divine conch, the Empress's voice is coming from inside. Come to Changla Palace." Hearing that tone, Li Mu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn it, I've been indulging in sweetness these past few days, and forgot about the Empress." A moment later, Li Mu arrived at Changla Palace. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" The Empress threw a badge at Li Mu and said, "Starting today, you are the deputy commander of the Zhu Wei. You and Ali will manage the Zhu Wei together from now on." Li Mu caught the badge and stared blankly at the information about these squads. The Mei Wei in Chengdu are supervisory officials. The Lan Wei are divided into many teams with the role of monitoring local officials. The Zhu Wei are a special operations organization, responsible for carrying out special missions, such as hunting down rebellious officials and traitors under the Emperor's orders. The Zhu Wei are an internal defense organization specializing in intelligence, with spies and undercover agents in the Demon Kingdom, Ghost City, and even within the demonic sect. Li Mu bowed to the Empress and asked, "I obey, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you need to tell me?" Li Mu thought to himself. Though he was a bit surprised, his position was just a brick, moved wherever it's needed. The Empress waved her hand and said, "That's all, you may leave." Li Mu didn't linger, and directly turned to leave. This action confused Mei Wei, who thought, Li Mu, oh Li Mu, aren't you usually so smart? Why are you so clueless today?" The Empress grumbled. "Look at him. He gets a woman by his side and can't even manage state affairs anymore. He doesn't come to the imperial kitchen, nor to Changla Palace. I should have forbidden him from taking any more concubines." Li Mu, who was minding his own business, suddenly sneezed. As he wrote, he thought, "Could it be the Empress is scolding me? Summoning me to Changla Palace today just to give me a badge? Mei Daren could have just handed it to me." Liu Yi walked over, beaming, and holding a pile of spirit tangerines, said to Li Mu, "Li Daren, these are tangerines from my hometown. They may not be as sweet as tribute tangerines, but the taste isn't bad. You can take them home and try them." Li Mu took a tangerine, happily saying,
Liu Darren is too kind, thank you. He thought to himself. Zhang County doesn't produce tangerines, they're usually transported from some southern counties, and the price is so high that ordinary people can't afford them. Liu Yi looked at the book on the table, curiously asking, "What is Li Darren writing?" Li Mu chewed on the tangerine and replied, "Oh, this is just me practicing calligraphy when I'm idle."
Scene changed to morning court.
The officials in the court were rather sparse, causing everyone to discuss in confusion, what's going on, where did A Darren go, why didn't Wu Darren come, Chen Darren just took a concubine yesterday, could it be that he overslept?
Liu Yi stood there, a little uneasy, thinking, even if they took leave, it's impossible for two officials to take leave at the same time. Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang. He unconsciously recalled these names, which sounded so familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. On closer inspection, those people were all accomplices in the Li Yi case. He turned his head in alarm to look at the dangerous figure behind him. Li Muxi then flashed a confident smile at him, implying, "This is just the beginning."
Mei Wei then stepped forward and announced loudly,
"Last night, Zhang Chun of the Court of the Imperial Clan led people from the Court of the Imperial Clan to arrest those criminal officials. Gentlemen, don't worry too much."
The officials below were all in a confused discussion. What? These Darrens have all been arrested? More than 20 people have all been arrested by the Court of the Imperial Clan? Another official then said,
"These people are all accomplices in the Li Yi case. At that time, they were only stripped of their salaries. I thought the Li Yi case was over, but I didn't expect it was just the beginning." Another shouted, "Zhang Chun did this. He is Li Mu's top lackey.
He must have had Li Mu's permission to do this."
Shi Zhongdaran looked at Xiao Wang and questioned, "Arresting more than 20 court officials for no reason, what does the Court of the Imperial Clan want to do?" Xiao Wang saw him looking at him and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know anything."
At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside, and Mei Wei said sternly, "Does Shi Zhongdaran have any questions? Why not just ask Zhongdaran directly?" He saw Zhang Chun walk over and said, "Court Vice Zhang, you've come at just the right time." He aggressively questioned, "You arrested more than 20 court officials in one night, causing a commotion in the court. Do you want to explain to His Majesty?" And the court? Zhang Chun calmly asked him back. "The Court of the Imperial Clan arrests people with sufficient evidence. May I ask what kind of explanation Shi Zhongdaran needs?"
He was a little flustered, lowered his voice, and asked, "What crime did Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, commit? You arrested him and took him to the Court of the Imperial Clan?" Zhang Chun slowly replied, "Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tong, used his position to seek personal gain and embezzle state treasury tax. What's wrong with arresting him?" Shi Zhongdaran's face darkened, but he still tried to ask, "Is there any evidence?" Zhang Chun also replied very firmly, "The evidence is solid."
Zhang Chun didn't hesitate to directly state the crimes of those officials. Guanglu Cheng, Wu Sheng, used his power to repeatedly force children into prostitution. The youngest child is only 8 years old. Is that not worth arresting? Province examiner handed over a job to Zhongchen Guang. He allowed his younger brother to assault and occupy people's houses. Through bribing the Ministry of Justice, his younger brother was exempted from punishment and released, violating the principles of the law. Is there anything wrong with me arresting him?
Zhang Chun pointed directly at his face and continued, "In addition, there is Wei Cheng of the Temple of Supreme Harmony, Wang Ning of the Department of Commerce Worship, and Zhuo Yan of the Bureau of Thoughts. These people rely on being officials of the Great Prince, and serve as umbrellas for gangsters who specialize in trafficking women and children. Are they not worth arresting?" The evidence was so clear that Shi Zhongdaran was speechless, and didn't know what to say. Scene changed to the imperial kitchen. Li Mu was still leisurely cooking noodles, he thought to himself. Since Han Yan and Qing Er opened their hearts, the number of times I've entered the palace has decreased. I haven't been to the imperial kitchen in a long time. If it's just Han Yan or just the Empress, I can still handle it. Teacher Lu Jun once said, "Time is like water in a sponge. If you know how to squeeze, there will always be some." If I can make use of the time standing around blankly during morning court, then at least after morning court I can cook the Empress a hot bowl of Yangchun noodles. Meiji once told me, the Empress likes to sleep in, and it's hard for her to fall asleep at night. That's why she likes to chat with me at night, but now I have beloved wives in my heart, I can't chat with the Empress all night long anymore. Li Mu looked outside, thinking to himself, morning court should be ending soon. I wonder how Zhang Daren's battle with those people is going. Scene changed to Changla Palace. As soon as Li Muxia walked in, the Empress scolded. "Am I spoiling you too much? You're becoming more and more unruly? You dare to sneak out during morning court?" Suddenly a faint fragrance wafted over, causing the Empress to shift her attention and ask, "What's that smell?" Seeing the bowl of noodles in front of her, the Empress asked in surprise. You cooked noodles? Li Mu brought the bowl of noodles in front of the Empress and said, I guess that your Majesty hasn't had breakfast today, so I came to the imperial kitchen to cook you a bowl. The Empress coughed once and said, You are the deputy commander of the Zhou Wei, and also in charge of many affairs of the inner guards. If there is an emergency during morning court, you can leave first. I won't blame you anymore. Alright, give me the chopsticks. Li Mu handed over the chopsticks, smiling and saying, Thank you, your Majesty, for understanding me. Watching Her Majesty enjoy her noodles, Li Mu Dao asked, Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court? The queen chewed her noodles and replied, You caused this. Don't you know what the consequences will be? The court officials are in danger, and the court is in chaos. You're the one who caused all this, so you're responsible for cleaning up the mess for me. Li Mu smiled and said, Your Majesty can send those guilty officials to their respective departments as soon as possible. Promote some officials who don't have any backing but are experienced to replace them. This way, the impact can be minimized, and the departments can continue to function normally. Your Majesty can also expose the crimes of these officials to regain the people's trust. After overturning the Li Yi case, the support of the people in the 36 prefectures has increased a lot. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach its peak, even surpassing Emperor Wen is just a matter of time. Her Majesty was still lost in thought, pondering. Same noodles, same ingredients. Why are Li Mu's noodles more delicious than those from the imperial kitchen? Li Mu talked for a while, then looked at the queen and asked, What does Your Majesty think? She waved her hand and replied, Just do as you said, go arrange it. Li Mu was speechless, thinking, Your Majesty doesn't seem to be listening to what I'm saying at all. You spoil me so much, entrusting me with everything, big or small. The court officials are jealous, and might label me as a favored official, then gang up and eliminate me. Li Shimunu lowered his head and said to the queen, Yes, Your Majesty. He seriously thought, No, I need to upgrade the Dao Bell when I get back. In case of a bad situation, the safety of my family will be ensured. By then, as long as the Dao Bell can cover the Lia residence, there will be time to slowly change people's minds. Scene changed to the front of the Prince of Shu's residence. Li Muka and Zhang Jun stood there looking at the formation in front of the gate. Zhang Jun looked at the formation and said, Although Prince Shu signed the arrest warrant, the Prince of Nanyang's residence is not like the Gao residence. The explosion talismans are useless against this defensive formation. Previously, they had tried sticking explosion talismans on the Gao residence, and the door was blown wide open with just one explosion. Zhang Chun threw an explosion talisman forward, but nothing happened at all, Zhang Chun said. See? Not even a scratch. Li Moon turned to ask Zhang Chun, How did you guys usually solve this kind of situation before? He quickly replied, Normally, we would ask for help from the Gongfeng Division, but the Gongfeng Division always resolutely refuses. Li Mu smiled and said, The Gongfeng Division has a cooperative relationship with the court, but it's always been controlled by the old faction. I've been busy with other things before, and haven't had the chance to deal with the Gongfeng Division. Now it's time to take action. Nanyang Prince Zhao Yun sat inside his house, watching the situation through a mirror. He gritted his teeth and thought, This Li Mu is really crazy. Arresting so many of our officials has shaken the foundation of the court. His Highness Prince Ping has gone to the academy to plead for the queen's restraint, just waiting for the higher-ups to take action. Once Li Mu is dead, Zhang Chun will be like a snake without a head, unable to withstand a single blow. Watching the two of them using talismans to attack the formation, he smugly thought, They're really overestimating themselves. This was set up by experts from the Lingzhen sect. Even a rank 6 powerhouse would need to expend some effort to break through it. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his hand and whistled loudly. Immediately, the little Dao Bell appeared, and Li Mu waved his hand and ordered it. Smash it for me, he thought to himself. Although I have some memories of formations, most of those formations are evil formations. I haven't studied orthodox formations much. If I can't use finesse, then I can only use brute force. With just one ram, the little Dao Bell shattered that troublesome formation. Zhang Chun walked up to knock on the door and shouted loudly, The court of the imperial clan is handling a case. Nanyang Prince Zhao Yun, open the door immediately. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home. Open the door. Li Mu also said, Is no one home at the Nanyang Prince's residence? Zhang Chun impatiently poured his power into his hand and blasted the door open. He shouted loudly, The court of the imperial clan summons. Nanyang Prince is locking the door of his residence. Is he resisting? Xiao Yun finally came out, he said slowly. What is the court of the imperial clan doing at my residence? For no reason. I thought some hooligans dared to attack the prince's residence. Zhang Chun didn't say much. He presented the official document in front of him and said, Here is the official document. Prince, come with me to the court of the imperial clan. You will know whether this official is arresting people for no reason or not. Xiao Yun didn't resist, he simply said, if that's the case, then let's go for a trip. In his heart, he thought, perhaps the two deans of the academy, Bai Chuan and Wang Quan, have already taken action to control the queen. Prince Ping is waiting for the experts to kill Li Mu. They should be on their way. He brushed past Li Mu, smugly thinking in his heart, Li Mu, your good days are coming to an end.
Scene changed to the prison of the court of the imperial clan. An official said, is the prince sure that the higher-ups will take action against Li Mu? Zhao Yun said confidently. What are you worried about? Li Mu has pushed them to the brink. Do you think they will easily endure it? Maybe they are already on their way now. Prince Xiao walked in. He looked at the two officials in front of him. Recalling what happened earlier, he walked over and asked Prince Ping, are we not saving Nanyang Prince and Gao Hong anymore? Isn't the academy supposed to be taking action against Li Mu? Prince Ping said with embarrassment. The academy will not take action. The Zhou family is our real enemy. Let Li Mu go for now. We don't necessarily have to take such a risk.
Prince Xiao replied, but if we don't take action against Li Mu, Xiao Yun will have to die. He shares the same blood as us. He is of the same bloodline, Prince Ping calmly replied. Precisely because he has the blood of the Zhao family, he should sacrifice for the Zhao family when necessary, prioritizing the big picture. What do you understand?
Gao Hong then asked Prince Xiao, Your Highness, why did you sign the arrest warrant for Zhang Chun? Xiao Yun interrupted him and asked, now is not the time to talk about such things.
Your Highness, why aren't you taking action against Li Mu?
Prince Xiao replied, don't worry, the moment we save you will be the moment that Li Mu Angsha dies. Gao Hong said anxiously, I can't wait any longer.
Xiao Yun worriedly asked, Brother Prince, when can we be released? Prince Xiao said seriously, if we just release you like this, it won't be explainable to the court and the people, and we will be taken advantage of by the new faction, so the show must still go on.
Xiao Yun asked puzzledly, how to perform it? Prince Xiao began to offer suggestions. You will still be sentenced to death and executed, of course. This is just acting. The executioner's knife will not cut down. The deans will use great power to create an illusion, making the people think that you have really died. Then you will appear in the capital with a new identity. Xiao Yun nodded and said, I understand. He thought to himself, instead of holding on to the useless identity of Nanyang Prince, it is better to change my appearance. Moreover, Prince Shu's plan is so secretive, it is difficult to deceive me. It is very likely that it is a decision from above. Prince Xiao seriously instructed Gao Hong and Xiao Yun.
Remember, even when the knife is at your neck, you must remain calm, because the executioners this time are all our people. He thought for a moment and added, that's right, remember to tell the others, if anyone fails to act, everyone will be implicated by him, and there will be no way to eliminate Li Mu Ti either. At the execution ground, the people surrounded the outside of the barrier and discussed, I heard that those who framed Lord Li Yi have all been sentenced to death. All of them were important officials of the court. It's not allowed to watch. Inside, the executioner began to raise his knife. Zhang Chun threw the token down on the table and shouted loudly, the time has come, execute. Blood immediately splattered onto the barrier. Li Qing and Li Mu also stood outside witnessing it. She grabbed Li Mu's hand and thought, Father, have you seen it? Li Musha looked at the curtain in front of him, thinking darkly, Father-in-law, this son-in-law will not spare those who harmed you. Liu Qing cried for a while and then lowered her eyes and turned around. She grabbed Liu Mu's hand and said, let's go. He nodded and replied, okay, let's go home.
Li Mu silently thought, no accomplice has escaped the net, but there are still 4 main accomplices in the capital. Zhongyong Earl, Ping An Earl, and Yongting Earl were dragged into Zhu Zhong's calculations. They are just Zhu Zhong's pawns. There is no need to push them to their deaths. But Zhu Chuan and Zhu Zhong gave me a book that contains evidence of crimes committed by officials of the old faction. Without Zhu Chuan, there's no way I could use the law to take him down. Plus, Zhu Chuan's the emperor's uncle. I already offed one of his majesty's brothers. If I go and off his uncle too.
Even though the emperor's left the Zhu family, he's still got the Zhu name in his heart, you know? The emperor's been so considerate to me, I gotta consider his feelings too. Lost in thought, Lian Qing suddenly turned and asked, what's up with you? Li Muna chuckled and said, nothing, I'm just heading to the palace for a bit.
Tell Han Yan not to wait for me for dinner tonight.
Turning around, Li Mu scratched his head, muttering to himself, maybe I'll cook the emperor a meal first, then head over later.
A while later, at Chengla Palace, the empress looked at the dishes on the table and said, spit it out, what's going on? Li Mu instantly felt awkward, and replied, nothing at all.
The empress calmly stated, I'm only giving you one chance. Li Mu had to stand up, bowing his head, and said, Among those who harmed Lord Li Yi back then, the former Minister of Public Works, Zhu Chuan, was also a key mastermind. Picking up her chopsticks, the Empress calmly said, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can deal with him according to the law. I won't protect him just because he's my uncle. If you break the law one day, I won't protect you either." As if waiting for those words, Li Mu smiled, bowing in respect, and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty," he thought to himself. With the Emperor's approval, all that's left is gathering evidence of Zhu Chuan's crimes. Having gotten the okay, Li Mu immediately got to work. Standing before the Zhu Manor, he looked up at the nameplate above, thinking to himself, "The new party has stricter rules for officials. Plus, the new party's only been around for less than 3 years, so the officials' crimes are fewer compared to the old party." Li Musai reached out and knocked hard on the door. He loudly proclaimed, "Li Mu from the Secretariat has come to pay a visit." In his heart, he thought, Zhuzhong couldn't do it for so many years, and I can't do it in a short time either, but I can use a different approach. Inside the Zihu Manor, the two Zhu brothers were annoyed when they heard the servant's report. Zhu Chuan turned around, his voice strained, and snapped, "What's Li Mu doing at the Zhu Manor? Chase him away!" Zhu Xiang immediately stopped him. "Don't! If that gets out, people will think our Zhu family is afraid of Li Mu Zhu Chuan. Let him in!" Zhu Chuan hesitated and said, "Second brother, but he..." Zhu Xiang calmly reminded Zhu Chuan, "It's fine. Let's see what he wants to do. His target is likely you, third brother. You should hide first." A moment later, Li Mu walked in. Zhu Xiang sat calmly in his chair, casually saying, "Lord Li, please have a seat." Li Mu leisurely replied, "No need for a seat. I've only come today to say one thing." Zhu Xiang took a sip of tea and asked, "What is it?" Without any courtesy, Li Mu bluntly said, "Among those who framed my father-in-law back then, Zhu Chuan of the Zhu family was the main culprit." Zhu Xiang frowned and said, "That case is over and done with." Li Mu smiled in a super punchable way and said, "The Prince of Nanyang and Gao Hong thought so too, you know." Zhu Xiang couldn't hold back anymore and slammed his teacup on the table. He stood up abruptly, saying to him with a dark look, "Li Mu, what exactly do you want to say?" Li Mu, with terrifying calm, said one word at a time, "Have Zhu Chuan request to be held in cooperative custody. This matter ends here." Zhu Xiang definitely wasn't having it, and shouted, "Are you dreaming?" Li Muzhai glanced around and said leisurely, "If it weren't for giving His Majesty some face, I would have already taken action myself. It wouldn't be as simple as cooperative custody then, so don't push me." These words made Zhu Xiang frown, thinking to himself, he comes to the Zhu family and forces the Zhu family to request to be held in cooperative custody. Who exactly is pushing who here? He questioned Li Mu in a cold voice. "What right do you have to say such things?" Li Mu casually walked to the screen and said, "This official was once assassinated in the Northern District. Don't think this official doesn't know that Zhu Chuan, the son of Zhu Sen, was behind that assassin." With just those words, Zhu Chuan behind the screen leaned back. Zhu Xiang pointed directly at Li Mu and said, "Are you slandering him?" Li Mu calmly replied, "Is it slander or not? The Court of Judicial Review will know. I have quite a bit of evidence of your Zihu family's crimes in my hands. When that time comes, not only will it be the cases of Zhu Sen, Zhu Chuan, and Zhu Ting, but all the other officials in the new party won't escape either. The fate of those officials at the execution ground today will be your fate." Zhu Xiang was left speechless, only managing to stammer a few words. You. Li Mu didn't stop, and continued to say, "The grass is growing on Chen Jian's grave, and the corpses of Gao Hong and the Prince of Nanyang have just cooled. I'm only letting Zhu Chuan be held in cooperative custody, out of respect for His Majesty. I have no intention of dividing the new and old parties, but without dealing with Zhu Chuan, I can't avenge my father-in-law, and I can't explain it to my wife." Turning around, he waved his hand leisurely, giving instructions that were mostly threats. Zhu Chuan requesting cooperative custody is, "My final concession, I'll give you 3 days, you decide yourselves." A moment later, Zhu Xiang sat in his chair, looking at Zhu Chuan and his son, and asked, "Is what Li Mu said true?" Zhu Sen was sweating, his whole body trembling unconsciously, and replied, "But when I hired the assassin, I didn't reveal anything about my identity." Getting his answer, Zhu Xiang hugged his head in despair and sighed. How many weaknesses of the Zhu family is he holding on to? Zhu Chuan didn't think so. Somewhat hypnotizing himself and saying, "I bet Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party didn't have any evidence of those things from back then. How could Li Mu possibly know?" Zhu Xiang opened the hand covering his eyes, looked at Zhu Chuan and his son, and said, "What if he's not? Besides, even if he doesn't have many weaknesses in his hand, the crime of assassination alone can send your son to the afterlife." Hearing this, Zhu Sen couldn't hold back anymore,
and knelt down, hugging Zhu Chuan's legs and begging, "Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me." Zhu Chuan also thought in confusion. If I want to save him, I have to request to be held in cooperative custody. This unfilial son, is he trying to kill me, or what? Thinking about it for a while made him furious. Zhu Chuan couldn't help but turn and slap Zhu Sen hard across the face. He said with a strained voice,
"It's all because of the trouble caused by a rebellious son like you." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. Third brother, Zhu Chuan, quickly ran to the side of the person and exclaimed, "Big brother!" The person who walked in was Zhu Jing.
Zhu Xiang, standing behind, also asked with a worried expression, "Big brother, what do we do now within the scope of the law? Li Mushe can basically do whatever he wants," he thought to himself. The proud Zhao royal family had to watch as more than 20 officials from the old party lost their heads, and even the Prince of Nanyang couldn't be saved. If Li Muxin makes the evidence in his hands public, I'm afraid the new party will follow the path of the old party.
Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Even if Li Mushe is holding our weaknesses, can we only trust him? What if he goes back on his word?"
Zhu Jing walked over and gently patted Zhu Chuan's shoulder, calmly saying, "No matter what decision third brother makes, the Zhu family will agree." These words stunned Zhu Chuan. He thought to himself, if big brother wasn't being threatened by Li Mu, would he say this to me? The Zhu family doesn't give in to threats from others, and won't comply with Li Mu's request. Furthermore, whatever decision he makes will sacrifice me alone in exchange for the stability of the Zhu family and the new party.
In the end, Zhu Chuan had no choice but to give up and make his decision. Then let's do as Li Mu said, for the Zhu family, for the new party, and also for our great cause. He said it with a smile, but his heart was bitter, and he thought, so, I am just a disposable pawn. Finally, Zhu Chuan voluntarily requested to be held in cooperative custody and left the divine capital. Li Mu stood in the courtyard, holding the paper in his hand and calmly reading. Besides Marquis Zhongyong, Baron Pingwan, and Marquis Zhongting, after witnessing these events, they disappeared without a trace from the divine capital overnight. Li Qing stood to one side, listening to everything, and couldn't hold back her tears. Li Mu held her tightly in his arms and said, "It's over." Li Mu lowered his eyes to look at her, the fragile woman crying in his arms, and thought, the injustice of the Li manor took 14 years to be resolved. Those who caused their suffering were finally dealt with, albeit belatedly, after 14 years. We could trick the Zhu family this time, but we might not be able to trick them a second time. Moreover, 2 of the Zhu family's 4 brothers have been killed by my hand. If I continue to be aggressive, they might go for broke. Moreover, letting His Majesty watch as the family that birthed and raised him is destroyed at my hands is also a form of torture for him. Suddenly, Li Muxi felt the person in his arms become still. He softly called out, "Qing Queer! Qing Queer!" Li Qing had been crying for a while, and at some point, she had fallen sound asleep. Li Mu smiled in relief, thinking, now she can finally let go of the burdens in her heart. He picked her up and carried her to the bedroom, while internally planning, next, I need to talk to Her Majesty about the Gongfeng tea. A moment later, Li Mu was at the palace music hall. As he served the royal meal, he discussed official business. Some believers in the Gongfeng tea's hands take the money but don't work. Some even became private soldiers for the old faction, opposing the emperor's orders. Shouldn't we cleanse them? The treasury is supporting these freeloaders, yet the palace guards who work for Her Majesty want subsidies? That makes no sense. The empress calmly asked a somewhat unrelated question. Tell me, what's so good about being an emperor? Why can they disregard the lives of others, and even their own lives, for this position? Hearing this question, Li Mu thought to himself, Her Majesty doesn't crave power or beauty, and she always avoids criticizing unpleasant things. This position is like a prison to her. But to others, holding the power of life and death over hundreds of millions of lives, becoming the most powerful nation in Zhujiao, is a fatal temptation. If I were the emperor, I could rightfully make Han Yan the empress, Qing Guer a noble consort, and Wan Wan and Xiaobai virtuous and gentle concubines, without anyone being jealous. Thinking about this made Li Mudi's face unconsciously flush red. The empress saw his face and gave him a very scrutinizing look, asking, I'm asking you something, what are you smiling about? Li Mu finally composed himself, cleared his throat, and said, Your Majesty, not everyone dislikes power like you do. Becoming the noble ruler over tens of millions of people is a deadly attraction to them. The empress probed Li Mu Ka. Is that how you are too? Li Mu honestly replied. That's not my dream.
I just want to take my wives all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see thousands of landscapes, and finally find a peaceful place to cultivate, plant vegetables and flowers, and live a normal life." The Empress caught the key point and asked, "You will leave the court?" Li Mu replied seriously. "Not now, of course. If I leave, at least I'll help your majesty clear away the obstacles and solve all the future troubles first." The Empress lightly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "I think the Demon Kingdom, Ghost City, and demonic sect are the biggest troubles and obstacles in my heart. I won't keep you too long. Once the demonic sect is destroyed, the Ghost City is subdued, and the Demon Kingdom is pacified, I'll let you go." These names made Li Mu freeze up, thinking, Demon Kingdom, Ghost City, demonic sect, Great Zhou might die, but they might not die. "Your Majesty, you want me to work for you for life?" The Empress turned to look at his distorted face and asked, "What? You don't agree?" Li Mu hesitated, flustered. "Well, how could I not agree?" he thought to himself. "Might as well wait for the chicken to finish eating the rice and the dog to finish licking the noodles. Or break the lock with fire. This way, I still have hope." Li Mu bowed his head carefully and replied, "I am willing to jump into boiling oil and fire for your majesty. Don't even mention destroying the demonic sect, subduing the ghost city, and pacifying the demon kingdom." He thought again. "Once I help the Empress connect with the Qi Emperor, I'll run away with Han Yan and Qingbo." To make his words more weighty, Li Mu added, "When my strength is enough, I can even go to the East Sea and catch a dragon for your majesty to ride." He thought to himself, "The world outside is so vast. I don't want to spend my whole life working for your majesty." The Empress looked at Li Mugu with interest and asked, "Are you serious?" Li Mugu replied without hesitation, "Every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart." Hearing this, the Empress said, "Then swear to the heavens." This move of Her Majesty's shocked Li Mu Hie. He exclaimed in his heart, "Why isn't she following the usual routine? Where's the trust between people?" The Empress sternly questioned, "Could it be that everything you said just now was a lie?" With no time to delay, he immediately swore, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavens that I will only leave Her Majesty after destroying the demonic sect, subduing the ghost city, and pacifying the demon kingdom. If I break this oath, I will die without descendants." The Empress didn't stop there and added, "Also, I really want a dragon to ride." Li Mu winced and advised, "Your Majesty, let's just forget about that. Dragons have a fishy smell and are slippery, not suitable for riding." But the Empress was very stubborn, and she sternly ordered, "Swear it quickly!" Li Mu helplessly complied. "And I will help your Majesty catch a dragon to ride. Is that okay now?" Li Mu secretly regretted in his heart. "This time, it was really my carelessness. But luckily, I was quick-witted, and didn't say that I wouldn't leave Her Majesty if I couldn't do this." Saying it like this, "Even if I deceive Her Majesty, it won't be considered breaking my oath," the Empress finally said contentedly. "All right, then I will directly bring the Gongfeng Ti under the management of the Inner Guard's Zhuye Guard. You can directly be in charge of the Gongfeng Ti. This way it will be convenient for you to work." Receiving this grace, Li Mu bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Switching scenes to the Gongfeng Ti, Li Mu stepped inside and saw only an old man diligently sweeping the floor. There wasn't a single other person in sight. Li Mu looked around, thinking, "Why is it so quiet?" He went to the old man and politely asked, "Old sir, the Gongfeng Ti usually has at least 10 believers on guard. What's going on today?" The old man honestly replied, "AI, isn't it because of yesterday's decree? The Gongfeng Ti has always been independent of the court. Now that it's returning to the Zhuye Guard, under the management of the court, we are naturally willing to let Lord Lai manage us. But the Gongfeng Ti has always been arrogant." These words made Li Mu understand, and he said, "So that's how it is." He thought, "No wonder there's not even a soul in sight. Are they trying to threaten me into resigning?" He remained undeterred, and instructed the old man, "Old sir, please tell them that all believers of the divine capital must report to the Gongfeng Ti. Anyone who doesn't come after 3 days will be expelled from the Gongfeng Ti." After speaking, he turned and left, secretly calculating in his heart. For cultivators, the nation is just a vague concept. What they pursue their whole lives is the ultimate power, the invisible heavenly Tao. Becoming a lackey of the court is a disgrace to most cultivators. They will submit to the strong, but they will not submit to officials. There are many strong people in the Gongfeng Ti. Strength is the only truth there. But I've only just entered the 5th realm not long ago, and I'm a commander without any backing or help. How can I fight against a group of experts? While lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. predicting love matches, predicting fortunes, telling good or bad luck, treating infertility, and ensuring healthy and chubby sons. Li Mu quickly turned to the source of the sound, thinking,
"It's that Taoist priest, he's a great helper."
Without hesitation, he immediately approached the old Taoist and politely bowed. "Senior, long time no see," the old Taoist said in surprise. "It's you. Why do I keep running into you wherever I go?" But he quickly sensed something different and exclaimed, "That's not right." The old Taoist grabbed Li Mu's hand and said, You, is this rejuvenation?"
"It's only been a few months," Li Mu humbly replied. "I encountered some fortuitous encounters."
The old Taoist, with eyes that seemed to see through the mortal world, looked at Li Mu and said, "Fortuitous encounters my ass. Why have I never encountered any fortuitous encounters like that?" Li Mu smiled and made a suggestion. "Senior, with such high cultivation, don't you feel humiliated being a fortune teller? Would Senior be interested in becoming a believer of the court?" Hearing these two words, the old Taoist bristled and shouted, "Believer? What kind of person do you think I am? I don't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You're actually telling me to become a dog of the court? If this wasn't the divine capital, I would definitely turn you into a dog." Li Mu immediately transformed into a genuine golden retriever and said to the old Taoist,
"With Senior's cultivation, joining the Gongfeng Tea could mean becoming a grand believer."
"In a 5-courtyard mansion, the court will also provide maids and servants."
The old Taoist impatiently waved his hand at Li Mu. "Well, I haven't changed my mind, you better leave quickly." Li Mu then pulled out his trump card. "That heavenly secret talisman, Senior probably doesn't need it anymore, right?"
The old Taoist suddenly stopped in his tracks, and he exclaimed in shock, "Heavenly secret talisman! Heavenly secret talisman!" With his unparalleled face-changing skills, the old Taoist grabbed Li Mu's hand and said,
"Whether it's a heavenly secret talisman or not is not important.
The main thing is that I want that big mansion. You're young and don't understand. I've been wandering my whole life, and now that I'm old, I just want to find a peaceful place." "That's right. What about that heavenly secret talisman you just mentioned? Will joining the Gongfeng Tea get me a heavenly secret talisman?" Li Mu smiled secretly, thinking, "I bet right. But even a 6th realm expert will eventually face the problem of lifespan. A heavenly secret talisman is equal to 10 years of lifespan. No strong person can resist that." Li Mukong took out a heavenly secret talisman and began to explain to the old Taoist, "The court is very generous to the Gongfeng Tea now. As long as Senior joins the Gongfeng Tea, I guarantee you'll get 1 heavenly secret talisman every year." The old Taoist priest stared wide-eyed at the heavenly mystery talisman before him and exclaimed, "Profound, truly profound." Finally, the old Taoist priest stood still and spoke properly. "To be honest, although I've spent most of my life wandering, I was born in Great Zhou and can be considered a commoner of Great Zhou. Doing a little something for Great Zhou is only right. This Imperial Offering Office, I'll join it." As expected, Liang Mu smiled brightly and said, "Senior Gao Yi, you can report directly to the Imperial Offering Office 3 days from now."
He chuckled to himself. Having such an experienced 6th stage peak cultivator at the Imperial Offering Office will give my words a lot more weight. After a while, Li Mu sat in a chair in the middle of the courtyard, looking towards the gate, thinking to himself, "There really isn't a single believer coming." An old man came with an incense bowl and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. He looked at Li Mu, thinking, "Unbelievable. The person who came today is actually Lord Li. Don't these believers know how Lord Li works?" Li Mu sat there, pointing at the burning incense stick in front of him, and instructed the old man, "Tell them, if they haven't reported to the Imperial Offering Office before this incense stick burns out, they will be expelled from the Imperial Offering Office and have all the rewards that the court usually gives to the believers taken aback. From now on, they won't enjoy any benefits."
The old man nervously replied, "Yes, my lord." He thought to himself, "If they provoke Lord Li, they might be in big trouble." Li Mu sat there, tapping his fingers on his thigh, calculating in his heart.
The Imperial Offering Office isn't a tight-knit group. Besides those attached to the old party, the other believers don't have any deep-seated hatred towards me. If they are really expelled from the Imperial Offering Office by me, where will their cultivation resources come from in the future?
They wouldn't dare to gamble. The incense stick on the table had burned halfway, and there was still no one at the gate.
After a while, someone came to report respectfully, "Lord Li, there's a group of people left outside. Although they've arrived, they're still standing stubbornly outside the gate." They thought to themselves, "If Li Mu scares us on his first day and we obediently return to the Imperial Offering Office within an incense stick's time, we'll never have a good day in the future.
We'll go in when the incense is extinguished. We have to let Li Mu know that the Imperial Offering Office isn't the same as the court.
Li Mu looked at the incense bowl, thinking, the incense is extinguished. The group of people outside also smiled triumphantly. They thought to themselves, it's time to go in now.
But their steps were blocked by Li Mu. He said uncompromisingly, everyone, this is the Imperial Offering Office. Outsiders are not allowed to enter.
The group of people questioned loudly. Can't we believers enter the Imperial Offering Office? Li Mu said indifferently. You could before, but not anymore.
He pointed inside the incense bowl and explained, before that incense stick burned out, all those who didn't report to the Imperial Offering Office are all expelled from the Imperial Offering Office. You have 1 day to move out of Daqian Ward and are not allowed to work under the name of Great Zhou from now on.
The group of people immediately expressed their disagreement. They activated their mental power and questioned through gritted teeth. Lord Lai, you've only arrived at the Imperial Offering Office on your first day. Are you really going to be so ruthless? Li Mu wasn't afraid of this mental power at all. He tried to keep himself steady and thought, want to use force to overwhelm others.
Li Mu didn't need to hold back. He used his own mental power and slowly walked in front of the crowd of Imperial offerings and warned through gritted teeth, from today onwards, you are no longer believers in the court. The Imperial Offering Office is an important place of the court. Anyone who trespasses into the Imperial Offering Office will be expelled. Those who repeatedly trespasses will be killed without hesitation.
Li Mu's terrifying mental power caused the Imperial offerings to sweat profusely, unable to resist. They thought in disbelief. Li Mu just advanced to the 5th stage and can already unleash power equal to a 6th-stage expert. We wanted to teach him a lesson, but now we can't take it back. Suddenly, a stream of white power flew over, distracting Li Mu. Seeing this, the Imperial offerings rejoiced and shouted, the great faith believers have arrived. 2 other Imperial offerings with higher status landed in the middle of the courtyard. The believers went to greet them. Greetings, great believers. The great believer angrily asked the Imperial offering standing at the gate, what are you doing standing outside? Hurry up and go in. Another one with a complacent expression wanted to enter, but Li Mu didn't say anything and simply used the little Dao bell to fling him away. Li Mu looked at the naive people in front of him and couldn't help but let out a somewhat contemptuous smile. Seeing Li Mu's actions, the great believer questioned, Lord Li, what do you mean by this? Li Mu said slowly. I don't mean anything. This official has already said, anyone who doesn't come to the Imperial Offering Office during the incense burning time will be expelled.
Those who stood outside the Imperial Offering Office came when the incense had been extinguished, clearly not wanting to be believers anymore. The Imperial Offering Office is an important place of the court, not a place where irrelevant people can enter at will. The 2 great believers asked again, are we too also late? Is Lord Li also going to expel us from the Imperial Offering Office? Li Mu calmly replied, Nianxing, you 2 are great believers and can be given an exception this time. Don't do it again next time. In his heart, Li Mu thought, although I really want to expel them to save resources for the court, it's not easy to recruit 6th-stage experts, and the court will probably put pressure on me.
But the 2 great believers thought that Li Mu Lai was afraid, and stepped forward to threaten. There won't be a next time. If you expel them today, then we'll also resign. Just go ahead and fire us too. Li Mu was surprised and thought, could there really be such a good thing? These 2 great believers are served by a dozen maids, and receive so many cultivation resources from the court every year, but they can't even be on time for work, and their achievements are extremely few. Look at their treatment, and then look at my treatment. Without hesitation, Li Mu Qian urged the 2 great believers, words are not enough. Why don't you swear an oath to the heavens? The great Imperial offering was shocked and thought, is this Li Mu so tough? Doesn't he think that if he expels the 2 great believers and dozens of other believers, what will be left of the Imperial Offering Office? How will he explain to the court? But the words could not be taken back. The 2 could only leave sullenly, muttering, an ignorant child. Ling Musi looked at the remaining believers and asked, what? Do you still need me to invite you to leave? He watched the useless believers leave, calculating in his heart. Expelling more than half of the believers of the Imperial Offering Office is beneficial for future management, but the strength of the group has been reduced. Even if that sloppy old Taoist priest is powerful, he's only one person, and I can't recruit believers at will. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck Li Mu's head. I've got it. Then he took out a jade tablet from his hand. Li Mu didn't hesitate and immediately transmitted a message to the sect leader of the Talisman sect. Senior brother sect leader, it's Li Mu here. Last time we talked about the cooperation between the ancestral home and the court. How many elders did you agree to send over? What, 10 people? That's too few. 30 people. 30 people isn't much. What's the point of them being on the mountain? It's better to pull them out, to cultivate their state of mind. It'll be beneficial for their future cultivation.
Okay then. Hurry up and tell them to come to the divine capital. At the same time, Gao Yi, the Taoist priest, also came to report. He looked around and commented, "This imperial offering office is a bit deserted." Limu smiled and replied, "It'll be lively in a couple of days, senior. You just need to guard the imperial offering office. The other matters can be left to the other believers."
Daoist Gao Yi didn't waste words. He just stretched out his hand towards Limu and said, "Heavenly Fate Talisman." Limu calmly and frankly replied, "Senior, rest assured, after a year, your Heavenly Fate Talisman will naturally be ready."
A few days later, people from the Talisman Assembly sect also arrived at the Phoenix Offering Palace. As soon as they entered, they respectfully bowed to Limu Xiao. "Greetings, Martial Uncle," Limu Xiao cheerfully replied. "We're all family here. No need to be so polite."
One of the disciples stepped forward and said amiably,
"Before leaving, the sect leader personally instructed us to listen to Martial Uncle's orders after arriving in the divine capital. Please, Martial Uncle, give us your instructions." Limu Cao replied gently, "There's no rush for now. I'll arrange accommodation for you first. Follow me." In his heart he thought, "My disciples are so obedient and understanding, unlike those arrogant devotees who always look down on others when they speak." After arranging accommodation for his disciples, Limu began to work on something more important. He opened his eyes wide, and his mental power radiated outwards from his pupils. He seriously held a brush in his hand, deftly drawing talismans, and golden strokes quickly appeared on the paper. With each stroke, the surrounding space fluctuated, and the clear sky turned dark, with thunder rumbling directly above the queen's palace.
On the other side, Daoist Gao Yi suddenly appeared, grabbed the two Grand Palace devotees, and warned,
"This isn't a place where you can barge in as you please."
The two of them stammered,
"Senior, we are devotees of the Great Zhou. This is the Phoenix Offering Palace."
Gao Yi replied sternly, "Who isn't a devotee of the Great Zhou?"
"Stop trying to threaten me with the court," he said sternly. "That kid has spoken. No entry means no entry. Don't cause trouble here. If my Heavenly Fate Talisman has any problems, I'll drag you down with me before I die."
Then Gao Yi jumped into the air and left. One of the grand devotees exclaimed in surprise, "Peak 6th grade realm, how could Limu recruit such a powerhouse?" The other grand devotee slapped the fatty's hand hard and scolded, "The focus is on the Heavenly Fate Talisman, the kind that can add 15 years to your lifespan. A holy talisman. I've never heard of anyone being able to draw one. That old Daoist said he joined the Phoenix Offering Palace for the Heavenly Fate Talisman."
Which proves that there might really be a Heavenly Fate Talisman in the court. The two of them looked inside the Phoenix Offering Palace and said with a smile, "For the Heavenly Fate Talisman, we won't be leaving this Phoenix Offering Palace."
In the end, the two of them stood outside the entrance of the Phoenix Offering Palace, waiting. Limu came out and saw this scene, and thought, "It seems that Lemay Taoist was too talkative, but he's still doing his best." He went up to the two grand devotees and asked amiably, "Didn't you two leave the Phoenix Offering Palace? Why are you still here? Did you leave something behind?" The two of them replied politely, "Lord Liv is joking. We receive our salaries from the court, so we should share the court's worries. How could we leave the Phoenix Offering Palace?" Limu calmly replied, "I still remember what you said that day. I've already expelled the devotees who disobeyed orders." The fat grand devotee spoke up, "Those who are devotees of the court but disobey its orders should be expelled. We have no objections to Lord Li at all."
Hearing this, Limu Xiao turned on his acting skills and complained miserably, "Actually, with your profound cultivation, I wanted to keep you here, but I don't know why the National Treasury has been short of funds in recent years. Things like spirit jade, spirit medicine, and spirit treasures are all in short supply. The reality is that we can't afford to support two grand devotees." In his heart he thought, "Isn't it just acting? Who isn't an actor?" Hearing this, the Grand Palace devotee probed, "Lord Ling is joking. Didn't the Phoenix Offering Palace just recruit a grand devotee? His salary must be even higher, right?"
Limu leisurely replied, "You must have misunderstood. That senior joined the Phoenix Offering Palace without needing a salary." The other one said, "But I heard that the court will give him a Heavenly Fate Talisman."
Limu didn't hide anything and said, "He only needs a Heavenly Fate Talisman and doesn't need any spirit jade or spirit medicine. If you two only need the Heavenly Fate Talisman, you can stay in the Phoenix Offering Palace. Otherwise, you should go elsewhere. With your strength, you will become superiors in any sect you join. Our small Phoenix Offering Palace can't afford to keep two great gods." Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and secretly discussed it. Finally, the fatty spoke, "Actually, spirit jade, spirit medicine, and the Heavenly Fate Talisman aren't important. The main thing is that we've been in the Phoenix Offering Palace for many years and have developed feelings for it. We're also prepared to stay in the Phoenix Offering Palace until our last days. Right. When will that Heavenly Fate Talisman be issued? Li Mu bluntly replied. 5 years later. Hearing this, the fatty asked, That long? Does that senior also have to wait 5 years to get it? Li Mu explained again. That senior's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th grade realm. He can get it after a year. The skinny one behind him suggested, somewhat suspiciously, How about letting us take a look at the Heavenly Fate Talisman? Li Mulun didn't hesitate to take it out and explained, The court doesn't have a finished product for this talisman. We need to find the materials first, which will take some time. Looking at the Heavenly Fate Talisman in the air, the 2 Grand Palace devotees stared blankly, sensing the aura of this divine talisman. Finally, they hesitated and said to Li Mu, Allow us to think about it. He had no intention of trying to persuade them, and said indifferently, Do as you please. Not long after, in the imperial palace, the queen was eating grapes while listening to Li Mu's report. The strength of the 2 grand devotees has also reached the 6th grade realm. Being able to make them work for the court for free is very economical. But they're not stupid either. If they can't get anything, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep them. The queen then asked, So you plan to draw a holy talisman? Li Mu nodded and replied, Within these 3 to 4 days, I can stay in the palace and adjust my state to the highest level. He turned to the queen and said honestly, Moreover, my magic power is not enough to engrave the holy talisman. I'll have to trouble your majesty at that time. She replied without hesitation, Don't worry, I will help you. You can stay in the back hall of the Changla Palace for these few days. With my help you can rest assured and adjust yourself. Li Mu smiled gratefully and said, With your majesty's help I can rest assured about everything. The queen also continued, I once said I would protect you, and I won't go back on my word. Li Mu sat upright at the table, holding a writing brush dipped in ink, preparing to draw the talisman. He thought to himself, In these 3 days, I have written the Heavenly Fate Talisman over and over again, until the muscles develop memory. In this way, when writing the talisman, I can use all my energy to control my magic power. After thinking it over, Li Mu said loudly, Your Majesty, I am ready. The queen immediately transmitted her magic power to Li Mu. He began to draw the talisman. His mental power and magic power merged together, and golden ink began to spread on the talisman paper. The room suddenly lit up, and the sky above the palace changed color, with thunder and lightning constantly rumbling. The officials in the palace looked in the direction of the thunder and lightning, surprised, and curiously discussing, What's going on? Why are there such strange phenomena all of a sudden? Liu Yi looked in that direction, frowning and thinking. Towards the Changla Palace, Li Mu Yi seems to have entered the Changla Palace 3 days ago and hasn't come out yet. Gao Yi, outside, saw the thunder rumbling and also exclaimed in surprise, Is it a heavenly tribulation? Looking at the shape of the thunder and lightning in the sky, he thought it was a heavenly tribulation talisman, and someone had drawn a holy talisman, he exclaimed with interest. The Great Zhou dynasty, someone has actually drawn something this interesting. The heavenly tribulation began to descend. The common people looked at the lightning about to strike down and shouted in unison, We're doomed, is everyone about to die? The common people couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation and fainted even before it struck. Li Mu, on this side, was still focusing on drawing the talisman, and he thought to himself, The speed at which the heavenly tribulation appeared is much faster than I expected. The talisman hasn't been finished yet, and the first wave of attack has already formed. A bolt of heavenly tribulation quickly descended, but was blocked by a sturdy golden barrier. Everyone cheered with joy. It's the Grand City Protection Array. Liu Yi was also startled, thinking to himself, The Grand City Protection Array is activated. We don't need to worry anymore. But what are His Majesty and Li Mu actually doing? They even summoned heavenly lightning. The heavenly tribulation began to condense again, the sky becoming increasingly dark, and at the same time, Li Mu placed the final stroke of his brush. The successfully drawn talisman immediately flew into the sky. Li Mu Yu looked at his masterpiece, thinking to himself, Finally. But at this moment, his mind went blank, and he collapsed weakly. Her Majesty the Queen caught Li Mu just in time, and he said weakly, Your Majesty? She didn't reply, but directly carried Li Mu and placed him on the bed. Her Majesty the Queen smiled gently and said, You rest first. Leave the next things to me. With that, she disappeared from Li Mu's sight. Outside, the common people were still very confused, when suddenly, a huge figure appeared, startling them. That figure was none other than Her Majesty the Queen. The people of the divine capital saw this and shouted, Your Majesty, is it Your Majesty?
She immediately got to work, raising her hand to block the heavenly tribulation.
With just one blow, she shattered the heavenly tribulation the moment it was about to strike, and the sky gradually cleared, sunlight continuing to shine down on the divine capital. The people below, seeing this scene, were extremely grateful and exclaimed, "Saved! Saved!"
They quickly knelt down before the huge figure of Her Majesty the Queen in the sunlight and shouted in unison, "It's Her Majesty the Queen! Long live! Her Majesty the Queen! Long live! Long, long live!" Some people even thought that she could destroy the entire heavenly tribulation of the gods, with just a flick of her finger directly shattering it.
This is the strongest grade 7 expert. Li Mu, after a period of unconsciousness, finally opened his eyes. He sat up, looked at the Queen, and called out softly, "Your Majesty." Her Majesty the Queen turned around, said coldly, and tossed over a pill. "Open your mouth quickly," Li Mu, already used to this, swallowed it. His body suddenly trembled, his pupils uncontrollably shining brightly. The meridians in his body felt like they had been cleared once again. Li Mu thought comfortably, "My strength has recovered." After the treatment, Li Mu knelt down and said to the Queen, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Mu looked up and asked, "Your Majesty, how long have I been asleep?" Her Majesty the Queen walked over and replied gently, "About a day and a night. Your spirit was severely depleted. Rest a little longer."
Li Mu, with dark circles under his eyes, sighed and replied, "No, I'm going home to rest. If I don't go back, my wives will worry." Her Majesty the Queen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything, waved her hand and said, "Go." Li Mu's entire body immediately disappeared from her sight and returned to the Li Mu residence.
Li Mu wondered in surprise, "How did Her Majesty send me back in an instant? Is she unhappy?"
As soon as he appeared, he saw Liu Hanyan, the two girls worriedly shouting, "Liu Mu, you're back?" Liu Mu concealed his fatigue and said, "Yeah, I made you worry." Liu Hanyan took Li Mu's hand and worriedly scolded, "You're just a minor official, not a prime minister. Why are you working so hard?" "Please." Li Musan explained gently, "If it weren't for Her Majesty, how could we have everything we have today, or overturn the case of Grand Minister Li Musan to avenge him? Of course, I must repay Her Majesty within my capabilities." Liu Hanyan pouted and said, "But you can't sell your life like that. Her Majesty doesn't know how to cherish you. Sacred talismans are so difficult."
"What if it damages your cultivation foundation?" Li Mu smiled broadly and replied, "Her Majesty is very good to me. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll recover after a few days of rest."
Her Majesty the Queen, hearing Liu Hanyan's words, irritably said, "Only you know how to cherish him. You think you're so great just because you're married. I'll have Mei Wei deliver spirit medicine to Li Mu later, who doesn't know how to care."
After resting, his health had recovered. Li Mu didn't laze around at home, but went to the Feng Ti Palace. He walked while thinking, "Based on my current cultivation, the after effects of drawing sacred talismans are still quite serious. It would probably be much better when I reach grade 6. But I don't know when I'll reach grade 6.
Cao Yi was sitting in the courtyard in a daze, muttering, "It's a sacred talisman, it's not a sacred talisman." Li Mu walked over, conjured a heavenly mystery talisman in his hand and called out to him, "Senior." Cao Yi immediately startled and exclaimed,
"Heavenly mystery talisman." He shattered the illusionary talisman in Li Mu's hand and shouted,
"The strange phenomena yesterday were indeed caused by the birth of the sacred talisman."
Li Mu calmly reassured him, "As long as Senior stays in the Feng Ti Palace for a year, after a year, this Junior will offer this heavenly mystery talisman with both hands."
Cao Yi, hearing this, also calmed down and sat down, saying, all right, the Great Zhou dynasty wouldn't deceive me over this matter." He pointed to the two great believers beside him and told him, "Those two are over there, eagerly waiting for you. Quickly go over there." Seeing Li Mu looking over, the two of them greeted him warmly. "Lord Li?" Li Mu walked over and leisurely asked,
"Have the two of you thought it over?" The two of them replied clearly, "We've thought it over. The two of us brothers have regarded the Feng Ti Palace as our home for many years. How could we leave like that?" They thought to themselves. Working for the Great Zhou dynasty can obtain the heavenly mystery talisman. This is a benefit that can't be obtained even if we go to any sect.
Li Mu smiled faintly, began to complain about poverty with them, that the state treasury was narrow, and feared that it couldn't provide the two of you with as many cultivation resources as before. The two great believers, at this time, were blinded by the heavenly mystery talisman. They happily said, "Although the two of us weren't born in Great Zhou, we have regarded Great Zhou as our second home in our hearts, hoping to do some work for Great Zhou. What spirit jade and spirit medicine, it doesn't matter if we don't have them. Just waiting for this opportunity." Li Mu returned to his warm appearance and said, "The Feng Ti Palace welcomes the two great believers back." In his heart, he thought, "The more experts in the Feng Ti Palace, The closer my dream of eliminating the Demon Kingdom, clearing the Ghost City, and destroying the Devil Sect gets, and when that time comes, I can take Han Yan and Qing to travel around.
But Han Yan and I are already husband and wife in name, and in fact, while with Qing we've only reached the hand-holding stage.
If it weren't for Han Yan disturbing us yesterday, Qing and I might have gone from hugging to kissing already. Back to last night, Ling Qing and Li Mu stood under the bright moonlight. Li Mu hesitated and said, "Actually, there's something I've wanted to do with you for a long time." Li Mu Xing's heart beat fast and she asked softly, "What is it?" Li Mu said ambiguously. "Qing close your eyes." She immediately obediently did so, but before anything could be done, a loud cough came from somewhere. Liu Qing startled and left Li Mu's embrace, flustered, and said, "I'll go back to my room first." Li Mu sighed regretfully, muttering, "Just a little bit more."
At this moment, Han Yan and Wan came over with a lantern. With a sarcastic tone, she said, "Oh my, Li Mu, what are you doing sitting here?"
Li Mu looked at her speechlessly, thinking to himself, "She's definitely doing this on purpose." Back to reality. Li Mu pushed open the door of the Li residence and entered, still pondering in his heart, "I have to settle the matter from last night today." Xuan Zhenzi was standing in the middle of the courtyard with Liu Hanqing and Liu Hanyan. As soon as he saw Li Munan, he reported, "Junior brother, I was ordered by the sect leader to come and bring back our master, Li, to White Cloud Mountain to hold a grand ceremony for accepting disciples."
Li Mu happily replied, "Oh right, the sect leader sent a charm to accept disciples, so naturally, there must be a grand ceremony," Xuan Zhenzi added. "Also, senior sister Yu Zhenzi has successfully advanced to level 7, so Master Liu's ceremony must also be held together. This time I've come to bring both of them back to White Cloud Mountain." He paused for a moment and then asked Li Mu's opinion, "Junior brother, do you want to come back to the mountain with us? At this grand ceremony, sect leader senior brother might introduce you to some of the powerhouses from the other 5 sects." Li Muskai was still dazed and asked, "You're taking both of them? Doesn't preparing for a grand ceremony take at least 3 months? Why so early?"
Xuan Zhenzi immediately replied, "Sect leader senior brother's idea is to quickly raise Li Qing's cultivation to level 5. Within these 3 months, senior sister Yu Zhenzi just advanced to level 7, so according to the rules, she has to visit the other 5 sects. She plans to take Master Liu to see the world." Li Mu blankly looked at his 2 wives, feeling sad in his heart, thinking, "So, for at least the next 3 months, I'll have to live alone." The affairs of the Gongfeng Tea are not yet concluded. The system of the Gongfeng Tea has been proposed, and it still needs to be discussed with the queen. There's no way to complete it in 3 days. Li Mu walked up to the 2 girls and carefully instructed, "There are some busy matters in the court recently, so I can't leave. You guys go ahead first, I'll be back in a few days." Suddenly, Li Linqing grabbed Li Mu's hand and pulled him away. She said aggressively, "I have something to tell you." Li Mu blankly asked, "What is it?" The door of the room slammed shut without any extra movement. Li Qing tiptoed up and placed a kiss on Li Mu's lips. He was completely stunned, thinking, why so bold all of a sudden? But then, Li Mu quickly adapted. He hugged Li Qing tightly and exchanged passionate kisses. She felt happiness spread through her, thinking, this time, I don't want to leave any regrets behind. Liu Hanyan stood outside and carefully asked Wan, "Have you remembered what I told the junior sisters?" Wan and Xiaobai shouted in unison, "We remember!" After finishing the major matter, Liu Anqing opened the door. Liu Hanyan's face turned bright red as soon as she saw her. Liu Hanyan looked at her and couldn't help but criticize, "Look at you! Where's the former Leon detective?" Liu Hanyan took her hand and urged, "Let's go quickly." Liao Qing turned back and waved goodbye regretfully. "We're leaving." Li Mu sat blankly in the courtyard. He sadly said, "It's so quiet in an instant. What did she just tell the junior sisters?" Xiaobai honestly replied, "Big sister said that during the days when she and sister Qing are not here, we should keep an eye on Benefactor, and not let Benefactor play around with little fox spirits in the divine capital." Wan, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and covered Xiaobai's mouth, reminding her, "She told us not to tell master." Li Mu grabbed Wan and spanked her butt, asking, "Do you only have your big sister in your eyes?" Wan immediately put on a cute face and looked at Li Mu, while also using her charm technique on him. "Master already has Xiaobai. Don't go teasing other fox spirits anymore." Li Mu covered her eyes and spanked her again, scolding, "How many times have I told you you're not allowed to use your pupil technique on me?" In his heart he thought. Although Wan's cultivation is still at level 3,
Her pupil technique is getting more and more powerful. Even I can't help but be tempted if I look at her for too long. Wanwan was beaten until her face turned red and she cried out, Master, master, I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much. A while later, Li Muxi was sitting in Chengla Palace, silently writing.
Her Majesty the Queen sat on the chair, tilted her head to look at Li Muek, and asked, It's been 15 minutes since you left the street. Why aren't you going home today? Li Muek honestly replied, My wives have returned to White Cloud Mountain, so there's no rush to return home today. I'll review a few more memorials.
Her Majesty the Queen curiously asked, Which wives? Li Mumu turned around and replied, Both of them have left. They might not be back for 3 or 4 months, so there's no point in me returning early. Her Majesty the Queen seemed interested and suggested,
Then you don't need to rush back. Finish reviewing these memorials and then speak.
Li Mu widened his eyes and replied, This might not be possible. Xiaobai and Wanwan are still waiting at home for me to return for dinner. Her Majesty the Queen stood up, stretched, and said,
I'll have Mei Wei bring them to the palace. It's been a while since I've seen the little fox spirit. Order the imperial kitchen to make some food, and later, you all can eat here with me. She stood up and gently said, I also want to take them to the imperial garden to see the flowers. You finish approving the memorials and then come to the imperial garden. Li Muqi nodded and replied, All right then, that's fine. Li Muqi sat there reviewing the memorials. He sighed in relief and said, Finally finished. He rotated his wrists and looked outside, thinking, It's time for dinner. I'll go to the imperial garden to find Her Majesty. Her Majesty, Li Muji, walked out of there and headed towards the imperial garden. Suddenly, he felt something behind him. He looked at the building in front of him, thinking in his heart, Ancestral Temple. There seems to be something calling out to me here.
Li Mu walked to the front of the ancestral temple, and suddenly a wave of pressure surged out from within. He raised his hand to block his face, his eyes firmly looking forward. Suddenly, a golden dragon flew out from within, opening its wide mouth towards Li Mu. It didn't directly attack, but wrapped around Li Mu's body. Without any warning, it opened its mouth and sucked a stream of white gas from Li Mu's body. He gritted his teeth, thinking, This thing is sucking my faith power.
Sucking mine, he reached out to grab it, but his hand passed through the dragon. He thought to himself, So it's an illusion. This is faith power that I didn't accumulate easily. Li Mu wasn't going to let it go so easily. He gritted his teeth and activated his spiritual power to fight against the dragon, thinking in his heart, If I can't escape, then let's see who can win. From inside the ancestral temple, a group of people walked out, saying sternly, A disturber of the imperial qi, a crime punishable by death. Then, one of them pointed a finger towards Li Mu.
Li Mu looked at the finger flying towards him, panicking in his heart, thinking, A top expert of level 6 realm. He was tightly bound by the dragon and couldn't move, thinking he would be seriously injured. Who knew that a blast of magic power would attack and smash the finger into the ground? That dude in the ancestral temple wailed, My hand, what are you doing? Only then did Li Mukan turn to look at the person who came and asked, Your Majesty, the Queen Empress sternly shouted, Get back inside. The people inside the ancestral temple saw the Queen Empress and gnashed their teeth, saying, Your Majesty. She just ignored them and tossed all three back into the ancestral temple, saying, Too noisy. The golden dragon trembled and retreated inside as well. Li Musa looked at the golden dragon, intrigued, and asked, Your Majesty, what is that? The Queen Empress replied frankly, Imperial Qi. Li Mu was surprised, thinking to himself, That's Imperial Qi. I heard the empire was born from the power of thought of the people in the 36 prefectures. No wonder that golden dragon doesn't have a physical form. It's essentially a soul made of thought power.
The queen didn't hesitate to say to him, I'll take you inside to see. The three from before stepped out to stop them again.
This is the ancestral temple. Those who aren't members of the royal family aren't allowed to enter. The Queen Empress coldly asked, I'm letting him in. Do you have a problem with that? One of them spoke up. If you want to bring outsiders in, you'll have to step over the corpses of us who guard the temple first.
The Queen Empress spoke without hesitation. My way, send people here to collect the bodies. Li Mu, standing next to her, couldn't help but admire her, saying, Truly worthy of being Her Majesty.
Another guy saw the queen talking like that, and said to the loud one from before, Wang Di, let it go, what's the big deal? Didn't the Zhu family go in back then too? If he wants to see, let him see, it's not like we'll lose anything. He stepped deeper inside, and in the center was a large cauldron, with several smaller cauldrons below it. Li Mu silently counted 36 cauldrons, and curiously asked Her Majesty,
These cauldrons correspond to each other, so they must be the national temples of the 36 prefectures, right? He calmly analyzed. The brightest small cauldron connected to it is the central district of Shendu. The further the district is from Shendu, the dimmer the light will be. To fully condense the imperial qi, there's still a long way to go.
The golden dragon on the cauldron suddenly stirred, extending its head towards the Queen Empress, and sucking away her power of thought. Li Mu frowned when he saw this, thinking to himself, "The power of thought on Her Majesty's body is something we worked so hard to condense, yet it's all wasted, making a wedding dress for someone else. If I swallowed you, I could immediately advance to the 6th level realm, but what about you?
You've been eating for so long and still haven't grown bigger, you useless thing." After that, the queen turned to urge Li Mu, "Let's go back, dinner should be ready." Li Mu was still concerned about the golden dragon. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glance at it, making it break out in a cold sweat of fear.
At dinner time, Li Mu sat at the table, eating, and asking her, "Your Majesty, why didn't you swallow that imperial qi? If I'm not mistaken, after you swallow that imperial qi, you could advance to the 8th level realm." The Queen Empress leisurely replied, "Even if I swallow that imperial qi, I still wouldn't be able to reach the 8th level realm." Li Mu then said, "But your Majesty is so young. Even if you rule as emperor for another 100 years, you wouldn't need to pass on the throne."
The Queen Empress replied with a concise sentence, "Because I don't want to."
At this point, Li Muzan realized and thought, "That's right. From beginning to end, the Zhou family's plan never once asked if what they're giving Her Majesty is actually what she wants." The Queen Empress looked at Li Mu, implying, "Unless you're willing to approve 100 years worth of paperwork for me." Li Mu was startled and immediately replied,
"If your Majesty doesn't like it, then being emperor isn't necessary." Li Mu smiled brightly and continued, "Then you can pass on the throne to whomever you want. If you're willing, you can be my neighbor then. We'll open up 2 plots of land in front of our yards, one for growing vegetables and one for growing flowers." Zhao Bai also chimed in excitedly, "That's great! I want to be neighbors with Sister Zhu." The Queen Empress happily said, "How about you don't go back tonight? Chengla Palace has many empty rooms. You can sleep here."
Xiao Bai looked at Li Mu with eager eyes, whispering, "Benefactor." Li Mu leisurely replied, "Then you stay here tonight. I'll take Wan back." Suddenly, the Queen Empress spoke, "You don't need to go back either." This made Li Mu Lija choke on his water, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this isn't very good." He thought to himself, "Since when have any high officials ever slept in the imperial palace?" The Queen Empress turned her attention to Wan, saying gently, "You'll be entering the palace tomorrow anyway. Just stay here. It's not like this is the first time this little girl has stayed overnight." Wan chewed on the food in her mouth, saying awkwardly, But little miss said that Gongzi has to come home every night and can't stay out overnight." Xiao Bai quickly analyzed, "But we're with Benefactor. Plus we're at Sister Zhu's house. It's not like we're with some fox spirit." The Queen Empress added, "Let's have breakfast in the palace tomorrow, okay? The imperial kitchen has a dozen kinds of pastries. You can all try them." Wan's eyes lit up when she heard about the food, asking, "Really?" She couldn't resist the food, and turned to Zhao Bai, saying, "I think you're right. Plus, we can keep watch over Benefactor while he sleeps. Even if Little Miss knows we're sleeping outside, she won't blame us." Li Mu was completely stunned by this logic, and just stared blankly at the 2 girls. As night fell, Wan asked, puzzled, "Gongzi, why aren't you asleep?" Li Mu's eye was being squeezed between the 2 of them, sighing inwardly, "How can I possibly sleep in this situation?" After the 2 girls fell fast asleep, Li Mu still had to lie in the middle, his whole body hot and unable to sleep. He separated the 2 girls on either side, put on his clothes, and went outside, thinking to himself, "I should just go out for a walk." As he strolled outside, Li Mu looked up and saw a familiar girl. He said in surprise, "Your Majesty?" The Queen Empress sat on the roof, gazing at the moon, and looked down at Li Mu below, saying, "It seems that I'm not the only one with a long, sleepless night." Li Mu quickly jumped up and gently asked, "Your Majesty, what's on your mind?" He thought to himself. Her Majesty is so thoughtful. If she's not sleeping in the middle of the night, there must be something weighing on her mind. The Queen Empress silently asked, "Tell me, who should I pass the throne to? The Xiao family or the Zhu family?" Li Mu carefully replied, "I dare not speak recklessly." The Queen Empress looked into the distance, saying, "Speak. There are no courtiers here." Li Mu also honestly replied, "Actually, I've never understood. To the Xiao family, Your Majesty is an outsider. To the Zhu family, Your Majesty is now also an outsider. Instead of passing the throne to an outsider, why don't we create one ourselves?" His words made the Queen Empress blush in surprise, turning to ask, "What are you saying? We create one?" Li Mu then realized he had misspoke and quickly waved his hands, correcting his words. Your Majesty, don't misunderstand. What I meant was, I give birth to myself, and people give birth to people. When I say we, I mean each of us individually.
The Queen Empress took out a whip from somewhere and said, Has it been too long since I've taught you cultivation? She thought to herself, Is he itching for a beating or something? Li Mu's face paled as he replied, You were the one who told me to speak frankly. If you blame me now, I won't dare to say anything in the future. The Queen Empress finally stopped, exhaling softly and saying, I am the Emperor. Li Mushin smiled and said, The Emperor also has the right to pursue love. Your Majesty is a humiliation to the Zhou family. How could they possibly accept being usurped by a woman of another clan? If the Zhou family ever seizes power, Your Majesty definitely won't have a good reputation in the history books. And as for the descendants of the Zhou family, Your Majesty is just their older sister. Where would Your Majesty's own children be? Moreover, history is written by the victors. Whether the throne is passed to the Zhou or Zhao family, Your Majesty will be rewritten by future generations, and probably not in a flattering way, he thought to himself. And me, the only favored divine being of the Empress's era, I'm afraid my assessment will be poisoning the holy mind, a sycophant who used flattery to advance himself and caused chaos. I don't want to give them the chance to smear my name. The Empress nodded, saying, What you say isn't without merit, he continued. Furthermore, the Zhou and Zhao families have already formed factions to compete for the throne, recklessly pursuing their own interests. It won't be easy for us to make up for the mistakes of the late emperor. If Your Majesty passes the throne to them, wouldn't that just be letting the Great Zhou repeat its old mistakes? The moon rose high, and the Empress stood up, saying, It's late. I must return to my chambers. Li Muge didn't linger and said, Good night, Your Majesty. I'll also head back to bed. Cut to the next day at the Zhongshu province. Li Mutai was working in his office while thinking, Gotta say, Her Majesty already has the makings of a clueless ruler. Small matters are handled by me, big matters are discussed. But ultimately she makes the call, and if we disagree, she goes with me. When I'm reviewing memorials, she's even lounging around beside me. I'm about to become a power-grabbing, favored minister. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching. He looked up, curious, and asked, Sister May, why do you look so tired? Didn't sleep well last night? The Empress, disguised as Mei Wei today, sported a pair of panda eyes. She said wearily, I was dealing with matters of the inner guard until late last night. Li Mu stood up, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to the Empress, saying, Leave the unimportant stuff to your subordinates. Look at Her Majesty. She's busier than you are, but look at her now. Either admiring flowers or reading books. She hasn't touched a memorial in ages. The Empress took a sip of tea, and said tentatively, It's only been a few days since Her Majesty let you approve memorials. Are you already unhappy? But Your Majesty's mood really isn't great today. Did you say something that upset her? Li Mu sighed, rubbing his head, and said, I was just telling the truth. Before Li Mu could finish speaking, the Empress asked, Do you think Her Majesty is spoiling you too much? That you can say anything you want? He honestly replied, I'm just thinking of her. She said seriously, You're being simplistic. Her Majesty is the former crown princess, and also the former empress. If she really marries, how will the world see her? If she openly seeks a consort, the 4 great academies will all oppose her. Li Mushi pouted, saying, As long as you have absolute power, anything is possible. He thought to himself, But if Her Majesty has a male consort, it won't benefit me at all. I won't tolerate sharing her favor with anyone. Li Mu finally changed the subject, pointing at the Empress in Mei Wei's disguise, and advising, Forget it. I shouldn't let Her Majesty worry anymore. You should take care of yourself. If you don't go looking for a Dabo companion soon, it'll really be too late. Do you need me to introduce someone to you? But there was no reply. The Empress just stared intently at Li Mu. He felt the atmosphere was a little strange, so he scratched his head and said, Don't get any ideas about me. I have a family, and besides, you're old enough to be my mom. We're not compatible. After saying this, Li Mute was slightly startled, thinking, Crap, I accidentally said what I was thinking. Sister May won't get mad, right? Sure enough, she didn't say anything, just turned and left, leaving behind a single sentence, I have matters at Changla Palace, I'll be going now. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Luckily Sister Mei is generous and not angry. He returned to his work. After a while, Li Mu stretched and thought, It's almost noon, I should head back to Changla Palace for lunch. He leisurely strolled along the road, thinking as he walked, Changla Palace isn't bad. Wanwan and Xiaobai can serve Her Majesty,
and it's much more convenient for me to work." Just then, the real Mei Wei appeared. She was holding a broom, wading ahead, and the moment Mei Wei saw him she growled, "Li Mu." He was still oblivious, and happily asked, "Sister Mei, why are you back?" Mei Wei charged at him with the broom, growling, "You said I'm old, didn't you?" Li Mu started running, clutching his head and shouting, "Sister Mei, I was wrong." Mei Wei chased after him, yelling, "Old enough to be your mom, right? Call me mom and see if I don't beat you."
The Empress was still leisurely sitting in the pavilion, enjoying the cool breeze. Suddenly, Li Mumio frantically ran over, shouting, Your Majesty, save me!" Mei Wei was still chasing after him with the broom, yelling, "Li Mumu, you stand still."
The Empress calmly said, "You two fight it out." Before she could finish speaking, Mei Wei brought the broom down on Li Mu's back, causing him to cry out in pain. He immediately hid behind the Empress and said, "Sister Mei, you've already hit me, so you should be appeased, right?" The Empress also chimed in, "All right, Mei Wei, let him off this time."
Mei Wei obeyed the Empress. Bowing her head in agreement, Li Mu internally complained, "Mei Wei's reaction time is really long. It didn't erupt back in the Zhongshu province, but now she's suddenly flying into a rage." Mei Wei, still not completely appeased, transmitted a warning to him. "If there's a next time, even Her Majesty won't be able to protect you." Li Mu grimaced and said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, after lunch I'll take Wan and Xiaobai back, okay?" The Empress smiled and asked, "Why? Are you afraid Mei Wei will beat you again?"
Li Muni also became serious and replied, "How could that be? It's just that I'm, after all, an outside official. Bringing two young girls to live in your Majesty's deep palace isn't proper."
The Empress was silent and said, "Until your wife returns, you can all stay in the palace. When I have free time, I can also teach them cultivation. In a few months, it'll be enough for Xiaobai to advance to the 5th tail, and Wan will also quickly reach the 4th realm. At that time, the power of her spiritual eyes will be even stronger." Li Mu was still hesitant and said, "Your Majesty, this isn't very appropriate." The Empress glanced at Li Mu and asked, "What's inappropriate?" She stood up and looked outside, continuing, "This place isn't far from the Zhongshu province, saving you the travel time of going back and forth 3 times a day. I'll have the imperial kitchen arrange things, also saving you the time of cooking. How many memorials and matters can be handled with the time saved?"
Having said this much, Li Mu had no choice but to listen, and replied, "I obey your Majesty." He thought to himself, "If I refuse, I'll probably be disciplined by Her Majesty tonight, but it's not bad for Wan and Xiaobai to serve her in the palace. Her Majesty is too lonely. Having them around can bring life back to the otherwise quiet Changla Palace." Mealtime arrived, and Li Mu and the Empress continued to discuss matters. He started by discussing new regulations for the Gongfeng tea. "I think we can reduce the stipends in the Gongfeng tea and divide them into different levels according to their cultivation levels. Each level has a designated basic stipend, supplemented by additional stipends based on the quantity and quality of their completed tasks. This can change many of the previous chaotic resource allocation phenomena. The resources of the national treasury can be used elsewhere." Li Mu frowned, thinking, "The things in the treasury all belong to Her Majesty. What belongs to Her Majesty isn't entirely mine, but sooner or later, it'll belong to me in part. If you calculate like that, the resources of those Gongfeng tea adherents are basically my resources." "Do as you say," the Empress said slowly, picking up a piece of food and putting it in her mouth. On the other side, Xiaobai happily picked up food for Wan, saying, Wan, try this," Wan exclaimed with bright eyes. "This is delicious. This is also delicious." "And this too," the Empress reminded them kindly with a smile. "Eat slowly. If there's not enough, I'll have the imperial kitchen make more." Wan nodded repeatedly, saying, "Chugej, from now on you'll be my most beloved Chugej." Li Musli leaned close to the Empress and explained apologetically, "Your Majesty, Wan didn't mean it. When she was young, there was a famine in her hometown. Her parents abandoned her on the road in order to save her food for her younger brother. She almost starved to death. She was lucky to survive later, so she has the habit of feeling like she can never eat enough." The Empress looked at Wan sadly and asked, "Just because she's a girl, she deserved to be abandoned?" This Mushes sighed and replied, "After all, most people nowadays still aim to have sons to carry on the family line." He suddenly blushed and said softly, "But it's not like everyone prefers sons. Some relatives prefer daughters, buying them the prettiest clothes and the best toys, spoiling them into little princesses. The most romantic thing a man can do is have a cute daughter." Her Majesty the Queen turned to ask, "You want your daughter to be a princess, Li Mua?" Li Mua smiled faintly and replied, "That's just an example, Your Majesty. I didn't mean it like that," he thought to himself.
My daughter a princess, only if Her Majesty abdicates and makes me emperor. Her Majesty the Queen wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and casually suggested, if you dislike sons so much, then give me your firstborn son after he's born. This made Li Mu jump. What? She smiled gently and said,
I've been thinking about what you said. Instead of handing the throne to an outsider, it's better to pass it down within the family. Send your firstborn son to my side. I'll teach him cultivation, and you can teach him how to run the country. By the time he grows up, he'll definitely be qualified to be an emperor. Li Mu was utterly bewildered. That won't do. Even if my wife agrees, I won't, he thought. I thought Her Majesty was already exploiting me enough. And now she's planning out my unborn son's future too. I'm going to be the future head of the Fulu sect. My son will be a second-generation immortal. His status will be no less than that of a Great Zhou prince. Besides, Kaido emperors even live long lives. How tiring it is to review memorials. It's not like, I don't know, how could I let my son suffer like that?
Her Majesty the Queen sipped her tea and leisurely asked, You're reluctant to groom your son into a future emperor. Li Mu changed the subject. If your Majesty wants a son, why go through so much trouble? He looked at Shangguan Li outside and offered a suggestion. Commander Shangguan is still young, and loyal, and devoted to your Majesty. Why not let Commander Shangguan have a son? Shangguan Li's face darkened upon hearing this. She said seriously, Your Majesty, I don't like men. These words made Li Muqi fall into contemplation. No wonder she seems to like girls so much. So that's how it is. Can't force it. Li Mu offered another suggestion. Then what about Minister Mei? Mei Wei, with fury blazing, stood akimbo nearby and growled, What about me, Li Mu? Sweating profusely, forced a smile and replied, Praising you, you're loyal and devoted to Her Majesty, without any ulterior motives. After eating, Li Mu went back to work. As he walked, he thought, Next time I talk to Sister Mei, I should think first. Halfway there, he ran into Zhang Chun. Upon seeing him, Zhang Chun cheerfully asked, Where are you headed, Lord Lai? Li Mu casually said, To the Feng Ti Palace for a bit. Lao Zhang, you don't look too good recently. Zhang Chun happily replied, The residence is big, and it's very comfortable to live in. How could I not look good? He smiled, his eyes crinkling. Fortunately, there's you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could live in such a grand 4-courtyard mansion. Hearing this, Li Mu thought, Lao Zhang's greatest wish in Shendu is to have his own grand 5-courtyard mansion. Because of me, these last 6 months, Lao Zhang has endured a lot of grievances.
Those people think he's my subordinate, and they even call him my dog. He must feel uncomfortable hearing those words. Li Mu patted Zhang Chun's shoulder and sincerely said, You've moved several times this year already. Changing so quickly will easily attract criticism. Wait another 6 months, and I'll submit an application to Her Majesty to change your residence to a grand 5-courtyard mansion. Zhang Chun surprisingly shook his head and said, That's not necessary. I'm already very satisfied with my current residence.
He turned to look at Li Mu with a thoughtful and worried gaze and asked, Right, you said the Nanyang prince died. What will the imperial court do with his residence? Li Mu gaped and said, The Nanyang prince's residence is a grand 10-courtyard mansion. To be able to live in that kind of house, you'd need to be a real member of the imperial family.
Lao Zhang, it's good enough to just live there. What do you want such a big house for? Don't even mention a family of 3. It would be too big even to raise pigs in. Zhang Chun calmly replied, Who would think that house is too big or too much? I don't need you to help me fight for it now. It's not too late to help me get it, after you rise up like a rocket. In Zhang Chun's heart, he laughed heartily, thinking, After Li Mu becomes emperor, giving me a house wouldn't just be a simple matter of speaking.
Li Mu went back to work. As he wrote, he thought, every day, it's either reviewing memorials or approving them. Besides occasionally going to the imperial kitchen to cook a meal for Her Majesty, it's just the Changluo Palace and the Zhongshu province. Life in the imperial palace is really too dull. Tomorrow is not the early court session, so it's a day off, right? Or what?
With that thought, he asked Her Majesty the Queen, How about we go out of the palace for a trip tomorrow? Will Your Majesty come along? Zhao Bai and Wan Wan excitedly shouted, Yes, yes! Her Majesty the Queen calmly replied, You make the arrangements. The scene shifted to a mountain outside Shendu. Li Mu's group spread out a blanket and started a picnic. Li Mu laid on the blanket looking at the blue sky and thought, The imperial palace is really not a place to stay for long. From start to finish, I'm always facing those empty walls, which is not beneficial for mental health.
Her Majesty the Queen was also enjoying herself, looking at Wan Wan and Xiao Bai playing around with a smile.
With a light flick of her finger, flowers began to bloom spectacularly. Xiao Bai excitedly shouted, Wow, so beautiful!
Suddenly, she glanced to the side and shouted, Rabbit, the rabbit ran away. Sister Wan Wan, the rabbit ran that way. Her Majesty the Queen then laid down next to Li Mu comfortably. Her Majesty the Queen looked up at the sky and sighed, saying casually, "The year is coming to an end." Li Mu pondered and said, "It is." He took out his jade tablet and thought, "The new year is almost here, and I still haven't been able to celebrate our first reunion year with Han Yan and Qing Qing." Li Mu whispered through voice transmission, "Qing Qing, are you there, Qing Qing?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the other side. "Qing Qing, Qing Qing, you only have Qing Qing in your heart, right?" Liu Hanyan said irritably. "She's in seclusion. She doesn't have time to pay attention to you." Li Mu asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to visit other sects with senior sister? Why are you at White Cloud Mountain?" Liu Hanyan frowned and replied, "We haven't set off yet. What do you need Qing Qing for?" Li Mu asked coyly, "I miss you. Also, the New Year's Eve is coming up, and I want to ask if you're coming back to Chengdu to celebrate the New Year." Liu Hanyan coldly replied, "I see that you only have Qing Qing in your heart. She's in seclusion. I have to go to the Xuan sect with senior sister now. We're not coming back," Li Mu said sadly. "All right then." Her Majesty the Queen watched Li Mu's retreating figure, deep in thought. Li Mu's noticed something and sat up, asking, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Her Majesty the Queen sat hugging her knees and replied, "It's nothing, I just feel a little cold." Li Mu turned to Her Majesty the Queen and said, "They're not coming back this year. Should I stay at Chengluo Palace on New Year's Eve?" Her Majesty the Queen said in silence, "Why bother? If they're not coming back, you can go to White Cloud Mountain to find them. You don't need to participate in the first grand audience. I approve your leave." Li Muti replied with an innocent expression, "I didn't ask for leave. I want to stay at Chengluo Palace." He thought to himself, "Her Majesty is being petty. Besides, Qing Qing is in seclusion. Han Yan isn't at White Cloud Mountain for New Year's Eve. Am I supposed to eat New Year's dinner alone? Wouldn't it be better to stay at Chengluo Palace with Her Majesty?" Her Majesty the Queen maintained her original position and said, "You ask for leave. I'll approve it." Li Muxia replied softly, "I'm not asking for it." Her Majesty the Queen turned to remind him, "I'm giving you the chance, but you don't want it. Don't say I'm harsh with you later." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and replied firmly, "Your Majesty is not harsh with me at all." Over on the other side, Zhang Chun hurriedly walked behind Zhang's wife, constantly explaining, "Wife, listen to my explanation. Last time I went to the Green Pavilion, it was really to arrest people, not to do anything out of line. We've been husband and wife for so many years. Don't you have any trust in me?" Zhang's wife turned to question him, "I trust you, but where did you go after I kicked you out of the house that night?" Zhang Chun quickly replied, "Li Mu didn't have a home, so I helped him find an inn to stay in." Hearing this, Zhang's wife exclaimed in surprise, "His wife just left, and he didn't go home that night?" "No way. Li Mu shouldn't be that kind of person." Great Minister Zhang, who has seen through the mortal world, reminded his wife. Zhang's wife narrowed her eyes and warned Zhang Chun, "Why shouldn't I care? If he really is that kind of person, you better stay away from him for me. Avoid him corrupting them," Zhang Chun said helplessly. "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Focus on the scenery. It's not easy to get a day off." The two quickly climbed the long flight of stairs. As soon as they reached the top, he exclaimed, "Look, the scenery is truly—" Before he could finish his praise, Madame Zhang recognized a familiar figure and said, "Isn't that Li Mu Kek?" The Empress also turned around at the sound. Madame Zhang pointed at the Empress and blurted out, "Who's that woman next to him? What are they doing? A man and a woman?" In this desolate wilderness in broad daylight, Zhang Chun reacted quickly, immediately grabbing his wife and running away. He screamed inwardly, "Gods, can't Li Mu and Her Majesty give a warning before having a date here?" He sighed to himself, "Lucky I ran fast. If I disturbed Her Majesty and Li Mu's date, I'd be in big trouble." Li Mu, noticing them, asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The Empress smiled and replied, "Nothing, just some deer running past. Thought it was a nice sight." Speaking of deer, Li Mu suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. Today, the Imperial Kitchen brought half a honey-glazed venison leg. I'll grill some for Your Majesty to eat." Scene changed to the main peak of White Cloud Mountain. Liu Anqing followed behind as Liu Hanyan asked, confused, "Why not tell Li Mu? We were planning to return to the Imperial City to celebrate the New Year with him, weren't we?" Liu Hanyan frowned and said, "Who knows what he'll be up to in the Imperial City after we leave?" She returned the jade slip to Li Qing and said, "This time, we'll sneak back and give him a surprise. If he's been good, it will be a pleasant surprise. If he hasn't been good, then don't blame me." She started plotting with Li Qing, whispering, "I know you feel bad for him, but you can't reveal anything. We have to be in this together. Otherwise, he'll get a little 5 and a little 6 later on,
and it'll be too late for you to cry. Li Qing's face darkened as she imagined the scene, and she finally nodded in agreement. I'll listen to you.
Back with Li Mu, he placed the venison leg on the grill, explaining as he worked, meat grilled over charcoal tastes much better than regular grilling. A moment later, he cut a piece and offered it to the Empress, saying, Your Majesty, try some. The Empress looked at the plate of meat in her hand, pleased, and said, The Vice Minister of the Left, Zhang Chun, has reached the 4th rank. Check if the court has any 5 courtyard mansions available and reward him. Li Mu too was surprised, and thought to himself, I was originally planning to help old Zhang compete for it next year, but if Her Majesty has already brought it up, I can arrange it for him now. Without hesitation, Li Mu replied, As you command. Sometime later in the North Garden, Li Mu entered cheerfully and said, Old Zhang, this is the title deed for the 5 courtyard mansion that Her Majesty has bestowed upon you. Keep it safe. As he spoke, he handed the documents to Zhang Chun.
He smiled gleefully, his eyes narrowed into slits, and said, Thank you, brother, Li Mu replied politely. No need to thank me. Her Majesty took the initiative to reward you this time. I didn't even have time to mention it. Zhang Chun smiled contentedly and replied, It's all the same, it's all the same. While old Zhang was happily humming a tune, Madame Zhang looked towards Li Mu, her gaze filled with 1,000 unsaid words. Li Mu felt a little uncomfortable, and asked Zhang Chun, What's wrong with sister-in-law? Did I offend her somehow? Why is she looking at me so strangely? Zhang Chun had to step in and explain. Don't mind her. Women, you know how they are. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. What should be said will be said, and what shouldn't be said, I won't blab about it, not even a single word. Li Mu asked confusedly, What exactly are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Zhang Chun shrugged and replied, That's right, what was I saying? I don't know anything. I don't see anything.
Li Mu didn't bother arguing and said, Forget it. Her Majesty is still waiting for me to return and work for her. Zhang Chun, as if understanding the ways of the world, put his arm around Li Mu's shoulders and said, Go, 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 I'll see you off. He thought to himself, Li Mu has been in the Changla Palace for half a month. Who knows what kind of relationship he has with Her Majesty. Early in the morning, Li Mu opened the door, and a gust of cold wind carried snowflakes into the room. He reached out and caught the snowflakes, thinking to himself, It's snowing, Wan and Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. It's snowing, we can make a snowman. Without any unnecessary movements, Li Mu flicked both their foreheads and scolded, Go back and put on more clothes and shoes, then come out. Wan stuck out her tongue, hugged her head, and said as she ran inside, Got it, we'll call Sister Zhu to make a snowman. A moment later, 3 pairs of nimble feet arrived. Wan chattered, Sister Zhu, look, snow. The Empress looked at the tiny snowflakes and said, This little bit of snow isn't enough to make a snowman. She quickly pointed her finger at the sky, casting a spell on the falling snowflakes. The snowflakes grew larger and fell heavier. Wan and Xiaobai exclaimed with delight, The snow has become big flakes. Sister Zhu is so amazing, the Empress said nonchalantly. Get to work. After a while of building, 4 cute snowmen were born. Wan stood there, rubbing her chin, looking thoughtful, and said, I feel like I'm forgetting something. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, We forgot to make Mistress and Sister Qing. With that, she and Xiaobai squatted down again, gathering snow to build. Li Mu, seeing this scene, thought, Han Yan isn't coming back, and her thoughtful, cotton-padded coat is about to be snatched away by Her Majesty. Li Mu happily walked over and asked Wan and Xiaobai, Today is the 30th. Are we going home or staying at the Changla Palace? Xiaobai quickly replied, I'll listen to Benefactor. Wan replied cheerfully, Mistress and Sister Qing aren't home. Let's stay here for the New Year, with Sister Zhu. The New Year's Eve dinner in the palace? We'll definitely have lots of dishes. The Empress also smiled and said to her, The New Year's Eve dinner in the palace has over 100 delicacies. Wan's eyes lit up immediately, and she flew over and hugged Li Mu, saying, Young master. He patted her head and replied, Then we'll stay here. A moment later, the imperial kitchen was filled with smoke. Li Mu and everyone were making dumplings and many other dishes. Each delicious dish began to be laid out on the table. After setting up, the whole group joined the feast, everyone raising their glasses and exclaiming, Happy New Year! The Empress, sitting in the middle, looked at the scene before her, her heart warming as she thought, It's the first time celebrating the Spring Festival so lively. At the same time, in the Liu residence, Liu Hanyan and Liu Qing stood blankly in the empty courtyard. Liu Hanyan asked in a daze, Where is everyone? Liu Qing looked around and said, There's not a single person in the house. Wanwan and Xiaobai aren't here either. Liu Hanyan took out the jade slip and transmitted a voice to Li Mu in a probing tone. Hey, where did you guys go for the new year instead of staying home? Li Mu asked in surprise. You guys are home. The Empress, hearing this, asked. Your wives have returned. Li Mu nodded and replied. They're at home now.
The Empress waved her hand and said, Then go home. The three of them were immediately teleported away. In a flash, we were back at the Ling residence. Wanwan, still munching on something, asked Liu Hanyan, Miss, are the other ladies back? She crossed her arms, eyeing Li Muan and asking, And what's this about? Li Mu honestly replied, We were just in the palace.
He scratched his head, explaining, Didn't you say they wouldn't be back? It was just me, Wanwan, and Zhao Bai at home, and only the emperor in the palace, so we thought, why not have dinner together? It's good to have company. Liu Hanyan, with a skeptical look, turned to Wanwan and Zhao Bai. Is that how it was? They both chimed in. Exactly. Without another word, Liu Hanyan lightly swiped her finger across a table in the courtyard. She held up her dust-covered finger for Li Mu to see, asking, So, this meal of yours lasted for half a month? Li Mu anxiously said, Let me explain. He thought to himself, As the most trusted employee of the boss understands my long commutes, so he told me to move into his villa. That's normal. On New Year's Eve, my wife isn't home, so the boss treats me to a meal. That's not too much, is it? After a bit of explaining, Liu Hanyan crossed her arms and asked all three. So, you're telling me you three have been in the palace for half a month? Wanwan and Xiaobai replied in unison.
Yes, we have. Liu Hanyan turned and beckoned Wanwan, saying, Come inside with me. Li Mu forced a smile, trying to follow, saying, Hanyan? But before he could say anything, he received a dagger-sharp glare from Liu Hanyan. Li Mu and Lia Qing just stood there, dumbfounded. He helplessly looked at Ling Qing for help, but she turned her face away, saying, Love can't help with this. Good luck.
Li Mu sadly said, Qinger,
he cried inside, thinking, Qinger has changed. She used to love me the most.
Inside the room, Liu Hanyan was sternly reprimanding Wanwan. Didn't I tell you before I left, don't let him stay out all night? And what about you all? You just followed him and didn't come home at all. She was halfway through her scolding when she saw Wanwan's tears falling. Liu Hanyan was surprised and asked, Why are you crying? I haven't even said anything yet. She burst into sobs, crying and saying, There was so much food, and I only got to eat one bite.
Liu Hanyan gave in, hugging Wanwan and saying, All right, I'll make more for you, don't cry. Wanwan sulked, saying, There's no food at home, and nobody's selling food now.
Liu Hanyan asked, also troubled, So what should we do?
Wanwan, with a hopeful look, asked Liu Hanyan, How about we go to the Imperial Palace to eat?
Back at the Imperial Palace, the table of food was still untouched after Li Mu's group left. The Queen Empress was now sitting on the roof, gazing at the moon. She looked at the bustling fireworks of Chengdu outside the city walls, a bittersweet smile unconsciously appearing on her face, saying, It's so lively.
Suddenly, her sound transmission snail lit up. She picked it up and held it to her ear, asking, Aren't you supposed to be home for the new year? What do you want from me? Wan's clear voice startled the Queen Empress. Sister Zhu, there's so much food, can you eat it all by yourself?
A moment later, Liu Mu's group arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Queen Empress amiably said, Don't be so formal, dig in. Liu Mu also casually said, Right, it's just a meal, relax. Liu Hanyan hesitantly said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Mu looked at Liu Hanyan, who was shy beside him, and thought happily, Even though she often complains about how harsh Her Majesty is on me, seeing the real Her Majesty in front of her, Hanyan doesn't even dare to look.
Liu Hanyan noticed his smile and, annoyed, couldn't help but pinch Li Mu's waist hard, whispering, Stop smiling? Li Mu waved his hand in response. Okay, I won't smile. After they finally finished eating, Li Mu stood up and spoke. Your Majesty, tonight we'll stay up all night. The night is long and endless, I've prepared some fun.
He took out a mahjong table, causing those around him to gape and ask, How do you play this? Li Mu smiled, and began to share his knowledge. This is called mahjong. It's very simple, but to be fair, no one is allowed to use magic to cheat.
What followed were rounds of mahjong filled with laughter. Single weight for one bamboo dragon, I win, miss is amazing, pay up, no one's allowed to welch on their debts.
After playing for a while, it was morning, and everyone had to go back to their work. Li Mu, while reviewing official documents, said, Your Majesty, the reports have all been sorted. There shouldn't be anything else for the next half-month. The Queen Empress rested her chin on her hand and asked Li Mu-Kei, Why didn't you go back to White Cloud Mountain with your wives this morning? Li Mu-Kei sighed and replied, This time they went back on a whim.
Back at White Cloud Mountain, they'll be very busy and won't have any free time to be with me, he thought to himself. Moreover, the repair of the Dadio Bell is almost finished. This time, after it escorts Han Yan and Qing Qing back to White Cloud Mountain, it won't have much time to follow me. The Queen Empress leisurely rested her chin on her hand and said, "Then stay in Shangla Palace and play mahjong with me." Just as she finished speaking, a person dressed in black, completely covering their face, entered and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty."
The Queen Empress looked at the newcomer and asked, "Junwei, you've suddenly returned to Shendu. Has the demonic sect made any big moves?" Li Mu looked at the mysterious person before him, thinking, "This is the great commander Junwei." Junwei also glanced at Li Mu warily. She knelt down and said seriously, "Your Majesty, this matter is serious. If it is not handled well, it will be a great disaster for the Great Zhou, and even the entire orthodox path." The Queen Empress understood the meaning behind her words and explained, "Li Mu Ya is one of us. You can tell me, and you can tell him." Ju Wei thought in surprise. Why does Her Majesty trust this man so much? But then she had to say, "Your Majesty, the demonic path's demon sect has discovered the Dongfu of the demon emperor Bai Di." The Queen Empress asked in surprise, "Is the news accurate?" Ju Wei immediately replied, "One of my subordinates risked exposing their identity to transmit this information back. The demon sect found Bai Di's Dongfu hundreds of years ago, and recently they've made great breakthroughs. The approximate location of Bai Di's Dongfu has been confirmed." Li Mu, sitting beside them, curiously asked, "Your Majesty, who is the demon emperor Bai Di? What's so special about his Dongfu?" Ju Sui, hearing him ask, angrily shouted, "Which commander are you under? Why are you so ignorant of the rules? Is this a place where you can interrupt?" He thought to himself. If it weren't for Her Majesty taking this matter seriously, I wouldn't even bother to interrupt. Without even getting up, Li Mu stood up and said slowly with a pout, "Your Majesty, Great Commander Zhu and you are discussing matters. I'll take my leave first." The Queen Empress immediately said, "Come back." Li Mu turned his gaze towards Ju Wei and said mockingly, "This isn't a place where I can interrupt, so I should go back first." The Queen Empress seriously reminded Ju Wei, "From now on, when you see Li Mu, treat him as if you see me. You are not allowed to say the things you just said." Li Mu also took the opportunity to sit down, casually saying, "Great Commander Zhu, Her Majesty told me to stay." Ju Wei silently fumed, thinking, the matter of the Demon Emperor's Dongfu is a major event that could shake the entire Great Zhou. Her Majesty trusts Li Mu so much. To what extent has it reached? The Queen Empress, on the other hand, kindly explained to Li Muka, the Demon Emperor Bai Di was the first powerhouse of the demon race to reach the 9th realm 3,000 years ago. Most of the current demon race's Dazo lineages were passed down from him, so he is revered as the Demon Emperor. But although the Demon Emperor passed down the Dao lineage, he did not have any direct disciples. After his death, no one inherited his Dongfu. Li Mune asked in surprise, "The 9th realm?" He thought to himself, His Majesty is already so powerful at the 7th realm. How strong must the 9th realm be? The Queen continued, "It is said that in the Dongfu of the Demon Emperor Bai Di, countless magical artifacts and spirit medicines still remain." Li Mu frowned and asked, puzzled, "Even if those magical artifacts and spirit medicines are amazing, wouldn't their spiritual energy dissipate after 3,000 years, turning them into ordinary objects?" The Queen quickly replied, "Magical artifacts will be damaged, and spirit medicines will lose their effectiveness. But even if another 3,000 years pass, the Dao leaf will remain unchanged." This made Li Mu even more astonished. He couldn't help but ask, "Is there really a Dao leaf in the Dongfu of the Demon Emperor Bai Di?" The Queen recounted, "At that time, there was news that the Demon Emperor Bai Di was able to impart Dao to the demon race because he comprehended a part of the Dao leaf. Later generations guessed that the Dao leaf he possessed contained records of the cultivation methods of all the demon races in the world." This information made Li Mu sink into thought. Having a Dao leaf means having even stronger successors, founding a sect, and passing on the Dao lineage. He thought to himself, no wonder Her Majesty and Chief Steward Jun are so anxious. If the Devil Dao demon sect obtains the Dao leaf, they will learn even more powerful demon techniques from it. Ju Wei then spoke up, "Your Majesty, we must stop the demon sect from obtaining the Dao leaf, otherwise it will definitely cause a great disaster." Li Mu, on the other hand, was still lost in his own thoughts. This year, they are very likely to face the powerful forces of the 6 Dao sects. This would be extremely disadvantageous for Great Zhou and the righteous path. The Queen anxiously replied, "Ju Chue, I know. This Dao leaf must not fall into the hands of the demonic path. After thinking for a long time, Li Mu finally offered a plan. Your Majesty, why don't you let the 3 great devotees of the Gongfeng division go first? With their strength, sweeping the Devil Dao demon sect and seizing the Dao leaf shouldn't be a problem, the queen seriously explained.
The Dongfu of the Demon Emperor Bai Di is a created pocket dimension. A pocket dimension without an owner is very unstable. If cultivators from the 6th realm and above enter it, that Dongfu will directly collapse. Li Mu frowned, thinking to himself, so only those in the 6th realm and below can enter? Then, it seems, he stood up and earnestly said to the queen, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will definitely bring that Davio leaf back. She nodded and instructed, Send a great devotee to accompany you. In case something happens, he can take care of you.
Zhu Wei, who had been listening from beginning to end, was utterly confused. She scratched her head and thought to herself, to prevent the Dabio leaf from falling into the hands of the demonic path, shouldn't they send someone in the 6th realm? Does Her Majesty want to let Li Mu enter Bai Di's Dongfu alone? State Protector Zhu concluded blankly. In these years of subjugating the demon kingdoms, have I lost track of Her Majesty's rhythm?
Li Mu left the hall after finishing his business. As soon as he reached the courtyard, he took out his jade tablet to send a message. He calculated to himself, going alone is still a bit dangerous. Being careful is the key to avoiding danger. I should steadily bring the devotees at the peak of the 5th realm along, and borrow a few people from the Fu Lu sect. On the other side, the voice of the sect leader Zhen Ren quickly rang out. Junior brother, what's the matter? Li Mu honestly replied, Senior brother.
The Imperial Court has obtained accurate information.
The Devil Dao demon sect has discovered the Dongfu of the Demon Emperor Bai Di.
There is also a Dao leaf in the Dongfu, and I must bring it back. Remember to send a few peak creation realm elders, and remember, don't tell anyone else about this. That reminder was probably too late. On the sect leader Zhenren's side, lively discussions were already breaking out. Demon Emperor Bai Di, and there's a Dongfu Dao leaf. Sect leader Zhenren regretted, thinking to himself, I should have waited until their figures had disappeared before contacting junior brother Li Mu. On the other side, unaware of the current situation, continued, Senior brother, this is the best opportunity for you to realize your dream of restoring the Fu Lu sect. You can beat the southern sect, kick the northern sect, lead the Xuan sect, and make the 2 factions of Dan Dingling Zhen surrender, becoming the leader of the 6 Dao sects. This is the only chance. Senior brother, are you talking? Sect leader Zhenran on this side looked at the situation before him and was extremely embarrassed.
The 6 Dao sects were currently gathered at the main hall of the Fu Lu sect, and upon hearing Li Mu's words, they said, Daoist friend Xuanji Zi, the sect leader of the Fu Lu sect, is truly something. Your dreams are quite grand. Sect leader Zhenren went from embarrassment to anger, and he waved his hand forcefully, causing their figures to disappear.
Having received complete information, sect leader Zhendren used sound transmission and shouted loudly, All elders in the 5th realm, come to the main Feng Dao palace to meet me. Immediately, disciples within the sect flew to the main peak.
Other sects, having eavesdropped on the secret, immediately issued notices.
All peak 5th realm elders, come here quickly.
Only Li Mu on this side was still blankly holding up the jade tablet, wondering, why is there no sound? Is there no signal here? Suddenly, the voice of sect leader Zhenren rang out. Junior brother, just now I was talking intimately with the 5 sect leaders, and I didn't have time to tell you, so they all know about the Demon Emperor Bai Di's matter. Li Mu Sai asked in surprise, so all of the 6 Dao sects will go to Bai Di's Dongfu? Sect leader Zhenren sighed and replied, That's right. Li Mu Sai didn't bother to argue and spoke his mind.
Forget it, it's fine if they know.
Although, it would be best if our people obtained the Damo leaf. What's more important is that it doesn't fall into the hands of the demonic path. With one more sect, there's one more source of power, and it's more likely to seize the Damo leaf from the hands of the demonic path.
Sect leader Zhenren said steadily, I have gathered all the peak 5th realm elders and they can depart at any time. Li Mu Xian nodded and replied, There's no time to delay. Tell them to depart now, and we'll gather at Dongyi Peak.
As soon as he disconnected, Li Mu put on a serious face and calculated his plans. To prevent the devil sect from gaining the upper hand, I must start acting now. It's a pity that the Lantern Festival is in 2 days, and I promised Wanwan and Xiao Bai that